In the year 47 of Konoha, amidst the pressing tension at the war front, the Konoha hospital began to implement staff reductions. The errand boy, Chin-yun, was the first to be dismissed after his astonishing remarks before the third Hokage. Little did anyone know that at the moment he came into contact with the blood of medical waste, a peculiar entity known as the entry system silently bound to him. Even more astonishing was that his faint soul fluctuations during his awakening caught the attention of Uchiha Madara, who resided atop Hokage Rock. He furrowed his brow and commanded, "White Zetsu, eliminate all boys resembling the figure at Hokage Rock." From a brilliant figure at the hospital to a mere scavenger, as everyone anticipated his silent demise, Chin-yun boldly hung a sign at his clinic, proclaiming, "Specializing in various hemorrhoids, guaranteed to heal." Thus began his legendary and irretrievable journey involving meat escape and tumors. Chapter 1. Uchiha Madara's passing. In the summer of the 47th year of Konoha, the Third Great Ninja War had raged for 4 months. At Konoha Hospital, a voice rang out from the operating room. "Errand boy, come and clean up the garbage." A small figure hurried in with tiny strides. "Success. The entry system has been bound, and the novice gift pack has been issued." Uncertain if his fingers had brushed against the blood-soaked cotton ball, Chin-yun suddenly awakened the system. He hesitated for a moment, then feigned indifference as he exited the operating room. In the corridor, he accessed the system interface and promptly opened the novice gift pack. Soul Growth Talent glimmered with a faint purple light that he grinned foolishly and clicked to merge. In an instant, a wave of soul energy surged through the corridor, startling Chin-yun. If discovered, he would surely be dragged to the lab for dissection. Just as he was about to leave the corridor, the Peep of Beauty and Bai Chao poked their heads out from the operating room. Bai Chao inquired, "Errand boy, what did you just do?" Chin-yun feigned calmness, gesturing toward the staircase with a dubious expression. "I don't know if it was just my imagination, but I think I saw a shadow flash by." As he turned to leave, the Peep of Beauty called out, "Don't move." Chin-yun froze, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Could he have been discovered so soon? It hadn't even been a minute. The ninja world was too difficult to navigate. Anyone who claims that traversers are the chosen ones will receive a swift kick from me. For 3 whole years, even eating had been a challenge. Where was the grandiose display of prowess to sweep all aside? Unbeknownst to him, Peep of Beauty had alerted the Umbu, and soon Sarutobi Hiruzen himself arrived. After a thorough investigation, they found nothing amiss. Peep of Beauty awkwardly apologized, while Bai Chao accused him of being paranoid, stating it had nothing to do with Peep of Beauty. The young man adeptly took the blame, garnering favor from both the Hokage and his wife. Sarutobi Hiruzen, removing his pipe, chuckled as he addressed Chin-yun, "Young man, cleaning medical waste with your bare hands is not a good habit. You could contract a virus. Even without that, hemorrhoids are quite uncomfortable, wouldn't you agree?" "Ha ha." Sarutobi Hiruzen was clearly attempting to diffuse the awkward atmosphere while providing a scapegoat for his wife, laughing heartily after his remarks. Chin-yun internally grumbled. If only he could receive gloves. Would he need to clean waste with his bare hands? The crowd chuckled along that he mused. Since it was a minor issue, what did it matter to take the blame? Perhaps it would lead to greater opportunities, ensuring a future free from hunger. Indeed, what the Hokage says is true. Contracting hemorrhoids and then being scalded with a pipe would be quite painful. Next time I see. Laughter erupted, but before Chin-yun could finish his thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished without further conversation. The great men seemed perpetually busy. Atop Hokage Rock, the aged Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. "What a peculiar boy. He could sense my presence." Black Zetsu remarked. That moment carried a powerful soul wave, reminiscent of the Kato clan's descendants. "White Zetsu, remain here. Eliminate all leaf boys resembling the figure at my feet." "Understood." With that, the ancient Uchiha Madara dissipated into an ethereal form, while White Zetsu gradually merged into the ground. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade's expression was devoid of emotion as she stated, "Once layoffs begin, various clans will undoubtedly harbor resentment. My clan can suppress it, but I wonder if the Hyuga and Uchiha will stir up trouble." She signaled to Mito Menju, who adjusted his glasses promptly. "The trouble lies with the root. They are monitoring the 4 great ninja villages and have already lost numerous operatives without issuing compensation. Should they lose the support of Root, this war will indeed be difficult to win. Furthermore, there is Orochimaru. His research funding has been perpetually insufficient." The two advisors exchanged remarks. causing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression to darken increasingly. Layoffs. We shall commence with Konoha Hospital. I will address Peepa Beauty. All errand staff and other departments are to be dismissed. Otherwise, the frontline ninjas will lack supplies, and you know the consequences. With finality, Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision was made, and though the advisor's expression soured, they had no choice but to comply. 2 hours later, at Konoha Hospital. Errand boy, here is your salary for the month. You need not return from tomorrow. Bai Chao handed over a thin envelope, leaving Qianyun feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. How is it possible to flatter and take the blame, only to lose a steady job? Bai Chao, I am quite diligent in my work. Please reconsider, I promise. Get lost. After a year of errand work, you still haven't learned to master the healing technique. Why do you have to stay at Konoha Hospital? Bai Chao, do you not love me anymore? When we both entered the hospital for errand work, how did you assure Peepa Beauty that you would take good care of me? Qianyun was not one to cling persistently, but without this guaranteed salary, he would truly face starvation. Bai Chao shouted, you can't even clean properly. Every time you leave a mess of blood everywhere. I can improve. Qianyun almost blurted out. You can't even utilize the most basic sealing techniques, nor can you clean wounds. You are utterly useless. Should Konoha support a layabout like you? Qianyun felt his heart sink. Could I not forego my salary and simply work here for meals? Bai Chao, you know I will starve if I leave Konoha Hospital. You eat too much. The other medical ninjas have complaints. Bai Chao turned away, reminding himself to be resolute. Otherwise, he would be the one facing layoffs. Among the 3 errand workers, Peepa Beauty had her aunt backing her. Even if they dismissed the official medical ninjas, she would never be let go. With a sigh, Qianyun took the envelope and turned to leave, his back appearing quite desolate. As he passed by an emergency room, he noticed Peepa Beauty using the healing technique. Suddenly, Qianyun discovered he could sense the flow of chakra from others, albeit somewhat hazily. Is this the power of the divine entry? Lady Beauty, could you teach me how to use the healing technique? Peepa Maisie furrowed her brow, then forced a smile. Yes, it's quite all right, Qianyun-kun. With this explanation, Peepa Maisie lowered her head to continue tending to the injured. Qianyun attempted to assist, but the meager amount of healing chakra he released was utterly insufficient to mend the wounds. Wishing to seek further advice from Peepa Maisie, he found her brow still tightly knitted, and she let out a small huff. With her head bowed, she made her way outside. Recently, the village of Konoha had taken on a rather desolate air, as countless ninjas were dispatched to thwart the mist ninjas landing in the Land of Fire. The village was sparsely populated, yet the prices of foodstuffs had skyrocketed, even changing from one day to the next. Qianyun squeezed the thin envelope in his hand, knowing full well that the salary within was far below 1,000 ryo. Theoretically, he could not survive a week on such meager funds. Reluctantly, he made his way toward the food street. He had no choice but to rummage through the trash bins once more. Otherwise, he would face a fate akin to his original self, starving to death at home. Today, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered several large beef bones in the butcher's dumpster, the flesh meticulously stripped away. He then scoured the vegetable shop's trash bin, gathering a generous handful of wilted vegetable leaves, and with that he returned home, content. Chapter 2. The Subtle Thoughts of Might Die. Fortunately, the original owner's parents left behind a small wooden cabin. Otherwise, there would be no refuge from the elements. After cleaning the ingredients, a hearty broth was simmered over a roaring flame. Soon, Qianyun enjoyed a delightful meal. After finishing, he reclined on the wooden bed, tinkering with the 2-page entry system, hoping it might offer quests and wondrous rewards. Half an hour later, he rose in disappointment. The original owner wasted away at home, waiting for a miracle that never came, ultimately succumbing to starvation. It was time to venture out. Perhaps he might find work or, at the very least, forage through trash bins. The priority was to secure dinner. Stepping outside, his first destination was the herb street, perpetually bustling with customers, even generating revenues several times greater than during peaceful times. The most prosperous establishment was the Nara herb shop, where he spotted someone selling tiger bones even before entering. Qianyun thought to himself that he had been misguided by the original owner's foolishness. Rather than seeking employment, he could trade in medicinal herbs. During his year at the Konoha Hospital, he had learned much. For instance, crafting soldier pills, healing pills, and even cultivating blood plasma. He had independently accomplished most simple tasks. The hospital staff, in their lofty manner, deemed that the errand runner should shoulder all menial labor, while the treatment of the injured was deemed unworthy of his concern. Entering the herb store, he purchased 10 golden-edged earthworms, spending a hefty 10 rio. It pained him, but these insects were classic healing remedies, currently in high demand. Next, he visited a street vendor, spending another 30 rio on a book titled Ninja Bug Domestication Techniques, enduring insults while haggling. He vowed not to patronize that scoundrel again. Subsequently, he rummaged through trash bins, hoping to find bloodied beef bones. Upon arriving at the butcher's entrance, he discovered a deer head, stripped of skin and flesh. Lying in the refuse, Qinyun reached for it, only to notice a white entry slip falling from the deer's head. Danger perception talent. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and casually tucked the entry into his system interface. It fused instantly. In that moment, Qinyun felt an influx of invisible energy surrounding him. The butcher radiated a faint red aura, with a radius of about half a meter. A passerby, a vest-wearing ninja, also emitted a faint red aura, but his radius extended to 5 meters. Other individuals had barely perceptible auras, and one person's aura was black. That individual bore a gloomy expression, with a forehead that appeared darkened. Was this the mark of misfortune? Never mind. He needed to return home to cultivate the herbs. Time waits for no one. No sooner had Qinyun walked 100 meters than he heard a commotion behind him. Turning back, he saw the man with the black aura collapsed in the street, his dark energy slowly dissipating. Bystanders checked for signs of life, declaring him devoid of vital signs, seemingly a victim of chronic illness. Qinyun observed for a full minute before shouldering the deer head and continuing on his way. At home, he retrieved an old wooden bucket and caught a mouse. Using its blood to draw a seal, activating it with chakra, the soul growth entry proved remarkably effective. Previously, he had attempted thousands of times to carve a useful seal without success, but this time, it worked flawlessly on the first try. Elated, he sought to expedite the deer head's regeneration by tossing 2 more mice into the bucket. The more energy, the quicker the seal's efficacy. Suddenly, Qinyun realized that activating seals had previously been arduous, leaving him dizzy when using sealing techniques. Yet now it seemed effortless. What a delight. Once that was done, he found another bucket to cultivate ninja bugs, and the hand signs were remarkably simple. Midnight. A white Zetsu stealthily approached, intrigued by Qinyun's bucket. It drew closer and touched the deer head. In an instant, Zetsu was sucked into the bucket, and the deer head began to regenerate rapidly, even its antlers regrowing. The following dawn, Qinyun awoke to find a new white entry slip beside the bucket. Would release talent, he fused it immediately, feeling a faint connection to the wooden planks beneath him. As for wood release, that seemed far-fetched. The next dawn, he discovered another white wood release entry, attributing it to the bucket's influence. 3 days later, Qinyun cheerfully carried the deer antlers and a jar of healing pills to sell, feeling a renewed sense of hope in life. Arriving at the Nara herb shop, he was met with 2 lines, one for purchasing finished pills and another for selling herbs. After waiting half an hour, he sold the tender antlers for 800 rio, yet his homemade healing pills were rejected. The shopkeeper remarked that while the pills made solely from golden-edged earthworms had healing properties, their taste and hemostatic effects were subpar. Defeated, Qinyun exited the Nara herb shop, only to be stopped by a man with extraordinarily thick eyebrows. Ha ha ha. If the young man doesn't mind, I can buy these healing pills from you, but only for 1/3 of the price. This man, clad in a green jumpsuit with 3 bushy eyebrows, was none other than Might Dai, the father of the renowned Might Guy. Boy, there's no need to be shy about haggling. Dai noticed Qinyun's silence and grew anxious, fearing he might walk away without negotiating, as he truly couldn't afford the healing pills from the Nara herb shop. Qinyun smiled and handed over the jar of pills. Dai's eyes lit up, but upon counting, he realized he couldn't afford the quantity. Suddenly inspired, he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and produced a scroll. This is a scroll I brought back from the battlefield, obtained from a mist village jonin. It must contain valuable items. Don't be shy. I'll take my leave now, Dai said nervously, quickly handing over a handful of cash and the scroll before sprinting away, kicking up a cloud of dust in his wake. Passers-by cursed, but Qinyun merely chuckled. Dai likely had no idea how to utilize sealing techniques, nor could he retrieve items from the scroll. Inside were healing supplies, shurikens, kunai, fresh water, and even some medical books and healing ninjutsu scrolls, along with over 10,000 rio in cash. A medical ninja from the mist village? Never mind. He would compensate this brute next time. as he was currently facing issues of sustenance. Turning around, he headed to the herbal shop across the street to buy a handful of crane grass, which could stop bleeding. He would add some to his healing pills next time. Then, he ventured to the ninja tool street. Qianyun felt he lacked the talent for being a medical ninja. Perhaps he could start with the body flicker technique, aspiring to become a combat genin. At the very least, he needed to learn self-defense. Konoha village was not an entirely safe place. What if one day, a complete fool asked him how many floors a bag of rice weighed? How would he respond? Entering a scroll shop, he found two boys selecting scrolls. Coincidentally, he spotted Might Die again, along with the young Might Guy. The sight of those green jumpsuits was indeed a bit painful to behold. Next to them stood a white-haired boy in a mask. Was that not Kakashi? He needed to devise a way to forge a bond. Perhaps he could learn genuine skills. In an instant, Qianyun made his decision. Boss, can't you lower the price of this lightning release ninjutsu scroll by 300 ryo? The masked boy spoke, but the shopkeeper shook his head sternly. Boss, allow me to perform a backflip for you. Then, you can sell this lightning release scroll to Kakashi. He is my eternal rival. After Might Guy declared this, he was eager to perform in front of everyone. Kakashi, with a hint of resignation, replied, Guy, refrain from engaging in pointless activities. We can tackle this after the next mission's rewards are distributed. As Kakashi turned to leave, Qianyun suddenly stepped forward. Boss, I shall take this lightning release scroll. Without hesitation, Qianyun produced the money, a mere 10,000 ryo, as if it were of no consequence. The prospect of quietly developing within the Hidden Leaf Village hinged upon outsmarting Kakashi. The transaction was swiftly completed, and Qianyun turned to exit the shop with the scroll in hand. However, Might Guy appeared before him in an instant, prompting Qianyun to steady his breath and feign composure. Classmate, I am Might Guy from the 4th grade. May I inquire as to your grade? Would you be willing to accept my challenge? Kakashi approached from behind, seemingly anxious that Qianyun might flee. I merely come from humble beginnings. I have not attended the Ninja Academy. Qianyun replied with a smile. Impossible. Might Guy exclaimed in disbelief. Kakashi interjected. Every child of a leaf ninja has the opportunity to attend the academy. Are your parents not ninjas? It is rather peculiar for someone who is not a ninja to purchase a jutsu scroll. Are you perhaps a spy from another village? Speak. Are you the one responsible for the recent slaughters of talented youths in the village? The Arima clan's boy, was it your doing? Might Guy was taken aback, quickly assuming a combat stance. Qianyun shook his head. My parents were leaf ninjas, but they perished in the Second Great Ninja War. A child of a humble ninja cannot enter the academy without a recommendation. This is not a secret in the leaf. Why are you unaware? Chapter 3. The character of Hatake Kakashi. A humble ninja? How could such a designation exist in the leaf? Kakashi struggled to comprehend, as he only recognized the dichotomy of useless and talented. Yet, Might Guy suddenly appeared dejected. Kakashi, what he says is true. You should know the circumstances of my admission. In fact, my father lacked the qualifications to recommend me. Many of my childhood companions also failed to gain admission. And it was only later that I learned it was the 3rd Hokage who made an exception for me. Kakashi was astonished. But upon glancing at the lightning release scroll in Qianyun's possession, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Is your lightning release chakra exceptionally strong? Can you already learn jutsu at the Jonin level? Might Guy's eyes widened in shock, yet Qianyun calmly shook his head. I do not practice lightning release. I have merely heard of Lord Kakashi's renown. I acquired the scroll to learn the body flicker technique for self-defense. The first bond formed, sincerity. Upon hearing this, both Might Guy and Kakashi were momentarily stupefied, having initially assumed Qianyun to be a prodigious talent. However, it seemed they had misjudged the situation. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat and began to instruct on the body flicker technique earnestly. First, concentrate your mind, regulate your breathing, relax your limbs, form the hand seals, and extract your chakra. Qianyun was suddenly jolted, realizing he had overlooked the most fundamental aspect, chakra refinement. He had assumed that merely executing the motions constituted chakra refinement, unaware that there were classic subtleties involved. With renewed focus, he followed the instructions, successfully manifesting a sphere of chakra the size of a grinding wheel in his hand. Not only was Qianyun astounded, but even Might Guy and Kakashi gaped in disbelief. Kakashi regained his composure, stating, You could easily serve as a medical ninja at the Leaf Hospital. The learning there would be equally beneficial. Qianyun, dissipating the chakra, forced a smile. I originally worked at the Leaf Hospital, but I was laid off 3 days ago because I could not utilize the body flicker technique. Now, without a recommendation, I fear I have no opportunity left. Thank you, Lord Kakashi. Your teachings were invaluable. Please accept this lightning release scroll as a token of gratitude. With that, Chinyan left, feeling dejected. However, Kakashi called out to him suddenly. Wait. As Kakashi approached, he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and produced a stack of money. Charging you 10,000 Ryo for chakra refinement is rather embarrassing. Here are 9,700 Ryo. Let me teach you the body flicker technique. It was no wonder that Kakashi's popularity soared. His character was truly commendable. Not only did he instruct on the body flicker technique, but he also shared various application techniques. Satisfied with his learning, Chinyan departed, while Might Guy, eager for a duel with Kakashi, quietly interjected. Kakashi, don't you find this situation rather peculiar? That child's talent is undoubtedly on par with mine, yet he cannot even perform the most basic chakra refinement? The Leaf Hospital does not discriminate against comrades, Kakashi stated. What do you mean? Might Guy was puzzled by Kakashi's intentions. Many talented youths in the village have recently been eliminated. I must verify his identity at the Leaf Hospital. With that, Kakashi sprinted away, prompting Might Guy to hastily follow. Meanwhile, Chinyan cheerfully approached Ichiraku Ramen, determined to celebrate the day's events. Ichiraku Ramen. May. Please do not be angry. I will handle all the chores from now on, if that suffices. You know my true feelings. Greeting other girls does not imply that I harbor any affection for them. Upon entering, Chinyan overheard familiar voices, yet chose not to acknowledge them. It was no longer necessary. Should an opportunity arise, he would repay the favor. Those two had not spared him from torment. You will handle all tasks in the cultivation room and medicine processing room. I do not wish to end up like that other fellow, perpetually dirty and being ordered around by everyone. Pipa May pouted, while Bai Chao cautiously attempted to placate her with a smile. To curry favor with Pipa, one must first win over her niece. Otherwise, he would be the next sent to the battlefield, where it was said no medical ninja returned alive. One bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Suddenly, Chinyan's voice rang out from the corner, surprising the two at the bar. Their expressions turned uneasy. Having spoken ill of Chinyan prior, they were uncertain if he had overheard. Neither extended a greeting, and they hurriedly finished their ramen before hastily departing. Just as they left, two others entered. Recognizing the Uchiha emblem on their ping-pong paddles, it was clear they were from the Uchiha clan. They ordered fishball ramen and sat down, grumbling away as if engaged in a comedic dialogue. Things have finally calmed down somewhat. Unlike last year when those rascals were always causing trouble on the streets, Uchiha casually remarked, with Uchiha nodding in agreement. It is all due to the incompetence of the Leaf's higher-ups. If they cannot manage their underlings, how can they even govern their descendants? Frequent street brawls. And every time there is drinking, they must cause a ruckus, truly disheartening. Indeed, how shameless to occupy the Hokage's position while being so inept. The two grew increasingly animated in their tirade when suddenly, an angry roar erupted from outside. You are the truly incompetent fools. You cannot even ensure the village's security. Yet you dare to shift the blame onto others. The Uchiha duo turned to glare, their Sharingan activated in an instant. It was none other than a young scion of the Yuanfei clan. Today was indeed their unfortunate day. Uchiha A dashed out in a flash, while Uchiha B followed suit with a grin. Bang, bang, bang. The Uchiha duo delivered a brutal beating to the youth outside, while a nearby girl attempted to intervene, only to be kicked away. From their appearances, they seemed to resemble Asuma and Kurenai, while Chinyan continued to eat his ramen. As a minor character, he felt powerless to intervene, fearing that he would only attract unnecessary harm. Stop. Half a minute later, a familiar voice rang out. Chinyan glanced with peripheral vision and saw Kakashi and Might Guy approaching. The two parties engaged in a fierce battle from the outset, yet neither dared to employ lethal force. Observing the increasing crowd, the Uchiha duo, AB, swiftly departed the neighborhood. Asuma and Kurenai gasped, their voices tinged with distress, as it seemed Asuma had lost consciousness. Kakashi furrowed his brow, urging, quickly, let us take him to Konoha Hospital. Suddenly, Might Guy exclaimed, medical youth, I didn't realize you were here. Chinyan felt a sense of foreboding. Despite his attempts to evade, he had failed to escape unnoticed. Surely they wouldn't blame him for not assisting? His mastery of the body replacement technique was lacking, and had he intervened, he would likely have met a grim fate. Furthermore, he would attract the attention of the police force. Pondering this, Chinyan stepped outside. Hurry and treat Asuma. He is injured. Might Guy's voice resonated loudly, likely audible across the street. Chinyan knelt and began employing his healing palm technique, diagnosing lung contusions, cracked ribs, and a mild concussion. He must not move, at least a month without strenuous activity. With the application of the healing palm, Asuma finally regained consciousness. Kurenai wiped her tears with a smile, while Asuma expressed his gratitude, and Might Guy vocally praised Qianyun's impressive skills. The atmosphere turned harmonious. Qianyun, we have investigated you. And you are not connected to the recent genius assassination case. Bai Chao can attest that you lack proficiency in ninjutsu and are merely an errand boy. Kakashi sighed, feeling exasperated by such a friend who would speak so bluntly. Chapter 4. Saratobi Asuma's gratitude with a smile, Qianyun expressed, "Thank you both for clarifying my situation. I am truly grateful." Kakashi felt an acute sense of embarrassment. "It's no trouble, this is what we ought to do." Might Guy beamed with pride, while Kakashi lowered his head in apology. "I apologize for my misunderstanding. To make amends, I shall teach you a stealth technique that you will find invaluable in the future." Following this, Kakashi commenced a live demonstration. Kurenai and Asuma inquired about Qianyun's circumstances, while Might Guy eagerly divulged everything he knew, and even things he ought not to have shared. He explained how Qianyun had worked as a mere errand boy at Konoha Hospital and how he had been dismissed for failing to master the healing palm. He even detailed their investigation process into Qianyun. Overall, it was clear that Qianyun lacked a recommending ninja, resulting in a challenging life. Asuma, upon hearing this, smiled lightly. "Leave the matter of recommending ninjas to me. I am not one to forget a favor." Half an hour later, at Konoha Hospital. "Mother, are you even listening to me?" Qianyun exclaimed. "My healing palm technique is quite remarkable, and I have already mastered the body replacement technique. Can I be his recommender?" Asuma found his mother, Hibari, and began fervently advocating for Qianyun, yet Hibari was solely concerned with Asuma's injuries. "He can only be a special genin without a position, or else your father would be quite troubled." Upon hearing this, Asuma exploded with frustration. "Mother, do you have no humanity? He rummages through trash bins daily for food. At this rate, he will starve." With a resounding thud, Hibari struck him on the head and retorted sharply, "We are in a time of war. Many ninjas on the front lines are dying due to a lack of medical supplies. He has a chance at survival in Konoha village. But what of the ninjas on the front lines? They fight valiantly. Can we simply ignore them? Those are just excuses." Asuma scoffed. Meanwhile, in the office, Qianyun could no longer bear to listen to their conversation and knocked on the door. "I apologize. I appreciate Asuma's offer to be my recommender, but I have already found a source of livelihood and do not necessarily need to work at the hospital. If possible, I would prefer to remain a special genin who cannot take on missions." "Please, Lady Hibari." Qianyun thought of his modest development plan. Becoming a formal ninja was out of the question. He would never willingly venture to the battlefield to meet his demise. Hibari paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. She did not assess Qianyun. The treatment of Asuma's injuries had revealed enough. Being a special genin was acceptable. Moreover, she believed that a person with such low aptitude as Qianyun would achieve little even if he became a formal genin. In a conflict between ninjas, he would undoubtedly meet a dire end. The formalities for ninja registration were expeditious, and Qianyun joyfully left with his Konoha forehead protector. With the identity of a medical ninja, he could establish a shop in Konoha village. Qianyun had calculated that even in the worst-case scenario, he could acquire a respectable house within 3 years. With newfound hope for the future, Qianyun was now brimming with enthusiasm. He began transforming a small wooden hut, hanging a sign for a dermatology clinic, and utilizing his insect training technique to have mice excavate a basement. Everything progressed methodically. One day, while selling deer antlers and healing pills, he encountered Might Guy, whose expression was grim. "Good morning, Lord Guy." Upon hearing Qianyun's greeting, Might Guy finally snapped back to reality, and then suddenly rushed over, embracing Qianyun, sobbing uncontrollably. "I beg you, please save my father. Wah, he is on the verge of death." Snot smeared all over Qianyun, yet he patiently allowed Might Guy to finish. Though Might Guy's straightforward nature could be awkward, one never had to worry about him betraying anyone behind their back. After listening to Might Guy's tale, Qianyun had a rough understanding of the situation. He purchased anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medications from the pharmacy and accompanied Might Guy to his home. To his surprise, despite being separated by 4 streets, the direct distance was less than 100 meters. Might Guy's father lay unconscious, the house in disarray, with half-prepared meals emitting a foul odor and the bathroom reeking of an unpleasant scent. Living in such conditions, even a healthy person would likely fall ill. Qianyun first examined Might Guy's father. He not only had a high fever, but also bore numerous hidden injuries. with a rib that had been broken and improperly healed for nearly 2 months. Guy, do you often spar with Kakashi? Uh-huh. Might Guy's mind was elsewhere, fixated on Qianyun as he set about realigning his father's bones. Did you know? You lost from the very beginning. Huh. How could that be? Might Guy struggled to comprehend, as he believed himself to be on par with Kakashi. With a smile, Qianyun explained, Kakashi does not need his father's care. Training does not require his father to supervise. He can even manage household chores effortlessly. Hunting, fishing, and caring for others are all part of daily life. Yet you, still a child in need of parental supervision. Might Guy stood frozen, Qianyun's words weighing heavily upon him, threatening to shatter his confidence. Do you not wish to concede? Are you unwilling to lose in this regard? Then start taking on household responsibilities. First, discard the spoiled food that jeopardizes your father's health and clean the house. If you still have strength, find a way to hunt and contribute to the household. Finally, Might Guy snapped back to reality and began to act quickly, wiping his tears. Notification, congratulations, host, for defeating the virus and acquiring the virus nurturing attribute. Gazing at the sudden message on the system panel, Qianyun was filled with confusion. Virus nurturing? Would merging with this somehow expose him to illness? Or would he gain the ability to manipulate the virus post-integration? Qianyun chose not to merge immediately, offering some last pieces of advice to Might Guy before returning home, where he solemnly clicked to merge. There was no discernible sensation. It seems that my sensing ability has slightly intensified. Could it be due to the white entries? Glancing back at my own bathroom, it appears rather unkempt. I retrieved a disinfectant spray and applied it liberally when suddenly, the system panel began to flicker. Ding! Defeated a virus, obtained a virus nourishment entry 111. The treatment of my Dai yielded a white entry, while the disinfectant spray produced only semi-transparent entries, with an occasional gray one popping up. Does the color signify the virus's level? The system unexpectedly prompted me to merge entries and suggested setting up automatic merging. 100 million transparent entries could be merged into a single gray entry, while 100 million gray entries could be merged into one white entry. At that moment, I realized that the purple entry I initially acquired was indeed a treasure. Furthermore, there are 2 ways to obtain entries. Those defeated directly by me would appear instantly on the system panel, while those acquired indirectly would manifest upon their corpses. Given the efficacy of the disinfectant spray, I must learn to concoct it myself. I hastily consulted relevant materials, and fortunately, the scroll provided by my Dai contained pertinent texts. Thankfully, the raw material for the disinfectant was salt. Otherwise, the cost would have been exorbitant, causing me further distress. 2 weeks later, my dermatology clinic had commenced small-scale operations, but on this day, I unexpectedly received a notification from the Umbu. A foreboding feeling settled in my heart. Such summons for someone as insignificant as me usually meant being treated as cannon fodder. With a heavy heart, I made my way to Konoha Hospital for the assembly, where around 180 individuals had already congregated. Most were elderly, weak, ill, or disabled, with me being the youngest and shortest among them. At that moment, I happened to catch a glimpse of Bai Chao and Peepa Maisie passing by. Upon noticing me, she shot me a disdainful glance, as if to say that someone of my lowly status deserved to be sent to the battlefield as mere fodder. Chapter 5. The Uchiha duo's arrogance. I refrained from greeting anyone and turned my gaze towards the 3rd Hokage and the Uchiha duo. The 3rd Hokage was extolling the will of fire, proclaiming that where Konoha thrives, so too does the fire of life. He proceeded to recount the dire circumstances along the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire, indicating an urgent need for medical ninjas to provide assistance. He did not mention the mortality rate of medical ninjas on the battlefield, nor the scarcity of supplies, relying solely on medical chakra for healing. This time, the leader was Asuma Saratobi, the father of Yuhi Kurenai. His expression was grim, though it was unclear whether he was injured or unwell. Asuma remained silent, while the 2 vice-captains of the Uchiha duo began to issue threats, implying that those who disobeyed orders would be subject to immediate execution. Once the briefing concluded, attendance was taken, revealing 3 absentees. One hailed from the Hyuga clan, claiming illness and was currently hospitalized. Another was from the Nara clan, also citing illness, and had fallen unconscious. The final one was from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Koharu herself came to request leave. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, as the 3rd Hokage appeared uninterested in pursuing the matter, and even Asuma said nothing. However, the Uchiha duo interjected with disdain. Hokage-sama, those listed on the roster are our subordinates, correct? Upon uttering this, Uchiha Koharu's expression darkened. The Uchiha duo was notorious for causing trouble. If the issue of leave escalated, the higher-ups in Konoha would likely face public outcry. Though Sarutobi was displeased, he nodded in agreement. We will gather at the village gates in an hour. We will not depart until everyone is accounted for. Should we be compelled to resort to violence, the Uchiha clan will not shy away. War is no trifling matter. If Hokage-sama believes we are in error, feel free to revoke our mission. We have no objections. Uchiha A declared, followed by Uchiha B's booming command, dismissed. Veteran medical ninjas promptly returned to prepare their ninja tool packs, even bidding farewell to loved ones. Young ninjas hurriedly procured medicinal supplies, as word spread of the material shortages on the front lines. Meanwhile, those like me, venturing out for the first time, were busy acquiring provisions and clothing. With some leisurely haggling with shopkeepers, I purchased a substantial amount of food supplies and fresh water, allocating the remainder of my funds for medical supplies. The large rats in my home that had been concocting pills were liberated, with the untransportable golden-edged earthworm Neen insects released in abundance. And those I could take were sealed in scrolls. Upon arriving at the entrance of Konoha, I found that attendance was being taken. The 3 previously absent individuals were still missing, but Peepa Maisie had brought 3 replacements: a ashen-faced Bai Chao, a tearful Peepa Maisie, and a girl from the Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka's instead of her usual companion, Akamaru, she now held a docile little white dog. The Uchiha duo was displeased, but ultimately chose not to voice any further complaints. The atmosphere within the team was tense, and I wondered why Asuma, the captain, was silent. As over 100 of us began to run, our speeds were relatively uniform at first. However, after 10 minutes, I felt my blood burning and my mind go blank. My pace slowed considerably, and I was on the verge of falling behind. "Stop!" Uchiha shouted, then swiftly appeared before me. "Why are you not utilizing chakra?" His voice boomed, prompting everyone ahead to turn and stare, with Peepa Maisie even uttering a remark about deserving this fate. I replied truthfully, "I haven't learned it. I only know how to utilize sage arts and body flicker technique. Stand up and pay attention. I will only teach you once. If you cannot grasp it, you will be left behind, and those who fall behind will be executed." I nodded, and Uchiha explained the essentials of the Gale Step, prompting me to give it a try. Upon attempting it, I found it considerably easier than before. "Thank you, Sensei." "Sensei?" Uchiha shot me a disdainful look before declaring loudly, "Do you believe you have the right to address a ninja of the Uchiha clan as Sensei?" After saying this, he disappeared to the front of the team, and Uchiha bellowed, "Let us move out." The group continued on their way, the others remaining silent while only the Uchiha duo engaged in conversation. Their discussions predominantly revolved around grievances with Konoha's higher-ups, future plans for the Uchiha clan, and criticisms of Uchiha Fugaku, the newly appointed clan leader, for his perceived weakness and incompetence. I frowned at their remarks, realizing that these two were clearly being utilized as examples to intimidate others, while our group of medical ninjas was merely a backdrop. How infuriating! The more I pondered, the angrier I became. I began to contemplate whether it would be better to seek an opportunity to escape or to feign an infectious illness to secure isolation. 2 hours later, the team halted for a break, and I felt drenched in sweat. We replenished ourselves with water, consumed rations, and tended to our bodily needs, with over 100 individuals paying little mind to one another. Meanwhile, Peepa Maisie among us continued to sob, even berating and striking Bai Chao. Suddenly, Uchiha signaled from a tree, and I noticed others hiding. Only then did I belatedly find a patch of grass to crouch in. 3 minutes later, a squad of masked ninjas approached. They gestured, and we emerged from the thicket. It turned out to be a Konoha Umbu team returning to report, a false alarm indeed. While I remained in a daze, Uchiha approached once more, unleashing another tirade. I contemplated whether I should seize the next opportunity to introduce him to a taste of the virus. "Don't tell me you haven't even learned the basic code." I shook my head, replying, "I haven't learned it." Uchiha felt a surge of anger. Yet he found himself helpless as he caught sight of Uchiha, suppressing a laugh. Once again, they were engaged in a live demonstration, and Qianyun was diligently absorbing the lesson, while the others cast scornful glances in his direction, distancing themselves from Qianyun. Some even whispered that should they encounter an ambush next time, he would surely bring them down with him. Peepa Maisie brazenly pointed at Qianyun, exclaiming, "From now on, keep your distance from me, understand?" Qianyun nodded, unwilling to engage in a futile argument with such a person, knowing it would only lead to more trouble. Bai Chao too regarded Qianyun with disdain, sighing as she caught up with Pipa Maisie. As the team continued onward, they approached the dense forest of Kikyo Mountain, where ancient trees towered high. And even the mushrooms grew to an extraordinary size. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly, Qianyun noticed a dark aura enveloping several individuals ahead, nearly prompting him to cry out in alarm. This was indeed a grave concern. What if, like the last time at Konoha Hospital, the cause remained elusive? Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had refrained from reprimanding them in public, but the reckless duo from Uchiha would not let such matters slide. They were already bothered by being addressed as teachers by the impoverished ninjas. It was likely they would not hesitate to unleash their wrath. With that thought, Qianyun resolved to remain silent. Utilizing Kakashi's concealment technique, he quickly regulated his breathing, slowed his pace, and concealed himself. The heart of the forest was tranquil, devoid of even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects. The Uchiha duo continued their conversation, appearing quite relaxed. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted ahead. Qianyun witnessed a female ninja being obliterated, her remains scattered, as a smoking shoe landed beside him. A chilling atmosphere descended, sending shivers down his spine. He clamped his mouth shut, desperate to keep his presence hidden. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued to erupt, throwing the team into disarray. 7 fierce presences surged into the throng, indiscriminately striking down anyone in their path, as the Uchiha duo stepped forward to engage in battle. The usually silent Akatsuki Tenku drew his sword, but could only intercept one assailant, appearing somewhat overwhelmed and feeble. Chapter 6. Is Akatsuki Tenku not responsible? The medical ninjas on site were decimated, and the Uchiha duo was suddenly besieged. In a shocking turn of events, they were dispatched within 10 seconds, their eyes gouged from their sockets. The assailants, bearing large swords, departed, likely the legendary Mist Ninja 7. Akatsuki Tenku was saved, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. No survivors emerged immediately, until half an hour later when an elderly woman appeared, prompting the others to gather. Akatsuki Tenku remained in a daze, silent, as several old women quietly directed the younger ones to collect the bodies. Baichao was the first to think of Qianyun, barking, "You there, why are you just standing around? Get to work." Qianyun did not refuse, for he was at a loss for an excuse to touch the corpses. The first body he approached was Uchiha, and he acquired the green eye power talent. He had expected only a single item to drop from a corpse, yet this individual yielded 4: blue, shuriken talent; green, fire release talent; and green, body flicker talent. Uchiha BS items were similar, while the others mostly dropped white, medical talent. The fallen ninja's tool pouches were confiscated and then distributed evenly. This caused disputes, with Pipa Maisie being the loudest in her protests. "Shut your mouth, you old hag. Don't you know I'm a descendant of the Senju clan? Do you even understand what the Senju represent? Leadership. You, a mere commoner, dare to argue with me? Believe me, I can ensure you'll receive no mission rewards. My uncle is the 3rd Hokage, remember that." The elderly women glared at her, but refrained from retorting, whispering amongst themselves. Though the Senju clan had long since disbanded into countless inconspicuous factions, its prestige remained. Coupled with the Sarutobi clan, Pipa Maisie was indeed not to be trifled with. One elderly woman muttered, "The Senju clan is like a reed in the wind. Their surname can be changed at will." The Senju were strong, but now they joined the Sarutobi. Disgraceful. Another chimed in. It is said they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the 2nd Hokage. It was because of this that the 2nd Hokage disbanded the Senju clan. Elderly woman nodded in agreement. Later, in order to curry favor with the Sarutobi, they even offered their women to be toyed with by the elder Sarutobi. They now spawned a multitude of illegitimate offspring. The relationships within their clan are now utterly tangled. Hehe. The 2 elderly women grew more animated in their discussion, prompting Pipa Maisie to charge in once more to argue. The situation devolved into a cacophony of ancestral curses. Qianyun remained silent, resting beneath a large tree. Once the commotion settled, someone tossed 2 tool pouches in his direction. They seemed to have been rummaged through, containing only food and water. Qianyun continued to hold his tongue, attaching the pouches behind him, and after half an hour, the group set off again. Initially, he had contemplated fleeing, but he had since changed his mind. The Senju and Sarutobi clans were despicable, and as a transmigrator with a system at his side, he had nothing to fear. He would take action against them. The first would be Sarutobi Pipa Maisie. That wretched woman, once I return alive, I'll make you weep for mercy. How dare you send me into battle? That was the gravest mistake of your life. In the afternoon, the team traversed through the Valley of the End, entering an even denser, shadowy forest, the ideal setting for ambushes. The group slowed their pace, moving cautiously to avoid another encounter with the Mist Ninja 7. With over 100 individuals, only 42 remained, and fear gripped everyone, except for Akatsuki Tenku, who remained eerily silent, resembling a breathing corpse. As the sun began to set, the team halted, and Peepa Maisie insisted on resting in an open grassy area, claiming it was suitable for camping. The elderly women warned that such a location had the highest probability of being ambushed, yet Peepa Maisie wielded her status, compelling everyone to obey her. The elderly women, resigned, knew that most of the medical ninjas were too exhausted to protest, allowing Peepa Maisie to take charge. Qianyun remained silent, feeling indifferent about where to camp, as even the main camp could be targeted for assassination. Just as he was about to sit down, Peepa Maisie pointed at him, barking, "You go camp in the east and keep watch. Don't think of using this opportunity to pursue me." Humph. The others looked over, but Qianyun still said nothing, walking directly toward the eastern woods. Unbeknownst to them, Qianyun subtly activated the faint virus on Peepa Maisie. She instinctively scratched her backside and squeezed her legs together, seemingly feeling itchy. Just as he departed, Peepa Maisie directed the elderly women, "Aren't you worried about the Mist Ninja ambushing us? You go camp ahead and keep watch. Leave the matters of protecting Tenku to me." The elderly women, weary from the day's travel, complied, not wishing to argue any further. Subsequently, several male ninjas were dispatched to the west, leaving only Bai Chao to cater to her commands. Her first order was to boil water, followed by setting up tents. Bai Chao was exhausted but continued to fawn over that foolish girl. The other female ninjas remained silent, as no one had the energy to argue about such matters now. The Crimson Sun has retired, seemingly indifferent to the trivial matters at hand. After her bath, Biwa Miko busily prepared soup over a makeshift fire. On this clear, starry night, the charm of outdoor cooking was undeniable. Her itching seemed to have subsided, indicating that her viral nurturing technique required refinement. Qianyun, alert to the presence of hidden enemies, swiftly consumed his rations before seeking rest. His instincts warned him that the closer he drew to the battlefield, the greater the risk of assassination, particularly for supply and medical units. In the dead of night, while Qianyun slumbered soundly, 3 golden-banded earthworms crawled across his face, startling him awake. He quickly stilled his breath and surveyed his surroundings. A fog had settled in, yet the moonlight remained bright, illuminated by sparse stars. It was evident to any rational mind that this was the signature technique of the Mist Ninjas, the art of mist concealment. Qianyun swiftly took refuge among a thicket of thorns, reasoning that even if enemies sought to kill him, they would have to contend with the surrounding briars. Most Mist Ninjas were adept in water techniques. As long as he refrained from igniting the forest, he had a chance to survive. He had to survive. He could not allow that old hag from Biwa Lake to tarnish his name. He must live. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted from the grassy campsite. A group of female medical ninjas screamed, with Miko's voice rising above the din. The slumbering Crimson Sun stirred, revealing his exceptional swordsmanship as he dispatched 3 Mist Chunin in swift succession. A Mist Jonin clad in a dark vest charged forward, only to be repelled by the relentless prowess of the Seasoned Leaf elite ninja. Despite his illness, he managed to hold his ground against the Mist Jonin. Just as the Old Crone's team arrived to stabilize the situation, Qianyun feigned death, only to be seized by a powerful hand around his neck. "Why can't I sense the enemy's approach?" he thought, lifted off the ground, feeling the pressure tightening around his throat. A second hand pressed against his forehead, an unwelcome intrusion of his memories into the invader's mind. This was an attempt to extract his memories. He could not allow the system to be exposed, or he would face endless turmoil. In a moment of urgency, Qianyun sensed the pathogens within his assailant's body and instinctively activated his technique. The Mist Ninja recoiled, scratching his rear, but as he attempted to continue his probing, he felt a sudden chill at his neck. Blood spurted from his severed throat, his pupils dilating in shock. Qianyun's neck was released, granting him a precious moment to gasp for air. The Mist Ninja collapsed, his eyes wide in death. Ding! Defeated Ninja Raku. Acquired memory extraction entry, white. He immediately fused the information. After removing the ninja's tool pouch, he delved into the memories of the Mist Chunin. It proved challenging, as Qianyun struggled to release his own soul. Rummaging through the pouch yielded only food and water. There was not even a single explosive tag or jutsu scroll. As he lamented his misfortune, the conflict on the grassy side reached a conclusion. The Crimson Sun had eliminated 5 jonin, with the remaining 2 fleeing in haste. Unfortunately, they were heading straight towards Qianyun. To survive, he instinctively grabbed the nearest corpse to shield himself. The body was pierced, the blade aimed directly at Qianyun's chest. The opponent smirked, only to realize that Qianyun had transformed into a wooden stump. As he attempted to withdraw his katana, a sudden pain erupted at the back of his head. Qianyun's kunai had found its mark. He fell lifelessly. Ding! Defeated ninja Lan Shui, acquired entry in swordsmanship, green. The remaining adversary, frightened, fled in panic, while the pursuing Crimson Sun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Qianyun took the second tool pouch and approached the panting Crimson Sun. When he offered the pouch, the Crimson Sun shook his head. Loot from solo kills belongs to the individual. He sheathed his sword and returned to the camp, while Qianyun sealed the corpse and changed his position to resume his slumber. The mist ninjas appeared rather impoverished. The second pouch contained only food and water, alongside the katana. As dawn broke, commotion erupted at the grassy camp. A group of girls was chastising Biwa Miko, blaming her for choosing an exposed campsite. They held her responsible for the loss of 23 out of 42, with 11 injured needing care, asserting that she should not partake in the distribution of supplies. Amidst the chaos, Miko, tearful, sought solace from the Crimson Sun. However, he ignored her, counting the remaining comrades before continuing their journey. Miko, now disgraced, vented her frustrations at Bai Chao, only to turn her ire towards Qianyun, who remained unresponsive. Akin to a mute gourd. Well, not entirely unresponsive. He bestowed upon her another dose of the viral nurturing technique. Miko resumed her incessant scratching, growing increasingly frantic, even resorting to digging into her pants in desperation. When she withdrew her hand, it bore traces of blood and skin flakes. Bai Chao instinctively recoiled at the sight. Inuzuka Claw tossed 3 tool pouches at Qianyun, this time containing not only food and water, but also medical and combat supplies. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Inuzuka Claw blushed. Seemingly unaccustomed to conversing with boys, her earlier aggressive demeanor dissipating. The journey passed amidst Miko's lamentations until the team finally arrived at the battlefield encampment as dusk settled. This was a primordial forest, known as the Death Forest of the Eastern Sea in the Land of Fire. Unlike the Death Forest of Konoha, this expanse rivaled that of a large township, once teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Now, only a few birds remained perched in the treetops, as the beasts had been hunted to extinction by the ninjas, and the remaining insects were captured by the Oil Woman clan scouts. Chapter 7. Yuzu Arrow Storehouse. With the guidance of the Crimson Sun, entering the Death Forest of the Eastern Sea proceeded without incident. It was said that the forest was rife with traps and explosive tags lurking at every turn. Along the way, they encountered numerous corpses, the stench overwhelming, causing many to retch despite efforts to cover their mouths and noses with damp cloths. At the main encampment, a burly man, bare-chested, pointed at Biwa Miko, demanding her assistance in treating his wounds. The Crimson Sun remained silent, striding directly towards the command tent. The burly man, seeing Miko frozen in fear, trembling and on the verge of tears, smirked maliciously and reached out. The others stood still, seemingly familiar with him, while Bai Chao took a couple of steps back in fright. With an unexpected impulse, Qianyun drew his katana, the tip aimed at the man's throat, mere inches from piercing it. The burly man froze, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. With a gulp, he feigned bravado. What? My back is festering. Can I ask for treatment? Qianyun narrowed his eyes, coldly replying, we can hear you. No need for you to take action. The burly man slowly retreated. I understand now. With that, he turned back to his tent, revealing a smooth back devoid of any wounds. He was nothing more than a despicable thug. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Miko, however, did not express her gratitude. Instead, she reproached Bai Chao for not standing in front of her, incessantly chattering. Biwa Meizi was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a man with a prominent jaw from the large tent. Excellent. The medical ninjas have arrived. Upon noticing the man clad in medical attire, the crowd seemed to find solace. Qianyun, trailing behind, perceived the ominous aura enveloping the tent. It was evident that many souls were on the brink of death. As they entered the tent, a pungent stench filled the air, a foul odor emanating from festering wounds. Biwa Meizi was the first to rush out and vomit, followed by several frail girls. The man with the pronounced jaw was assigning tasks. specifying who would attend to which beds. There were no medical supplies on hand. Treatment relied solely on personal skill, and one would not be held accountable for fatalities. Such was the scenario. Once the man finished registering names, he deemed them ready for duty. The battlefield medical unit was devoid of the usual bureaucratic constraints. As long as one could work, that was sufficient. Observing Biwa Meizi and the others depart, the man did not inquire further. Qianyun swiftly located his designated care area, where the patients had all lost consciousness. They exuded an unbearable stench, their wounds rotting unattended, and a dark aura of death hovered incessantly. It became apparent that this tent was dedicated to housing critically injured ninjas awaiting death, explaining the solitary guardian. Without delay, Qianyun initiated a thorough disinfection, administered medication, and injected a homemade serum. He was fervently occupied, oblivious to the fact that the man with the prominent jaw had already reported to the command center that the critical care area was now under the management of the newcomer. Qianyun. It was not that he had chosen not to delegate the task to others. Rather, Bai Chao and Inazuka's group, having noticed Biwa Meizi's departure, hastened to other medical tents, leaving no one behind, not even the elderly. After all, who would relish remaining in an environment rife with foul odors? Amidst the chaos, Qianyun donned a mask and busied himself, even opening the tent for ventilation. Qianyun, congratulations on your promotion to head of the critical care unit. This is your official appointment from the command center. Congratulations. Until we meet again. While Qianyun was still in a state of bewilderment, the man had already exited. Damn it. Qianyun wanted to curse, yet the man had disappeared into the distance. After sitting in a state of frustration for a moment, he stood up to continue disinfecting the other beds. Beep. Defeated virus. Obtained the entry virus Nourishment 111. The system's backend was rapidly inundating him with notifications, leading Qianyun to suspect it might crash at any moment due to the overwhelming speed. Half an hour later, he discovered that someone had succumbed. Following protocol, he sealed the body, awaiting the arrival of the corpse handling team. Physique. Upon touching the corpse, a white entry dropped, seemingly different from previous ones. He immediately fused with it. In an instant, Qianyun felt rejuvenated, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. Perhaps remaining here was not so bad after all. He could quietly peruse the deceased's ninjutsu scrolls. Smiling, he resumed his work. Every hour or so, someone perished, yielding primarily entries related to physique. Having done all he could, Qianyun suddenly found himself with free time. Thus, he sought out the desk left by the man with the prominent jaw, which contained several medical texts. Nutritional supplements? Liquid food preparation? Qianyun felt enlightened. Although these individuals awaited death, they were not entirely without the possibility of salvation. The sole issue was the lack of ingredients and medicinal materials. All right, I shall attempt to concoct medicinal porridge. The deer antler cultivation barrel from his home was summoned, and he proceeded to set traps for mice while also cultivating a substantial number of ninja insects. 3 hours later, Qianyun fed all the patients his homemade medicinal porridge, astonishingly causing some to awaken. Thank you. Though frail, one man managed to express his gratitude. Beep. Defeated tumor. Obtained the entry tumor growth. Qianyun smiled, replying, No need to thank me. Everything will be all right. Internally, he wondered how merely feeding a bowl of porridge could vanquish a tumor. On the third day, while sealing a corpse, he acquired a green mental entry. The moment he fused with it, he felt a sudden elevation, as if everything within a 10-meter radius was under his dominion. Enhanced perception? This sensation was truly exquisite. He also discovered a memory-reading scroll among the ninja's equipment, the very jutsu he had long sought after. Although it was only of D rank, Qianyun pondered the possibility of extracting memories from the deceased when suddenly, waves of ninja insects began returning from their reconnaissance. The insects could only relay simple information, indicating that a large number of ninjas had landed by the seaside. This was dire news. It was already 11 at night, and the golden-edged earthworm's speed was inherently slow. By now, the enemy likely infiltrated the camp. Just as Qianyun contemplated this, he heard cries of slaughter from a nearby medical tent. No, the enemy is massacring the medical ninjas. I must hide. He hurriedly packed away the barrel and discarded his medical ninja uniform. Casting a glance around, he noticed the supply area was deserted and quickly concealed himself. Realizing that hiding in the shadows might not be safe, Qianyun found a large wooden crate and crawled inside, stifling his breath. Silently, he chanted, They cannot find me. They cannot find me. They cannot find me. However, half a minute later, a burly mist ninja appeared and, without hesitation, hoisted the crate away. Damn it, you fool. Could you not have chosen another crate? This was disastrous. Hidden within the crate, Qianyun dared not make a sound, compressing his presence to the utmost. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the sound of crashing waves outside, followed by the heavy breathing of a group of individuals. Preliminary estimates suggested no fewer than 10. This was catastrophic. There was no opportunity for a counterattack. He steadied himself, treating his body as mere cargo. If discovered, it would be disastrous. He hoped that upon reaching the enemy camp, they would not open the crate immediately, granting him a chance to escape. The burly mist ninja ran for several hours, finally halting at dawn. The sound of tidal waves and incessant seabird calls indicated they were likely on an island. How slow? A resolute young voice echoed. What kind of person did you bring back? Before the burly man could respond, the determined voice rang out again. What did you capture? At these words, Qianyun's heart trembled, and his aura inadvertently leaked. Bang! The burly ninja kicked the crate open, sending Qianyun tumbling out. Chapter 8. The awakening of a captive. Qianyun stumbled to his feet, spitting blood. That kick had been immensely powerful, nearly sending him to his demise. Lifting his gaze, he found himself surrounded by mist ninjas, all regarding him with malevolent eyes. There was no escape. Kill him, commanded the violet-eyed youth, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Wait. I am a medical ninja. I am of use. Qianyun hastily pleaded, fully aware that the violet-eyed youth was not merely testing him. The youth scrutinized Qianyun for a few seconds before glancing at his comrades, many of whom bore grievous injuries. What was your purpose in infiltrating our camp? Upon hearing this question, Qianyun felt a surge of despair but quickly explained, you are specifically targeting medical ninjas for slaughter. Terrified, I hid in the crate, not realizing that this burly gentleman would carry me off. In truth, I am merely an exceedingly timid individual lacking any combat experience, posing no threat to any of you. The burly Chunin awkwardly scratched his head, and the expression of the violet-eyed youth finally softened a bit. However, he still inquired, upon discovering your comrades were assassinated, why did you not report it to your superiors immediately? Qianyun once again forced a bitter smile. I am just an orphan. Impoverished ninja, and the words of a destitute ninja are seldom believed. They are even reluctant to converse with me. After Qianyun spoke, the expressions of the surrounding mist ninjas eased, seemingly empathizing with him. First, tend to your wounds, the violet-eyed youth said, turning to walk towards his tent. The first to request treatment was a man with shark-like teeth, with 3 kunai embedded in his back. Qianyun swiftly anesthetized him, carefully extracted the kunai, then quickly employed healing techniques to stop the bleeding, followed by disinfection, applying medicine, and bandaging. Every action was performed seamlessly, leaving the mist medical ninjas in awe. Incredible. His wound treatment is impeccable, as if only Lord Qing could achieve such a level. Qianyun smiled, but offered no reply. As the saying goes, disaster strikes from the mouth, and none could predict which words might provoke one among them. Tirelessly, Qianyun treated everyone's wounds, and after an hour, he collapsed from exhaustion. Completely drained of chakra, the violet-eyed youth lifted the tent flap to take a careful look, then nodded in satisfaction. Theoretically, given Qianyun's chakra reserves, it was impossible for him to stir up trouble or escape this maritime domain. Yet, Qianyun pondered that, according to the mist ninja's modus operandi, he was doomed once the war concluded, as he would no longer be of use. Perhaps a few mist medical ninjas would come, and when he proved to be useless, he would be executed. Thus, his period of danger had not passed. In fact, it would only grow more perilous with time. After 2 hours of sleep, Qianyun was abruptly awakened by a nightmare. Glancing around, he saw the mist ninjas having breakfast, and he himself felt ravenously hungry. Well, since death could come at any moment, why not indulge in a feast? Qianyun retrieved a piece of venison from a sealing scroll, and then took out pots and pans to cook. The aroma soon wafted through the air, and the mist ninjas gradually gathered around. Qianyun awkwardly smiled, then handed a meat scroll to the burly Chunin. Only venison and beef. I hope it is not too much of a bother. Oh, as soon as Qianyun finished speaking, a group of mist ninjas erupted in cheers, leaving him bewildered. Was eating meat such a joyous occasion? They even consumed seafood. Just look at that king crab. It was enough to make one salivate. The burly Chunin laughed. Thank you. Little one, you have no idea how long it has been since we last had meat. Eating fish every day makes one feel as if they are turning into fish. The group erupted in laughter, lamenting how simply seeing fish now made them feel nauseous. Qianyun forced a smile. When I was doing menial work at the Konoha hospital, I dreamed of one day being able to feast on king crab to my heart's content. Unfortunately, I was later expelled and had to scavenge for food in the trash. Thankfully, I learned to make healing pills, and at last, I can eat my fill. Upon hearing this, the Mist Ninjas expressed surprise and sorrow. So, this was how hard life was for the impoverished ninjas of Konoha. The burly Chunin asked, "Little one, you really have never eaten king crab?" Qianyun shook his head. "I haven't even tasted sea fish, but I have had seaweed, and it was quite delightful." The group gasped in astonishment and then presented him with a king crab the size of a grinding stone. They went to fry the beef while Qianyun cheerfully prepared seasonings to enjoy the king crab. Just as Qianyun finished his second large crab claw, he suddenly noticed a white notification appearing. Affinity for water, immediately assimilate. Strangely, he felt no special sensation, merely a diminished thirst compared to before. After finishing the entire king crab, Qianyun was about to clean the pots and pans when the previously astonished youth approached him. "Little one, you mentioned you were doing menial work, so from now on, all camp chores will be your responsibility." The youth's expression was somewhat awkward. Clearly a decision he made without the violet-eyed youth's knowledge. "Understood. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, my lord." Qianyun rose and bowed solemnly, leaving the astonished youth feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before the astonished youth could engage in small talk, Qianyun was already carrying the pots and pans toward the sea. This small island was indeed quite tiny, and it took only a few minutes to reach the shore from the camp. Suddenly, the astonished youth shouted, "Little one, where are you going?" Qianyun paused and turned back, bewildered. "Is there not water at the camp?" "Ah." The astonished youth realized that Qianyun truly knew nothing. "Watch closely. I will now teach you the 3 cleansing techniques. You must learn them well." Qianyun nodded earnestly, not expecting such an unexpected delight. First is the water cleansing technique. You must first form the water seal. The astonished youth explained meticulously, reveling in his sense of accomplishment in demonstrating before Qianyun. Once he finished, Qianyun bowed solemnly. "Thank you, my lord, for imparting this ninjutsu. I will never forget it." Initially, Qianyun had contemplated finding an opportunity to administer slow-acting poison, ideally to take out the entire group. However, it seemed prudent to wait a few more days. "Yes, I, Qianyun, am a good person." The astonished youth scratched his head in embarrassment, relishing the feeling of being addressed as my lord. "Just call me Bura. Being referred to as my lord feels rather awkward." "Very well, Lord Bura." He chuckled, and the astonished youth walked away, feeling as if he were walking on air. For the entire day that followed, Qianyun diligently utilized the water cleansing technique, earth cleansing technique, and wind cleansing technique to tidy up the camp. The water cleansing technique was used for cleaning clothes and utensils, and even for bathing. The earth cleansing technique was used to clear the ground, primarily for removing food scraps and ninja waste. The wind cleansing technique primarily dealt with dust and could be employed even without wind-based chakra. The 3 cleansing techniques required minimal chakra consumption, making them relatively easy to perform. 3 days later, the meat Qianyun had brought was consumed entirely, and although the group of mist ninjas was reluctant, they had no choice but to venture out to fish. Young Bura called for Qianyun to join them, but upon reaching the shore, Qianyun was dumbfounded. He could not walk on water. Trying to gather chakra at his feet, he immediately sank as soon as he entered the water. Bura attempted to save Qianyun, but was halted by the violet-eyed youth, Hiragane-yasa. The others understood his implication and watched as Qianyun struggled in the water. Their gazes were not exactly cold, but neither were they friendly. About 5 minutes later, Qianyun completely lost consciousness and began sinking to the ocean floor. Chapter 9. The conspiracy of the 3rd Mizukage Bura was sweating, glancing at Hiragane-yasa, who continued to stare coldly at the sinking Qianyun. Half a minute later, when no one could sense Qianyun's location, Hiragane-yasa finally took action. With a thud, Qianyun was hurled onto the shore by a tremendous force. His belly swollen like a watermelon, evidently having ingested a significant amount of seawater. "Humph. Clever fool, pretending to know how to walk on water when you can't even swim." Hiragane-yasa remarked, casting a glance at Bura. "You stay here and watch him." He then led the others as they sprinted toward the distant sea. Bura appeared unwilling. He too wished to go fishing, despite his aversion to eating fish. Sensing that Hiragane-yasa had run far, Qianyun secretly rejoiced, as his odds of escape had increased by a notch. It turned out he had intentionally struggled in the water, and during his flailing, he discovered he could manipulate the seawater within a half-meter radius around him. The affinity for water proved to be incredibly useful. Bra awakened Qianyun by inducing him to vomit and subsequently scolded him, only to later teach him how to climb trees. Qianyun diligently practiced, and when fatigued, worked around the camp, his performance flawless and textbook-like. As dusk approached, the absence of Guju and the others began to weigh heavily on Bra, who anxiously scanned the horizon. After dinner, beneath the bright moon, Guju and the others still showed no signs of returning. Qianyun suggested, "Shall we wait by the seaside?" Bra nodded, his expression grave, as if foreseeing something ominous. Qianyun speculated that Guju's group was likely not merely fishing, as such an endeavor would not require the entire crew of over 100. Initially, Bra harbored hope, but as the night wore on and the first light of dawn appeared, he found himself silently weeping. Yawning, Qianyun proposed, "Perhaps we should have breakfast and then search for them. It's possible that Lord Yichang and the others encountered a storm at sea." With no clear direction of his own, Bra reluctantly acquiesced to Qianyun's suggestion. An hour later, the two set off, running across the surface of the sea. After 3 minutes, Qianyun awkwardly called out, "Lord Bra, please slow down. I can hardly keep up." The sensation of his feet on the water left him feeling dizzy. Bra, resigned, advised, "It's normal to feel this way the first time on water. Try to close your eyes and synchronize with the waves. Do not think of the surface as solid ground. Imagine it as a person beneath your feet, and be careful not to step on anyone." Qianyun chuckled. "It must be a woman beneath my feet, otherwise it wouldn't feel so soft." Bra's gloomy demeanor lightened somewhat, and the two began to discern their direction by the sun. This time, Qianyun was not merely acting. He had completely lost his sense of direction. Around noon, he spotted a gathering of seabirds on the water. "Look, it seems there are people over there," he exclaimed, prompting Bra to widen his eyes in surprise. "It's lordly." Bra dashed forward, while Qianyun took a soldier's ration to replenish his chakra, feeling somewhat depleted. The lordly Bra referred to as the large man with shark-like teeth, the very first individual Qianyun had treated 3 days prior. This man was again injured, with a significant portion of flesh missing from his chest. It was unclear whether it was due to an explosive tag or being bitten by sea creatures, but he still exhibited a faint pulse. Surrounding him were seabirds, unafraid of humans. Suddenly, Qianyun caught one and promptly employed a summoning technique, instructing the bird to search for others, far more efficient than wandering aimlessly. "What are you doing?" Bra asked, his guard up upon witnessing Qianyun's unfamiliar technique. Qianyun replied earnestly, "I'm testing whether the summoning technique works on birds. If we can have seabirds assist in finding people, it shouldn't take long for the others to reunite." Bra remained silent, hoisting the injured Lord Li onto his back and sprinting, convinced that Qianyun intended to harm him. Qianyun, however, said nothing, watching as Bra raced off, contemplating that acquiring Guju's skill set might significantly enhance his own abilities. Before long, the seabird returned with news of 11 individuals to the south. Qianyun took off running, and Bra glanced back, struggling under the weight of the injured man and unable to engage with Qianyun. He continued to sprint toward the island while Qianyun located the 11 individuals a quarter of an hour later. They were huddled together on a decaying tree stump, all appearing to be on the brink of death. Guju was nowhere in sight, so Qianyun instructed the seabirds to continue searching. Out of the 11, 8 were alive, while 3 had already succumbed. Securing 3 white physique entries, he then found some ropes to bind the group. Dragging them through the water was far easier than carrying over 200 pounds on Bra's back. Not long after, the seabirds reported the discovery of 2 individuals to the east. Qianyun hurried over, and indeed found Guju, accompanied by a large man who had carried him to the island. Remarkably, both were alive. "Well, it seems fortune favors the bold. Your ancestors should be grateful to me, Qianyun," he thought to himself, invigorated by the prospect of obtaining their skill sets. 3 hours later, upon returning to the island, Bra was found weeping on the shore. Upon seeing Qianyun's return, he widened his eyes, trembling with excitement. He had not anticipated that Qianyun would truly find his companions and bring them back to camp. With a weary expression, Qianyun said, "Lord Bra, if you still have the strength, please lend a hand. I can hardly stand." Regaining his composure, Bra hurriedly took the rope from Qianyun's hands and helped drag the group ashore. Thank you, Lord Qianyun." Bra's demeanor shifted, bowing deeply in gratitude. Qianyun collapsed at the shore, waving his hand dismissively. "You're too kind, Lord Bra. Let me rest for a moment. I will attend to them shortly." Hearing this, Bra quickly checked the vital signs of Guju and the others, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The living were placed in a tent while the deceased were laid out on the shore for cremation, as per Bra's wishes. Qianyun did not intervene. Not everyone could master sealing techniques, and some might spend their entire lives unable to learn them. For Guju and the others' injuries, Qianyun merely provided rudimentary care and did not administer any medicine. At most, he prepared some porridge for them to consume. Once they passed, their skill sets would be his. Before dawn, 2 more individuals had perished. Delighted, Qianyun collected the physique entries, feigning concern as he perused medical texts, appearing to worry for Guju. Noticing this, Bra rushed to his tent and returned with a stack of animal hide medical books. I can't read these anyway. They're all yours, Lord Qianyun. He smiled, and Qianyun reciprocated with a grin. He hadn't anticipated that the Mist Ninja medical text would enhance his own abilities, but upon opening the first page, Qianyun's eyes widened in astonishment. Techniques involving cell separation, cloning, enhancement, and extraction were all concepts he had envisioned but could not realize. Qianyun promptly retrieved a petri dish from the scroll and prepared to conduct experiments with blood. The first recipient of a blood transfusion was the large Chunin, rumored to be from the Hozuki clan. Chapter 10. The Gratitude of the Mist Ninjas 3 hours post-transfusion. The large man surprisingly regained consciousness and appeared to be in good spirits. Bra was overjoyed, bustling about to prepare food for him, while Qianyun continued to create plasma for the others. 2 days later, all the survivors had awakened. Upon learning that it was Qianyun who had found them at sea and revived them, they were moved beyond words. However, Guju remained unconvinced and, seizing an opportunity while Qianyun went fishing, summoned everyone for a meeting. Bra, recount the events from 3 days ago in detail, starting from the moment he regained consciousness. Bra, sensing the gravity of the matter, began recounting the events with utmost seriousness. He detailed Qianyun's tree-climbing lessons, their stumbling attempts at walking on water the following morning, and concluded with how Qianyun had controlled a seabird using summoning techniques to locate them. He recounted every detail, even mentioning his own tears shed by the shore. When he spoke of Qianyun furrowing his brow in concern while perusing medical texts to save lives, even Guju was deeply moved. There was no doubt that imparting knowledge and techniques to Qianyun could save their lives. The formidable man with shark-like teeth, in gratitude towards Qianyun, stealthily approached the seaside and earnestly requested that Qianyun swear an oath to keep his ninjutsu a secret. Qianyun complied, her heart racing with anticipation of future prosperity. Indeed, this man, known as Gon Shirley, imparted to her 3 practical ninjutsu techniques: the water clone technique, the water prison technique, and the mist concealment technique, along with insights on their application and combat strategies. Their discussion extended well into the afternoon, and upon returning to camp, the expressions of their companions were peculiar. Yuzukitachi Sakura urged everyone to eat quickly, indicating there was something important to discuss later. The group stifled their laughter, while Beulah exchanged knowing glances with Qianyun, hinting at impending news. As expected, after a day of ninjutsu training, Qianyun was once again taken to the beach by Yuzukitachi Sakura after dinner. This time, he did not require her to swear an oath, merely remarking that she should refrain from harming mist ninjas in the future. Qianyun readily agreed, eagerly awaiting further instruction. He only taught her the mist instantaneous technique, which he claimed was one of his proudest techniques. After imparting the essentials, Sakura retired to rest, clearly suffering from a painful wound in his side. Following him was the towering figure of Kido Kaizuki, who taught her the water iron cannon technique, reputed to be capable of slaying a high-ranking ninja after a decade of training. The others also shared their signature skills, such as the dehydration technique, which could reduce an opponent to a mere husk, and the parasite technique, allowing one to inflict their pain upon their adversary. Qianyun absorbed the teachings diligently, yet struggled to fully integrate them. In the following days, whenever she found free time, Qianyun practiced her ninjutsu or fished by the shore. However, on this particular day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Upon receiving a report from a seabird, Qianyun immediately abandoned her fishing rod and raced back to camp. 18 individuals had appeared, stationed on the surface of the sea 10 miles away. While Qianyun appeared excited, Yuzukitachi Sakura's face turned pale. Confused, Qianyun weakly inquired if they were not a supply team. Sakura shook her head, stating that her seabird could not adequately describe their attire. Although Qianyun nodded in confusion, she had an inkling of what was to come, but kept her thoughts hidden. This was troubling. Gon Shirley interjected, and the group wore grim expressions. Beulah suggested they flee, believing that they could clarify matters upon returning to the Mist Village. The others shared a bitter smile, Recognizing the naivety of that idea, Qianyun whispered that if they were not allies, could they not resist? The group once again exchanged rueful smiles, and it was Kido Kayazuki who provided clarity. The Mist Enforcement Team typically operated in groups of 18, tasked with executing missions involving severely failed ninjas from their village. They followed orders without question. Now, with each member injured, it seemed they were destined for slaughter. Qianyun countered, asking if resistance was impossible, even if it meant redeeming themselves by taking down a foe. This was utterly inhumane. What if the mission itself was a conspiracy? A conspiracy? Sakura and the others looked perplexed. Qianyun lowered her voice, explaining that both Konoha and the Mist Village were impoverished, yet the third Hokage continued to supply resources, even sending barely trained, destitute ninja to the front lines counted as support. Yet, the Mist Village seemingly never provided supplies, lacking even medical ninjas. The most absurd part was that while Konoha stationed over 1,000 in the Death Forest, the Mist Village had barely over 100. Even if their ninjutsu was superb, they could not possess a definitive advantage in battle, which felt like a deliberate setup for their demise. Of course, this was merely the speculation of an outsider, and the true nature of the situation was for them to discern. Qianyun thought to plant a seed of suspicion, anticipating that it would grow into a towering tree, ultimately leading to a significant and bloody upheaval in the Mist Village. Ah, what a genius I am. Sakura nodded, recognizing that regardless of the validity of such a theory, it would provide ample fodder for debate within the Elder Council. And now, even if just one of them could survive, they must fight. Hearing this, Qianyun cheerfully produced half a bottle of anesthetic. Though she lacked knowledge of complex ninjutsu, she believed they could blend the anesthetic into the mist. This way, they could avoid killing and escape unscathed. The group's eyes lit up at her suggestion. Qianyun truly was their lucky star. Furthermore, her idea aligned perfectly with her profession, indicating her lack of hostility towards the Mist Ninjas. Sakura directed, and Qianyun and Beulah quickly concealed themselves while the others stilled their breaths, preparing for battle. As they spoke, the Mist Enforcement Team drew near, all clad in vests and masks, with katana sheathed at their backs. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to Konoha's umbu, albeit in different colors. As the 18 surrounded them, they simultaneously executed the mist concealment technique, and 5 of them unsheathed their swords, charging into the camp. Qianyun underestimated these foes, and in an instant, Sakura could only take down 3. Yet, before those 3 fell, they managed to shoot needles at Sakura. The other 2 moved with such speed that they took down 2 members of the camp in the blink of an eye, even grazing Sakura's neck with their blades. Water release, water disturbance wave. Gon surely unleashed his attack, and his wounds erupted, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He managed to force the 2 assailants back. But Sakura and the others were left gasping for breath, each afflicted by needles. Even if they removed the needles, their movements became sluggish. Qianyun sensed impending doom. If this battle continued, they would soon be annihilated, and she would meet her end as well. Before she could devise an escape plan, Beulah, in a moment of recklessness, charged forward. "You'll pay for this," Beulah shouted, brandishing a kunai aimed at one of the enforcement team members. With a swift motion, the enforcement team member merely swung his katana backward, and in an instant, Beulah's head was severed. Blood sprayed high like a fountain, and from behind a coconut tree. Qianyun covered her mouth, terrified of letting out a gasp. Realizing her own safety was compromised, she prepared to utilize a substitution technique. Just then, a needle struck the wooden substitute she had readied. The battle unfolded with terrifying speed, and Qianyun's legs trembled involuntarily. These opponents were far superior to the 2 she had dispatched a month prior. Overwhelmed with fear, she hastily threw a smoke bomb. Boom. Initially intended to facilitate her escape from Sakura, it was now deployed against the Mist Enforcement Team. Qianyun had not been foolish enough to charge in to assassinate them. She was uncertain whether her anesthetic smoke would incapacitate her opponents, and she could not even determine their positions within the mist. Chapter 11. Qianyun's counterattack against the enforcement team. The mist? Suddenly, Qianyun realized that the purpose behind the opponents using the mist concealment technique was to ascertain the location of their targets amid the haze. With this revelation, Qianyun swiftly executed the wind purification technique. A gust of wind surged forth, dissipating the mist around the island, revealing that 9 of the 18 had infiltrated the camp. Once more, she employed the wind purification technique. She saw that Sakura and the others had been subdued, their bodies riddled with needles, and were currently undergoing memory extraction. Qianyun was filled with dread, fearing that at any moment, someone might appear to slay her, and she noticed several others still watching from the perimeter. Grasping a handful of smoke bombs, she hurled them into the camp, instantly enveloping the area in a thick fog that continued to expand. One individual drew their sword, fixing their gaze on Qianyun, their face paling in an instant. Were they about to kill her? As the figure was about to instantaneously approach and strike down Qianyun, he suddenly collapsed, followed by others who fell one after another. This was no mere pretense. There was no necessity for theatrics when confronting someone as trivial as Qianyun. In a swift flurry, Guoju Yichang dispatched 5 individuals in the blink of an eye, while the remaining few were similarly eliminated by Shark Tooth and his companions. They were in the process of extracting flying needles, each on the verge of collapse. Several more individuals from the periphery moved in, still employing flying needles, seemingly fixated on memory retrieval. They once again employed the fog concealment technique, appearing determined to fight to the bitter end. Qianyun prepared to utilize the substitution technique. But the 4 outsiders disregarded him entirely, opting to employ the fog concealment technique yet again. Qianyun thought to himself, "This is of your own making. Wind cleansing technique, commence." The mist was dispersed once more, causing the 4 entangled with Guoju Yichang to retreat in a flurry. These individuals were exceedingly cunning. Guoju Yichang and the others were already exhausted, their wounds bleeding profusely. They appeared to be on the brink of collapse, potentially losing consciousness at any moment. Qianyun felt a surge of urgency, imploring them to hold on for his sake. For the honor of Lord Qianyun, they should be willing to sacrifice themselves. Thud, thud. To Qianyun's dismay, Guoju Yichang and the others also inhaled the mist, causing everyone in the camp, friend or foe, to succumb. Qianyun was momentarily stunned, instinctively scanning the 4 individuals on the outskirts. They glanced back at him, sending a chill down his spine. Death loomed ominously. "Wait, don't behead me. I fear pain," Qianyun suddenly shouted, raising his hands in surrender, having exhausted all avenues for escape. In the face of absolute power, he felt all calculations were in vain. The 4 exchanged glances, and one of them threw a flying needle before instantly closing the distance. Noting Qianyun's immobility, this individual pressed a blade against his neck, then extended a hand. Such caution! Again, memory retrieval. Qianyun loathed this technique. Before he could devise a counter, he suddenly felt a tendril of soul invade his mind. Within his consciousness, Qianyun observed the opponent's soul tendrils releasing soul energy, and he approached to poke at them. They felt somewhat soft, even softer than abalone. Grasping one of the soul tendrils, he pulled, akin to chewing gum, stretching it longer with each tug. As he pulled further, the opponent's soul fire was entirely drawn in, causing them to tremble and retreat. At this moment, Qianyun realized the opponent was incapable of assuming a human form. He chuckled, thinking, "Oh, you thought you could come and go as you please?" Qianyun surged forward, seizing the opponent's soul fire, kneading and squeezing it. The entity appeared fragile. After just a few moments of manipulation, it crumbled. Ding! Defeated Ninja Kuri, gained attributes, spirit, physique, soul, mastery of flying needles, mastery of swordsmanship. Qianyun was taken aback. It turned out that eliminating the opponent's soul without harming the physical body would yield all attributes. This was a milestone discovery. All attributes fused together. In an instant, Qianyun felt a profound elevation, as if he had inherited every ability of this Wuyin enforcement officer. Through the mist, he sensed the camp. The 3 individuals were still engaged in memory retrieval. Although he was unsure why Yichang had faltered while using the anesthetic earlier, it should have been effective. Qianyun quietly employed the fog concealment technique, this time amplifying the dosage 100-fold. He had lied about using compound ninjutsu. Its principle was similar to the 3 purities technique. Now, his fog concealment technique was executed with exquisite precision. The camp's mist thickened further, yet the 3 individuals engaged in memory retrieval remained oblivious. Thud, thud, the 3 collapsed. And Qianyun, feeling uneasy, tossed a large handful of tranquilizer smoke bombs, then waited half an hour before cautiously approaching them. He proceeded to burst their souls one by one. However, Qianyun was disheartened to discover that he could not gain all attributes by bursting their souls and their minds. He used a D-rank memory retrieval technique to drag the last individual's soul into his own consciousness, then burst it. Ding! Defeated Ninja BAS, gained attributes, spirit, physique, soul, Mastery of flying needles, mastery of sealing, immediate fusion. The surge of power made Qianyun tremble. He now felt confident enough to confront Guizhou Yichang head-on. However, after some contemplation, he decided against acting foolishly. Most fallen ninjas had perished due to overconfidence in their abilities, much like these Wuyin enforcement officers. With all attributes fused, Qianyun gazed at Guizhou Yichang, ultimately letting out a sigh. Consider it a debt owed to your ancestors from my past life. Moreover, returning them might cause trouble for the higher-ups in Wuyin. After rummaging through the ninja tool bags, Qianyun found that the supplies of the enforcement team were largely uniform. Aside from food and water, there was merely an empty sealing scroll, nothing else of note. To his surprise, he discovered an unexpected bounty in Bura's ninja tool bag, an A-rank memory retrieval technique, an A-rank water mirror technique, an A-rank sage technique, and, astonishingly, a supply sealing scroll. Wasn't he supposed to be inept at sealing techniques? Why did this mere assistant possess such valuable items? Connecting this to his medical beast skin book, Bura's identity appeared increasingly dubious. He read the scroll, then returned it without disturbing the supply sealing scroll. Initially intending to retrieve the memories of the Wuyin enforcement officers, he ultimately refrained, fearing he might leave traces behind. If this were discovered, it would not merely be a matter of Yichang pursuing him, but whether the entire Wuyin village would hunt him down. What should he do now? Since he couldn't bring himself to kill Yichang, he might as well tend to their wounds. After all, idleness was unproductive. He could consider it a human experiment. He dragged the survivors into a tent and began cultivating blood plasma for transfusions. Aside from Yichang, the survivors included Shark Tooth and the towering Kagaya Saijetsu. Only 3 remained. Moreover, Kagaya had suffered severe blood loss, his chest wound horrific. Qianyun felt his chances of survival were slim. But then again, who prompted this fellow to diligently teach him combat techniques? He decided to assist him, administering healing pills and preparing some medicinal meals. He then resumed the task of moving the corpses. In summer, corpses decay rapidly. Those who died at noon began to emit a foul odor by evening. Yichang and the others took a full 3 days to regain consciousness, appearing weak and dazed, their gazes vacant. Was this a side effect of memory retrieval? Such matters were beyond Qianyun's ability to remedy. It seemed only Tsunade from Konoha could manage it. Qianyun busied himself attending to the 3, regretting not having retrieved the memories from the corpses. As the heat intensified, Qianyun initially used disinfectants to spray the rotten bodies. But the stench became unbearable for Yichang and the others, who ultimately set fire to dispose of them cleanly. Fortunately, Qianyun's efforts over the past month were not in vain. First, the virus-nourishing attributes upgraded to green. Second, his continued fishing and shrimping had stocked food supplies, and his affinity for water also upgraded to green. Chapter 12, Monopoly Cardadu. A month had swiftly passed. When Guizhou Yichang and the others could barely move, Qianyun decisively bid them farewell. Following the seabirds, he felt confident in his path. Yet, as fate would have it, things took an unexpected turn. Despite instructing the foolish bird to seek areas abundant with ninjas, it led him to the land of waves. Boom. While observing the port of the land of waves from the sea, Qianyun suddenly heard sounds of combat in the distance. Immediately, he went on high alert. In the distance, a small passenger ship was seen succumbing to the depths, while 3 brazen rogue ninjas swaggered away, blades in hand. Qianyun had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, but as he was about to log off, he heard a familiar name. Dazuna, please, save me. A voice cried from the sinking vessel. A robust, middle-aged man on the shore immediately dove into the water, swimming towards the capsized ship with the speed of a sprinter. However, the trio of rogue ninjas furrowed their brows and drew their swords, charging at Dazuna. Father, be careful. A young girl cried from the port, her face streaked with tears, unable to bear the scene any longer. Qianyun discreetly summoned a water clone and transformed into the formidable Shark Tooth, Karasuki. Do you seek death? The water clone interposed before the rogue ninjas. Before any action could be taken, the lead rogue ninja shouted foolishly. Qianyun could barely contain his laughter. These men seemed utterly fearless. Water prison technique. The water clone vanished in an instant, restraining the 3 ninjas before they even had a chance to react. Thank you, ninja. Dazuna, initially paralyzed with fear, swam towards the sinking ship upon witnessing the assistance. The person who had called for help had already lost consciousness, having been grievously wounded. Ding rescued the impoverished Dazuna. Awarded the title Girl Slayer. As Qianyun finally set foot on land, the system prompt echoed in his ears. Girl Slayer? He pondered, noting the blue title. Merge immediately. In an instant, Qianyun felt a shift in his aura, invigorated as if his spirit had been rejuvenated. I look quite dashing. With this newfound confidence, he resolved to find a barbershop for a haircut and a clothing store for a new outfit. The port of the Land of Waves was relatively prosperous, bustling with tourists and merchants alike. An hour later, Qianyun emerged onto the streets, transformed in appearance. He donned a trendy t-shirt and cargo pants, complemented by fashionable sandals and a new backpack, even sporting the latest instant camera hanging on his chest. With his forehead protector tucked away, he resembled a stylish traveler. Just as he was about to seek a restaurant, he spotted Dezuna's daughter once more. Her name seemed to be Tsunami. Tsunami dashed down the street, tears streaming down her face, clearly in a state of panic. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, her paper-wrapped bundle bursting open, its contents scattering. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving the ground pristine. Qianyun sniffed the air, realizing it was healing powder. This item had become a hot commodity, prices skyrocketing due to the resurgence of conflict in the ninja world. Oh no! Little Tsunami wailed on the street, as if the sky had fallen. Click! Compelled by an unseen force, Qianyun snapped a photo of her, prompting an irate glare in his direction. Get lost. Do you find joy in others' misery? Tsunami shrieked in a fit of despair, releasing her pent-up frustration. I apologize, Qianyun stammered. I am merely an aspiring photographer. I was just observing you. Actually, I possess some medical knowledge. Would you require assistance? Initially, Tsunami was ready to lash out, but upon hearing the word medical, her eyes widened in shock. She hurriedly crawled over, bowing her head, beseeching, Please, noble one, save my father. I will do whatever you ask. Qianyun grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. Really? Tsunami, momentarily startled, quickly resolved, Yes. I am willing. Please, noble one, save my father. Her face was a portrait of desperation, and Qianyun found himself momentarily taken aback. Lead the way, he commanded, and Tsunami sprang to her feet, racing ahead. As Qianyun followed, he sensed the path ahead, realizing that Dezuna's home lay on the outskirts by the river. He had been stabbed, and his heartbeat and breath had ceased. Oh no, could my earlier assistance have altered the course of events? In a rush to save the man, Qianyun teleported with Tsunami. Upon reaching her home, she was trembling with fear. Without explanation, Qianyun dashed inside to provide aid. Fortunately, Dezuna's heart was intact, though a lung had been pierced, and he had lost a significant amount of blood. After a flurry of activity, Qianyun successfully restored Dezuna's life. Ding! Rescued the impoverished Dezuna. Awarded the title Girl Slayer. Again, this time, it was a purple title. Had Tsunami developed feelings for him? Noticing her gaze lingering on him, Qianyun smiled and inquired. Is there food in your house? I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Yes, I will prepare a meal right away. Tsunami exclaimed, rushing into the kitchen, only to discover that their rice jar was empty, and the cabinet contained but half a salted fish. Seeing her dash out to borrow supplies, Qianyun quickly teleported to the nearby forest. A half hour later, when Tsunami returned with a bowl of rice, she was astonished to find the aroma of meat wafting from her kitchen. You're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready, Qianyun cheerfully announced, setting the meat on the table. Make yourself at home, he urged. As Tsunami washed her hands, she suddenly realized this was her home. Wait, how did I become the guest? Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anxiety. Tsunami hardly remembered how she finished the meal, feeling as though she were in a dream. When Qianyun departed, it struck her that she had forgotten to pay for the medical services. As if that were not enough, Qianyun had left behind healing powder and a stack of bills. Tsunami chased after him, inquiring along the way only to learn that Qianyun had boarded the Kato passenger ship. She squatted at the port, covering her mouth with her hands as she wept, regretting not having asked for Qianyun's name. On the Kato, room 106. Upon settling in, Qianyun discovered the presence of numerous warriors aboard, predominantly Kato's subordinates. 50 rogue ninjas, 100 rogue samurais, and an additional 150 crew members. Curiously, ninjas from all 5 great nations were present, even from various small ninja villages. This suggested they were likely eyeing Kato as a prime target. Get out of my way, you filthy cur. Qianyun heard Kato's voice echo down the corridor as he analyzed the ship's layout. A cleaner was kicked aside, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet Kato, unsatisfied, continued to kick him until the cleaner lost consciousness before entering the lavish room 101. At the moment the door closed, Qianyun sensed a dozen presences locking onto room 101, some even attempting to detect the safe. Chapter 13. Are the Rain Shinobi the hidden threat? Qianyun did nothing in his room. For those perceptive ninjas, there was no difference between 1 door and 10. He chose to sleep. Regardless of their actions, they were of no concern to him. Survival was paramount. The sea remained calm, and Qianyun slept soundly until the latter half of the night. Suddenly, strange noises echoed in the corridor, jolting Qianyun awake. A quick assessment revealed someone had thrown a smoke bomb, clearly laced with toxins. Qianyun swiftly ingested an emergency antidote, covering his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, and pretended to faint, suppressing his presence. 3 minutes later, the sounds of a fierce altercation echoed down the corridor, followed by a cacophony from the cargo hold below. 10 minutes passed before the commotion ceased, and the door to Cardo's chamber was violently kicked open. However, the assailant fell victim to a hidden trap, struck down by a flurry of shurikens, meeting his demise on the spot. The audacity of such a fool, daring to set his sights on me. Dispose of the body in the sea for the fish. Just as Cardo's men began to stir, another commotion erupted in the corridor, where someone deployed smoke bombs, seemingly laced with a tranquilizing agent. Within half a minute, all of Cardo's subordinates collapsed. The second round of chaos commenced in the corridor, this time featuring ninjas from the 5 great nations engaged in battle. Qianyun found himself puzzled by the earlier actions of those who attempted to raid the cargo hold. Why did they not flee or attempt to seize Cardo's safe? Did they intend to become the ultimate prey? Ironically, the 3 individuals resided directly above Qianyun's room, in room 206. Initially reluctant to intervene, Qianyun was taken aback when those 3 infiltrated room 106 through the deck. Very well. Allow me to unleash my newly developed flesh escape technique upon you. Unbeknownst to the trio, Qianyun was awake, and they casually tossed a few gas bombs into the corridor before shutting the door, waiting in anticipation. Donning protective suits and gas masks, they swaggered out. It turned out they were Rain ninjas, the first wave of gas bombs having been launched by them. Spare me. Take whatever you desire. Qianyun heard Cardo pleading for mercy, only to be met with a brutal kick, causing him to cough blood and lose consciousness. The Rain ninjas quickly accessed Cardo's memories and proceeded to open the safe. Their movements were swift, and after securing their prize, they erupted into laughter before jumping ship to escape. As Qianyun regained consciousness, an opportunity presented itself. If he hesitated to act, it would reflect poorly on him. He leaped from the ship without utilizing chakra, focusing his energy at the moment of landing upon the water's surface. This technique, recently taught by his mentor, Gajitsu, allowed one to avoid post-event chakra tracking or scrutiny of previous light records aboard the ship. As long as he refrained from using chakra, troubles would be averted. On the surface of the sea, Qianyun trailed the 3 Rain ninjas from a distance, his sensory perception having reached 30 miles, albeit growing increasingly vague with distance. As dawn broke on the horizon, he decided not to wait any longer and accelerated towards them. Flesh escape, hemorrhoids. The 3 ahead began to slow down, incessantly scratching their posteriors. The first-generation bacterial nurturing technique merely induced itching, while the second generation could provoke hemorrhoids. Qianyun had conducted numerous experiments. 10 minutes later, the trio halted and began to inspect their protective suits. Realizing the gravity of their situation, they contemplated feigning death to lure Qianyun out. However, Qianyun continued to amplify the effects of his flesh escape hemorrhoids from afar. Unable to endure, they attempted to rise and flee, but it was too late. Their chaotic chakra rendered them incapable of standing on the water's surface. Water escape, ocean shark. The 3 were swiftly dispatched, their bodies consumed by nearby marine life. Surveying his surroundings, Qianyun recalled that facing the coastline of the Land of Fire, the sun should rise to his left, yet it now appeared behind him. Regardless, he resolved to reach the shore first. Upon entering the jungle, he meticulously examined the scrolls within the 3 chests, trembling with excitement. 3 tons of gold coins, 50 million in paper currency, and an abundance of supplies, primarily foodstuffs. Qianyun steadied his nerves, feeling a twinge of guilt as he sensed his surroundings. Initially just a casual scan, he suddenly detected a sand ninja unit. This was peculiar. Wasn't the Leaf Village engaged in battle with the Mist Village? When had the Sand Village inserted itself into the fray? Moreover, why were they attacking the Land of Fire from the sea? Could it be that the Mist Ninjas were masquerading as Sand Ninjas? Qianyun was filled with questions, then found a beautifully crafted scroll and sealed the 3 chests within. Uncomfortable with merely placing it in his ninja tool pouch, he sought a necklace, carefully concealing the scroll inside. After confirming it wouldn't fall out, he stealthily followed the Sand Ninja unit. Half an hour later, the sounds of battle reached him, confirming that the Sand's adversaries were indeed Leaf Ninjas. However, most were unfamiliar faces, and the Sand Ninjas were certainly not disguised Mist Ninjas. Qinyun realized he needed to regroup. Even in the ninja world, one required an organization for support. Otherwise, he would end up like Orochimaru, perpetually struggling to operate and frequently harassed by the 5 great ninja villages. Most importantly, he needed to settle the score with that old hag from Lake Biwa, who had sent him into battle as a mere pawn. This vendetta must be avenged. The first step was to disrupt her household. As Qinyun prepared to cross the battlefield towards the Leaf camp, he suddenly spotted a medical team rushing in to retrieve the wounded. Seeing their medical uniforms, he hastily retrieved his own. Yet, upon donning it, he realized it had shrunk. No matter, he would regroup first. Running swiftly, he checked his ninja tool pouch, grinning broadly. The feeling of returning home was delightful. Ahead, the battle raged fiercely, the air thick with the remnants of ninjutsu and shurikens. Qinyun spotted a Leaf Ninja on the brink of collapse and rushed to assist. Suddenly, 2 shurikens flew towards him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Turning, he found himself face to face with a red-haired girl clad in a light green vest signifying a chunin, with a medical armband on her arm. Her demeanor suggested she was hostile towards him. Noticing her silence, Qinyun remembered he wasn't wearing his forehead protector and quickly retrieved it to tie on. I am Qinyun, the head nurse of the critical care unit. Here is my mandate. He produced a note from the large-jawed man, stamped with an official seal. Yet the red-haired girl disregarded it, seemingly preparing to attack. Wait, I am genuinely a Leaf Ninja. My name is Qinyun, sent by Captain Akatsuki. Alongside him came Inazuka Kiba, along with Baichao and Biwa Mei. As Qinyun explained, several unfamiliar medical ninjas approached, their gazes cold and scrutinizing. Meanwhile, the injured ninja on the ground began convulsing, on the brink of shock. Finally, the red-haired girl spoke. We have never seen you before. Go kill an enemy to prove your allegiance to the Leaf. Qinyun was taken aback. But I am merely a special chunin, lacking combat experience. The others frowned simultaneously, and the red-haired girl insisted. Killing enemy casualties shouldn't pose a problem. Should it? Qinyun hesitated for a moment, then broke into a grin that appeared rather sinister. As she readied to throw another shuriken, Qinyun dashed towards the heart of the fiercest battle. Bang, bang, bang. During his month on the Nameless Island, Qinyun had devoted his time to training and crafting smoke bombs, contemplating how he would respond to an assassination attempt in the wilderness. Flesh escape, hemorrhoids. As he ran, he activated his technique, initially causing the red-haired girl and her companions to run while monitoring his actions. However, they soon came to a halt, witnessing the Sand Ninjas engulfed in smoke, scratching their behinds, utterly unable to concentrate on the battle. Chapter 14. Blood-red chili pepper Kushina amidst the retreat of the sand-hidden village. A strikingly buxom maiden surged forth from the throng. You can perish, brat, she declared, launching herself with lethal intent. Flame release, overheating kill. A startled Qinyun, gripped by fear, instantly activated his life-saving second stage of teleportation. The assailant could only be Yi Tsong of the sand-hidden village, for only she possessed such a unique bloodline limit. With a swift motion, Yi Tsong pursued, and in a split second, Qinyun cast a smoke bomb to make his escape. You shall not flee, she called out, unleashing her own technique, body release, great hemorrhoid. As Qinyun activated his teleportation again, Yi Tsong finally grasped the terrifying prowess of her opponent. Instinctively, she scratched her backside, prompting Qinyun to swiftly launch a flying needle in her direction. Zing, zing. The needle struck her, and Qinyun, having already acclimatized to Yi Tsong's combat rhythm, charged forward. The tables had turned, and it was now Yi Tsong who found herself on the run, as the flying needles were laced with paralyzing toxins. As Qinyun pursued, he continuously deployed smoke bombs, causing confusion among the sand-hidden ninjas, who, witnessing Yi Tsong's flight, began to follow suit. The battlefield dynamics shifted dramatically, leaving Grandma Chio and Kaizo in a state of bewilderment as they grappled with the yellow flash. Their original strategy had been for a group of jonin to hold off the yellow flash, while Yi Tsong dealt with the Konoha ninjas. What was happening? Was Yi Tsong truly in retreat? And her pursuer, merely a white-haired youth? Wait a moment. Could he be the son of the legendary Konoha White Fang? Grandma Chio thought, her resolve hardening. Eliminate him. She promptly summoned Kaizo to capture Qianyun. However, the plan, while sound, was thwarted by the cunning of the Konoha Yellow Flash, who was not to be underestimated. With the Sand Ninjas occupied with Yi Tsang, a glimmer of hope appeared for Konoha. After months of warfare, it was time to determine a victor. The clang of steel echoed as Grandma Chio and Kaizo attempted to engage, but they were swiftly intercepted by the Yellow Flash. Realizing the Konoha ninjas were mounting a large-scale counteroffensive, Grandma Chio understood that any further delay would lead to devastating losses. With a signal flare fired, the Yellow Flash ceased his pursuit, understanding the intent of the third Hokage. Victory over the Sand Hidden was paramount, but complete annihilation was not permissible. The balance of the ninja world must not be disrupted, lest the Great War become interminable. Meanwhile, Qianyun, engrossed in the chase, remained oblivious to the Yellow Flash's signal. A few Konoha jonin intercepted him, and a rotund figure adorned in food armor spoke, "You must heed orders." Qianyun paused momentarily before hastily explaining, "I apologize. I am only familiar with basic hand signs and have not learned other signals." The jonin exchanged glances, and the large figure from the Akimichi clan finally replied, "We will discuss this later." As silence enveloped them, Qianyun felt it unwise to engage further, sensing the prideful demeanor of the Konoha jonin. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the Konoha camp, Qianyun noticed it was not the same as before. Previously situated in the Death Forest along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, this new location was a rocky valley, with tents of different hues. Searching for familiar faces yielded no results, leaving him feeling quite awkward. "Hey, someone come help." Just as confusion set in, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he saw the red-haired girl S-Team returning with a critically injured ninja. Surrounded by an ominous aura, rushing forward, Qianyun employed his healing technique, yet the man succumbed 30 seconds later. Items dropped from him, but Qianyun found little joy in this outcome. "Stop dawdling, hurry to the next," the red-haired girl urged, as she swiftly moved to assist another stretcher. Following suit, Qianyun selected a victim devoid of dark energy. The immediate creation of blood plasma was impractical, so he utilized his healing technique to staunch the bleeding. However, his chakra reserves were rapidly depleting from the previous battle. This cannot continue. No one will be saved at this rate. Just then, he spotted the arrival of the red-haired son, who entered the camp with a batch of prisoners in tow. "This is it," Qianyun exclaimed, darting over to plunge a needle into the robust prisoner, dragging him to the stretcher. "What are you doing? Prisoners must not be harmed," the red-haired son interjected. But Qianyun remained silent. With one hand pressing on the prisoner's chest, and the other performing his healing technique, his chakra surged anew. This technique was a secret art of the Mist Village's enforcement team. The red-haired son observed closely and signaled for his subordinates to allow the prisoner to remain. Healing one individual caused the first prisoner to faint, muttering about demons. The cycle continued, with each treatment draining the chakra from the next captive. "I don't want to die. You cannot kill prisoners. Interrogate me instead. Don't hand me over to the white-haired demon. I beg you, my chakra." The camp echoed with cries, drawing many Konoha ninjas to witness the scene. Seeing this, the red-haired girl and her comrades carried over the critically injured ninja, even assisting in administering needles to the captives. Qianyun served as a conduit, consuming several military rations in the process. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he collapsed, feeling utterly drained. The following day, at noon, Qianyun awoke with a foggy mind, suddenly jolted by a thought. Could someone have read my memories? Panic set in, for the exposure of his system would be catastrophic. Anxiously, he employed techniques from the A-rank memory reading arts to examine his mind for any unusual traces. After half an hour of searching, he found nothing amiss. It seemed that the toxin he had encountered aboard the Kato had not been fully neutralized by the emergency antidote. Nevertheless, this incident served as a stark reminder for Qianyun to devise ways to prevent others from accessing his memories, especially as his strength gradually became apparent. Piquing the curiosity of Konoha's higher-ups, stepping out of the tent, he inhaled the fresh air, invigorating his spirit. A line formed for meals, and Qianyun joined the queue. "Identification number?" the serving ninja inquired as it was his turn. Instinctively, Qianyun replied, "I am a special medical ninja. I do not have a number." The serving ninja froze, his large ladle retracting. He stared blankly at Qianyun, who returned his gaze with a questioning look. "Captain," the ninja called to someone behind the stove, prompting a rotund elder from the Akimichi clan to approach. "Special medical ninja? Who is your captain?" The elder inquired, his expression stoic. Yuhi Zenko. Qianyun answered confidently. What? The elder's disbelief was palpable, and he shouted towards a nearby tent. Zenko, come here. The elder's tone astonished Qianyun. He is merely a cook. Why does he carry himself with such arrogance? In an instant, Yuhi Zenko appeared, a broad smile gracing his face. Lord Tsufeng, you called for me? Upon hearing this title, Qianyun's eyes widened in shock. Is this the illustrious Akimichi Tsufeng? Chapter 15. Akimichi Tsufeng. After listening to the serving ninja recount the events, Yuhi Zenko scrutinized Qianyun closely, shaking his head afterward. Stunned, Qianyun stepped aside to let others receive their meals. No, Captain, do you not remember me? Just over a month ago, you led over 100 of us to the Death Forest on the eastern coast. We encountered 2 assassination attempts by the Mist Village along the way. And after the second battle, you even spoke to me. As the crimson sun began to set, Shiri Jinhong scratched his head awkwardly and apologized profusely. At that time, I was severely injured and feverish, my mind was in a haze, and I cannot recall many events. However, I do vaguely remember the 2 assassination attempts. Yet, I truly have no recollection of you. Qianyun was taken aback, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. No wonder Shiri had remained silent during that time, and had fallen asleep at every opportunity, even disregarding the provocations of Pipa Meizi. Tentatively, Qianyun inquired, you must be aware of the special lower ninjas without numbers, right? Yet again, Shiri shook his head. I only know that the medical department has newly established special lower ninjas. Logically, there should be numbers assigned. But the list I received did not include any. Furthermore, I sent several batches of lower ninjas afterward, and I truly have no impression of your appearance. It's not just you. I struggle to remember many faces. A wave of helplessness washed over Qianyun, who pondered whether she had traversed the battlefield without even possessing a formal identity. This damned People Lake had truly brought her misfortune. Suddenly, the plump elder, Qiudao Qifeng, interjected. Does your forehead protector lack a number as well? Qianyun quickly removed her forehead protector, examining it inside and out, but found no trace. I'm sorry. I must have intruded. She bowed in apology, feeling dejected as she made her way out of the camp. Wait. Qiudao Qifeng called out to her. Young lady, this situation has occurred in Konoha before, but I can assure you, this is not a reason for your defection. His voice was loud, drawing the attention of many ninjas. Qianyun hesitated, truly unsure of her next steps. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and she was certain she had been played. The most likely culprit behind this jest was People Lake. She had likely planned to substitute herself for Pipa Meizi all along, possibly in preparation for Asuma's mission. Other possibilities seemed slim, and Qianyun couldn't think of anyone else who might conspire against her. That damned woman. She would ensure that in the future, she would find herself unable to live or die. The commotion attracted the attention of the fiery-haired girl, Kushina, who rushed over and seized Qianyun's arm. Without a word, she pulled Qianyun to the dining table and began serving her food. The lower-ranking ninjas did not ask any questions, simply filling her plate. Eat. Kushina's method of comfort was rather blunt, while the nearby Namikaze Minato buried his head in his meal, not daring to look up. Qianyun found herself amused. This ever-cheerful girl was truly delightful. Thank you, Qianyun murmured gratefully, contemplating how she could repay them in the future. Kushina merely acknowledged her with a hum, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Shiri Jinhong was already sending messages to Konoha. An unknown special lower ninja had not only turned the tide of battle, but also saved over 100 critically injured soldiers. If this matter remained unclear, the higher-ups in Konoha would likely hold them accountable in the future. After finishing their meal, Qianyun was taken to the large tent to attend to the wounded, busy all day with barely a moment to rest. The following day, at noon, the border reconnaissance team returned with reports that the Sunagakure ninja forces had retreated. Half an hour later, Konoha received news, prompting Kushina to burst into laughter. The other medical ninjas gathered around, and upon reading it, they too were doubled over with laughter. Qianyun, who was eating, glanced back. To get hemorrhoids, you must be scalded with a smoking pot. Ha! Kushina leaned over, recounting a cold joke Qianyun had once shared, and continued her boisterous laughter. A group of medical ninjas joined in, and even the battle ninjas nearby were laughing uncontrollably. The atmosphere was jubilant, while Qianyun felt embarrassed, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Actually, I was just joking with the third Hokage back then. I didn't expect. Ha! Qianyun's attempt to explain only fueled their amusement, as they seemed to possess a remarkably low threshold for humor. Suddenly, Shiri Jinhong approached, scrutinizing Qianyun intently. You wouldn't be that tiny little one, would you? Qianyun nodded. Yes, that was me. She widened her eyes in surprise, then touched her hair. Shiri Jinhong remarked. You've cut your hair and changed your clothes. Most importantly, you've grown a foot in just a month. No wonder I have no recollection of you. Who grows that much in such a short time? It's quite extraordinary. Haha, no wonder I always felt like my clothes shrank. So that's the reason. The group was enlightened, while Shiri Jinhong sighed in resignation, noting that he would have to include this detail in the next report. After their meal, Kushina took Qianyun to collect medical uniforms and even some medical supplies. Finally, Qianyun felt like a true ninja. On the 5th day after the battle, Qianyun was informed of the retreat, with the responsibility of caring for the wounded along the way. Everyone appeared relaxed, filled with laughter and cheer. As they approached a forest, Qianyun suddenly noticed several injured soldiers emanating a dark aura, including the medical personnel. Wait, Sister Kushina, there may be an ambush ahead. It's too quiet. She hurried to the front of the group, anxiously lowering her voice. Kushina sensed the tension, realizing she too was a sensory ninja, and the other team members immediately fell into a state of alertness. She frowned. Indeed, this is unusual, although I do not sense any enemy presence. There are also no signs of animals or birds. A jonin on a stretcher suggested, we should send a message back to camp immediately, and we must retreat at once. His agitation caused him to inadvertently pull at his wound, blood instantly staining the bandages. Kushina nodded, and the escort team for the injured promptly turned back, increasing their speed. Suddenly, several figures dashed forward, followed by a barrage of shuriken. Qianyun was unable to protect anyone. She could only barely manage to defend herself. In an instant, many lives were lost, especially those of the incapacitated wounded. Damn it! In a flash, Kushina's fury erupted, causing the chakra of the Nine Tails to unconsciously leak out. In the shadows, Chiyo, who had been searching for Qianyun, immediately changed her target upon seeing the Jinchuriki. After exchanging hand signals with the Sunagakure ninjas behind her, they charged forward. Bang! Bang! As they moved, Qianyun swiftly threw a smoke bomb. However, before she could activate her technique, Kushina had already locked onto Chiyo. Boom! With a single strike, 8 out of Chiyo's 10 puppet technique were destroyed. Dust and smoke filled the air as Qianyun hastily activated her technique. However, as soon as she moved, her position was revealed, forcing her to prioritize evasion. At that moment, Chiyo and Hideo were fleeing for their lives, with half of Kushina's beast transformation in pursuit. The situation was dire. Chapter 16, Scorch Release. Leaf Warehouse. Chiyo and Hideo clearly harbored malicious intentions, most likely aiming to release the Nine Tails. Pat, pat, pat. The Sunagakure ninjas approached, throwing shuriken with abandon, yet Qianyun instantly transformed into a wooden post. Frustrated by Qianyun's escape, the Sunagakure ninjas began searching for her presence again. Suddenly, mist began to swirl around, prompting the Sunagakure ninjas to go on high alert. Body flicker, great hemorrhoid. Qianyun had never mentioned that the toxins from her great hemorrhoid could only be transmitted through smoke bombs. Nor had she stated that it had to be a prerequisite for toxin transmission. It was merely a matter of speed. Not good, we must flee. Half a minute later, someone sensed that something was amiss, prompting a group of sand-hidden ninjas to flee in panic. However, it was already too late. Qianyun's instantaneous movement speed in the mist was 3 times that of an ordinary teleportation, and the distance was 5 times greater. In the blink of an eye, the group of sand ninjas was annihilated, their souls obliterated without mercy. Regrettably, these individuals did not possess any special loot, resulting in only a modest increase in Qianyun's power. After collecting the ninja tool pouch, he hastily made his way to support Kushina. To Qianyun's dismay, Chiyo and Hozuki's concealment techniques were remarkably adept, rendering him unable to sense their whereabouts. At that moment, Kushina had lost consciousness, and a clearing appeared in the forest ahead, with trees toppled haphazardly across the ground. The Nine Tails chakra remained wild, and 4 tails of chakra had now manifested. Suddenly, a puppet rushed forward from the forest, clutching a white scroll. Aware that he could not prevent the Nine Tails from wreaking havoc, Qianyun focused on the 2 elderly foes. As the mist swirled, Chiyo and Hozuki instantaneously teleported away, interrupting the puppet's action. Qianyun also shifted his position stealthily and followed suit. However, this time, Chiyo and Hozuki closed in on him, prompting Qianyun to swiftly toss a smoke bomb. You little brat, die for me. Chiyo's voice dripped with malice as Qianyun immediately utilized the water clone technique to escape. Bang! Bang! He deployed another smoke bomb, and true to form, the two elderly ninjas hesitated. Mist concealment technique. As the mist coalesced around him, Chiyo and Hozuki quickly distanced themselves with a second teleportation. A smile crept across Qianyun's face. His mist concealment technique had been improved to allow movement alongside the caster. As Qianyun advanced, the two elders retreated, seemingly aware that the mist held something peculiar. Just as he was about to seize Chiyo, a yellow flash arrived, accompanied by Tsunade and several jonin. Realizing the situation was untenable, Chiyo decisively withdrew from the area. Qianyun exhaled a sigh of relief as the mist gradually dissipated. However, at that very moment, a shadow struck from behind, knocking him unconscious in an instant. Halt! Tsunade pursued, but the scorching Hozuki had already teleported away, carrying Qianyun with him. Meanwhile, Kushina regained consciousness after Minato employed a sealing technique left by Jiraiya. Upon learning that Qianyun had not only defeated the Sand Ninja team to save her, but also thwarted Chiyo and Hozuki from unleashing the Nine Tails, she was deeply moved. We must rescue him. He should not be abandoned. Kushina was fervent, and Minato found himself at a loss for words. Tsunade interjected sternly, "Calm down. Hozuki took him not to kill him. We must save him, but we must first aid our other comrades." Kushina lowered her gaze. Torn between her desire to rescue the orphan child and her responsibilities as a medical ninja and the leader of the medical team. 3 hours later, Qianyun awoke in pain, only to find Hozuki glaring at him with predatory intensity. They were in a cave, with a sheer cliff outside, the sound of flowing water echoing below. The soil surrounding them was a deep red, a sight that sparked a faint recognition in Qianyun. Bang! As he surveyed his surroundings, Hozuki delivered a brutal kick, causing blood to seep from Qianyun's mouth. He then realized his body was covered in footprints, explaining his agony, particularly in his groin, which had evidently been brutally trampled by her. Coughing blood, Qianyun found himself in a dire state. This experience as a captive was nothing short of horrific. Antidote. Or I will make your life a living hell. Bang! Bang! Hozuki shouted, following up with another barrage of kicks, leaving Qianyun immobilized on the ground. Blood continuing to flow from his lips. Concerned that she might inadvertently kill him, and feeling discomfort in her own body, Hozuki finally ceased her assault. Struggling to sit up, Qianyun coughed incessantly, his gaze growing unfocused. Hozuki lifted her foot again, but reconsidered. If he were to die, she would have to seek Chiyo's aid for healing. Or worse, request assistance from the male medical ninjas of Sand, which was unacceptable to her. Both options were undesirable. Her best choice would be to have Qianyun heal before she ended his life. Water. Qianyun finally spoke, and though Hozuki was seething with anger, she reluctantly complied. She had rummaged through Qianyun's tool pouch earlier and found that none of the assorted medicines had proven effective. Coughing again, Qianyun felt pain in his chest from Hozuki's heavy-handedness, and a numbness spread across his head and cheeks. 10 minutes. If you do not provide the antidote within 10 minutes, I would rather kill you. Nodding, Qianyun rummaged through his pouch, retrieving several small vials and preparing the antidote on site. So that is how it is. No wonder it didn't work when taken alone. Hozuki lamented. After mixing the antidote, he offered it to her. She raised her hand to pour it into her mouth. For external application, Qianyun quickly interjected, causing Hozuki's mouth to twitch in irritation. Turn around, she commanded, and Qianyun complied, tending to his own injuries. Thankfully, his bones were intact, though his lungs bore severe bruises. And he sensed something amiss in his head. It appeared that she had not only beaten him, but had likely delved into his memories. At this moment, Qianyun's emotions were eerily calm. He had never felt such a murderous intent towards another. Is this sufficient? Why has the hemorrhoid not subsided? Hozuki inquired after applying the ointment. Without turning back, Qianyun replied, Is it no longer itchy? Yes. Hozuki responded tersely. The toxins are concentrated at the tumor site. It can be treated with healing palm techniques after excision, but care must be taken to avoid secondary contamination from the toxic blood. This implied that contact with the blood's toxins could lead to infection. Hozuki felt frustrated, realizing that merely applying ointment was insufficient. Fine regardless. This little brat is destined to die, so showing him is of no consequence. A dead person cannot spread word, nor will they mock me. After grappling with her thoughts, Hozuki finally opened the back door. Grasping a kunai in her left hand and a flying needle in her right, she stood poised, chakra primed for activation. Neither spoke as she laid out surgical tools, medical cotton, disinfectant, and anesthesia in an orderly fashion. Gradually, Hozuki relaxed. Theoretically, Qinyun had not lied, and he was evidently a trained medical ninja. Chapter 17. Hozuki is a big fool. The sizable tumor was excised, and Hozuki breathed a sigh of relief. While Qinyun utilized the healing palm technique, Hozuki contemplated whether to postpone killing him until the following morning. As she pondered, her eyelids grew heavy. Clatter! The kunai and flying needle slipped from her grasp. Concerned, Qinyun administered a dose of sedative to her before examining his own mind. Within, he found a circle of cursed seals that appeared frail. No rush. First, he would read her memories to discern what she had done to him. The A-rank memory extraction technique was quite gentle. Those with poor sensitivity might not even realize their memories had been perused. The first scene Qinyun witnessed was a confrontation between Hozuki and Chiyo. The second scene unfolds with a confrontation against the sand-hidden counselor, followed by chaotic battles and endless training. Her life is monotonous, bordering on the tedious. She has few friends, and her family perished during the Second Ninja World War. She employs the sand-hidden secret technique, the mind manipulation sand. Previous attempts to control it proved ineffective, likely due to the system's influence. After absorbing the memories, Qinyun stroked her chin, effortlessly unraveling the mind manipulation sand with a simple incantation. This secret technique is not difficult to use, nor is it challenging to untangle. Reflecting on her thoughts, she recalled a sealing technique left by Bra, known as the illusory sea seal. Qinyun had attempted to improve it before, finding it too simplistic and ineffective. Inspiration eluded her on the nameless island, but now, an idea sparked. The illusory sea seal's greatest advantage is its endless continuity and ability to conceal the seal. If integrated with the mind manipulation sand, could the results become intriguing? Without hesitation, Qinyun set to work, completing the task in an hour. Contemplating the situation, she felt a twinge of resentment towards the woman, deciding that at the very least, she should return the injuries inflicted upon her. First, she would give her a haircut. Yet, even after the haircut, her anger remained unsatisfied, prompting her to prepare some skin markings, leaving behind traces on her body. The ink from the mist hidden was quite effective. She began by drawing a few small turtles, followed by 2 plump rabbits, which appeared rather adorable. Qinyun found herself unable to stop this playful endeavor, leaving the cave only at dawn the following day. For hours later, the cave erupted with ghostly screams, startling even the birds that flew nearby. Meanwhile, Qinyun stood bewildered, gazing at the vast desert with a face full of despair. He had lost his way once again. As he rummaged through his ninja tool pouch, he realized, despite having checked it before leaving the cave, he had forgotten the most crucial item, the map. Cursed be that woman with the ample bosom, who, of all things, chose to take the map. Qinyun felt a wave of frustration wash over him, clutching his chest as another fit of coughing seized him, causing his head to throb. He was parched. Upon taking a sip of water, he was dismayed to discover that only half a cup remained. Damn it! When he next encounters that foolish Yetsong, he would ensure to give her a thorough makeover. After finishing the half cup of water, he still felt thirsty, looking around at nothing but desert. In such a place, using water release to extract moisture would undoubtedly lead to dehydration, a common knowledge among ninjas. With no point of reference in sight, he struggled to discern direction even upon merely turning around. Drawing from his experience of being lost at sea, he concluded that it would be best to find a foolish bird to guide him. Gazing up at the sky, dizziness overcame him once more. There were no birds, and any that existed would be impossible to catch. In utter despair, Qinyun could only sense the living creatures around him. Fortunately, he detected a lizard beneath the sand behind him, and he needed to send it to find water. In an instant, he pounced, using the insect training technique, which seemed to yield some success. Following the small white lizard, Qinyun felt his strength waning. With no water and even dry rations failing to ignite his appetite, just as he sensed himself on the brink of fainting, the white lizard suddenly burrowed into the sand ahead. Qinyun recalled that among the sand-hidden ninjas he had previously dispatched, some possessed the ability to manipulate sand. He hurriedly attempted it. Hand signs formed, and he channeled his chakra. Damn it! Sand manipulation requires wind chakra, and his supply of wind chakra was pitifully low. Struggling in the sand, just as he felt he was about to suffocate, he suddenly stepped into nothingness. Bang! Qinyun plummeted into a dry well, and across from him sat a skeleton. Shaking his disoriented head, he managed to sit up. Gasping for air, he examined the well closely. The sand at the bottom appeared damp. There was a way. He retrieved a scroll and began collecting a substantial amount of mud and sand, soon revealing a tiny spring. Forgetting the murky mixture, he plunged his head in for a frantic drink. He had survived, and it felt remarkably good. He vowed that from now on, no matter where he traveled, he would carry sufficient drinking water. Additionally, he would need a map and compass, along with clever little ninja insects or lizards. The small lizard was also drinking water. It seemed to have been thirsty for quite some time. After consuming some rations, he offered a portion to the lizard, but it showed no interest. Feeling satiated, Qinyun finally looked back at the skeleton across from him. This individual seemed not to belong to the desert, as their attire resembled that of an ancient warrior. Beside them lay a filthy katana, and scattered within their grasp were some prayer beads. Their sternum was broken, and judging by the marks, the assailant had used a palm technique. Were they monks from the Temple of Fire? But why would monks resort to such lethal measures? Qinyun moved closer, picking up the katana to inspect it, only to find the blade emanating an eerie red glow. In an instant, Qinyun's consciousness was dragged into an illusionary realm, akin to a spiritual world. It seemed that only warriors and monks practiced such powers. Young ninja, do you seek strength? In this spiritual realm, a blood mist materialized before Qinyun, revealing two eyes glowing ominously red. Why does this scene feel so cliché? To gain power, one must surrender their soul? Cough, ahem. Oh, esteemed elder, may I inquire which deity you are? Ha ha ha. The blood mist erupted in a fit of foolish laughter, followed by self-aggrandizement. Its message was clear. It was the ancient sword deity, who had aided countless warriors in becoming formidable. For instance, the skeleton beside him had once been an inconspicuous farmer, who, upon surrendering his soul to the sword deity, gained immense power and ascended to greatness. After listening, Qinyun dug into his ears and then reached out towards the blood mist. The blood mist was taken aback. It had never anticipated that Qinyun would dare to act so brazenly. Behold my blade. The blood mist transformed into a long knife lunging towards him. Quick as lightning, Qinyun seized the hilt and squeezed, causing the blade to dissipate like fog. Once more, Qinyun lunged for the blood mist, this time grasping a fragment of soul fire. It was small yet resilient, reminiscent of a certain part of Yetsong's body. Infuriated with her, he thought, you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. I strike. I grind. I hit with all my might. PFF. Finally, under Qinyun's relentless assault, the soul fire of the sword deity shattered. Ding defeated the Winter Rain sword spirit, obtaining the title of Lord of Winter Rain. Stunned, Qinyun marveled not only at the purple title that had dropped, but also at how the formerly crimson spiritual realm was gradually transforming to a pristine white. Wait, why was the spiritual realm turning white while his spiritual body became blood red? This was amiss. Furthermore, why did he feel an insatiable urge to kill? Even a desire to devour blood and souls. The sword spirit was problematic. Defeating it did not equate to its demise. As Qinyun's thoughts shifted, he exited the spiritual realm, only to find himself enveloped in swirling blood mist, resembling a demon. No wonder that farmer had been slain by the monks. The small lizard, terrified, burrowed into the sand. Feigning death. Calm down. Maintain composure. Right. This unfortunate farmer possessed prayer beads. Perhaps they could be of use. It turned out the farmer sought the beads for self-preservation. Grasping one bead, he used his soul to extract information, discovering it was a beast-taming seal. The second bead revealed yet another beast-taming seal. After inspecting 9 beads, all containing sealing techniques, he finally reached the 10th, which contained a sutra. Rapidly reciting the sutra and channeling his soul force, he felt the shackles upon him begin to dissolve. A quarter of an hour later, Qinyun sensed the lingering shackles upon her, yet continuing to chant the scriptures seemed futile. Swapping for another prayer bead, she read the scripture once more, and as she recited it, additional shackles dissipated. This time, Qinyun felt her mind become remarkably clear, even more so than in her usual state. Upon reciting the final scripture contained within the last bead, she felt herself transcend in that very moment, light and unburdened. The 3 scriptures, titled Liberating Humans, Liberating Beasts, and Liberating Demons, required formidable mental strength to invoke. Regrettably, this unfortunate farmer was incapable of wielding them and was instead misunderstood by a monk, resulting in grievous injury. Out of gratitude for the kindness shown, Qianyun buried him deep within the sands. Afterward, Qianyun reclined by the well to rest, for the previous day's battles and beatings had left her unable to recover adequately. The following day, at noon, she was awakened by hunger. After quickly consuming food and drink, she examined the remaining 9 prayer beads. She found the sealing technique to be quite impressive, capable of taming ordinary beasts into her subordinates and enabling a telepathic connection. However, it seemed somewhat lacking, prompting her to retrieve and peruse the sealing notes of Blara. His techniques primarily revolved around cellular parasitism, and her study had spanned half a month. Fortunately, she possessed ample provisions, enough to last for centuries. That day, Qianyun etched the improved sealing technique onto her abdomen and even devised a set for her brain, ensuring that her A-grade memory retrieval technique would remain impervious to scrutiny. Next, she resolved to return to Konoha village, as lingering in the desert indefinitely was not a viable option. Remaining hidden and developing cautiously was the path to success. Sensing the position of a small lizard, she realized she could not find her way home without it as a guide, unless she captured another. Suddenly, Qianyun was astonished to find her sensing ability had inexplicably surged to a 100-mile radius, even allowing her to detect movements 3 meters deep in the sand. The small lizard was being pursued by a swarm of red scorpions, and Qianyun swiftly utilized sand manipulation to emerge onto the surface. This time felt significantly easier, as if summoning chakra encountered no obstacles. Was it the scripture's merit? Qianyun dashed forward to find the little lizard besieged by the red scorpions. Wind release, wind cleanse technique. She performed from a distance, initially intending to experiment, yet to her surprise, the technique succeeded. The small lizard was saved, scampering overjoyfully. Qianyun promptly tossed it into the ceiling space, where it immediately transmitted its thoughts, expressing a desire to hunt and stating that consuming red scorpions would enhance its strength, even potentially strengthening Qianyun. Astounded, Qianyun released the little lizard once again, instructing it to avoid provoking groups of creatures in the future, lest it find itself without aid. However, the small lizard did not depart. Instead, it anxiously paced in circles, intermittently conveying its thoughts, essentially pleading for Qianyun's trust, assuring her that eating red scorpions would indeed bolster its strength. Sighing, Qianyun then summoned a few red scorpions, dispatching them before offering them to the little lizard. As she prepared to leave, the little lizard pursued her once more, reiterating its request for Qianyun's trust. With a blink, Qianyun, almost on a whim, retrieved pots and pans. Was it not simply a matter of consuming desert red scorpions? The worst that could happen was poisoning. Could a medical ninja like her truly be defeated by mere toxins? She heated oil, gently frying the scorpions, seasoning them, and then closed her eyes as she tossed them into her mouth. Crunch, crunch. Gradually, she felt her tongue growing somewhat numb. Her prediction proved correct. The desert red scorpions were indeed toxic, and their venom was rather potent. I have consumed them and am now poisoned. You must realize this time that you cannot grow stronger, she stated to the little lizard. Yet, the lizard conveyed its thoughts, claiming it could detoxify her, but it would need to enter Qianyun's body. The ceiling space? She decided to open a portal for it, allowing it free passage in and out. Upon entering the ceiling space, the little lizard immediately began to expel toxic mist. To Qianyun's astonishment, she learned this was its method of detoxification. She attempted to synchronize her breathing with the little lizard's, and to her surprise, she discovered that the toxins within her were being absorbed, akin to assimilating proteins, even erasing previously accumulated trace toxins. She truly felt stronger and more invigorated. It turned out the little lizard had not lied. It simply had not realized the principle behind its abilities. Rising to her feet, she attempted to utilize sand manipulation once more, finding it remarkably effortless, though not sustainable. Clenching her fists, she felt her strength noticeably increase, and her body felt incredibly liberated. It was settled. She would first enhance her own abilities before returning to Konoha village. After a brief tidying up, she instructed the little lizard to search for red scorpions. However, the little lizard insisted there was no need to search, as they had not relocated. With excitement, the little lizard dashed across the sandy terrain, and Qianyun followed suit. About half an hour later, she was alarmed to detect a terrifying presence concealed within the sandy expanse. Before she could instruct the little lizard to halt, it inadvertently taunted the swarm of scorpions, prompting a tidal wave of small scorpions to surge forth. The little lizard was once again fleeing for its life, and Qianyun scolded. "You foolish creature, Why provoke so many at once? You cannot possibly consume them all. The little lizard chirped in response, its legs never ceasing in their frantic pace. Its movements appearing quite peculiar. Storage? As Qinyun contemplated while running, it seemed plausible. She could even domesticate a batch of red scorpions. Retrieving a wooden barrel from her sealing scroll, she emptied its contents and initiated the insect summoning technique. It worked, though it was a shame to squander a batch of gold-edged earth elements. Watching the red scorpions flood into the barrel like a tide, Qinyun swiftly sealed a portion to prevent overflow. While she busied herself, the terrifying presence in the sand suddenly erupted. Boom! A super scorpion king, akin to a tailed beast, emerged, and Qinyun instinctively prepared to flee. Yet, the scorpion king charged off in a different direction, akin to a frantic rush to reincarnation. The smaller scorpions became increasingly disoriented, with some following the scorpion king in a mad dash, while others burrowed into the sand, and only a small fraction continued to crawl into the barrel. What was happening? Was the scorpion king preparing to battle a rival of equal status? Curiosity piqued, Qinyun decided to follow the scorpion king discreetly. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Had Qinyun known what lay ahead, she would have certainly refrained from pursuing. The ground where the scorpion king traversed was intensely heated and left behind a peculiar scent. Qinyun felt her sense of smell heightening significantly. Shortly after, she paused. Boom, boom. The scorpion king was locked in combat with a ninja. The commotion was nothing short of monumental. Triangular magnets spun, and a massive black magnet cube slammed down. Boom. The scorpion king was forced into the sand. Yet the next moment, a tail lashed out, sending the enormous magnet block flying far away. This power was truly akin to that of a tailed beast. The third Kazakage's puppet was engaged in battle, yet Qinyun could not detect the presence of the red sand scorpion. There was not even a trace of living energy. This was dire. Qinyun hastily retreated. The red sand scorpion had transformed itself into a puppet, leaving no trace of life. However, it was too late. Suddenly, a rain of iron sand rained down from above, delivering a completely indiscriminate assault. In Chapter 19, seeking misfortune from the red sand scorpion, Qinyun was compelled to resort to life-preserving measures, employing the three-section mist body flicker technique. Yet in her panic, she forgot that she was in the desert. The mist body flicker could only allow her to evade critical attacks. Her lack of combat experience and composure was evident. The disparity between one's own strength and combat experience was stark. A puppet pursued fiercely, and Qinyun, with an injured arm and afflicted by a peculiar toxin, felt his body rapidly succumbing to paralysis. Desperately, he sought to increase the distance between himself and the puppet, which, true to the weaknesses of a puppet master, ceased its relentless chase. While running, he adjusted his breathing and hastily consumed an emergency antidote. However, the toxin from the red sand scorpion was exceptional. Qinyun's vision began to blur ominously. If he were to collapse, the desert's serpents and insects would soon strip him to bones. Little White, do you have a way to save me? The little lizard conveyed its efforts, admitting it was its first encounter with such an enigmatic toxin. Overwhelmed with despair, Qinyun regretted pursuing the Scorpion King. Had he lost his sanity? As his consciousness faded, he finally reached the underground well. He consumed another emergency antidote, but it yielded no results. There was no time for experimental analysis of the toxin. He had to attempt alternative solutions. Recalling a tale from his past life, he remembered how Sakura Haruno used a delicate peeling technique to antidote Kakashi, later employing the rare Yuji herb for the antidote. The dilemma was that the delicate peeling technique was a unique skill of Princess Tsunade, and Qinyun had yet to witness it being used even after a year at the Konoha hospital. Regardless, he decided to try modifying the mist concealment dehydration technique. Perhaps it would offer him a chance at survival. Taking action was the only way to live. Inaction was tantamount to certain death. Originally a technique crafted by fishermen to produce dried fish, the mist concealment dehydration technique now seemed to hold the potential for salvation. With meticulous control over his chakra, Qinyun carefully attempted to extract the toxin from his heart. Though the process was excruciating, the numbness in his body began to dissipate, and his mind cleared slightly. Upon regaining some clarity, Qinyun realized his earlier folly. His own flesh escape technique inherently possessed the power to cleanse blood toxins. In his earlier panic, he had entirely overlooked it. Resolute, he decided to employ it. The exhilaration he felt when using this technique on others was now replaced with a different emotion as he personally executed it. His chakra was indeed chaotic, but Qianyun felt undeniably more alert. He continued to utilize the dehydration technique to extract the internal toxins. Theoretically, he was not doomed to death, but merely faced a prolonged recovery. An hour later, as Qianyun contemplated how to exact revenge on the red sand scorpion, he suddenly sensed someone above. A red-haired youth clad in a sand village vest descended, accompanied by the third Kazekage puppet. It appeared that the red sand scorpion had not yet transformed himself into a puppet, which explained his previous concealment. Remarkably, before Qianyun could seek vengeance, the scorpion had the audacity to come looking for him. As the red sand scorpion retracted the third Kazekage puppet and descended using sand techniques, Qianyun was momentarily taken aback. The mini-mist concealment technique was in effect. The scorpion approached, and Qianyun, barely clinging to life, gazed at him. The scorpion remained silent, extracting a scroll to gather water before departing without even touching Qianyun's body. Infuriatingly, he felt utterly disregarded. Did the scorpion intend for him to succumb to the toxin? His confidence in his own poison was evidently unshakable. It was no wonder he had refrained from pursuing earlier. With a smirk, Qianyun resolved to make the red sand scorpion experience the terror of an incurable toxin. After traversing 10 miles, the red sand scorpion scratched his neck, but he dismissed it and continued on. 5 minutes later, he scratched again, soon feeling an unbearable itch in his armpits, behind, and waist. He suspected the Scorpion King or the uncleanliness of his recent lodgings, but he never once considered Qianyun. He hastily prepared a disinfectant, believing it was the Scorpion King's uncleanliness that caused this discomfort, given that scorpions often consumed corpses. Yet, after trying several remedies, nothing seemed effective. His temper grew increasingly irritable, while Qianyun, on the other hand, neared a turning point in his detoxification. His complexion brightened, and the need for surgery on his hemorrhoids faded as he adjusted his breathing. They began to recede on their own, leaving no scars. After detoxifying, Qianyun's first action was to cultivate a plasma antibody against the toxins while instructing the little lizard to find the Yuji herb. Initially, he thought the little lizard would be perplexed by the mention of herbal medicine, yet it responded eagerly. As the little lizard ventured off, Qianyun muttered to himself. Did it truly comprehend? After introducing the toxin antibody plasma into his system, Qianyun felt invigorated. It was time to concoct specialized smoke bombs to confront the red sand scorpion. The next dawn, the little lizard returned, astonishingly clutching a handful of Yuji herbs. Qianyun praised it profusely and rewarded it with small scorpions, allowing it to rest. He then set out to capture a batch of sand snakes to toss into the second ceiling space, followed by practicing sand techniques and swordsmanship. Ultimately, his initial defeat by the red sand scorpion stemmed from insufficient combat experience and a lack of diverse offensive strategies. On the 5th day post-detoxification, feeling nearly restored, Qianyun released the sand snakes to trace the whereabouts of the red sand scorpion. To his surprise, he discovered the scorpion resided merely 60 miles away, with only a Scorpion King nest separating them. Concentrating his senses, he realized the Scorpion King was still alive, albeit buried deeper within the sand layers. Upon careful reflection, Qianyun surmised that he could tame the Scorpion King, as it had a blind spot on its back. Previously, the red sand scorpion had exploited this blind spot, rendering the Scorpion King defenseless. Half an hour later, a sudden eruption occurred as the Scorpion King burst forth, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Unbeknownst to him, the little lizard had provoked the Scorpion King into a furious rampage. Qianyun swiftly maneuvered to the Scorpion King's back, rapidly forming hand seals and instantly sealing the creature within his space. This power seemed overwhelming. As Qianyun landed upon the desert, he felt disoriented. This sealing technique could potentially subdue even-tailed beasts. Such power was not without peril. Should it come to light, he would face the same fate as the Uzumaki clan, targeted by the entire ninja world. With a gulp, Qianyun resolved never to subdue large beasts in public again, especially not tailed beasts. Otherwise, his demise would be inevitable. 10 minutes later, Qianyun arrived at the perimeter of the red sand scorpion's dwelling, using the viral markers to remotely activate his flesh escape technique once more. Originally, the red sand scorpion was engrossed in viral experiments when he suddenly scratched his backside. 3 seconds later, he sensed something was amiss. His chakra was dissipating and becoming increasingly chaotic. He promptly teleported to his room to gather his equipment and initiated techniques to sense his surroundings. Chapter 20. The red sand scorpion self-extracts his heart. Qianyun was at a considerable distance, and remarkably, the scorpion failed to detect him, which seemed to be his advantage. The red sand scorpion concealed himself, dispatching a sand clone to the surface. Qianyun continued to activate his flesh escape technique, and the red sand scorpion could no longer remain hidden, hastily emerging from the ground in a frantic dash. Qianyun pursued him, discovering that the red sand scorpion had set explosive tags along his path and even unleashed tamed red scorpions. Indeed, the atmosphere is quite ominous. Had it been a ninja with insufficient sensing distance, they would likely have met their demise by now. Qianyun circumvented the explosive talismans and the red scorpion, intending to wear him down. Suddenly, ahead, the red sand scorpion collapsed, appearing to be on the brink of death. Qianyun smirked. Realizing this foe could feign death despite having ample chakra, he dispatched a sand clone and instructed the sand snakes to lie in ambush. Unexpectedly, Qianyun discovered that the enemy was resorting to trickery again as his true form emerged from beneath the sand. Qianyun maintained his composure, feigning an unwavering gaze forward. Clang! At a crucial moment, he swiftly drew his sword and thrust it into the sand, eliciting a muffled groan from within. Without a second strike, Qianyun hastily vacated the spot. Bang! A puppet's arm emerged. Had Qianyun lingered, he would have been pierced through. Bang! Bang! As the red sand scorpion struggled to rise, Qianyun's specially crafted smoke bomb detonated, prompting the red sand scorpion to teleport in rapid succession. Yet, it was too late. He found himself once again afflicted with multiple viral markers. Flesh escape. The great flesh tumor. The red sand scorpion howled in agony, revealing a predatory glint in his eyes. Bang! His third-generation wind shadow puppet was unleashed, iron sand needles taking form instantaneously as Qianyun retreated once more. The iron sand needles pursued relentlessly, leaving Qianyun in a dire predicament. Suddenly, the red sand scorpion cried out in distress, for his focus had been diverted, and he was bitten by 3 sand snakes beneath him. This proved that rage can cloud one's judgment and perception. A swarm of red scorpions encircled, and Qianyun charged forward, wielding his blade with remarkable speed. The red sand scorpion promptly commanded his third-generation wind shadow puppet to confront him. Thud! The red sand scorpion was caught off guard. The figure wielding the blade was merely a sand clone. Qianyun's true form appeared behind him, delivering a solid thrust. Cough! Cough! The red sand scorpion was struck again, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared at Qianyun, gradually regaining his composure. Yet, just as he activated a power scroll from behind, Qianyun swiftly departed the scene. Leaving decisively, the red sand scorpion, panting heavily, hid his fury behind a facade. He retrieved a homemade healing scroll, treating his wounds while directing the smaller scorpions to search for Qianyun. He was not foolish. Qianyun's relentless pursuit could not merely be for revenge over the last poisoning incident. The first possibility was to seize the third-generation wind shadow puppet, and the second was to acquire the confidential documents of Sunagakure, including the puppet techniques and toxin formulas, as well as the village's defensive barriers. As he contemplated this, several red scorpions returned with news that Qianyun had paused 20 miles away. A smile crept across the red sand scorpion's face. He had never suffered such a significant loss in his life and felt compelled to exact revenge. Even if it meant concealing the third-generation wind shadow puppet, he had to eliminate Qianyun. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to hide in the scorching sands for 2 years. The red sand scorpion thought this while Qianyun had no intention of allowing him respite. After communicating with the Scorpion King, he released it. Thud, thud, thud. The Scorpion King's massive frame shook the earth as it ran, creating a palpable tremor even in the desert. As it raced, it summoned smaller scorpions from a 100-mile radius. It had endured enough of the red sand scorpion, who had used it as a target to hone his ninja skills for the past 2 years. Even a clay figure retained some fire, let alone the dominion of the scorching sands. The tide of scorpions surged forth, and the red sand scorpion finally sensed something amiss. A vast expanse around him was teeming with red scorpions. Even with teleportation, escape was impossible. He immediately activated the third-generation wind shadow puppet, unleashing magnetic sand needles. Waves of smaller scorpions were impaled, only to be swiftly replaced by new ones. Sandstorms and quicksand arose, pushing the tide of scorpions aside as he fled. The red sand scorpion realized that if this continued, he would ultimately fall to Qianyun. He resolved to escape the area as swiftly as possible. However, his actions were already anticipated by Qianyun. Not only did he intend to force the red sand scorpion to his demise, But he also sought to ruin Chiyo and the Elder High's reputation. The pursuers were not to be spared. He had captured enough images to fill 3 rolls of film, each one crystal clear. Qianyun trailed at a distance, remaining unhurried. An hour later, the red sand scorpion was exhausted, his wounds repeatedly tearing open. He made a desperate decision, one he had contemplated for years, but never had the resolve to execute. He retrieved a purple scroll and a human skin jar inscribed with seals. With a swift motion, he decisively extracted his own heart and sealed it quickly. He succeeded, rapidly embedding himself into the 3rd-generation wind shadow puppet, utilizing magnetic escape to fly away from the area. This method was exceedingly novel, beyond all expectations. Qianyun blinked, realizing he had encountered a troubling predicament. From now on, with such an adversary lurking in the shadows, he would have to remain perpetually vigilant against potential assassination attempts, as death could strike at any moment. Troublesome. The Scorpion King was intent on consuming the Red Sand Scorpion's corporeal form, prompting Qianyun to rush forward and seal the Red Sand Scorpion's body. Physique. A green physique attribute fell from the Red Sand Scorpion, which was quite rare. The Scorpion King was relentless, even roaring at Qianyun. With no other option, Qianyun cast it back into the ceiling space. Following this, he proceeded to the Red Sand Scorpion's residence, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of that psychopathic individual. However, after half an hour of searching and even sending sand snakes for reconnaissance, he found no trace of the Red Sand Scorpion. Could it be that the heart sealing technique was not sufficiently refined, and he had gone to attend to his heart? Cautiously entering the Red Sand Scorpion's abode, which consisted solely of a bedroom and a laboratory, he discovered some experimental manuscripts, an ancient map, and flesh tissue imbued with magnetic properties. Were these the experimental cells of the 3rd-generation wind shadow? The map indicated the locations of underground rivers and ancient cities. After 2 hours of discerning directions and having a small lizard lead the way, Qianyun emerged from the desert as night fell. Throughout the journey, the small lizard argued with the Scorpion King, claiming that its ancestors had once ruled the desert while the Scorpion King had merely been a subordinate. The small lizard incessantly urged Qianyun to consume the Scorpion King, while the Scorpion King retorted that no one could devour it, asserting that it could easily devour Qianyun at any moment. Qianyun grew weary of their bickering but refrained from joining their quarrel. Finding a cave, he began to organize the data on the Red Sand Scorpion. 3 days later, Qianyun had perused all of the Red Sand Scorpion's memories and examined his experimental manuscripts. This individual was indeed a genius, setting aside the puppet techniques. He had managed to clone the skeletal structure of the 3rd-generation wind shadow, using only the rudimentary medical data from Sunagakure. However, his resources were limited, preventing the cloning of other cellular structures. After a slight modification, Qianyun successfully cloned himself, using puppet techniques to control the clone. It was not agile and could not engage in combat yet. He then cloned the heart of the Red Sand Scorpion, restoring its heartbeat and respiration. Yet it remained in a vegetative state, unable to act. Upon returning to Konoha, he planned to learn the shadow clone technique, which should enable him to create a functional corporeal clone. For the time being, he stored the 2 prosthetic bodies in the ceiling space and continued on his way. Chapter 21. Pursued by Chiyo on the 5th day after leaving the desert, Qianyun traversed a forest and suddenly noticed a large contingent of ninjas operating 100 miles away. The distance was too great, and the sensing imagery was somewhat blurred. Qianyun stealthily approached. 30 miles away, he came to a halt. Although the scene remained somewhat hazy, Qianyun was already able to discern that the ninjas were from Sunagakure. They seemed to be discussing an impending assault on the village of Amagakure, with the intent of seizing supplies. Amagakure? Supplies? Could it be the same batch he had previously commandeered at sea? Just as Qianyun contemplated taking a detour, a sudden skirmish erupted. A group of youths from Amagakure launched an attack on the Sunagakure ninjas, each clad in rain-resistant cloaks, moving with remarkable agility and precision. In the blink of an eye, the Sunagakure ninjas were vanquished, and the Amagakure youths eagerly unfurled the supply scrolls. To their dismay, the scrolls contained sealed flames, resulting in heavy casualties among them. Cries of anguish filled the air as the youths struggled to save half of their number, leaving fewer than 5 capable of continuing the fight. Yet, they did not retreat. Instead, they resolved to ambush the Sunagakure ninjas once more, anticipating their return to clean up. As Qianyun prepared to leave, an unsettling chill crept up his spine. A shadow clone technique. A flurry of shurikens whizzed past him, compelling Qianyun to narrowly evade the ambush. Before he could flee, a massive net was cast upon him. With a clang, he drew his blade, shredding the specialized net into fragments. Immediately, a barrage of explosive tags accompanied by shurikens followed. With a series of instantaneous movements, Qianyun barely escaped with his life. As he sprinted away, he sensed the pursuers behind him. To his dismay, it was Chiyo and Hozuki, the two persistent figures who had reappeared after their recent encounter. He now harbored grave suspicions that the demise of the third Kazekage was somehow linked to Chiyo. Otherwise, the timing was far too coincidental. Fortunately, he had captured photographs of the scorpion and the third Kazekage puppet back then. This old crone would have to commit seppuku next time, dragging Hozuki down with her. Chiyo was closing the distance, and Qianyun realized the peril he was in. He would surely meet his end if this continued. Changing course towards Amigakure, he thought, "Forgive me. Yahiko, you shall serve as my shield." As he sprinted, he threw smoke bombs behind him, causing Chiyo to hesitate. Using a mini-mist technique, he found that the two elders could still sense him. A troublesome situation indeed. However, the smoke bombs and the mist technique succeeded in slowing their pursuit, granting Qianyun a brief moment to breathe. Soon, he arrived at the ambush site for Yahiko, where he shouted, "The Sunagakure crone is coming to abduct men." The Sunagakure crone seeks to take men away. The initial reaction from both parties was one of shock and confusion, but Qianyun continued. "The Sunagakure crone has a penchant for young boys like Yahiko. She claimed she would take him back to play with." At first, both sides were taken aback, exchanging glances. Yet, Qianyun pressed on. "The Sunagakure crone has a disturbing obsession with children, which is why Inoki abandoned her, unable to endure her loneliness. She came to Amigakure to seduce Hanzo, but he too wishes to part ways." Just then, Chiyo's enraged voice echoed from behind. "You little brat, speak another word, and I shall tear you apart." Yet Qianyun persisted. "Amigakure youths, save yourselves. The Sunagakure crone intends to capture you as male pets. She has her eyes set on a handsome lad named Yahiko. You scoundrel, you are finished." Yahiko exclaimed, and the Amigakure youths sprang into action, charging forth, prompting Qianyun to hastily escape. The more chaotic it became, the better his chances of eluding capture. As the brawl commenced, the Sunagakure ninja forces quickly surrounded the area. Qianyun's conjecture proved accurate. The target of the ambush was not the Akatsuki, but rather that old lecher Hanzo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yahiko led his team to distance themselves from the chaos. The sight of numerous Sunagakure ninjas encircling them sent a chill down his spine. This was indeed a stroke of luck thanks to the Konoha white-haired boy. As the two factions clashed, the main forces of Amigakure became aware of the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki camp, located in a small town outside Amigakure, was also bolstering their ranks in response to the news. The scene had grown chaotic, and Chiyo had abandoned her pursuit of Qianyun, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Stealthily infiltrating the small town outside Amigakure, Qianyun found a modest eatery where he donned a raincoat similar to those worn by the villagers, masking his presence as he ordered a meal, feigning ignorance. However, just as he was halfway through his bowl of noodles, he noticed two figures entering the establishment. A girl with purple hair, Konan, drifted in, flanked by two paper constructs. Beside her was Nagato, his long red hair obscuring his eyes. "Who are you?" Konan inquired coldly, her demeanor radiating an air of judgment. After finishing half of his noodles, Qianyun replied, "I am a special jonin from Konoha. I merely lost my way and happened upon the ambush by the Sunagakure crone against my senior Yahiko. That is why I raised my voice. We are allies. Our only enemies are Sunagakure, who plan to attack Amigakure." "Lies. There are no good people in Konoha," Nagato retorted with vehement disdain, tossing a kunai toward him. Qianyun dodged in the nick of time, but Konan and Nagato were quick to pursue him. Convinced that Konoha harbored ill intentions, Qianyun realized he was in serious trouble. These two were formidable opponents, and if they became entangled for too long, his fate would be sealed. Both Amigakure and Sunagakure held deep animosity towards Konoha ninjas. Having already offended Sunagakure, he could not afford to create a mortal enemy in Amigakure. "Wait, listen to me," he implored. Just then, a series of explosive tags from Konan caught up with him, immediately followed by Nagato's wind technique. Qianyun lamented his predicament. How could he survive this onslaught? As he pondered whether to escalate the situation further, the Sunagakure ninja forces invaded the town. They appeared devoid of humanity, attacking anyone they encountered. Seeing this, Konan and Nagato abandoned their pursuit of Qianyun to confront the Sunagakure ninjas. Qianyun thought to himself, what a fortunate turn of events. Seizing the chance to escape, he prepared to make his getaway. However, just as he was about to exit the town, he suddenly found himself caught in a downpour of toxic rain. What on earth? He exclaimed, incredulous at his misfortune. The townsfolk hastily donned gas masks. But not everyone was equipped for such a predicament. Qianyun sought a mask for himself, only to discover that the little lizard and scorpion king within him were rather enjoying the poison rain. To his astonishment, he found that the toxic rain had no ill effects on him. In fact, it felt rather pleasant. Adjusting his breathing, he carefully sensed the changes in his body. It seemed that the antibody plasma he had acquired previously was proving useful, much to his delight. Just as he was about to make his escape, another explosive tag soared through the air. With a thunderous blast, Qianyun narrowly avoided it, only to be confronted by a Sunagakure Chunin wielding a blade. He instinctively dodged and countered with a swift strike, feeling as though the technique was etched into his very soul. Another Sunagakure ninja charged at him, and Qianyun's feet moved instinctively, as if guided by an unseen force. One by one, several Sunagakure ninjas fell, yet Qianyun felt he had scarcely exerted himself. This unfolding scene did not go unnoticed by Konan and Nagato, who exchanged intrigued glances. Chapter 22. The Predicament of the Akatsuki. Suddenly, the Sunagakure ninjas received orders to regroup outside the town. Konan and Nagato immediately rushed to aid the innocent civilians. But an Akatsuki member arrived with news that their camp was overwhelmed and unable to treat the poison. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the Rain Village's hidden ninjas, Qianyun hurriedly approached and declared, I am a medical ninja. I possess the ability to detoxify. A group of Akatsuki youths turned to him, seemingly trying to discern whether Qianyun was speaking the truth. Embarrassed, Qianyun hastily added, in fact, I have just escaped from the desert, and now I must collaborate with you to evade the sand ninjas. Upon hearing this, Konan and Nagato finally felt relieved, as they had previously believed that Konoha was allied with the Sand Village to assault the Rain Village. As Qianyun entered the Akatsuki's camp, he was struck by the dire conditions. The early Akatsuki resembled a refugee camp, with everything in disarray and injured individuals scattered everywhere. Death was a constant presence, and the impoverished populace had grown numb to their suffering, with no tears shed. To make matters worse, Akatsuki members were tirelessly carrying in more victims, all appearing to be helpless and destitute. Without wasting time, Qianyun immediately began to write down the formula for a detoxification potion. In truth, he had sensed early on that it was a Rain Village Jonin who was jointly casting the poison rain technique. The toxins from the Rain Village were quite similar, and Qianyun had heard about them countless times while working at the Konoha hospital, where they had become a teaching case. Of course, at that time, he did not have the qualifications to participate directly. He merely absorbed the information while performing menial tasks. Konan sent someone to fetch medicinal herbs for detoxification, while Qianyun was taken to treat the critically injured. These were the individuals who had been severely burned during a prior ambush, and their injuries appeared grave. For others, it might have been a challenge merely to ensure these people would survive, let alone restore their appearances. However, Qianyun had conducted experiments on a nameless island, confirming that Blue Star's skin regeneration techniques could be applied here. Does anyone recognize tilapia? Qianyun inquired, employing water-style ninjutsu to extract saline solution, maintaining a calm demeanor. The Akatsuki members exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. Qianyun glanced at Konan, who at that moment was behaving like a bashful young girl. Everyone knows it, she exclaimed, blushing as she spoke. Qianyun continued to inject the saline solution into the injured, urging, quickly gather some tilapia and skin the fish. We will need it in an hour. Also, gather medical supplies such as petri dishes and transfusion tubes. The more comprehensive, the better. And as for medicinal herbs, bring whatever you can find. The more complete, the better. The critically injured were concentrated in a quiet room, and members who could move were instructed to rest in the greenhouse to clear the area. Qianyun's authoritative commands prompted the Akatsuki members to spring into action. Konan and Nagato were astonished. Although they often treated the impoverished, it usually devolved into chaos. Now, with Qianyun's presence, everything seemed to proceed in an orderly manner. The sense of organization was refreshing. The tilapia skin was quickly delivered, and Qianyun worked swiftly to prepare it for transplantation on the burn victims. Nagato, astonished, inquired whether this method was truly safe. What if they develop fish scales? He asked. Qianyun reassured him with a smile. Rest assured. This technique has undergone thousands of clinical trials. After 3 months, they will recover to 80% of their original state, and there will be little difference from their initial skin. Qianyun efficiently attended to the group of burn victims before moving on to those suffering from blood loss and unconsciousness. As for the poisoned individuals, with the formula in hand, many ninjas could save them. Qianyun was engrossed in his work until the late hours of the night. When he finally sat down, his youthful visage had grown pale. Yahiko returned, speaking words that Qianyun barely registered as he succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into sleep. The following day, around noon, Qianyun was awakened by a cacophony, and upon sensing the atmosphere, he realized that a new batch of injured had arrived at the camp. The civilians had been evacuated, and among the injured were not only Akatsuki members, but also many rain ninjas. Qianyun resumed his duties, and this time they had somehow procured a set of medical equipment. The petri dishes were working around the clock, while Conan led a group to learn from Qianyun. On the 5th day of the war, toxic mists began to spread throughout the small town. Waves of impoverished individuals succumbed to the poison, and even many ninjas were unable to withstand its effects, with no time left to prepare antidotes. Qianyun sensed clearly that outside the town, Granny Chiyo was clashing with Hanzo. Strangely, the rain ninjas suddenly launched indiscriminate attacks, even massacring civilians. Yahiko quarreled with several rain ninjas, but Qianyun remained silent. Suddenly, someone pointed at Qianyun and bellowed. Who can guarantee that he is not a spy? Who can assure us that he is not here to sow discord among us? Lord Hanzo has fought for the Rain Village for half his life. Is it truly fitting for us to slander him like this? Sometimes, in war, to secure comprehensive victory, we must sacrifice a small number of comrades. Do we not grieve for this? But what choice do we have? If we do not act, we will lose more comrades and the entire land of rain. Yahiko shouted back, but we cannot slay the innocent. What is the difference between this and the 5 great nations? Then prove that none of the people here are spies. Otherwise, we must eradicate any unknowns. It turned out that the Rain Village ninjas were executing orders while the Akatsuki was merely a rogue faction, not officially recognized by the Rain Village. Setting aside his tasks, Qianyun removed his gas mask and proclaimed, I am Qianyun, a Konoha ninja. My arrival in this town is purely coincidental. I can leave. Please cease your quarrel. Upon hearing this, the Rain Jonin coldly retorted, You cannot leave. As he prepared to attack, Yahiko stepped in front of Qianyun. Do you forget? This is Akatsuki's territory. We will not allow our comrades to be wronged, nor will we permit the slaughter of innocents. Very well. This is your choice, the Rain Jonin declared, ready to issue the command to engage in battle. However, Qianyun interjected, Wait. His voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Lord Hanzo's objective is to win the war against the Sand Village, and he has already succeeded. The Sand is retreating. I will leave, and you will still be comrades. This town remains the gateway to the Rain Village. The Akatsuki can serve as your first line of defense against external threats. Waging war against the Akatsuki would be unwise. I hope you will reflect on this. After Qianyun finished speaking, the Rain Jonin fell silent, and suddenly, Qianyun vanished in an instant. It's a trap. After him. The Rain ninjas immediately pursued Qianyun, while Yahiko attempted to intervene, but several Akatsuki members blocked his way. Leader, do you not understand Qianyun's intentions? He does not wish for us to go to war with Lord Hanzo, and with his strength, those few are no match for him. Escaping is not an issue. Yahiko signaled Nagato to sense the situation. After a few moments, Nagato nodded, indicating that Qianyun had broken free from their encirclement. However, in the next heartbeat, Nagato exclaimed in shock that Lord Hanzo had ordered a squad of Jonin to pursue Qianyun. Chapter 23. The True Face of Hanzo the Salamander Without Hesitation. Yahiko commanded Conan and Nagato, Stay at the camp. I will go assist that child. Yahiko departed before anyone could respond, immediately vanishing from the town. Conan and Nagato exchanged glances and quickly briefed their companions before following suit. Their opponent was a squad of Rain Jonin, and they were concerned for Yahiko's safety. In a forest along the border of the Land of Rain, Qianyun halted, facing 12 Rain Jonin who stood upon the trees, looking down at him as if deities surveying mere ants. Water style, poison rain technique. Without uttering a word, they unleashed a combined ninjutsu, covering a range of approximately 10 miles. The method employed seems to stem from a concern that Qianyun might flee, as well as a fear of interference from foreign ninjas. In a moment of panic, Qianyun hastily retrieves a gas mask. However, 3 Jonin suddenly unleash flying needles. In an instant, Qianyun is pierced like a porcupine, appearing to be beyond salvation. When Yahiko arrives, the Rain Village Jonin squad is preparing to inspect the body. Cough. Go die? Yahiko roars, immediately unleashing a flurry of ninjutsu. Wind release, gale palm. Water release, water chaos. Bang, bang. The Rain Jonin narrowly evade his attacks and swiftly begin to counter Yahiko's onslaught. As Yahiko finds himself in dire straits, Konan and Nagato arrive. Upon seeing Qianyun's lifeless form, their eyes widen in shock, and they swiftly coordinate with Yahiko. Their synergy in battle transcends mere numbers, as if the three share a profound connection. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the Rain Jonin are slain. However, one suddenly casts an explosive flame formation, ensnaring the trio. Just as their demise seems imminent, a series of raindrops accurately strike all the explosive tags. Smoke billows forth as the tags fail, and the trio realizes they have narrowly escaped disaster. In their moment of anger, they now feel a wave of trepidation. Are you human or ghost? A Rain Jonin exclaims in terror. Following his gaze, Yahiko and the others turn to see the previously deceased Qianyun standing nearby. Body technique, great hemorrhoid. The 3 Rain Jonin wail in agony, frantically attempting to flee. Bang, bang. Yet they collapse not far, having unwittingly succumbed to a narcotic. Entirely unaware throughout, it is evident that the disparity between ordinary Jonin and a ninja of Chiyo's caliber is immense. As Qianyun retrieves their bodies, he cheerfully expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yahiko, Brother Nagato, and Sister Konan, for rescuing me. Had I been alone, I would likely have perished. That puppet technique could only deceive momentarily, but it could not repel them. Yahiko, in a light-hearted manner, responds, no need to take it to heart. It is simply our duty. Yahiko's carefree nature does not imply that Nagato and Konan lack intellect. Nagato questions, why didn't you intervene when Yahiko was besieged? Yahiko, realizing the implication, turns his inquiring gaze toward Qianyun. It wasn't that I refrained. I was utilizing the mist concealment technique to obscure the forest's presence. By the time I was ready to act, Sister Konan and Brother Nagato had already arrived. Qianyun continues, from my perspective, should news of your confrontation with the Rain Ninjas spread, it would not only endanger the 3 of you, but also your comrades. Nagato lowers his head, unable to find a counterargument. Konan then asks, you witnessed our battle. You must have had the opportunity to intervene, correct? Qianyun smiles, indeed. Your trio's collaborative approach resembles a form of combat artistry. I could not bear to interrupt, and instead focused on gathering chakra in readiness for assistance. Konan pouts, struggling to find a reason to reproach him. What a smooth talker. Yahiko waves his hand. All right, Konan, Nagato, let us not lay blame on Qianyun. He is our friend. Yet Qianyun, dampening the mood, retorts, no, we are friends, not comrades. There is a distinction. I am a destitute ninja from Konoha, having grown up rummaging through trash bins for food. You are all renowned figures in the ninja world. I feel unworthy to be called your comrade. Moreover, due to my background, we can only ever be friends. We can never be comrades. Otherwise, Lord Hanzo would grow suspicious of you, and I would be interrogated by my Konoha peers. The 3 fall silent. After a moment, Yahiko solemnly declares, there is nothing shameful about scavenging for food. We have all done it, and we still rose to prominence in the ninja world. Qianyun gazes at Yahiko in astonishment, then breaks into a smile. No wonder we can be friends. We share similar experiences. Konan suddenly blushes, mumbling, can't you just come back with us? What is so great about Konoha? Isn't it better to be with us? Upon hearing this, Yahiko erupts, hey, Konan, why are you suddenly confessing feelings for Qianyun? Qianyun freezes, Nagato is taken aback. While Konan, flustered, wishes to find a hole to hide in, yet she does not respond to Yahiko's question. Yahiko is enveloped in a shadow, appearing despondent. After a considerable pause, Qianyun gazes seriously at Yahiko. Let us set aside personal matters for now. I wish to impart a grave warning to you regarding the Akatsuki. Hearing this, the trio turns to him in unison. Lord Hanzo seeks to kill me, not because I am a Konoha ninja, but because I revealed the antidote to his toxin. Once more individuals in the ninja world learn of the antidote's formula, his intimidation will wane. I have only just come to this realization. Furthermore, Lord Hanzo's orders to massacre the impoverished stem from this reason. When you return, do not disclose the antidote's formula again. and remain vigilant against Lord Hanzo. Konan and Nagato widen their eyes, as this reasoning appears sound. However, Yahiko suddenly points an accusing finger at Qianyun, shouting, "You bastard! So you truly wish to sow discord?" Qianyun blinks in surprise, then offers a rueful smile. "You see, you would rather believe in Lord Hanzo, who slaughters the poor, than in me, a Konoha medical ninja who saved them. Thus, we cannot be comrades. At best, we can only be friends." Yahiko finds himself at a loss for words. Qianyun's assertions ring true, leaving him defenseless. Nevertheless, Yahiko manages to retort, "The Akatsuki will never turn against one another, no matter how justified your reasons may be." Qianyun, looking helplessly at Konan, suggests, "Sister Konan, please take care of matters like this. It suffices to guard against Lord Hanzo without resorting to violence." "Enough." Cough. Yahiko, infuriated, turns to leave the forest. As Konan glances back at Qianyun while departing, she refrains from saying anything further. Qianyun prepares to leave as well when he suddenly perceives a strange presence in the forest. Lacking warmth, breath, or even a heartbeat, it undeniably moves and peers curiously at Qianyun. This form is that of White Zetsu. Chapter 24. The Divine Bridge of Shinra. Originally, I thought myself a mere insignificant figure. Even as a transmigrator, I could hardly attract the attention of Uchiha Obito. Yet, judging by White Zetsu's demeanor, he seems unconcerned with Nagato and more intrigued by me. This little calamity. Wait, is it because of the bond one share with Nagato? This is infuriating. Why must I be entangled with Nagato? As Qianyun laments, the White Zetsu stealthily approaches. This cannot happen. If my existence is discovered by Obito, I am likely to be eliminated. His infinite Tsukuyomi plan cannot allow for any unforeseen events. I must not let White Zetsu return to spread rumors. Earth release, Earth spike. Whoosh. Without warning, Qianyun strikes, and the observing White Zetsu is instantaneously thrust into a ceiling space. Attempting to flee, White Zetsu discovers that the ceiling space appears boundless, no matter which direction he runs. He ultimately returns to his original position. Meanwhile, Qianyun races through the external world, cleansing the forest of any chakra residue before his departure. Ahead lies a grand bridge, which Qianyun crosses swiftly. Upon inadvertently catching sight of a stone tablet at the bridge's end, he is taken aback. The Divine Bridge of Shinra? Is the Third Shinobi World War destined to end here? Alas, such matters should not burden a mere pawn like myself. It is wiser to languish in Konoha and develop in obscurity. A group of elite jonin can render one utterly powerless, revealing that my training remains insufficient. Ding! Defeated the Hashirama cells, gained the entry, cellular creation and regeneration. Qianyun abruptly halted, casting a glance at the system panel, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although the entry was white, the ability it conferred was invaluable, surpassing even that initial worthless trash known as the deer-headed garbage. Gulp. Qianyun swallowed hard, feeling as if he too possessed the potential to become a deity in the ninja world. No, I must not harbor such lofty expectations. It is prudent to focus on steady cultivation. However, this cellular creation and regeneration seems to not only enhance oneself, but could also be employed to empower others. I must find a secluded spot to hide away and thoroughly study this before proceeding. With this thought, Qianyun plunged into the shadowy depths of the forest ahead. "Let me out, please. I urgently need to relieve myself." Baiju shouted frantically from within a sealed space, appearing genuinely desperate for a restroom. The little lizard conveyed its thoughts. "Master, hurry and toss it out. This creature will stink up our home." Sand Serpent, "I really want to eat it. I truly do." Scorpion King, "It must be a man-eating flower transformed. It cannot possibly taste good." Baiju, "You lie? I am quite delectable. Truly." Qianyun, "At the border of the Land of Fire, in the Forest of Crows." Utilizing Earth Release, he painstakingly excavated a cellar, transforming it into a chamber with careful concealment. Once settled in, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. First, he extracted the powerful cells from himself, then employed cellular creation and regeneration to clone his blood. Transfusion. Meticulously sensing, the chakra amount increased, yet no other peculiarities emerged. Again, he repeated the process, transfusing and carefully sensing once more. This time, the water-style chakra increased, but still, nothing unusual was found. Once more, after 12 experiments, finally on the 13th, he obtained the diamond lock. It turned out he possessed a diluted Uzumaki bloodline. Following the transfusion, he executed the diamond lock, Yet the chains were as thin as a necklace and semi-transparent. Qianyun chuckled bitterly, wondering how much his ancestors adored water release, even tainting the diamond lock thus. After too many transfusions, Qianyun felt unwell, his movements growing sluggish. His combat prowess did not increase. Rather, it seemed to diminish. In despair, he resolved to enhance his forte, the fearsome body release. Strengthening this was relatively simple. Essentially, with disinfectant in hand, I have the virus. Qianyun dispatched a water clone to work, while his main body trained in the basement. One day, he noticed an abundance of crows in the forest, displaying remarkable discipline. Suddenly, it struck him that he lacked avian scouts, and crows were smarter than many birds. After a while, Qianyun captured tens of thousands of crows and unceremoniously tossed them into seal space number 5. It was impractical for all the crows to merely squat on the ground, so he also threw in several large dragon blood trees for the crows to nest in. This seemingly mindless act soon prompted the system notification to chime again. Ding! Defeated the dragon blood tree, gained the entry, cellular repair. A cascade of green entries appeared, and Qianyun's eyes widened. What was he waiting for? He must fill the seal space to the brim. Other plant entries were rather useless, and most were the lowest grade, semi-transparent, with the majority lacking entries altogether. Qianyun thus focused solely on the dragon blood trees, quickly turning the forest of crows into a pockmarked landscape. He need not worry about insufficient seal space. When he initially inscribed the illusory sea seal, he had not been foolish enough to replicate the 9 beads. Currently, he possessed 99 seal spaces, and could increase them at will. This was the greatest advantage of the modified illusory sea seal. However, the crow space began resembling a miniature world, much to the dismay of the little lizard and scorpion king. Little lizard, master, I desire a hot sandy wilderness with a well. Scorpion king, you brat, bring me that blazing sand sea and 10,000 scorpions. I shall create a red scorpion empire here. Qianyun was petrified. The once formidable scorpion king was, in fact, female. Before Qianyun could respond, Baiju interjected. Master, I want a pond. I wish to reproduce here. Once they grow, I will teach them what it means to need to relieve oneself. By the way, those who cannot speak human language are all monsters. The Scorpion King flared up. Foolish monster. Say another word, and I shall devour you. Little lizard, eat his mouth first, then his backside. Red-eyed crow. Fortunately, I can speak human language. The scene fell silent, followed by an eruption of chaotic banter, leaving Qianyun with a headache. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not impossible to provide them with homes, as returning to Konoha was not an urgent matter. 5 days later, Qianyun's virus-nourished entry upgraded to green, prompting him to hasten towards the desert. After previously obliterating the souls of 3 Rain Village Jonin, his strength had once again escalated. The journey no longer felt as exhausting. Crossing the Shinobi Bridge, just as Qianyun was about to orient himself, he suddenly found himself surrounded. What the hell? He had completely failed to notice, and he had no idea how the Rock Village ninja forces had managed to encircle him. Gulp. He swallowed hard, forcing a strained smile, even feigning ignorance. I am merely a medical ninja from Konoha, and a lowly genin at that. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. You esteemed gentlemen may continue your rest. With that, Qianyun attempted to make his escape, but a spiky-haired jonin suddenly appeared before him in an instant. Qianyun was so startled that he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 25. Qianyun's bounty noticed the Rock Village ninja forces chuckled lightly, and the spiky-haired jonin spoke. Young man, as you come from Konoha, have you seen my companions? Qianyun stammered in response. Actually, I came from the Rain Village, and I just exaggerated. I'm not an official genin, merely a special medical genin without a number. My mission was to gather medicinal herbs, and upon passing through the Rain Village, I noticed a conflict, so I took a detour here. The rock ninjas murmured among themselves, seemingly verifying the information. After a moment, the spiky-haired jonin smiled. Do not fear, for we of the Rock Village never harm medical ninjas. Those who have experienced the last Shinobi World War know this well. Now, relax. I will read your memories. And if I confirm you are truthful, you may go. Qianyun's eyes widened, displaying a visage of terror. You can't do this. It goes against the Shinobi World Treaty. A chorus of laughter erupted from the rock ninjas, seemingly unconcerned with the Shinobi World Treaty. It appeared that all major ninja villages disregarded it, with only Konoha ostensibly adhering to the rules. Suddenly, Qianyun vanished in an instant. The rock ninjas were taken aback. The distance he had covered indicated he was no ordinary genin. Just as the spiky-haired jonin was about to dispatch someone to pursue him, he suddenly scratched his rear, feeling an unbearable itch deep within. Moreover, his chakra became unexpectedly chaotic. Meanwhile, the entire rock-hidden ninja squad was scratching their backsides one after another when suddenly someone exclaimed, "I remember now. That little white-haired ninja from Konoha has recently been placed on the sand-hidden bounty list." Upon uttering this, the person hastily rummaged through their ninja tool pouch and soon retrieved the bounty notice for Qianyun. Qianyun, special medical genin of Konoha, nicknamed the Evil Physician. Proficient in water release, viral attacks, rumor-mongering, and evasion, with a bounty of 3 million ryo. How outrageous. All units, pursue the Evil Physician from Konoha. If we fail to complete our war mission, we shall all perish. After the explosive-haired ninja finished shouting, he immediately charged ahead. The 300 ninjas had no choice but to follow suit, although many of the lower-ranked ninjas were already struggling to keep up. Damn it, how troublesome. The explosive-haired jonin moved swiftly, managing to close the distance to Qianyun in just 5 minutes. Terrified, Qianyun quickly activated his body flicker technique. However, in the next moment, he was alarmed to discover that his mark had vanished. He had no choice but to rely on his speed, swiftly entering the desert. Yet, 3 minutes later, he found himself blocked by 8 jonin. "I warn you, do not force my hand, or I shall not hold back," Qianyun shouted in anger. The explosive-haired jonin retorted, "Not hold back? So you believe you can defeat us?" This individual certainly had a high opinion of himself, his fists cracking ominously. Suddenly, Qianyun bellowed, "Great monarch of the sands, descend and let your enemies witness your might." At his command, the rock-hidden jonin immediately grew wary, uncertain of the terrifying entity Qianyun might summon. Boom! Suddenly, the space in front of Qianyun warped, and the Scorpion King was unleashed. With an ear-piercing scream, the Scorpion King emitted a scorching heat, causing the surrounding yellow sands to turn crimson. Simultaneously, it projected an aura of fury. Fools! Engaging in battle at the edge of the desert limits the use of the Great Quicksand. You better pray for your survival. After chastising them, the Scorpion King swung its massive tail, and Qianyun immediately bolted away. The rock-hidden ninjas attempted to pursue, but the Scorpion King's enormous size easily obstructed the aid of them. Nevertheless, the rock-hidden ninjas were not foolish. They split and ran to either side, quickly redirecting their pursuit of Qianyun. The Scorpion King chased after the rock-hidden ninjas, while they desperately continued their pursuit of Qianyun. A cloud of dust rose in the desert, and a ninja hawk soared overhead, immediately heading towards a certain direction in the sands. The explosive-haired ninja moved swiftly, once more closing in on Qianyun. At that moment, Qianyun recalled who this person was. The rock-hidden explosive-release ninja, Jio. This was troublesome. Boom. Qianyun tossed a smoke bomb, but Jio deftly dodged, displaying impressive combat experience. However, in the next instant, Qianyun sensed his body flicker mark again. With urgency, he activated it. Ugh! Jio groaned softly as he quickly cast a technique, causing Qianyun's mark to vanish once more. It became clear that they could not erase the viral mark, but could suppress it, and the duration of the suppression was growing shorter. Qianyun threw several more smoke bombs, intending to widen the distance, but Jio suddenly charged forward, aiming to subdue Qianyun in one fell swoop. Bam! Suddenly, without looking back, Qianyun extended his finger backward and unleashed a water iron cannon, striking right at the heart. Jio halted, his pupils dilating rapidly. Such is the way of ninjas. After a lifetime of assassination, one might end up perishing at the hands of an unremarkable individual. Swiftly, Qianyun rushed over to seize Jio's soul, crushing it with ease, and then promptly sealed the body. Yet, despite Qianyun's remarkable speed, the pursuing enemies were still closing in. He regretted thinking about collecting bloodline samples at such a time. Once more, he sprinted away, desperately activating his body flicker technique. The 7 pursuers were of comparable strength to Jio. They had just sensed how Jio had been caught off guard, so they dared not get too close. As Qianyun pondered how to eliminate the 7, he suddenly sensed a chakra disturbance ahead in the sand. Perfect, I'll lead them there. Perhaps there will be an unexpected surprise. As Qianyun stepped onto a dune, he suddenly transformed into a pile of yellow sand. The sand clone was quite effective, especially in the desert. The group of rock-hidden ninjas was momentarily bewildered, but the next second, they were alarmed. Sand release, Great Quicksand. The sand-hidden ninjas lay in ambush, and they were none other than the young duo, Maki and Yura, dispatched to stand guard. Initially displeased, upon encountering their sworn enemies, the rock-hidden ninjas, they felt it would be an affront to the audience not to launch an ambush. Qianyun had escaped, and Maki and Yura engaged in combat with the rock-hidden Jonin. However, they underestimated the strength of the Jonin. The rock ninjas collaboratively executed techniques to break free from the Great Quicksand, and then swiftly aimed to eliminate Maki and Yura. Just as they unleashed their chakra, two terrifying presences enveloped them. Granny Chiyo and Chiyo's assistant, along with the sand-hidden ninja squad, had arrived. Outnumbered 100-7. There was no escape for the seven, who were swiftly defeated by a coordinated assault. At this moment, the Desert Ninja Hawk reported again, stating that the 300 rock-hidden ninjas, accompanied by a Scorpion King, were marching rapidly in the desert. Granny Chiyo spoke solemnly. It seems the news of Shikaka's escape has leaked, prompting the rock-hidden to alter their advance direction. We must strike decisively, otherwise, that stubborn Inoki will surely send more reinforcements. Yura scoffed, muttering, "Couldn't you just write him a letter asking him not to send anyone to the desert?" Initially, Granny Chiyo didn't grasp the implications until she noticed the surrounding young ninjas' stifling laughter, at which point her face flushed with fury. Boom. She delivered a sharp slap, leaving a conspicuous bump on Yura's head. Chapter 26. Shikaka's fury. The rumors Qianyun had spread earlier had circulated throughout the sand-hidden village. Some even suggested that Granny Chiyo was frequently absent, likely off on clandestine meetings with Inoki or Hanzo. Otherwise, why did she always return looking utterly exhausted? Sometimes even in tears. It seemed she had been spurned by Inoki and rejected by Hanzo. Good news seldom travels, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Not only was the sand-hidden village abuzz with this tale, but even the rain-hidden and rock-hidden villages were caught up in the gossip, which only intensified. Initially, Granny Chiyo paid little heed, but now it appeared that the situation had escalated to a point where she had to intervene. Listen closely, youngsters. Regarding the rumors about the evil physician from Konoha, should anyone dare to speak carelessly again, I shall personally remove their tongue. The crowd bowed their heads in silence, though many were clearly suppressing laughter. With no other choice, Granny Chiyo could only order an ambush and plan to discuss the matter further upon returning to the village. Meanwhile, Qianyun had sprinted 20 miles away and sensed Granny Chiyo leading an ambush against the rock-hidden ninjas, prompting him to release his small lizard and find a place to rest. The chase had been thrilling and perilous. Although Qianyun still had chakra remaining, it was dwindling. Moreover, the Scorpion King had yet to return, leaving him uncertain if it would still recognize him as its master. The small lizard found a spot among the ruins of an ancient city, where most structures had collapsed, but a well remained intact. Fortunately, Qianyun stumbled upon an underground chamber to rest. After eating and drinking, he stationed the sand snake as a lookout and sent the small lizard to search for usable supplies within the ruins. He slept soundly until midday the next day, and upon waking, indulged in another meal. He felt his appetite increasing and noticed that his clothes were shrinking once more. Qianyun had not yet finished her breakfast when the little lizard suddenly came to report the discovery of a treasure chest. Overjoyed, Qianyun knew that, theoretically, the little lizard possessed considerable intelligence and could not possibly mistake treasure. She hastily finished her meal and employed her sand technique to sneak over. This place was a partially collapsed underground palace, with the treasure chest buried in the sand. Upon uncovering it, Qianyun found it half filled with gold and adorned with exquisitely crafted gemstone necklaces. Reflecting on the potential for the supplies from Cardo to be discovered, she decided it prudent to seal them in batches immediately. Qianyun was not overly cautious. She suspected that the sand-hidden ninja's previous assault on rain-hidden village might have been to seize those supplies. If the situation were to unfold, it was likely that even Cardo's gold and paper currency would be reclaimed, leaving her a mere fool. Earning money was arduous. One must never place all their eggs in one basket. After considerable effort, Qianyun divided the Cardo supplies into 20 portions and the treasures in the chest into 3. Just as she was about to leave, the little lizard, darting about, reported the presence of a stone box in a corner, emanating a terrifying aura. Qianyun quickly retrieved it, for she feared no so-called demons or monsters. The stone box was as large as a grinding stone, and within it lay a jade box of icy quality. Qianyun thought to herself that it must contain an unparalleled treasure. However, upon opening it, she nearly discarded the jade box in shock. Inside was a severed head, desiccated, with the skin tightly adhered to the skull, appearing exceedingly eerie. After a moment of composure, Qianyun examined the head closely, noticing numerous sealing runes, seemingly to prevent any malevolent entity from escaping. As she scrutinized the seals, having never encountered anything like them before, Qianyun promptly took notes. Then she employed her memory-reading technique, intending to probe the internal condition of the head. Though she had prepared herself mentally, she was still taken aback when her consciousness was drawn into a mental realm. Before her stood a complete, humanoid old man, exuding a chilling aura. Particularly, his smile evoked the grim reaper from Corpse Demon Ceiling. He was casting a spell on Qianyun, muttering incantations. As she approached, the old man continued his muttering. Thwack! Qianyun delivered a resounding slap, leaving the old man momentarily bewildered, uncertain of the current situation. Hadn't he already cast the soul-binding spell? Why was this unfortunate child still moving? Could it be that due to the passage of time, his spell no longer affected any soul? The old man was still in a daze when Qianyun seized his soul and began to vigorously manipulate it. Wait, young one. I can grant you great treasures. The old man pleaded, but Qianyun was unwilling to listen, continuing her forceful manipulation. In such moments, allowing the opponent to catch their breath could lead to a reversal of fortunes, as had happened with the rock-hidden explosive ninja hunt the day before. Surprisingly, Qianyun found the old man's soul more pliable than that of the sword spirit from their previous encounter, feeling akin to a silicone doll. Unwilling to be deterred, she unleashed all her soul energy, vigorously working to extract every possible detail from him. From her experience, she knew that tearing apart a soul would yield only one piece of information. You insolent brat, cease this at once. Ding defeated the Lord of Black Sand City, Night Wind, and obtained the affinity entry, Sand Affinity. The old man's soul had yet to dissipate when the system notification sounded. Furthermore, it was a blue entry. Up until now, not a single sand-hidden jonin had dropped an entry of such caliber. Qianyun continued her relentless assault. Anyone sealed within a jade box could not be a benign entity. Moreover, the fact that he sought to harm her from the outset indicated that, even if he had been a good person in life, he could not be spared. Ding defeated the Lord of Black Sand City, Night Wind, and obtained the affinity entry, Wind Affinity. Ding defeated the Lord of Black Sand City, Night Wind, and obtained the entry, Life Absorption. The third entry left Qianyun utterly astonished. Although it was merely green, it implied that she might attain immortality. Suddenly, the old man's soul shattered like a deflating balloon, fragments of his essence drifting to the ground. Qianyun glimpsed shards of memories revealing the ninjutsu the old man had once wielded. The most formidable among them was named Wind Release, Black Sandstorm, a technique that, at first glance, seemed rather trivial but could gradually absorb life force. Thus, the entry Life Absorption meant precisely that. Pondering this, Qianyun wondered if transforming sand-based ninjutsu into water-based techniques, such as Mist-Hidden Technique, could also absorb life force. How terrifying! Henceforth, she must remain discreet. Otherwise, she would meet the same fate as the old man, ultimately discovered and besieged by the townsfolk. Upon returning to the surface, Qianyun attempted to employ Wind Release, Black Sandstorm, deliberately omitting the life-absorbing hand sign. She thought to herself that merely absorbing chakra should pose no issue. Whoosh! A small whirlwind began to roam through the desert, and Qianyun felt it bore no lethality. However, the small whirlwind behaved as if it were alive, heading straight for a nearby sand rat. After 3 seconds, the rat was left gasping for breath, and simultaneously, the whirlwind surged threefold in size, rapidly drifting away. Qianyun scratched her head, contemplating how to refine this terrifying ninjutsu. This is bad. Suddenly, it struck her that given the whirlwind's unrestrained movement, it would inevitably result in disaster. However, when she attempted to halt the whirlwind, she realized that the Lord's ninjutsu was only a half-finished product, lacking a stopping hand sign. Sensing the eye of the whirlwind, she discovered her chakra was at its peak, and the only way to cease it was to dismantle that core chakra. Without hesitation, Qianyun bolted. As the core of the whirlwind rose higher and higher, in just 5 minutes, the whirlwind had transformed into a tornado, threatening to engulf all living beings in its path. Chapter 27. Grandma Chio loses her sanity. Qianyun felt a surge of panic and quickly summoned the Scorpion King, hoping to be launched into the air to strike the eye of the wind with her water iron cannon. Thud, thud, thud. The Scorpion King's movements were still thunderous, but Qianyun could no longer afford to worry about being detected by the sand-hidden ninjas. After about an hour, the Scorpion King finally caught up to the tornado. By this time, the tornado had morphed into a black sandstorm with a diameter of approximately 60 miles. Qianyun's face paled in shock as she prepared for the Scorpion King to launch her into the air, only to be horrified to discover a one-tailed Shikaku at the very center of the wind eye. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. The one-tailed Shikaku made its move, initially believing it would be an easy task. However, Qianyun realized she had underestimated the situation. Ordinary wind techniques only exacerbated the black sandstorm's range, failing to dissipate it. The one-tailed Shikaku appeared somewhat exhausted, but then unleashed a surge of chakra. Boom. A semi-transparent tailed beast bomb shot towards the eye of the wind, causing the surrounding air to tremble and the wind's force to diminish. Boom. Boom. The one-tailed Shikaku launched 2 more tailed beast bombs, and the eye of the wind finally collapsed. In that instant, Qianyun felt as if something had been added within her, while the one-tailed Shikaku turned its gaze towards her, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Little lizard, wow, I've grown stronger. From now on, all you monsters shall heed my command. Sand snake, the power of sand is truly marvelous. I could use more. Red-eyed crow, so this is the power of wind. Thank you, master, for the gift. White Setsu, what? Why was I not included? Master, I can indeed speak human language and even comprehend the call of nature. I beseech you to grant me strength. Qianyun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he suddenly noticed numerous sand shinobi gazing in his direction from afar. The crimson aura around Granny Qiandai and Yitsong intensified, and without warning, the one-tailed Shikaku sprang into action. Wind release, sand darts. Qianyun was so startled that his soul nearly left his body, and he hastily hid behind the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King let out a few pained cries as it was struck, followed by a barrage of scorching sand bullets. However, the one-tailed Shikaku was in a frenzy, launching a tailed beast bomb that shook the ground. Qianyun, initially hopeful that the Scorpion King could withstand the assault, was soon sorely disappointed. The Scorpion King was obliterated in an instant, and Qianyun had no choice but to swiftly pull out a scroll to seal it. Seeing that the one-tailed Shikaku was relentless, Qianyun fled for his life. You pestering little brat, you're done for. Get him. Granny Qiandai roared, her face contorted, as the fiery Yitsong leaped forth. You ruffian, no one can save you today. The two charged at him with fierce determination, and Qianyun, terrified, hastily activated the wind body flicker technique he had witnessed an hour prior. However, the distance was too great and the speed too swift, leaving Qianyun unable to maintain his balance as he plunged headfirst into the scalding sand. As he flailed his legs in the distance, Yitsong quickly appeared beside him, preparing to unleash a devastating fire technique. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Qianyun acted without waiting for his upper body to free itself, activating wind release to escape. This time, due to his elevated position, he found himself suspended in midair, just as he was about to crash down onto Yitsong. Once again, Qianyun employed wind release. Whoosh! In an instant, he reappeared 3 miles away. Damn it! Yitsong gritted his teeth and rapidly pursued him. Yet, despite pushing his chakra to its limits, he could not catch up to Qianyun, who was moving at an astonishing speed. Granny Qiandai, her blood pressure rising, seethed with rage at both old grievances and new. She and Yitsong were determined to tear Qianyun apart. Dust billowed across the desert as Qianyun continued to evade his pursuers for 2 hours, consuming an excessive amount of military rations. Exhausted and desperate, he realized that if he did not shake off his pursuers soon, all his provisions would be for naught. Just as he felt cornered, fortune smiled upon him. Having been chased by the rock shinobi and inadvertently entering the ambush of the sand shinobi, he decided to plunge into the fray once more, deliberately slowing his pace. He awaited the moment when the two factions would clash. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a group of youths to his left. While the other positions were occupied by adult ninjas, the inexperienced youth would be the easiest to break through, so Qianyun promptly redirected his course towards them. Boom! Just as he adjusted his direction, a tailed beast bomb flew towards him, causing the rock shinobi to curse in frustration. Qianyun was paralyzed with fear. Yet it seemed as though fate was on his side, for the bomb fell silently. He was uncertain how the one-tailed Shikaku had managed to do that. As he dashed into the ambush of the rock shinobi youth, he executed a substitution technique with sand to escape. The rock shinobi youths rushed out, throwing shurikens, inadvertently striking the sand shinobi, and a fierce battle ensued. The rock shinobi suffered heavy casualties, while Qianyun had already distanced himself. An elder from the rock shinobi shouted angrily, "One of you stay back to watch the evil medic from Konoha. Do not approach him alone. His speed has increased threefold since yesterday." Shocked, the others scrambled, and a perceptive ninja stealthily followed Qianyun. Meanwhile, the rock shinobi had surrounded Granny Qiandai and Yi Tsong, both sides engaging in a life-or-death struggle. The two were executing their kills with the efficiency of a meat grinder, yet the rock shinobi seemed to harbor no resentment towards them, as if their actions were justified. This was rather peculiar. At that moment, the one-tailed Shikaku had vanished, seemingly unwilling to be drawn into the conflict. As Yi Tsong and Granny Qiandai sustained severe injuries and fought for their lives, Qianyun had already slipped into a mountain hollow on the border of the Earth Country. Finding a cave to rest, he was utterly exhausted, and his chakra was nearly depleted. While replenishing himself, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Suddenly, the little lizard expressed a desire to consume the Scorpion King. Initially, Qianyun intended to refuse, as he considered the Scorpion King a companion. However, before he could voice his objection, the crow leader chimed in, lamenting their scarce foraging opportunities. With a wry smile, Qianyun retrieved the Scorpion King's remains to share with his beast companions. At that moment, a group of dragon blood trees also expressed their intent to feast on the Scorpion King's remains, claiming they would not mind what they consumed. With a sigh of resignation, Qianyun tossed the Scorpion King's shell and some leftover food scraps at the roots of the trees. Thankfully, the dragon blood trees did not require much sustenance. Otherwise, caring for them would have become a troublesome affair. Chapter 28. The arrogance of Oyaki. After finishing his meal, Qianyun hastily washed up, intending to get a good night's sleep. However, a perceptive ninja tracking him suddenly leaked a hint of chakra. With no other choice, Qianyun burrowed into the mountain's belly, hoping to evade yet another wave of pursuit. Half asleep, he discovered that the perceptive ninja had not left his vicinity. He was positioned 30 miles away, seemingly able to pinpoint Qianyun's location with precision. Just as he contemplated leaving, Qianyun was startled to find over 100 ninjas surrounding him. What the hell? Do they really need to mobilize such a force for someone as inconsequential as me? Just as he planned to escape underground, he noticed a dozen ninjas converging from below at astonishing speed. Panic surged through him. Remaining in the mountain's belly would spell certain doom. He quickly returned to the surface and employed the mist concealment technique. Originally intending to refine the technique, he now found himself pressed for time. He infused a substantial amount of anesthetic into the mist, knowing that if he could not subdue this group, he would have no choice but to flee. After all, his chakra had not fully recovered. Behind the rocks, the perceptive ninja suddenly shouted, sending a chill down Qianyun's spine. Using the mist body flicker technique to change his hiding spot, he aimed to eliminate the perceptive ninja first. Behind the big pine tree, the perceptive ninja shouted again, leaving Qianyun trembling with fear. Clang! A rock shinobi suddenly appeared beside him, nearly severing his head with a swift strike. Thankfully, Qianyun's reflexes were quick, but it was still unwise to engage directly. The enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. Water release, great mist concealment technique. The mist expanded, and Qianyun changed his position every 5 seconds. Even if the perceptive ninja was fast, he would be unable to lock onto him, and even if he did, there would not be enough time to alert his comrades, who would also need time to react. Over 100 individuals rushed into the mist, all eager to capture the infamous physician of the hidden leaf. Suddenly, someone collapsed within the fog, triggering a domino effect as one after another fell. Realizing something was amiss, some attempted to escape the shroud, only to be struck by flying needles. Their struggle to hold their breath was commendable. It seemed the mist technique required urgent refinement. 5 minutes later, everyone was subdued. Qianyun let out a sigh of relief, but did not immediately lift the mist technique, even increasing the dosage. Another 10 minutes passed, confirming that all had been ensnared, and he revealed a devilish grin. The first soul to be shattered belonged to a perceptive ninja, whose recent assistance had nearly cost Qianyun his life. The wretched ninja world had transformed him into a murderous fiend. Ding! Defeated ninja may gain the entry of spirit growth. A rare growth entry, no less, and it was green. No wonder his perception was astonishing at such a young age. Reading his memories, Qianyun discovered this individual possessed a unique set of perception hand seals, explaining his ability to sense up to 30 miles away, rendering even Qianyun's newly learned Hidden Rain Village stealth technique ineffective. Upon testing it, Qianyun felt as though he had unlocked the doors to a new world. Within 100 miles, everything was crystal clear. He could even discern insects hidden in the rocks and the flow of sap within the tree's veins. As for the ninjas, Qianyun believed his perception surpassed even that of the Sharingan and Byakugan, allowing him to distinguish between white and red blood cells. Next came the rock-hidden camouflage technique. After mastering it, Qianyun quietly exited the forest. He truly needed to rest. Otherwise, he would eventually wear himself down. Before this respite, he recited 3 Buddhist scriptures, instantly feeling a sense of lightness wash over him, as if he had been reborn. The following day, at noon, upon awakening, Qianyun sensed chaotic chakra waves surging from the direction of the desert. Among them was the frenzied chakra of the one-tail Shikaku, alongside 2 other equally violent and intense chakras. Forming hand seals, he perceived that the rock-hidden ninja forces were clashing with the sand-hidden forces, with 2 Jinchuriki restraining the one-tail. Chiyo and Chiyo's elder were controlling flying puppets, confronting Inoki. Meanwhile, the explosive clay user was battling with a ninja, her techniques reminiscent of Daidara's. As Qianyun enjoyed his breakfast, he observed the 2 nations' ninjas battling, feeling relaxed and content. However, it wasn't long before numerous ninjas infiltrated the desert perimeter. Rain hidden, mist hidden, cloud hidden, and leaf hidden. Seemingly every faction in the ninja world had arrived, and Qianyun even spotted the bounty hunter Kakazu. Just as Qianyun was waking up, he suddenly noticed the rain-hidden ninjas transforming into his likeness, deploying a barrage of toxic smoke bombs into the crowd. Damn it! That old fool Hanzo is trying to get me killed. Qianyun cursed Hanzo internally. At that moment, the battlefield between the rock-hidden and sand-hidden shifted dramatically. The one-tail was drawn into a large ceramic jar, and the rock-hidden ninjas fled with it. The ninjas engaged in combat immediately lost their minds, scrambling for the jar, turning the area into a meat grinder, with corpses piling up. Qianyun felt a surge of temptation. Finishing his breakfast in haste, he dispatched a legion of crows to collect shurikens scattered across the desert. Meanwhile, he cheerfully returned to the desert, disguising himself as an ordinary sand-hidden ninja. He nonchalantly collected the fallen, relishing in the bounty of his physical attributes. Boom, boom. Just as Qianyun was reveling in his exploits, a series of explosions erupted ahead. Amidst the smoke, a familiar figure dashed forward, pursued by the explosive clay user. Damn it! Why does that idiot Chikumo have to run towards me? Qianyun sprinted away. But Chikumo suddenly shouted, "Iron Egg, hold her off for a minute." Iron Egg? Confused and alarmed, Qianyun glanced back as the explosive clay user hurled bizarre art pieces once more. Just as Chikumo seemed on the brink of defeat, Qianyun pivoted, drawing his sword in a swift motion. The gust from his blade sliced through the hundreds of art pieces in an instant. Boom! The artworks exploded, but their power was significantly diminished. Chikumo glanced back, surprise and relief washing over her face before she accelerated her escape. Blood trickled from her back. She needed to tend to her wounds immediately. The rock-hidden explosive user was still in pursuit, and Qianyun once again wielded his sword, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. The explosive user had no choice but to ascend to avoid the onslaught. As the wind dissipated, she continued her chase after Chikumo. Narrowing his eyes, Qianyun swiftly sheathed his sword and formed hand seals. Wind release, Black Sandstorm 2.0. A small whirlwind shot forth from Qianyun's hand, moving with remarkable speed. The explosive clay user instinctively directed her clay bird to evade it, casting a disdainful glance at Qianyun while preparing to hurl a large clay piece. Suddenly, the explosive clay user shrieked. Her vitality was draining as the whirlwind transformed into a wind prison, rendering her unable to escape. This was a modified version of the water prison technique, and its effects appeared promising. Boom! The explosive clay user and her clay bird plummeted to the ground. Her complexion pale, yet she showed no signs of death. Just as Qianyun was about to harvest her soul, a small figure shot towards him at high speed. Damn it! Inoki is coming. Wind release, 3-step instant body. Qianyun made a hasty retreat. To avoid being tracked by Inoki, he dove into the crowd and pretended to seize the one-tail. Chapter 29. The Dilemma of Hanzo the Salamander. Despite Qianyun's utmost efforts to conceal his presence, Inoki managed to locate him using chakra signatures. Inoki suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a powerful punch to Qianyun's back. It was a cunning attack. His fist was enveloped in rock, quietly chanting a weighty rock technique. Bang! As Qianyun felt a jolt at the back of his head, He immediately employed the sand substitution technique to escape. Anoki relentlessly pursued him through the crowd. Qianyun's repeated instant movements proved futile. Damn it! Enough of this charade. If it's the tailed beasts they want, I'll not only release the one tail, but also the 4 tails and 5 tails. Whoosh! Qianyun executed a wind-based instant movement, swiftly snatching the ceramic jar from the rock-hidden ninja's back and hurling it towards a distant rock. To his dismay, a rain-hidden ninja was nearby, catching the jar midair. What followed was a scene that left Qianyun horrified. That ninja transformed into his likeness and sprinted towards the land of fire. Countless ninjas gave chase, and Anoki panicked. After all the effort and casualties, if he failed to bring back the one tail, he would be condemned by the entirety of the rock-hidden village and the land of earth. Anoki decisively abandoned Qianyun and pursued the rain-hidden ninja. However, that ninja was as slippery as an eel, easily evading Anoki's dust release and other techniques. This was unmistakably Qianyun's own art. Meanwhile, Qianyun gritted his teeth, watching as thousands of ninjas pursued him. He once again transformed into another sand-hidden ninja's likeness to collect the fallen. Anoki was simply too formidable. Facing him directly was impossible at this moment. This grudge would have to be noted for later. After gathering the fallen, Qianyun was just about to leave the area. As the crows returned, they flew methodically into the sealed space. Just when it seemed that no one was around, Granny Chio suddenly appeared. Like a specter, her swift movements and concealment techniques instilled a sense of dread and unease in Qianyun. Are you not from Sunagakure? What is your intention in gathering so many corpses? Upon finishing her words, she produced her white scroll, while Hai Laotsong hurried over. Desperate to avoid another pursuit, Qianyun called out, "Wait. Allow me to show you something. I hope you will cease your harassment." He tossed a photograph, transformed into a shuriken, at a measured speed. With an impassive expression, Granny Chio pinched it between her fingers. Upon seeing the photograph, both Granny Chio and Hai Laotsong's pupils dilated in shock, cold sweat cascading down their faces. Seizing the moment, Qianyun vanished, his chakra attributes instantly exposed. Scorpion was still alive. This Qianyun had encountered Scorpion. A battle ensued, with Qianyun even finding time to take a photograph. But why would Scorpion act this way? He had no reason to do so. Tears streaming down her face, Granny Chio swayed, nearly collapsing, while Hai Laotsong caught her. "Sister, the matter is not yet fully confirmed. Why jump to conclusions so hastily? Perhaps there are unknown events at play. Only by finding Scorpion and clarifying the truth can we understand what has transpired. For now, do not make a scene." Granny Chio nodded, then gazed towards the direction Qianyun had departed. That wretched little imp, he is fortunate this time. Wiping her tears, Granny Chio set off towards the land of fire. Meanwhile, Qianyun had paused at the border of the land of rain, eager to witness how Hanzo the salamander would conclude this affair. Could a mere transformation technique deceive the entire ninja world? Such a notion was utterly delusional. As expected, 3 hours later, while Qianyun leisurely sorted through the corpses, a rain ninja returned from the land of fire, carrying a clay pot. Anoki stealthily followed in the air, with Granny Chio trailing behind. Their 2 clans had repeatedly sought to obliterate the hidden rain village to seize the iron mines of the land of rain. Finally, they had found a pretext. Upon seeing the rain ninja enter the hidden rain village, Anoki roared, "Hanzo, surrender the one-tail Shikaku, or I assure you, I will slaughter everyone here." Anoki scoffed inwardly. Given Hanzo's prideful character, he would never acquiesce. Before Hanzo could respond, Granny Chio erupted with her chakra, shouting, "Hanzo, the one-tail Shikaku belongs to Sunagakure. If you hand it over to Anoki, Sunagakure will undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack on the hidden rain village." After her declaration, Anoki surprisingly offered a curious smile. The relationship between the 2 clans was always precarious. They could go to war at any moment, just as easily as they could form an alliance. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Simultaneously, the populace of the frontier town fell into panic, and the members of the Akatsuki grew increasingly frantic. Before they could devise a countermeasure, Nagato suddenly sensed thousands of ninjas approaching from the periphery. The Akatsuki was dumbfounded, and at that moment, Hanzo the salamander was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere command would result in his subordinates actually bringing back the one tail and attracting the attention of the ninja coalition. A war could not be initiated, otherwise, the hidden rain village would surely perish. Realizing this, Hanzo bellowed at his recently returned subordinate, "You foolish fool. Did you not notice the ninja coalition following behind? Do you wish for the demise of the Hidden Rain village? Go, take the one tail and leave the land of rain. Anywhere will do, the farther the better. From now on, do not refer to yourself as a rain ninja, or you will know the consequences. After his outburst, Hanzo turned away, leaving the rain jonin in a state of confusion. Even if he had to abandon the vehicle to save the commander, could the old man not express himself more delicately? Filled with resentment, the jonin departed, contemplating how to create trouble for Hanzo. Meanwhile, Anoki led his forces into the Hidden Rain village for a massacre. Alongside him were the shinobi from Sunagakure and the ninja coalition, the majority of whom were pillaging the civilians. Under the leadership of Yahiko, the Akatsuki was tirelessly rescuing the helpless townsfolk. Though their strength was meager, they served as a beacon of hope for the civilians of the Hidden Rain village. An increasing number of rain ninjas joined the Akatsuki, as they were not targets for the great ninja villages, thus significantly enhancing their chances of survival. In another part of the realm, the rain jonin carried the clay pot into the neighboring land of birds, planning to release the one tail in the land of earth and explain that it was Hanzo's order. It was not a distortion of thought. According to Hanzo's character, he would undoubtedly send someone to execute him shortly. This was his form of revenge. Chiyun followed from a distance, his curiosity about the sealed contents within the clay pot growing. Suddenly, the rain jonin let out a horrific scream, instantly turning into a desiccated corpse. Yakura had arrived, likely alerted by Granny Chiyo to intercept. Chiyun felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing he too could not evade such ambush tactics. As Yakura prepared to depart after her successful strike, an unforeseen event occurred. Bang! A towering figure suddenly materialized, and Yakura had no time to react, being hurled away. Blood trickled from her mouth as she helplessly watched her adversary seize the one tail. Many ninjas sensed the commotion, particularly the explosive Kunoichi from Awagakure, who, having received treatment, was now full of vigor. In the shadows, Chiyun smiled. Although his improved wind release, Black Sandstorm technique was not particularly advanced, it was certainly presentable. Numerous ninjas gathered in the northern strait of the Kamikaze Bridge, and Anoki rushed over immediately, while Granny Chiyo continued leading the ninja coalition in sweeping through the Hidden Rain village. Having suffered a significant setback at Hanzo's hands last time, she was determined to deliver Hanzo a heart-wrenching lesson for the sake of Sunagakure's prestige. Chapter 30. Reunion with the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Just as Chiyun was about to collect corpses at sea, he sensed Yakura murmuring, Iron Egg, come rescue me." Chiyun blinked, sighed, and, as if compelled by fate, transformed and rushed to her aid. In the forests of the land of birds, upon his arrival, he found Yakura unconscious and appearing pitiful. Chiyun found a cave and quickly administered anesthesia, lest she go into shock during the setting of her bones. 5 ribs were broken, and her sternum was cracked. This third rakeage was indeed ruthless. After her treatment, Chiyun noticed that Yakura's hair had grown longer. "Very well, let me give you a trim, and also prepare some skincare and underarm hair removal." He took the opportunity to check her brain for the enhanced version of mind manipulation sand, as well as some marks and seals within her body. Excellent. It seems they have not been tampered with. It appears she truly lacks sealing techniques and memory extraction skills. There's a hint of something. Let me give you a quick wash and change your clothes. Finally, I'll concoct some medicinal food to replenish your nutrition. That should suffice. I, Chiyun, have done my utmost. Upon reaching the northern bay of the land of rice, Chiyun discovered Anoki and the third rakeage engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. The Two Tails was entangled with the ninja coalition, many of whom were collecting tailed beast chakra. Wasn't the target the one tail? In just 3 hours, how had it transformed into the Two Tails? Furthermore, the clay pot from Awagakure was nowhere to be found. The area was littered with corpses, the stench of blood wafting through the sea. This time, Chiyun transformed into an Awagakure ninja, believing that he would command greater intimidation as such. Utilizing the camouflage technique, he began gathering corpses while quietly sensing the location of the clay pot. Chiyun was reveling in the moment when an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The formidable Oyuki and the third rakeage unleashed a devastating chakra shockwave, comparable to the explosion of a tailed beast bomb. The camouflage technique faltered, and even the transformation technique failed, drawing the attention of countless ninjas nearby. I am but a rain ninja in disguise. If you seek the remains of your comrades, you may inquire with that old shadow, Hanzo. It was a lie. Bang, bang, bang. The allied ninja forces shouted in unison, followed promptly by a barrage of ninjutsu. Qianyun swiftly utilized the mist body flicker technique to escape, narrowly avoiding what could have been a fatal encounter. Suddenly, anguished cries erupted from the eastern battle circle, accompanied by the deafening sound of thunder. Numerous ninjas turned to witness their comrades collapsing in droves, only to be dragged beneath the waves moments later. "What is that?" someone exclaimed, pointing at the shadow beneath the sea, as all eyes fixated on it. The aerial Oyuki shouted, "Mist ninjas, the cloud has summoned electric eels. Are you not going to act?" Upon hearing this, dread spread among the crowd, prompting a hasty retreat, while the 7 ninja swordsmen emerged from the surface, promptly utilizing summoning jutsu. With a resounding crash, colossal waves surged as a massive horned sea serpent, 10 times the size of an electric eel, was summoned, exuding an air of dominance. The 7 ninja swordsmen vanished from the surface, and the third Raikage shouted, "Get away from the water." However, before the cloud ninjas could escape, the horned sea serpent unleashed a torrent of lightning. In an instant, all nearby ninjas perished, their bodies charred beyond recognition. The scent of burnt flesh wafted through the air, leaving the ninjas on the shore pale with horror. Moreover, countless giant electric eels surfaced, appearing lifeless. With a swift motion, the horned sea serpent devoured the eels, consuming one after another with terrifying speed. Meanwhile, a sudden outcry spread. "The two tails is missing." Many sensing ninjas began to search frantically, yet found nothing. The 7 ninja swordsmen vanished, seemingly abandoning the tailed beast. Oyuki signaled for the elite rock ninjas to follow, and the majority of ninjas present began to evacuate the area, all responding swiftly. The third Raikage mirrored this action, as if aware of the 7 ninja swordsmen's ulterior motives. The allied forces of the ninja world gradually dispersed. Some took to robbing fellow travelers, others sought vengeance against enemies, while some brazenly plundered the common folk of the land of rice. The northern bay quieted, and Qianyun transformed into Hanzo, employing the camouflage technique to quietly approach the surface. He retrieved a corpse, swiftly severed it, and cast it into the sea before vanishing. The horned sea serpent, indeed, opened its mouth to consume the offering, its movements fluid and graceful. 5 minutes later, it thrashed about on the ocean floor, releasing bolts of lightning incessantly. Nearby marine life lay lifeless, yet the horned sea serpent showed no signs of ceasing its rampage. An hour later, the horned sea serpent floated on the surface, dragging a flesh lump the size of a house. Qianyun dashed forth, quickly sealing the serpent into a containment space before silently departing. Unbeknownst to him, his transformation had worked, but it did not cast a negative light upon Hanzo. Some slower-moving rogue ninjas witnessed the entire scene, and even a gossiping ninja discreetly took photographs, convinced that it was indeed the famed Hanzo of the salamander. Thus, news swiftly spread throughout the ninja world that Hanzo's strength surpassed that of Oyuki and the third Raikage. He simply preferred to remain low-key. Meanwhile, Qianyun, having secured the horned sea serpent, immediately disguised himself and entered the land of Rice City. He needed to sort through his spoils, organize his ninjutsu scrolls, and attend to the corpses, many of which had yet to be inspected for valuable items. It was of utmost importance. He cut his hair, purchased new clothing, shoes, and even acquired a batch of medical supplies alongside a plethora of smoke bombs. Having spent nearly half his money, he finally found a dining establishment to indulge in some food and drink. Believing that after this transformation no one could recognize him, Qianyun was sorely mistaken. Just as his dish was served, Shikun Yakura sat down across from him. "What the hell? Based on the timeline, weren't you supposed to have just woken up?" Yakura began to devour her meal ravenously, not sparing a glance in Qianyun's direction, her expression eerily calm. Qianyun swallowed hard, slowly rising to leave. "Sit down, or I shall turn you into a dried corpse." Embarrassed, Qianyun sat back down, but dared not touch his chopsticks. He remained on guard against Yakura's potential attack. This fool was known to take lives without hesitation, and Qianyun was not confident in his ability to evade her strike. "Eat. You ordered it, yet you won't touch it. Are you disgusted by my saliva?" Qianyun forced a smile, cautiously picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat. His chakra was primed for action, ready to activate at the slightest hint of danger. This meal was a nerve-wracking affair, with Qianyun in a constant state of heightened alert. After finishing, Yakura wiped her mouth, but did not rinse. It appeared that sand ninjas lacked the habit of rinsing their mouths, owing to the scarce water resources in the land of wind. You saved me twice. Consider us even. Should such a situation arise again, I will not hesitate to kill you. Qianyun awkwardly smiled, realizing that she was aware he was not Taidan. You are Taidan, because you cannot be crushed. Damn it. Qianyun clenched his teeth in frustration. This fool dared to bring it up, even giving herself a nickname. Yakura smirked, relishing Qianyun's exasperation. Just as Qianyun was seething, Yakura spoke again. Help me reclaim the one-tailed Shikaku, and I shall forget your transgressions. What? Qianyun was flabbergasted, realizing his voice had risen too high, and quickly lowered it. You just said we were even, and it was you who went on a killing spree in the land of fire. We are at war. I acted in accordance with the situation. That is settled. I do not wish to hear your excuses. Yakura forcefully interrupted Qianyun and instantaneously vanished from the dining establishment. Damn it. This fool is truly insufferable. I will make her pay next time. Qianyun was infuriated, feeling somehow manipulated by her. No, next time I must be more assertive. Otherwise, how will I live my life? No, how did it come to this? She is at least 4 or 5 years older than me. Would we not be the subject of ridicule? Besides, one is a sand ninja, and the other a leaf ninja. This era makes it difficult to unite. Frustrated, Qianyun paid for his meal and subsequently sought a cart to the Temple of Fire. Based on his deductions, the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen could not have acquired the one-tailed Shikaku. It was most likely Oyuki who succeeded. After all, the third Raikage was nothing more than a mindless brute. If the rock had succeeded, they would have discreetly returned to the land of Earth to avoid entanglement with Cloud. Qianyun felt quite clever. As he rode in the cart, he engaged in casual conversation with the drivers. Their dialogue primarily revolved around the plundering of wealth by cultists and rogue ninjas. As Qianyun sensed her surroundings, she silently collected the entries from the corpses within the scroll. Suddenly, sounds of combat echoed ahead. Due to the subtle fluctuations of chakra, Qianyun had barely noticed. A monk was engaged in a fierce battle with a cultist of an evil deity, while a civilian's lifeless body hung from a tree. On the ground lay a pentagram drawn in blood, the gruesome sigil of death. The drivers, terrified, concealed themselves, their faces pale with fear. Qianyun blinked. The evil cultist was somewhat aged, but the distinctive iron sigil and the crescent sickle were unmistakable. The necklace around his neck, featuring a perfect triangle encased within a circle, was indeed the emblem of the malevolent deity. Zhongjue, you cannot defeat me. Furthermore, you lack the power to dispel the curse of the evil god. Why persist in this futile struggle? The cultist laughed maniacally, while the monk gasped for breath, appearing to have fought for quite some time. Initially, Qianyun had no intention of intervening, but suddenly, the monk turned to her. Brother from Konoha, please send word to the Temple of Fire, informing them that there are evil cultists causing havoc at Sanya Mountain. Qianyun intended to refuse, but the aged cultist grinned at her. Brother, I advise you not to act foolishly, or calamity will surely befall you. By the way, those goods are mine. It would be wise for you to keep your distance. Sighing, Qianyun slid off the cart and twisted her waist, turning her neck. Oh, another who does not fear death? Then let us send you on your way. Thundering footsteps approached as the old man charged, wielding his crescent sickle with fierce energy. Halt! Your opponent is this monk, Zhongjue shouted, but the elder paid no heed, his smile bordering on madness. Clang, clang, clang. Qianyun drew her blade, engaging the elder in a fierce struggle, gaining the upper hand. Brother, flee. His techniques are treacherous. Just as Zhongjue cried out, Qianyun was struck in the chest by the crescent sickle. Ha ha! The elder laughed maniacally, licking the blood from the sickle. Zhongjue shouted in terror. Stop! He is just a child. Yet it was too late. The elder leaped back to the blood-painted pentagram altar, raising the sickle and plunging the blade into his own abdomen. With a grin, he looked at Qianyun, anticipating her cries of agony. However, Qianyun merely touched her chest, as both blood and wound vanished. Hey, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why are you unscathed? The elder inquired loudly, but Qianyun countered. Do you not feel your own wounds? Fool! The cultist is protected by the evil god. Even if his abdomen is cut open, he will heal swiftly. If I were you, the elder suddenly widened his eyes, incredulity washing over him. What is this? Why is it happening? He watched in horror as numerous tumors sprouted from his abdomen, each resembling ripened grapes. The tumors multiplied and grew larger, the evil deity's necklace radiating heat, seemingly expelling energy wildly. With a sickening squelch, the elder withdrew the sickle, blood and flesh spilling forth. To his terror, he realized tumors were also forming within him, and his body was gradually losing sensation. Stop. Please stop. You bastard, I command you to cease. Notification. Defeated the evil cultist Pu, gained entry, spirit power. The elder panicked, yet Qianyun suddenly transformed into a puddle of water, reappearing atop the ox cart. It was as if she had never moved, or perhaps had just returned from battle. Profoundly unfathomable, Zhongjue remarked, approaching. Amitba, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Since he has shown remorse, why not spare him this once? Qianyun looked down at Zhongjue, realizing he should meet his demise. The existence of such a self-righteous figure served only to condemn either himself or others. Since you pity him, perhaps you should share in his suffering. Behold, those tumors are manifestations of the grievances of countless victims. Merely touching them will allow you to experience similar agony. The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? By sharing his pain, he will lessen his torment. To save a life is greater than building a 7-story pagoda. If you wish to save him, make your decision swiftly. Otherwise, should he perish, the fault lies with you, Master Zhongjue. Zhongjue shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was you who cast the backlash curse. Qianyun grinned. Oh really? Why would I cast a backlash curse? The moment you called for me, I was already entangled in your karma. Now, the cycle of cause and effect returns to you. Are you denying the Buddhist principle of karma? Zhongjue fell silent, suddenly feeling quite foolish. Meanwhile, the elder had transformed into a massive, tumor-riddled mass, his head no longer visible. Yet the grotesque growth continued, accelerating rapidly. Qianyun dismounted, retreating to hide behind a distant tree, and Zhongjue followed suit. With a cheerful smile, Qianyun said, he still has a chance, if you stab him just once. He may regain his senses and break free from the evil deity's contract. In doing so, he could escape the punishment of the hellish emissaries during his reincarnation. However, you would be in dire straits. You would become the very tumor, and upon death, you too would suffer the tortures of hell for obstructing the vengeance of those wronged souls. Zhongjue gasped, glancing at the massive tumor, which was now perspiring profusely. While Buddhists believe in such matters, he hesitated over whether to act. Qianyun continued to persuade him. The Buddha said, if I do not enter hell, who will? To save a life, you must relinquish your own. How else can you attain the state of selflessness? Zhongjue bowed his head, sweating profusely, still wrestling with his thoughts. Chapter 32. A shave for Yetzong. Suddenly, the mass of flesh halted its growth, emitting strange, enraged roars while writhing incessantly. Qianyun sensed 3 souls within. One belonged to the aforementioned evil cultist, while the other 2 were monstrous entities exuding dark energy. Quickly, Qianyun formed a seal. Wind release, Black Sandstorm version 3.0. As the small whirlwind approached the massive flesh ball, it swelled 100-fold, whipping up a fierce gale around them. The onlookers could hardly open their eyes, forced to huddle on the ground. The souls within the mass, initially entwined, suddenly realized their spiritual energy was being rapidly stripped away, eliciting shrieks of terror. Zhongjue and the drivers were paralyzed with fear, convinced that countless wronged spirits lurked within the mass. Notification. Defeated the evil cultist Pu, gained curse power. Notification. Defeated the evil cultist Zhuamu, gained curse power, spirit, soul, physique, cell parasitism, cell replacement. Notification. Defeated the evil cultist Yumu. The 2 monstrous entries were similar, with 4 black entries among them. 2 pertained to cells, while the other 2 involved souls, both linked to parasitism and replacement. The black entries were unfamiliar. Upon merging, she felt nothing, leaving her unable to decipher their significance. When the whirlwind dissipated, Qianyun sensed her soul elevating. Her essence now imbued with black mist, likely a manifestation of countless grievances coalescing. Zhongjue appeared capable of sensing these grievances, and in a panic, he asked, Brother from Konoha, do you feel unwell? Qianyun turned to him blankly. The Buddhist principle of self-sacrifice for the sake of others. I am becoming an evil spirit due to your karma. You must take responsibility for this. I now employ the art of mysticism to transfer the resentment that envelopes my being onto you, transforming you into a malevolent spirit on my behalf. Come. As Qianyun uttered these words, she reached out to grasp the monk Zhongjue, who, in sheer terror, recoiled repeatedly, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. The powers of a humble monk are feeble. I shall seek assistance from the fire temple. With that, Zhongjue departed. seemingly appearing much younger than his actual age of 50, appearing instead as if he were merely 30. Qianyun resumed her seat upon the ox cart, closing her eyes in silent recitation of sacred verses. As the black mist dissipated, a group of cart drivers in the distance fled in panic, having overheard the preceding dialogue. It was now the moment for Qianyun to embody her dark transformation. Unbeknownst to her, Zhongjue had communicated something at the fire temple that stirred the entire monastery into a flurry of activity, yet they did not immediately venture forth. Having completed her task, Qianyun prepared to depart, but sensed a small team from the rock village racing toward her, pursued closely by the 7 ninja swordsmen, with a grievously injured Yi Tsong trailing behind. Concurrently, a squad of Cloud Village ninjas approached from the sea to intercept. Just as Qianyun concealed herself, she noticed Granny Qiandai leading a team from the Sand Village, hastily arriving from the direction of the Rain Village. It appeared that the Leaf Village held no interest in the tailed beasts, as several root ninjas remained hidden 30 miles away, motionless. The Rock Village team was halted by the Cloud ninjas, and without exchanging a word, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Granny Qiandai concealed herself, as did the 7 ninja swordsmen. Qianyun discovered her perceptive abilities had significantly heightened. She no longer had to exert effort to sense the movements of those around her. Yi Tsong, appearing somewhat dazed, pressed onward, clutching her bleeding abdomen, oblivious to the presence of the 7 ninja swordsmen nearby. The Rock Village team was annihilated, prompting Granny Qiandai to charge forward. Exhausted from their previous skirmish, the Cloud ninjas found themselves besieged by Granny Qiandai's assault, unable to withstand the onslaught. However, before Granny Qiandai could withdraw, the 7 ninja swordsmen reappeared as lurking predators. In this encounter, she lost an arm, explaining her subsequent need for a prosthetic. Granny Qiandai and the elder Hai Laozong fought desperately to retreat, abandoning the critically injured Yi Tsong. The 3 root ninjas finally took action, but their ambush was met with a counterattack. Sighing in frustration, Qianyun promptly utilized the second version of the mist concealment technique. The life force of the 7 ninja swordsmen was drained by 30%, rendering them unconscious. Qianyun then employed a luxurious version of the mind manipulation technique, erasing their last memories of being ensnared, and swiftly extracting the memories of the 7 before discarding them in the grass, disguising them as best as she could. The incantations inscribed upon their 7 large blades were recorded, and Qianyun felt inspired to attempt crafting her own ninja tools. Most crucially, she quietly extracted a small sample of the Great Blade's shark skin cells, which indeed exhibited a remarkable capacity for chakra consumption. As for the sealing pot from the Rock Village, its sealing technique was rather unimpressive, pieced together much like the Illusion Sea seal. Qianyun located Yi Tsong and led her into a small cave. Her small intestine was severed, and her internal organs were riddled with wounds from shurikens. No wonder Granny Qiandai chose not to save her. Even if she did, it would only prolong her inevitable demise. Uncertain if Yi Tsong's ancestral grave was smoldering, just as Qianyun mastered the cell replacement technique, Yi Tsong was on the brink of death. Was this a test of his abilities? After 2 full days, he finally pulled Yi Tsong back from the brink of the afterlife. Frustrated, Qianyun meticulously shaved her body, leaving her entirely bald. Moreover, he utilized the cell replacement technique to perform a full-body aesthetic enhancement. Her eyes became larger, her nose perkier and more adorable, and her figure more shapely and proportionate. On the 5th day, Yi Tsong gradually regained consciousness, yet Qianyun had already departed. Observing the medical supplies and ceramic pot beside her, along with the carefully prepared food and water, even the steaming meal in the pot, Yi Tsong smiled softly, only to be overcome with silent tears. In this era of turmoil, it was clear that their paths could not intertwine. 2 days later, the autumn snow began to fall in the land of fire. As Qianyun navigated through the wind and snow, finally arriving at the Valley of the End, guided by an affliction akin to road blindness. Clang, clang. Just as he was about to cross the Valley of the End, the sounds of combat echoed from the forest. Qianyun intended to stealthily slip by, but a Rock Village sensory ninja detected his presence. It's him. He is the infamous evil physician of the leaf, Qianyun. The loud proclamation attracted the attention of numerous ninjas. Qianyun's mouth twitched in irritation, wondering if they truly intended to unite the 4 great ninja villages to assault the Leaf Village. Yet, why were there barely 300 of them? Were they jesting? Boom. The Rock Village ninjas launched the first assault, seemingly harboring a deep-seated grudge against Qianyun. In response, Qianyun activated the wind instantaneous technique to escape. The leaf ninjas appeared fatigued, also withdrawing from the battlefield. However, the ninjas from the 4 great villages did not pursue the leaf's elite. Instead, they encircled Qianyun for an assault. Within half a minute, Qianyun found himself entirely surrounded, nearly 300 individuals watching him as if he were a spectacle. Their gazes were filled with mockery, greed, and scorn. By heavens! Have I disturbed your ancestral graves? Water release. Mist concealment technique, version 2.0. Qianyun unleashed a powerful technique, enveloping all enemies in a shroud of mist. Yet, the coalition of 4 nations ninjas hesitated, eager to observe how Qianyun would maneuver within the fog. An hour later, Qianyun crossed the Valley of the End. Halt! Just as he entered the forest behind the statue, an individual leapt forth to confront him. Upon closer inspection, it was the burly man who had previously attempted to assault the beautiful Pipa. What was his name? Ikejimajiro? Which nation's ninja are you? You think you can infiltrate wearing the leaf headband? This fool spoke with an air of bravado, to which Qianyun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. I can hear you just fine. No need to shout so loudly. Ikejimajiro was momentarily taken aback. The cold tone and confrontational manner of speaking felt oddly familiar. The cries of Ikejima attracted numerous leaf ninjas, and Qianyun suddenly flashed a smile toward a red-haired girl in the crowd. Sister Kushina, I have returned. Kushina froze momentarily, her eyes brimming with tears, and then she rushed over, enveloping Qianyun in a tight embrace, weeping uncontrollably. For over 2 months, she had repeatedly enlisted the help of friends in the Umbu to seek news of Qianyun, desperate to know his fate. After 2 months of silence, even the Umbu ninja had grown weary of her inquiries. Qianyun? Are you truly Qianyun? A voice from the crowd exclaimed, belonging to the renowned Hinata Akatsuki. Qianyun smiled and nodded in affirmation. The commanding officer, Yagami Kiri, inquired with confusion, Akatsuki, do you know this boy? Hinata Akatsuki sighed, Kiri, have you forgotten the matter the Hokage instructed you to investigate? He is the child who was abducted by the sand village from the southern coastline. It was truly astonishing. He had grown a full foot since his last return, and now he had gained an additional 2 feet. He was nearly the stature of an adult. Kiri's mouth twitched, and he immediately conferred with Hinata Akatsuki regarding the interrogation. It was said that the turmoil in the desert had resulted in a staggering toll of 20,000 ninja casualties. The name Qianyun had become a topic of fervent discussion among the various ninja villages. Upon arrival at the Leaf Village encampment, Hinata Akatsuki straightforwardly explained the situation. Qianyun-kun, you must have heard that ninjas who vanish for extended periods are required, by tradition, to recount their experiences in detail. Kushina smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I have done the same. It's no trouble. Qianyun nodded and began recounting his tale, starting from the moment he first escaped from Yitsong. Lost in the desert, poisoned, in search of water and sustenance, he found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against the Scorpion King, subsequently entangled in a series of disputes. He was perpetually fleeing for his life, often facing perilous situations. As time progressed, numerous camp ninjas gathered to hear his tale. Although Qianyun embellished the narrative with fabricated anecdotes, none questioned his veracity. Upon the story's conclusion, Sunagakure-s Chihiro dismissed the onlookers, even sending Kushina away. Qianyun, according to intelligence provided by the Umbu and the Roots, you traveled to the Land of Waves before rejoining the team, did you not? Qianyun nodded. Chihiro continued, at that time, the Kato vessel lost a significant cargo, resulting in the loss of 3 members from the Roots. By the timeline, even if you were not aboard the Kato, you should have been at sea. What do you know, or did you observe anything unusual at sea, regardless of its magnitude? Please recount every detail. As Chihiro prepared to take notes, Qianyun offered a rueful smile. The supplies are with me. Chihiro's mouth fell agape in astonishment, barely able to believe his ears. The resources sought after by every major ninja village were presumed to have been seized by a powerful figure, yet they were in the hands of Qianyun, an unregistered special genin. This revelation was utterly shocking. Regaining his composure, Chihiro glanced outside the tent, then cast a 3-layered soundproof barrier around them. Rubbing his temples, he asked in a hushed tone, such a significant matter, why did you not mention it previously? Moreover, these supplies should be submitted. Why have you kept them on your person? Retaining some is permissible, but you cannot hoard them all. Feigning ignorance, Qianyun replied, Captain, during our journey to the East Coast, Did you not inform me that spoils from a solo kill belonged to the individual? Chihiro felt a pang of embarrassment. It seemed Qianyun was still unaware of many ninja protocols. It was understandable, as his time in the ninja forces had barely accumulated to 10 days. The myriad of rules was far too extensive to learn in such a short span. This matter had to be reported, otherwise, he too would face reprimand. As Qianyun retrieved 18 small scrolls, he anticipated further inquiries, reluctantly disclosing the monetary spoils from Kato. Surprisingly, Chihiro did not press for details, not even inquiring how much Qianyun had retained. The scrolls were dispatched back to Konoha by a ninja hawk, and Chihiro let out a long sigh of relief. He had recently been subjected to relentless queries from the third Hokage about Qianyun's status and whether the supplies had been delivered to him. Chihiro had explained multiple times. Yet the third Hokage, seemingly afflicted by a form of senility, would inquire every few days, leaving Chihiro's heart in turmoil. The following day, at noon, Qianyun was engaged in wilderness navigation training with Kushina when a team from the Konoha arrived, laden with supplies and accommodation for Qianyun. Expecting a reward of at least several million from the 10 billion in resources, Qianyun was stunned to see only 20,000 in cash laid before him. Recognizing the Umbu's discomfort, they quickly departed, seemingly aware of the underlying issues. Mei Murakami also wore a grimace before hastily exiting the command tent. Chihiro contemplated leaving but ultimately took a seat, feeling the weight of the situation. Qianyun, as you are aware, everyone in Konoha is enduring great hardships, especially the 2 ninja squads. Currently, we are short on explosive tags. Some lack even shuriken and swords. Look over there at the new Jinin, without equipment. They must resort to sharpening branches to use as spears. It is said that the 4 great ninja villages plan to unite against Konoha. Those scouts are merely testing our defenses while the main force is en route. The higher-ups in Konoha are at their wits' end, and we are losing sleep over this. If our ninja forces are defeated this time, Konoha will cease to exist. Chihiro lowered his gaze, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. This did not seem a valid excuse for breaking the rules, hoping Qianyun would not be obstinate. Once the word spread, many from Konoha would likely echo grievances, and thereafter, no one would turn in any significant spoils. Suddenly, Qianyun produced a scroll. This contains the shuriken and some ninja tools I collected in the desert. Unbeknownst to all, Qianyun had calculated that the higher-ups in Konoha would succumb to corruption. Presenting a second batch of supplies was intended to convey to the ninja forces that the higher-ups were indeed corrupt, thus justifying their actions. This was merely the first step. As rumors of corruption spread, the ninja forces would feel justified in withholding the next batch of supplies, leading to an inevitable downward spiral. Look, a group of Chunin are already casting glances this way. The ninja forces can no longer conceal this matter. From now on, any investigation into ninja spoils by the higher-ups will surely lead to whispers of their corruption. It won't be long before, even before the war concludes, public sentiment in Konoha will shift. At that point, Qianyun believed that a mere spark would be sufficient for the entire village to turn against those 4 old men. Revenge, especially against the despicable Sarutobi, was a must for Qianyun. He intended to root out their connections. Within a year, he was certain she would face disgrace. Chihiro initially contemplated suggesting that a small amount of supplies need not be submitted, but upon probing into Qianyun's spirit, he was taken aback by the staggering amount of equipment. Piles of ninja tool bags and over 100,000 shuriken lay before him. Gulping audibly, he lowered his voice to inquire, You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you? Qianyun immediately grasped Chihiro's intent. He wished to retain this batch of resources within the ninja forces as communal property. This was admirable and considerate of him. It was essential to note that once these supplies returned to Konoha, at least 70% would be siphoned off. When the enemy launched another large-scale attack, the defense at the Valley of the End was unlikely to hold. The adversaries were the coalition of the 4 great ninja villages, and the previous skirmish had merely been a probing force. Unbeknownst to Chihiro, the advance team had already been annihilated. Shaking his head, Qianyun saw Chihiro breathe a sigh of relief. As he carried the scroll outside, Chihiro turned back, bowing deeply. I cannot thank you enough, Qianyun. Your generous contribution will significantly enhance our chances of victory in this war. With that, Chihiro departed to find Mei Murakami, followed swiftly by a cadre of jonin who urgently began sorting the supplies. Half of the combat resources were dispatched to Minato Namikaze. those who had previously entered the land of fire with the ceramic jars. Meanwhile, regarding the ninjutsu scrolls, Chihiro successfully argued for their complete return to Qianyun. The rationale was simple. If there were to be another occasion, would Qianyun still surrender resources to the ninja forces? As anticipated, word of this matter spread quietly. Whenever ninjas found a moment, they would whisper among themselves about the corruption of the higher-ups. Qianyun smiled. The next day, after the division of resources, both Chihiro and Mei Murakami sought out Qianyun to converse, this time with cheerful expressions. They inquired about Qianyun's dreams or any assistance he might require. Qianyun pondered before replying. I grew up rummaging through dumpsters. Last year, I worked part-time at the Konoha hospital for meals, but after being laid off this year, I find myself once again scavenging for food. I wish to live like my peers, without the worry of hunger, and attend the Ninja Academy every day. If the two of you could serve as my references, I would forever hold this in my heart. When Qianyun finished speaking, the two were stunned for a full 10 seconds, tears welling in their eyes. They finally comprehended why Qianyun, amidst the bloody chaos of the desert, still had the presence of mind to gather ninja tools. It is worth noting that even the vast majority of wandering ninjas would not engage in such behavior. Upon reflection, fighting with the supplies he provided would inevitably tug at their hearts. Chapter 34. The Hypocrisy of Sarutobi Hisashi. Well, I was merely contemplating. Please do not make it too difficult for me, esteemed sirs. Qianyun's expression was perfectly controlled, deserving of a little golden statue. Upon hearing this, the two simultaneously waved their hands, saying, Not at all difficult, not at all. Sunset Crimson remarked, Well, I shall write a letter immediately to allow you to enter the Ninja Academy as a transfer student. Yukimura Yoruji opposed, stating, I am the commander. This letter should be written by me. What? I am the captain who brought Qianyun onto the battlefield, which means I am now his guardian. The two argued, and the other elite ninjas were quite taken aback, so they all gathered around. After much discussion, they ultimately decided to formally recommend Qianyun to the Ninja Academy in the name of the End Valley Defense Force, and it was to be done immediately. The next day, at dawn, another team from the Hokage's direct Umbu approached, stating that the third Hokage himself would personally serve as Qianyun's admission reference. After a brief tidying up, he bid farewell to Kushina and Sunset Crimson. To his surprise, Kushina gifted him a small present, a little backpack she used during her school days. Yukimura Yoruji, unbeknownst to what power he had wielded, managed to scavenge a complete set of stationery from the camp, while Sunset Crimson procured an entire set of textbooks. Qianyun expressed immense gratitude, finally feeling a sense of belonging to Konoha. As they journeyed through the forest, the three Umbu members were constantly sensing Qianyun's chakra levels, as well as his speed and little habits. They surrounded Qianyun, appearing both as protectors and captors. Qianyun paid it no mind. Suddenly, the Umbu team leader triggered a trap, causing 10 shurikens to shoot forth, but Qianyun swiftly evaded using the wooden clone technique. The Umbu trio was astonished, halting to retrieve the trap mechanism before continuing on as if nothing had transpired. The team leader offered no explanation, and Qianyun did not inquire, as if nothing had occurred at all. A test, perhaps? The higher-ups of Konoha were quite cautious. It remained unclear whether this was Danzo's intention or if Sarutobi Hisashi was simply uneasy. Suddenly, Qianyun sensed the eyes behind the special mask of the team leader. It was the Sharingan. What intrigued him further was the tattoo on the leader's back, which was the emblem of the Sarutobi clan. Had it not been for his enhanced sensing ability, Qianyun believed he would never have discovered this in his lifetime. Excellent. It would be remiss not to bestow upon you some special mark after your pitiful trap. Since you have acted so foolishly, let us make you a bit more foolish. Conveniently, I shall introduce you to a newly researched unknown virus. This was extracted from the corpse of a drunken man found by the roadside on our way back. Preliminary predictions suggest that this Umbu leader will become increasingly indulgent in personality in the near future. Perhaps I can introduce another virus later. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities. Upon returning to Konoha, he registered at the village gate and then headed home. After nearly 4 months away, his home was covered in dust, and the basement had clearly been searched multiple times. It was unclear whether they were searching for people or supplies, but Qianyun did not concern himself with it. He casually performed the 3 cleanings technique, and the interior and exterior were instantly revitalized, even appearing newer than before. Is Qianyun home? Oh, what a coincidence. I have come specifically to deliver living supplies to you. From this month onward, You will receive a monthly living stipend. Saratobi Hizashi was quite familiar, as if they were old acquaintances. Qianyun bowed respectfully, appearing obedient and understanding, even pouring water for Saratobi Hizashi. There was no tea, no tables or chairs, only a yellowed photograph of his parents, their faces nearly unrecognizable. However, the back bore a ninja identification number, as if it had been inspected by many, leaving behind a medley of scents. Saratobi Hizashi awkwardly explained that when Qianyun's parents perished, there was no one to verify their sacrifice, hence the compensation had not been distributed. Qianyun smiled, remarking that the third Hokage was prudent. Serving as an exemplar for all the ninjas in the village, the delayed compensation was entirely justifiable. Saratobi Hizashi appeared pleased, suddenly feeling that Qianyun possessed an admirable temperament. Perhaps in the future, entrusting him to his eldest son as a retainer would be a commendable choice. The admission notice and supplies were delivered, and after exchanging a few casual words, Saratobi Hizashi took his leave. It was uncertain what thoughts lingered in his mind as he returned to the Hokage's office and immediately utilized a crystal ball to keep an eye on Qianyun. Furthermore, additional spies had been stationed near the back streets, with members from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Root, and Umbu all keeping watch. Was it for Shikaku, the One-Tail? Or was it for Kato's wealth? Or perhaps simply a desire to eliminate him? The troubling question was, he had neither slept with their women nor desecrated their ancestral graves. Why the intense scrutiny upon him? Unable to ascertain the purpose of these individuals, Qianyun quietly prepared a ninja tool pouch containing standard ninja supplies. Naturally, to test the unknown virus, it was essential to proceed with the trial. Otherwise, how could there be a test subject? Qianyun is not Orochimaru. Please do not misconstrue. During the day, he engrossed himself in reading, while the night gradually grew lively. The Root ninjas acted first, initiating with a genjutsu, and Qianyun cooperatively collapsed. Ding! Ding! However, before the Root ninjas could rush in, the Umbu team immediately intercepted them, and a fierce battle ensued. At that moment, a masked ninja infiltrated Qianyun's home, snatching his ninja tool pouch and fleeing, prompting a frenzied pursuit by a group. Quite the commotion. There appeared to be ample test subjects. The following day, at dawn, Qianyun hurried to the Konoha police force to report the incident from the previous night, explaining that his ninja tool pouch contained tool jars, a batch of A-rank ninjutsu scrolls, and 100,000 ryo in cash. The Uchiha promptly initiated a serious investigation and instructed Qianyun to await further news. The Uchiha were as diligent as ever, their commitment unwavering. They swiftly identified several suspects. An encounter with the Root and Umbu was merely a matter of time. Even if there was no direct confrontation, there would certainly be a covert struggle. Satisfied, Qianyun donned his little backpack and arrived at the Ninja Academy. Though his height surpassed that of his peers by a considerable margin, unsure of which class to attend, he first headed to the administrative office for registration. A bespectacled male teacher greeted him, completing a brief registration before leading Qianyun to the 4th grade. Before he even entered the classroom, the noise within was palpable, reminiscent of elementary school chaos. Uchiha Obito, quiet down. The class fell silent, but Obito muttered, "Why is it always me who gets called out?" Teacher Ikaku Kaibutsu twitched at the corner of his mouth, but chose not to pursue the topic. "Let me introduce to you all our new transfer student, Qianyun. Please give him a warm welcome." The teacher initiated applause, yet only Obito joined in. "Hey, isn't Qianyun, that dumpster diver from the back street? His parents are long dead. How could anyone recommend him to the Ninja Academy? Is it true? Even a dumpster diver is coming to school? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. He probably only knows how to sift through trash. I bet he is just like Mike Guy, only skilled in taijutsu. Otherwise, he'd have entered the Ninja Academy ages ago." The children chattered incessantly, mocking Qianyun. Had this been in the past, he would have certainly minded, perhaps even retorted. After nearly 4 months of the Ninja World survival game, he found no interest whatsoever in these foolish children. "Hey, you bunch of rascals, know when to stop." Uchiha Obito was the first to speak up for Qianyun, appearing quite irate, as if he were the target of their mockery. However, before the teacher could call for silence, Mike stood up as well. "Qianyun-kun is already a special genin. He can perform A-rank ninjutsu. What right do you have to ridicule him?" He added, "By the way, Qianyun-kun has already mastered the body replacement technique. He has no issue passing the genin exam." Asuma also rose, noting his impressive medical ninjutsu, having once healed my injuries. Even Kakashi remarked on his exceptional talent. Have any of you ever received praise from Kakashi? The classroom fell silent, and the teacher sighed in relief. It wasn't that he refrained from intervening. The school had far too many students that he couldn't afford to offend. Qianyun, Kakashi has already graduated. You may sit in his seat. Just as the teacher finished speaking, a girl with purple stripes on her face quickly gathered her books and occupied Kakashi's seat. I won't allow anyone else to sit in Kakashi's seat. Qianyun-kun, take my spot. It was Noira Rin, the one who had forged a bond between Kakashi and Obito in the original story. Theoretically, Obito's psychological issues stemmed from her hesitance to express her feelings. Qianyun remained still, glancing at Obito, who promptly gathered his books and took Rin's seat. Don't mind it, Qianyun. I won't let anyone else sit in Rin's seat. The teacher sighed again. Qianyun. Then you may take Obito's seat. Remember, no more swapping seats in the future to avoid unnecessary disputes. Yes. The children replied lacklusterly, seemingly dissatisfied with Rin and Obito. Qianyun sat down and pulled out his textbook. He had already reviewed the syllabus. Theory in the morning, practical training in the afternoon. The first lesson was on the parabolic trajectory of shuriken throws. How much force was necessary to hit the target? Qianyun mused that such skills required long-term training to master. Theoretical knowledge alone would never suffice. Nevertheless, he quickly jotted down the key points while simultaneously attuning to the other classes. His note-taking became increasingly rapid, even pulling out 3 notebooks to record his observations. The class lasted an hour and a half, and when it ended, his classmates gathered around. Obito dominated the conversation, predominantly discussing ninja life and combat scenarios, claiming to aspire to S-rank missions. Qianyun smiled wryly. In truth, the Ninja Academy was a paradise, and he should cherish every moment. Qianyun remarked, eliciting a chorus of boos from the young children. Asuma complained, why do you sound like some old man? Your words are so dreary. Mike Guy chimed in, indeed. Qianyun-kun, I followed your method of training, and now I have become quite strong. But Qianyun-kun, could I trouble you to come to my house after school to help my dad? You know my dad is clumsy, always injuring himself. He can't even get out of bed recently. Please. Laughter erupted among the group, yet Qianyun nodded solemnly with a smile. Chapter 35, Uchiha Shursui, certainly. To borrow your words. I must add that your father is far stronger than you can imagine. Those injuries are not due to accidents, but rather the result of overtraining. Upon hearing this, the children fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, seemingly finding it a humorous jest. Mike Guy lowered his head, while Qianyun chose not to elaborate. Outside, on the playground, younger children were playing, and Qianyun heard a familiar name, Shursui. He had entered the school this year, and was already the top of his class, akin to a star amongst the crowd. He practiced shuriken throwing on the playground, drawing a crowd of onlookers, with Qianyun also observing. Unfortunately, the second period began swiftly, forcing Qianyun to divert his gaze. The second lesson focused on Jinjutsu, and Qianyun immediately perked up. His mental acuity was quite good. However, he had yet to locate a Jinjutsu scroll. Originally focused, Qianyun suddenly noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen eyeing him again. What the heck? Is this old man insane? Does he think I'm some innocent little girl? After the teacher finished speaking, he instructed the students to form groups of 5 and take turns practicing at the front, providing guidance. Qianyun wished to avoid the limelight, so he mimicked Obito's demeanor, his face flushed yet unable to perform Jinjutsu. The children laughed heartily, but Qianyun remained unfazed. However, his excessive calmness drew Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. At noon, after school, Mike Guy eagerly led Qianyun to his home, firmly believing that Qianyun could heal his father. Along the way, he was still being followed, which frustrated Qianyun to no end. Moreover, he was dismayed to discover that someone was rummaging through his house, even inspecting the freshly prepared ninja insects one by one. He finally understood why the Uchiha sought a coup d'etat. Who could endure such a life? Stay calm. One must remain composed. It wasn't yet time to confront them. Let me tidy up a bit. Then I'll introduce the second Hokage's leisurely virus, primarily designed to wear down one's willpower. I just cultivated it last night. I wonder how effective it will be. If it proves insufficient, I can always concoct a quicker fool's virus next time. I feel as though simply slaying my enemies with a blade won't suffice. After finishing up, he arrived at Mike Guy's house, only to find Mike die with a pallid complexion emanating a faint black aura. Qianyun's lips twitched. What on earth had this man gone through? Performing the sensory technique, Qianyun was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his back. Might Dai's body was riddled with fractures, and his blood showed signs of decay. Had he opened the 8th gate, the final gate of the 8 gates of death? It was too early to ascertain. However, the duration must have been short, otherwise he would have turned to ashes long ago. Qianyun said nothing, although he hadn't perfected the cell replacement technique. He could mend the fractures. The sheer number of cracks took Qianyun a full hour to resolve. Ah, that feels wonderful. Thank you, Qianyun-kun. Much of the deathly aura dissipated from Might Dai, and his complexion improved significantly. Qianyun solemnly warned, Uncle Dai, don't celebrate too soon. Your training intensity is excessive. As your attending physician, I must advise you against any strenuous activities for 3 months. Even running is out of the question. If the fractures reappear, you will undoubtedly perish. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Might father and son turned pale, and they trembled slightly. Might Guy timidly asked, It's just an injury. Is it really that serious? Ah, for the last time, I said it's not just an injury. Your father is much stronger than you can imagine, but the cost is steep. Take good care of your father. He can only take leisurely walks, and the duration must not exceed 2 hours. At the very least, let his bones heal completely before he resumes training. Qianyun refrained from prescribing medication, advising Might Dai to consume more food for energy. Might Guy hurried to prepare a meal, but Qianyun excused himself, understanding their family struggles. At the ramen shop, Qianyun entered and once again encountered Bai Chao and Peepa Maisie on a date. The two were engrossed in their romantic exchanges, completely oblivious to Qianyun's presence. To his surprise, Qianyun realized that he had now surpassed both in height. I have heard that the trash collector has returned and was even recommended by my uncle to attend a ninja academy. It is utterly infuriating. My uncle is becoming increasingly muddled, and my aunt should have advised him better. After the incident of falsely claiming military merit spreads, how will he ever be promoted to a medical ninja? Peepa Maisie remains as foolish as ever, thinking that speaking softly in the ramen shop ensures no one can hear her. Bai Chao smirks. It is of no consequence, for with Lord Lake around, he cannot take credit for saving On Ma Yi. As the two chat with their heads close together, a familiar voice suddenly calls from outside. Qianyun, you are indeed here. It has been quite a search. Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi, inseparable as always, appear. Bai Chao and Peepa Maisie are stunned and begin to focus on their noodles, realizing that this is a rather awkward social situation. However, a more explosive social embarrassment unfolds when Asuma hands Qianyun a scroll. The head of the Onma clan entrusted me to deliver this to you, expressing gratitude for rescuing his son from the clutches of death. By the way, what mission were you undertaking? How did you end up with the young master of the Onma family? You must know. He is rather arrogant and usually does not converse with just anyone. Asuma is casually chatting with Qianyun, even ordering 2 bowls of ramen. Suddenly, he notices Bai Chao and Peepa Maisie and instinctively calls out, Oh, cousin, you are here too. The two were about to slip away, but Asuma's call halts them awkwardly. Oh, Asuma, Kurenai, what a coincidence. And Qianyun, you are here as well. How delightful. Peepa Maisie exclaims while elbowing Bai Chao. Bai Chao, realizing the situation, forces an awkward smile and responds. Actually, we didn't mean that at all. Did you say something just now? I sincerely apologize. I did not hear anything. Would you mind repeating it? Qianyun feigns goodwill. Having already lost interest in these two, why get upset with them? He contemplates giving them a taste of carefree amusement. However, upon reflection, it is evident that these two are already in such a state that being scorned by their peers is merely a matter of time. Why sully his own hands? Qianyun even looks down upon such military achievements. Ah, it's nothing. We have a surgery to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer, Bai Chao declares, hastily dragging Peepa Maisie away from the scene. Asuma scratches his head, feeling that the two were acting rather ambiguously. While enjoying his ramen, Qianyun mentally peruses the scroll sent by the Onma clan leader. It turns out to contain methods for illusion technique training, covering everything from the basics to advanced levels. It even discusses the cultivation of illusion energy bodies and sealing techniques. An illusion energy body? It seems that the Mist Village has a large sea snail proficient in illusions. In the afternoon, the 4th grade practical class is quite different from the lower grades, commencing with moving targets, and the wooden stakes are notably swift. Qianyun throws 10 shurikens, managing to hit only 1, and that merely grazes the edge of the stake. The classmates erupt in laughter, with Obito and Inazuka Kiba laughing the loudest. Lin, did you see that? I'm not at the bottom anymore. Obito exclaims. He, congratulations, Obito-kun. Lin replies. The laughter continues, and Obito's peculiar thought process becomes a source of amusement. Next comes the ninjutsu practice, and Obito boldly requests to team up with Chinyun. Just as Irika is about to agree, a fervent voice interrupts. This is not fair. From the crowd, Tetsu stands up, alongside Inuzuka. Inuzuka wears a determined expression, asserting, in terms of combat power, we are about equal to Obito. You should let Chinyun partner with us. Irika, momentarily stunned, thinks, how is being low in combat power an advantage for you? Chapter 36. They were all searching for the one tail. The classmates burst into laughter as Obito argues with Tetsu and Inuzuka, leaving Irika exasperated. At this moment, Chinyun approaches Inuzuka Kiba, and the crowd falls silent. You laughed the loudest earlier. I choose you as my opponent. His tone and expression clearly indicate he intends to deliver a thrashing. Hey, you big oaf. Think carefully. Practicing with me could lead to injuries. Inuzuka Kiba retorts. But Chinyun suddenly grins, his smile appearing exceedingly sinister. I am a doctor. The classmates shudder at the abrupt shift in Chinyun's aura, which now seems quite menacing. Inuzuka Kiba begins to perspire, while Might Guy shouts encouragement. Let us form the hand seals. Inuzuka Kiba, undoubtedly a competent genin, decides to strike first with a body flicker technique. Bang! Chinyun promptly uses the substitution technique, slapping him on the back. Inuzuka Kiba is left sweating, theoretically. He has already lost, but he refuses to accept it. A toothpick suddenly launches from his mouth as he performs a water-release jutsu. Bang! Once more, Chinyun employs the substitution technique, delivering another slap to Kiba's back. Earth release. Bang! After several exchanges, Inuzuka Kiba is left panting and exhausted, his chakra reserves depleted. His pride is shattered, his smile has vanished. The entire class is left speechless, and even those who had mocked Chinyun earlier are now pale with shock. Had there been no teacher present, would Chinyun have found an excuse to thrash them? Looking at Chinyun, it seems he has yet to even warm up. The disparity in chakra levels is glaring. Irika smiles, thinking this is only reasonable. Otherwise, how could he have returned from the battlefield? This is impossible. I will challenge Chinyun. Obito suddenly shouts, snapping everyone back to reality. Baka, it's our turn to take the stage. The duo of Tetsu and Inuzuka steps forward, their words jolting the crowd. It seems Chinyun has been using the substitution technique all along. If that is the case, Inuzuka Kiba's defeat is indeed unjustified. Akin to Chinyun wielding a twig while Kiba swings a hefty iron rod in pursuit. First, the speed of the ninjutsu fails to keep up, and secondly, the chakra consumption is too rapid. With the back-and-forth exchanges, Chinyun undoubtedly emerges victorious. Inuzuka Kiba realizes this and shouts, let us go again. I can definitely win this time. He believes Chinyun is not that powerful, attributing his prior failure to carelessness. Such unfounded confidence in a young boy is quite typical. Chinyun nods, no crying if you lose. Laughter erupts, as this statement seems quite amusing. Inuzuka Kiba is mortified. Who would cry like Obito after losing? Baka, that was in the first grade. Stop bringing it up. Obito exclaims in frustration. The children laugh once more, and Chinyun relishes the beauty of school life. He wishes he could remain in this moment forever. Once again, they form the hand seals. Bang! Inuzuka Kiba has just initiated the substitution technique, but before he can launch a sneak attack, Chinyun swiftly strikes him at his actual position. Let us go again. Bang! Inuzuka Kiba is left dumbfounded. His substitution technique is utterly ineffective against Chinyun. He has lost, and lost thoroughly. The entire class is left agape. And this time, no one dares to question Chinyun's strength. Next, Might Guy steps up for a challenge, and everyone expects Chinyun to face a setback. It is well known that Might Guy's taijutsu speed ranks among the finest in the entire school, not merely in the 4th grade. Consequently, when he failed to land a hit, he was instead struck dozens of times. Shortly thereafter, Shanshin Aoba, along with Dato and Asuma, formed a coalition with Awashi to challenge him, yet they still could not touch Chinyun even once. The transformation from collective mockery to sheer terror within the class occurred within a single lesson. This astonishment extended beyond the students. Even the substitute teacher, Kaya Ikaku, was utterly taken aback. The incident was promptly reported, but Saratobi Hiruzen exhibited no surprise. Had Chinyun lacked such prowess, he would have perished outside long ago. However, his accuracy with shuriken was indeed a source of concern, albeit justifiably so. as he had been fleeing for his life without the opportunity to practice. Perhaps it was best to wait a little longer. That night, having just finished dinner and before he could wash up, Chinyun noticed the emergence of spies outside. Both the Root and Umbu were present, while members of the various clans had retreated. Should he toy with them or allow them to conduct their search? The virus he had utilized over the past few days was nearly depleted. Should he breed a new batch now? This was a troubling option. Ultimately, for the sake of a pleasant school life, he decided to endure. Fortunately, the experimental subjects from the previous days had shown no adverse reactions. Those individuals were merely out drinking. Notably, the Umbu captain with the Sharingan managed to maintain a limit of 2 drinks each night, indicating it might be time to explore other viruses. Just as Qianyun was about to wash up, the Root Ninja employed Genjutsu once more. Damn it! Couldn't they wait until I was lying in bed? He fell to the ground, feigning sleep. The Root Ninja infiltrated again, searching Qianyun's waist, but found nothing. They thoroughly scoured the room inside and out, yet still uncovered nothing. After the Root Ninja departed, the Umbu team also left, finally allowing for some peace and quiet. Qianyun resolved that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo must be uprooted entirely. The following day, at dawn, Qianyun rose to wash up and suddenly noticed Uchiha Shursui lurking nearby. Could it be? Was this the intention of Uchiha Fugaku or Sarutobi Hiruzen? He pretended to be oblivious and headed for the nearby training grounds. Speaking of which, the training grounds in Konoha village far outnumbered the convenience stores in the Blue Star community. As Qianyun practiced with Shuriken, Shursui pretended to casually pass by. Good morning, big brother. Shursui stammered, somewhat intimidated, having witnessed Qianyun's astonishing performance the day before. He felt he could not reach such heights. Qianyun paused, quietly observing the little fellow, Shursui. I wanted to ask if I could seek your guidance on shuriken techniques. Please. The child was quite polite, bowing earnestly, though the panic in his eyes was unmistakable. He had indeed come with a mission. Coincidentally, Sarutobi Hiruzen was spying with a crystal ball, an increasingly nauseating sensation. With a calm demeanor, Qianyun replied, Esteemed Uchiha youth, I am but a humble ninja from a civilian clan. It is I who should seek your wisdom on shuriken techniques. If you are willing to impart your skills, I shall provide appropriate compensation. However, please do not charge too much, as most civilians are rather impoverished. Qianyun's manner of speaking left Shursui feeling even more uncomfortable. Yet he steeled himself to respond, No need for payment. You can simply answer one question. Qianyun nodded. He mused that Shursui was still just a child, unable to conceal his intentions. Where's the one-tailed Shikaku? Good heavens, the clans throughout the village had been in an uproar. With the higher-ups in Konoha willing to sacrifice their dignity, it turned out it was all for this matter. It seemed that Yakura was still recuperating in that cave. Otherwise, he would have returned to Sunagakure and surrendered the gourd, and the spies from various villages would have leaked the information. Shursui avoided eye contact with Qianyun, as if he had committed some wrongdoing. Sunagakure had acquired the one-tailed Shikaku, and the gourd was in their possession. Qianyun recounted the events of the final struggle, embellishing them with various details, such as the swiftness of Kumogakure's lightning techniques, the peculiarities of Kirigakure's body flicker technique, and the shamelessness and malevolence of Chiyo, all of which captivated Shursui. Amusingly, behind a nearby tree, an Umbu member was secretly taking notes on Qianyun's words. Throughout the conversation, Qianyun refrained from mentioning Yakura, as it would put her in danger. Shursui honored his word, teaching not only the classic Uchiha Shuriken throwing methods, but also sharing his own insights. Chapter 37. The first encounter with Orochimaru. Once the child was released, he became somewhat loquacious, speaking about raising crows, and even discussing crow clones and crow replacements. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun inquired about Genjutsu and the body replacement technique, eventually casually mentioning the shadow clone technique. Indeed, the foundation of the great clans was distinct. Shursui, at merely 5 years of age, had already mastered it, solemnly asserting that it was a forbidden technique. Qianyun nodded. Yes, I shall not misuse it. He gazed at Shursui with eager anticipation, his intentions becoming apparent. That naive child proceeded to teach Shursui the shadow clone technique, explaining its application. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Might Guy rushed over energetically, shouting, Qianyun, Qianyun. Shursui, seemingly shy, instantly performed body flicker and vanished. Qianyun sighed, and even the Umbu member behind the tree let out a sigh. It turned out that interest in the Uchiha legacy extended beyond Qianyun. Upon arriving, Might Guy immediately began discussing taijutsu and invited Qianyun to practice together. Expecting Qianyun to decline, he was surprised when Qianyun indeed followed him to practice kicking the wooden posts. With each strike, their rhythms harmonized swiftly. The Umbu member stood by, yawning against the tree. As winter gave way to spring, another year began. One day, Qianyun sat in class, simultaneously recording the key points of the genjutsu from the classroom above, covertly studying Uchiha assassination techniques, and also learning the skin-cleansing techniques from the Konoha hospital. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared in an instant, delivering an urgent message from the Hokage. Medical class special Jinin Qianyun. The Hokage requests your presence immediately. Qianyun hastily gathered his stationery and swiftly executed a body flicker to leave the classroom. Dato exclaimed, "This brat. It turns out he has learned body flicker. He deceived me yesterday by claiming he had tea." Might Guy remarked, "Perhaps he learned it after school yesterday." Asuma added, "Ah, look at him. It's clear he mastered it before enrollment." Inuzuka Kiba grumbled, "That pesky guy has grown half a foot this month. That's a full half foot." To which Inuzuka Shino replied, "His rapid growth isn't limited to height. Didn't you all notice when we urinated together?" "Exactly." Another chimed in, "What an enviable fellow." Asuma said, "Don't worry, Red, I will definitely catch up to him." Idiot. Height and urinary victory do not define everything. Size does not equate to strength. Do not be overly concerned. Yuhi Kurenai appeared quite upset, her face reddening to the point of seeming as if she might bleed. Her words revealed her awareness and certain peculiarities, leaving even the teacher momentarily petrified. Laughter filled the classroom, yet the atmosphere around Qianyun felt stifling. In Orochimaru's research facility, when Qianyun arrived, many individuals were already present. The Konoha F4, the medical class, Orochimaru, Kushina, Minato, and clan leaders, essentially everyone of significance was in attendance. Several corpses lay on the ground, small saplings sprouting from their bodies. Those still alive were barely clinging to existence, enveloped by a dark aura that intensified gradually. Saratobi Hiruzen gestured for Qianyun to assist an elderly man, whose sapling had a segment removed, his body covered in sealing techniques. In a hurry, Qianyun retrieved beast blood and a brush, when suddenly a sharp voice interrupted. "Fool, do not disturb the seals." Turning around, he found Baichao present. Baichao was sweating profusely, his body bristling with anxiety as he noticed the hostile gazes directed towards them. Qianyun smirked subtly and quickly stowed away the blood and brush, invoking his celestial arts despite knowing its futility. No unexpected events transpired, and the elderly man ceased to show any signs of life after 3 minutes. Qianyun gently closed the man's wide-open eyes, but his sleeve inadvertently bore traces of the old man's blood. Rising, Qianyun retreated, maintaining a remarkably calm demeanor. Baichao continued to perspire, feeling he had committed a foolish act. It seemed that Qianyun held a higher standing in the eyes of Konoha's elite than he, a novice in the medical corps. Swallowing hard, Baichao lowered his head to conceal his aura. 5 minutes later, all the injured had perished, and the third Hokage removed his pipe to speak. Scientific inquiry always carries risks. Companions, in accordance with the volunteer agreement, compensation will be dispersed. I implore everyone to keep today's events confidential and refrain from discussing them in the future. As he paused, Hiruzen cast a glance at Orochimaru, who remained silent. His head bowed. The scene diverged significantly from Qianyun's expectations. He suspected this was not the fearsome snake lady he had envisioned. "Dismissed," Hiruzen concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Baichao abruptly caught up to Qianyun, demanding in a low voice, "You there, stop. Do you know sealing techniques?" Qianyun glanced sideways at Baichao, unable to suppress a shiver. In that moment, he felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. "Certainly not as well as you, Baichao-sama," Qianyun replied before vanishing in an instant, leaving Baichao trembling once more. He had yet to master the body flicker technique, while Qianyun wielded it with ease. Had he already surpassed him? No longer was he the little boy subjected to Baichao's commands last year. How infuriating. "I shall not allow you entry into the Konoha hospital, nor will I permit you to become a medical chunin," Baichao vowed silently, resolved to suppress Qianyun for a lifetime, just as he had the year prior. However, the conversation outside and Baichao's shifting expressions were keenly observed by the elders behind them. Meanwhile, Qianyun was home, bathing and changing clothes, appearing entirely unremarkable. Yet, as he descended to the basement to extract the old man's blood for experimentation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching through a crystal ball. To Chiyun's dismay, members of the Umbu and Root were also monitoring him. Caught in a bind, how did conducting an experiment turn into a covert operation? Just as he contemplated whether to proceed, the blood in the petri dish began to sprout spores. Quietly, Chiyun disrupted the seals within the dish. Smoke erupted from the petri dish. The experiment failed, much to the disappointment of the onlookers. Amused, Chiyun began to clean up the failed specimens, discreetly sealing away a drop of pristine blood into his sealing space. Originally deteriorating, the blood seemed to recover upon entering the sealing space, and the spores ceased to grow. It appeared that the Hashirama cell experiment could continue. Theoretically, this beast-taming sealing space could preserve flesh and blood from decay. What if he were to preserve blood samples of a Kekkei Genkai, or even corpses or Sharingan? What a remarkable discovery. Chiyun smiled, relieved that no one was watching him any longer. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Recently, the Umbu's Sharingan captain had tripled his alcohol tolerance and frequently visited the red light district. Chiyun inadvertently discovered that this individual had once drugged a female Umbu member 2 years prior, but the matter was swept under the rug. It turned out he was Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shino. His reprehensible actions were far from limited to this one incident. Chiyun's leisure virus merely accelerated his descent into depravity, rather than altering his inherent disposition. On this day, casualties began to arrive back at the end of Days Valley defense line, indicating that war was once again upon them. After deliberation, Konoha's upper echelons decided to select lower ninjas from the academy for routine missions, with those replaced required to enter the battlefield. The pace of the era was accelerating. Konoha's leaders were determined to balance war and missions. Should regular tasks be neglected, Konoha would struggle to survive, much like the Sunagakure village that had long tightened its belt. News of the lower ninja assessments spread through the academy, causing a stir among the students. The rule was that regardless of age or grade, anyone who passed the teacher's evaluations would be deemed qualified. Chapter 38. Orochimaru seeks a disciple. All students eagerly filled out forms to participate in the examinations. But Chiyun refrained from submitting one. He had no desire to graduate or undertake missions. Life in the academy was too idyllic. He preferred to be monitored all day. After all, they would never uncover the experiments in the sealing space or the various training of his clones. The playground downstairs buzzed with assessments all day, while Chiyun remained alone in the classroom, engrossed in reading. In the afternoon, as the sun set, Kaya Ikakujin was searching through the forms. After an hour of fruitless searching for Chiyun's graduation application, a task personally assigned by the third Hokage, he felt a sense of impending doom. If he failed in this trivial matter, he feared he might be ousted from the teaching staff. As the end of school approached, Kaya dashed to retrieve a new form, planning to have Chiyun fill it out again. After sensing his way to the classroom, he was taken aback. I don't want to graduate. I don't feel qualified. There is so much knowledge I haven't learned. Kaya's mouth twitched in frustration, and he suddenly erupted in anger. You fool. We are in the midst of a ninja world war. If Konoha does not undertake missions, we will lack funding, and without funds, we will fail in war. Have you considered that the consequences of a war loss extend beyond the academy's dissolution? Konoha itself may cease to exist. Have you heard of the Whirlpool Village? They were once formidable, feared by all of the ninja world. But their methods in handling war were flawed, and they were easily obliterated by a small ninja village. Therefore, your reluctance to graduate is no excuse. Go take the assessment now. As punishment, your assessment difficulty will be increased. If you fail, you will start learning from the first year. Kaya's tirade was about to reach its boiling point. What a stroke of luck! Chiyun exclaimed. You bastard. Go take the assessment now. Kaya's roar finally caught the attention of the students on the playground. Why isn't Chiyun taking the assessment? Is he feeling unwell? Obito queried. He must be embarrassed. He is taller than the teachers. Running alongside us for the assessment would be quite awkward. Izumi chimed in. Exactly. Just look at that big coat. It looks like a summer crop top on him. The children laughed heartily, while Chiyun strolled over at a leisurely pace. Nara Shikaka sneered. What a conceited fellow. Have you forgotten your evasion rate is the highest while your offensive capabilities are at the bottom? Doubling the assessment difficulty means you are likely to fail. Mike Guy interjected. Surely not. The teacher can't be that cruel. Asma forced a smile, pondering the possibilities. Just look at those 6th graders. The crowd turned to see 2 cynical individuals being expelled from the examination room, their results marked with the word fail. A spark ignited in Qianyun's eyes. He was contemplating a deliberate elimination when Hei's wail burst into fury. Should you fail, I shall personally recommend you to the battlefield and will even claim you possess the strength of a Jonin. Qianyun felt a shiver of dread, yet Hei's wail continued. I have changed my mind. The examination difficulty is now tripled. You will face 3 Chunin in battle. You have 5 minutes, and if you cannot endure, you shall fail. Qianyun attempted to voice his thoughts, but Hei's wail cut him off. If you continue to dawdle, the difficulty will escalate to quadruple, and you shall contend with 4 Chunin teachers. Upon hearing this, Qianyun instantly rushed to the examination classroom. Teacher, here is my application form. The school day is ending. Let us commence. He hoped to find a lenient teacher before Hei's wail entered. Wait. To Qianyun's dismay, Hei's wail followed closely behind. The Hokage has decreed that your evasion rate is too high. Hence, 3 Chunin must strike simultaneously. With a wicked grin directed at Qianyun, he added, This is the punishment you deserve, and I eagerly anticipate it. I am also one of the examination instructors. The other teachers, aware of the situation, chuckled in anticipation. Unbeknownst to Qianyun, a group of old-timers in the Hokage's office were vying for his attention, including Orochimaru. Taijutsu, prepare yourself, declared a lean teacher as he charged forward. But before Qianyun could utilize the substitution technique, Hei's wail sprang into action. Ninjutsu, receive my attack. Jinjutsu, be cautious, classmate. The most absurd was the porcupine dolphin, who warned caution while clearly collaborating with the whale. These two were a couple, and their child was Heirika. The 3 launched their assault simultaneously, and Qianyun barely managed to maintain his ground, thanks to Might Guy's rigorous training in taijutsu. With no opportunity to use the shadow clone technique, he seized the chance to take down the Jinjutsu teacher first. With a swift strike, one of his shadow clones deceived the trio, causing the porcupine dolphin to be struck on the neck and faint instantly. Concerned for his wife, Hei's wail lost focus and received a punch to the stomach, collapsing alongside her. This left only the taijutsu master standing. Qianyun had never encountered this individual, but he could tell the taijutsu was formidable. After a minute of intense combat, his opponent revealed no weaknesses and even counterattacked. Suddenly, Qianyun accelerated his pace, eager to unleash the fruits of his 5 months of training. The battle escalated, leaving the watching teachers agape as their figures blurred with speed. In the 3rd minute, the opponent attempted to create distance, but Qianyun pressed closer, continuing his rapid strikes. With a sudden blow, the lean teacher, fatigued, was caught off guard and sent flying backward. Qianyun swiftly retreated. Konoha Dragon. The lean teacher leapt up to unleash a powerful technique. Qianyun sensed it was a combination of taijutsu and wind release chakra. Substitution technique. He executed another instantaneous movement, evading the punch, but the teacher did not fall victim to unconsciousness. How did you see through this technique, young man? Sighed the teacher. Qianyun lamented. It's not about seeing through. Your dragon technique is simply too predictable. If it were me, I wouldn't embellish ninjutsu. I would focus on efficacy. The teacher chuckled wryly. Realizing his initial misjudgment, Qianyun emerged victorious, successfully passing the examination. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru remarked, he conducts cellular experiments daily. He would make an excellent assistant. Tsunade added, his ability to return from the desert signifies his exceptional capability. He would be ideal for conveying intelligence between Konoha and the Land of Fire. It was noteworthy that recently, the shinobi eagles had been faltering in their intelligence delivery, raising suspicions of interception by foreign entities. Mito Minion interjected, you are all mistaken. He possesses sealing techniques. He should join my sealing class, where we might see new advancements in ninja tool development. Danzo scoffed, a bunch of unimaginative fools. We are amidst a shinobi world war. Would you let such a promising talent slip away, waiting for the opportunity for assassination to vanish? I am certain that sending this lad to the enemy camp would incite internal strife. With a puff of smoke from his pipe, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered the situation. Yuhi Kurenai has repeatedly contacted me, expressing a desire to take Qianyun as a disciple. Even Mikazuki Yagura shares this sentiment, and even Minato Namikaze wishes to take him under his wing. The issue lies in the fact that while you all can find substitutes, you still wish to compete with me for him. Chapter 39. Sarutobi Hiruzen's recruitment. Hiruzen paused, turning to Orochimaru. Surely, there are other children who could serve as experimental assistants? You aren't contemplating teaching that child, are you? Orochimaru lowered his head, unable to respond. Hiruzen then faced Tsunade. The shinobi eagles are faltering in their intelligence delivery. Do you not think we could replace them? The thought of replacing the shinobi eagles with ninjas would likely turn Konoha into a laughingstock within the shinobi world. Tsunade's face twitched in frustration, yet she could not refute the point. Mito Minyan, eager to preempt any rebuttal from Hiruzen, chimed in, I believe among those children. There are several with considerable sealing talents. I shall observe further. Danzo, feeling disgruntled, retorted, that child is perfectly suited for the route. Hiruzen, spare me your lectures. Hiruzen questioned, how many personnel are currently in the route? Upon hearing this, Danzo sensed trouble. As expected, Hiruzen continued, the route currently has 180 ninjas. 120 are on missions, while 60 remain active in the village. How many are in the Hokage's direct umbu? Originally, the full complement was only 60, yet last month half were lost in missions. If you give me half of your personnel, I will take Qianyun. Danzo's face twitched with rage. Hiruzen, you are robbing me. 60 personnel. Surely, giving me 60 is not an issue? Hiruzen appeared to concede, yet he was deliberately vexing Danzo. With no choice left, Danzo rose and exited the Hokage's office. The others, witnessing this, gradually departed, realizing that remaining would only lead to reprimands. The following morning, Qianyun ambled into school. His shadow clone still busy at home. Hey, brother Qianyun, good morning. A petite figure called out. Qianyun glanced down to find it was Shui. Oh, good morning. Wait, did you pass the examination as well? Shui nodded enthusiastically, beaming with pride. Qianyun praised him, calling him a genius, the hope of the Uchiha clan, and a formidable contender for the next Hokage. Shui humbly insisted that his training was insufficient, claiming Qianyun was the more worthy candidate for the next Hokage. Their mutual flattery, however, was not unnoticed, as Sarutobi Hiruzen observed from the shadows. Hiruzen had initially resolved to take Qianyun, Asuma, and Kurenai as disciples of Yuhi Kurenai, paving a path for Asuma. Now, he intended to alter the records to place Qianyun in the umbu. The graduation presentation was tedious, yet amidst the fluttering leaves of Konoha, the flames of life persisted. Qianyun was escorted to the umbu base, expecting to be greeted by Hiruzen's eldest son, only to find himself face-to-face with a practitioner of ninja insects. After the costume change and photo session, the most crucial part follows. Please introduce yourself, sharing your likes, dislikes, and dreams. The squad leader, oil woman Shizune, spoke as if it were a routine matter. The other two, Yamanaka Kei and Narape, appeared to be daydreaming, seemingly uninterested in Qianyun. I have a penchant for collecting viruses and tumor cells, especially deriving satisfaction from observing their gradual growth within the skin. I detest being interrupted during experiments, as it destabilizes my emotions. As for my dream, I aspire to establish a sizable dermatology clinic in the future, and a biological research lab would be the pinnacle of perfection. After Qianyun finished speaking, he noticed the three of them distancing themselves from him, including oil woman Shizune, who was engrossed in playing with her ninja insects. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Shizune to chuckle nervously. How about discussing your meat escape technique? I've heard it once turned the tide of a battlefield. Upon hearing this, Qianyun graciously produced a smoke bomb. The trio seemed unfazed. However, when Qianyun tossed the smoke bomb, their eyes widened in alarm. They collectively retreated in shock, utterly unwilling to catch it. The smoke bomb fell to the ground without detonating, and Qianyun bent down to retrieve it. He blew off the dust and nonchalantly returned it to his ninja tool pouch. The trio felt extremely awkward, then approached to briefly explain the dark department's rules and some daily task precautions. As per tradition, Shizune imparted stealth techniques along with methods for recording and relaying intelligence. The various tasks seemed overwhelming, and it was not until the third day that they began executing daily missions, monitoring the Uchiha clan. Qianyun's guess proved accurate. Not only was Danzo involved in this, but Sarutobi Hisashi was also perpetually surveilling the Uchiha. Qianyun felt troubled, but made his way to the Uchiha territory. Climbing a gnarled tree, the tree bore signs of previous occupants, its branches polished to a shine. With a wry smile, Qianyun unfurled a blanket and reclined, even opening a textbook to study. This was merely a facade. In a hidden corner of the ceiling space, his shadow clones were conducting experiments on sterilization viruses. The notorious Sarutobi Shinji had a long list of transgressions, having sullied the lives of at least 10 young kunoichi from Konoha. Qianyun even discovered that his mother, Sarutobi Pipa, had been cleaning up after him. The earliest of his vile deeds dated back 6 years, when he was merely 14. Sterilization was imperative. Within a month, he would gradually lose interest in the opposite sex while in slumber. Meanwhile, a group of Uchiha convened. Initially, Fugaku and several Uchiha elders were furious. But upon witnessing Qianyun's actions, they couldn't help but smile. It was unclear whether Shizune had intentionally assigned him a night shift for his first mission. After dinner, Fugaku indeed took action. A Jinjutsu was cast, and Qianyun could only feign sleep. The Uchiha gathered at the Nanga shrine for a meeting, and someone approached in the darkness. Initially presumed to be a comrade from the route, the individual made hand gestures before entering. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the third Mizukage attempting to woo the Uchiha. He proposed to allocate islands for the Uchiha, urging their collective migration to join the Mist Village. Qianyun sighed inwardly, considering that perhaps a life at sea could be a viable path for the Uchiha. The following day, at dawn, Qianyun pretended to sit up in the tree and pulled out a notebook to record his observations. Last night, at 6, clan leader Fugaku took a bath. At 7, he had dinner, and at 8, he couldn't recall, likely due to being hypnotized. Unable to write the character for hypnosis, he crossed it out and wrote illusion instead. That seemed adequate. He closed the notebook and packed up his blanket to report back. The Uchiha elders erupted in laughter, finding Qianyun utterly endearing. It turned out they had been monitoring him as well. Seeing such a novice in the dark department relaxed them considerably, especially his lackadaisical surveillance logs. A week later, personnel adjustments were made. Qianyun was assigned to monitor Danzo, finding a spot in the rafters to sleep. He even brought a blanket along. To read. He pried open a gap in the tiles, likely visible to any ordinary ninja passing by. Danzo's lips twitched in irritation. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been. A newcomer like Qianyun, who was so incompetent, could easily be trained by him. Why had he insisted on demanding assistance from Hisashi? 3 days later, Orochimaru met with Danzo, exchanging intelligence and discussing the progress of the Senju cell research. Initially feigning sleep, Qianyun's heart raced upon overhearing their mention of the Senju burial seal. 2 days later, Qianyun obtained the original Senju cells, which indeed held faint remnants of sage chakra. He cast them into the sealing space. Ding! Defeated Senju cells gained entry with sage growth. Stunned, Qianyun realized he had effortlessly acquired the coveted wood release, something everyone in the ninja world yearned for. Chapter 40. Reunion with Kakashi. Although the entry was white, Qianyun could genuinely harness a small amount of sage chakra from the wood release. Attempting to stimulate tree sprouts posed no issue, yet emulating Hashirama in combat remained unattainable. However, inducing tree sprouts to grow from an opponent's body, akin to manipulating a virus, was entirely feasible. The power was exceedingly formidable, and Qianyun resolved to refrain from using it for the time being. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly invite calamity. He also procured a bit of Uzumaki Mito's cells, but they proved utterly useless. To strengthen the adamantine ceiling, it seemed he would have to target Kushina's cells. Nevertheless, that individual had been quite kind to him, so he decided not to rush into it. A month later, as Qianyun prepared to keep watch over Danzo, he was unexpectedly informed by Shizune that he had been assigned to participate in the Chunin exams. What? The Chunin exams? Qianyun appeared utterly bewildered, looking as if he had just awakened, his eyes resembling those of a panda. I say, Captain, have you made a mistake? I'm merely a newly graduated genin. No matter how arrogant I am, I still possess some self-awareness. Perhaps I should just skip this and continue my night watch. As he spoke, he yawned, causing his 3 teammates' mouths to twitch. This child had truly burned the candle at both ends. If this continued, he would soon be rendered useless. Qianyun, this is the order of the Hokage. So it's an order. Qianyun yawned again, then tidied up to return home and sleep. Observing his hunched posture, the 3 teammates broke into a sweat. Yamanaka K murmured, he is still too young. The stamina of an 11-year-old child is hardly suited for night watch. Narape concurred. Indeed, Captain, you lack compassion. Oil woman Shizune's eyelids twitched in irritation. Who was it that always complained about not wanting to keep watch? And who said I was inhumane? After all the trouble of bringing in a newcomer to take their night watch, these 2 scoundrels dared to criticize her. From tonight onward, you 2 will continue to keep watch until the next newcomer reports. Yamanaka K and Narape lamented, regretting their words. Upon returning home, Qianyun initially intended to sleep. This past month had indeed been arduous. feeling even more exhausting than fleeing through the desert. However, while bathing and glancing in the mirror, he suddenly noticed a dark aura surrounding him. Qianyun was alarmed, his hair standing on end, and swiftly checked his body. Finding no apparent issues with his physical form, he hurriedly examined his soul. The sight nearly caused his soul to leave his body in shock. A dense black mist unexpectedly enveloped the soul, yet it bore no resemblance to the aura of an evil deity. Upon careful reflection, it seemed to have begun when the Hashirama cells were cast into the sealed space. Immediately, I recited a sutra, causing the black mist to dissipate rapidly, while the Hashirama cells within the sealed space emitted the same dark haze. I felt as though a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders, leaving me in a state of blissful relief. To my astonishment, after the black mist from the Hashirama cells dispersed, it began to grow slowly, akin to the blood coursing through the veins of a living being. It appeared I had stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. However, despite having acquired unparalleled power, I remained unable to confront the higher-ups of Konoha. I had to tread carefully. If those old geezers labeled me a rogue ninja, I would face dire consequences. The following morning, I returned to the Ninja Academy, where I encountered none other than Kakashi Hitaki first. After a year apart, his gaze seemed much sharper. As for height, I still appeared taller. "Good morning, Lord Kakashi." I greeted him with the same politeness I had displayed during our initial meeting last year. "Lord, who are you?" Kakashi responded, perplexed, unable to associate me with the short, malnourished child from the previous year. "My apologies, I forgot you were quite busy. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the civilian ninja, Qianyun, who had the privilege of learning the three-body technique from you for a mere 300 ryo. Thanks to your combat skills, I survived in the wilderness. I am truly grateful." I was not merely flattering Kakashi. Had he not taught me those techniques in front of Ichiraku Ramen, I would have met my demise on my first day outside. As expected, Kakashi's jaw dropped in astonishment, leaving him on the verge of petrification. Last year, I had barely reached his chest, appearing like a malnourished child in the lower grades. Now, however, the roles were reversed. Kakashi stood before me like a mere child. I had grown significantly taller and more imposing, even more robust than many adults, my physique resembling that of a taijutsu master. "Wow, what a surprise. How did you achieve this transformation?" Kakashi exclaimed, still grappling with the shock. "Weren't you the same age as me, perhaps even a few months younger?" A broad grin spread across my face. "Lord Kakashi, I have a secret I have never shared with anyone. Only because you inquired did I feel compelled to share it with you. In fact, I devoured a faster. I can't fall behind." A breathless Obito Uchiha came barreling in, looking utterly exhausted. He skidded to a halt and, as expected, he fell over once again. Sighing, both Kakashi and I lamented. "Obito hasn't changed at all." With a sudden leap, Obito sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you two talking about? I'm not late today. And by the way, today is the Chunin exam. Why is Kakashi here at school?" Instead of answering, Kakashi countered with a question. "Do you know each other?" "Humph. Foolish Kakashi. Qianyun is our classmate, and his strength surely surpasses yours. You may have become a Chunin, but Qianyun is now a member of the Hokage's elite Umbu." Kakashi was taken aback, retreating a step, his disbelief more shocking than my sudden growth spurt. "Wait, Qianyun, have you stopped growing? Didn't we agree you'd grow half a foot every month? Why have you only grown an inch since graduation? You won't stop growing, will you?" "Ahaha. I will definitely outgrow you in the future." Obito's incessant chatter left Kakashi speechless, still reeling from the shock. As we conversed, Might Guy and Asumo approached, all smiles and laughter, each boasting of newfound strength and formidable missions accomplished. When Guy inquired about my tasks, a group of children turned to me, eager to learn what an Umbu ninja does daily. "Well, I have been on guard duty, and now my back aches," I replied. "I need to find a place to sit. I can hardly bear it." The children responded with murmurs of dismay, seemingly realizing that the life of an Umbu was less glamorous than they had imagined. As the group entered the classroom, Obito continued to pester Kakashi about the exams. Chapter 41. The Chunin exam. Kakashi, unable to do anything but sigh, pulled out his Chunin exam application, which was mandated by the Hokage for a retake. Laughter erupted from the crowd, particularly from Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino, who finally felt vindicated. Suddenly, a group of interrogators appeared at the front of the classroom, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. They bore expressions of utter seriousness, exuding an imposing aura. "How cool. I hope to become like that one day," exclaimed Marino Ibiki, seemingly starstruck by their presence. Sighing again, I reflected on how the wheel of fate never truly stops turning, wondering if the fourth great ninja war would ever erupt again. The Chunin exam is about to commence. Those who wish to participate remain, those who do not may leave now. However, there is a caveat. If you accept the exam and fail, you will forever lose the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam again. In other words, you will remain a genin for life. The leading jonin's gaze landed on me, but I said nothing, merely yawning out of habit, still struggling to adjust to the time difference. The children remained silent, laughing amongst themselves about who would be foolish enough to forfeit. However, the jonin added another condition. Those who fail the written exam would also jeopardize their teammates. If one were eliminated, the other two would also face permanent disqualification. The tedious choice began anew, presenting no challenge for someone like me, a traveler from another world. Even if there were difficulties, I was indifferent to the titles of Chunin or Jonin. The children erupted in chaos, each verifying their teams. Some retained their original groups, while others had their teams disrupted. And some were naturally eliminated due to fallen comrades. This was a genuine elimination, not just idle talk, unless they could find other genin to submit a new application. However, time was running out for this Chunin exam. Gradually, individuals began to exit, particularly the older genin, unable to endure the pressure. Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai approached, the latter sweating as she murmured, "We're on the same team, Chinyun. Are you really sure about this?" Asuma frowned, stating, "The Hokage is unwavering. If you fail, you will undoubtedly remain a genin for life." I grinned. I have no desire to become Hokage or partake in Konoha's upper decision-making. The titles of Chunin and Jonin are of no consequence to me. As long as I can continue my research on viruses and tumors, I would be content even without being a ninja. As for Asuma, you must consider this carefully. If you do not become a Chunin, Team Kurenai's captain may well oppose your relationship with Kurenai. He would never allow his daughter to marry someone with no achievements. I intended to joke, but Asuma suddenly wiped a tear from his eye. Asuma's inner turmoil was evident, yet Kurenai firmly grasped his wrist. "Don't listen to his nonsense. My father is not that kind of person," Chinyun scoffed. "That may be true for you, but not for others. A man who cannot even secure his daughter's future is unlikely to easily compromise." Asuma trembled, perspiration trickling down his temples. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the crystal ball in the Hokage's office, his lips twitching in irritation. "This little rascal dares to mock my son. Just wait until I have my turn." Beside him, Minato Namikaze, Zetsu, and Sarutobi Shino were sweating. The third Hokage's patience was never as vast as it appeared. As they spoke, another group of individuals exited the classroom, pushing Asuma closer to the brink of despair. Suddenly, Obito slammed his hands on the desk, exclaiming loudly, "Hey, Scarface, don't underestimate us. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will become Hokage. I am strong and will continue to grow stronger." The titles of Chunin and Jonin do not define everything. To my knowledge, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, even a genin can undertake S-rank missions. So what does it matter if I remain a genin for life? Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in reaction, everyone exhaling deeply. Asuma added, "Exactly. Even if I remain a genin, I want to be with the one I love." Kurenai, despite her sweat, felt a wave of happiness. The children began to chatter excitedly. And the chief examiner spoke again, "Ahem. In that case, I shall explain the final rule of the written examination. Only teams with a passing total score will advance. Those who fail will be eliminated entirely. The passing score will be the average of all candidates." At this announcement, chaos ensued in the classroom. The teacher had already begun distributing the test papers, and many candidates were panicking, realizing that this would clearly result in the elimination of half the participants. Chinyun smiled. His grades were commendable. He could use open book resources, and he could copy from anyone he wished. Gradually, the classroom quieted as the children showcased their skills. Some were escorted out, while others succumbed to anxiety and fainted, leaving Asuma bewildered. Chinyun sent his ninja insects to relay answers, and Asuma finally began to write, primarily focusing on the multiple-choice questions. The grueling hour passed swiftly, bringing joy to some and despair to others. Just as they finished, Minato arrived with several jonin in a flash. After a brief discussion, he explained that the second phase of the Chunin exams would take place in the Forest of Death outside Konoha, where there were no rules. And the probability of death was high. Withdrawing would not impact one's teammates. Qianyun initially suspected this was yet another trick, but to his surprise, withdrawing truly would not affect one's team. Outside the Forest of Death, they deliberated tactics while accepting the Heaven and Earth scrolls. It was at this moment that Qianyun grasped why withdrawing in the second phase would not impact one's comrades. A three-man team lacking a mission scroll would face increased difficulty in qualifying. This time, fatalities were a genuine possibility. Not all Genin knew one another, and some had deeply antagonistic relationships. Once the opportunity for free killing arose, some would undoubtedly show no mercy. Kurenai and Asuma mapped out their route and discussed potential traps, while Qianyun indulged in a feast. If I haven't slept well, I must eat well, otherwise I will surely tire. As the second phase commenced, a group of middle-aged genin dashed into the forest, appearing quite experienced. Qianyun followed Asuma, resembling a hapless lackey. However, they had not run far when three towering figures suddenly appeared ahead. Hee, the trio of middle-aged genin grinned sinisterly, resembling wolves eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Asuma sweated profusely, instructing, Qianyun, you hold one back, and I'll take on two. Kurenai, wait for your opportunity. Understood, Kurenai replied, immediately casting a genjutsu and vanishing, looking somewhat impressive, yet Qianyun secretly sighed. Such a level of genjutsu on the battlefield could either endanger oneself or harm allies. Chapter 42. Lin Yuan consumes human flesh. While Qianyun was lost in thought, a tall, lanky man suddenly approached him. Hey, you foolish child, your opponent is me. I hope your strength is as impressive as your stature. Qianyun blinked, then slowly pointed at Asuma and spoke. He is the son of the third Hokage. If you trouble our team, the third Hokage will surely bring trouble upon you, even to your family. Perhaps at this very moment, he is using a spyglass technique to observe, or has already dispatched a covert team to visit your home. Don't say I didn't warn you. People often go missing in the village. Do you think you know the real reason? The three middle-aged genin trembled in fear, exchanging glances before kneeling in unison, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. To top it off, as they departed, they presented a specially prepared lunch. Once they left, Qianyun eagerly dug into the meal. Oh, you're quite the rascal. If this rumor spreads, how will I maintain my reputation? Asuma complained incessantly while Qianyun, with a vacant stare, continued eating. Simultaneously, Zetsu was undergoing training in the Hokage's office. For a whole month, your subordinates have not only failed to grow but seem to have become even more foolish. Look at that silly face and those sleepy eyes. Don't tell me he has only been assigned surveillance tasks without any training. Zetsu was sweating, as the third Hokage's words rang true. Since Yamashiro Aki and Nara-Pei did not want to pull night duty, neither did he. Meanwhile, in the encounter with Nara Shikamaru's team, Shikamaru grinned wickedly. We just saw it, Asuma. You pretend to be high and mighty, yet when it matters, you still rely on the third Hokage. None of us in the team fear you. In fact, we've wanted to beat you for quite some time. Ebisuzawa, my fire style is no weaker than his. Let him taste my might today. Might Guy, leave Qianyun to me. I will surely win. Seeing this, Qianyun quickly shouted. Wait, KO, I admit you are strong. I was injured on a recent mission and have not fully recovered, so I am definitely not your match right now. How about this? You compete in Jinjutsu against Kurenai. That would be fair. And Ebisuzawa, is your Jinjutsu really that weak? If people find out you are afraid to challenge Kurenai, how will you hold your ground in the village? Many girls will probably look down on you. Impossible. I, Ebisuzawa, would never fear a Jinjutsu duel. Come on, genius Jinjutsu girl Kurenai. Let us have a proper match. Ebisuzawa, the foolish one, began forming hand seals, prompting Might Guy to follow suit. Nara Shikamaru felt a wave of despair. Why were his teammates so foolish? Just as he was about to stop Ebisuzawa's reckless behavior, Asuma charged in. Fire style, ash pile burning. Asuma launched his powerful technique, which, despite covering only a 5-meter radius, was sufficient to block Nara Shikamaru. The two engaged in a fierce battle, while Qianyun nonchalantly pulled out a blanket and lay down, even applying a bandage to his forehead. Unbeknownst to many, upon witnessing the scene, most would likely assume he had indeed sustained an injury. Might Guy's illusionary techniques resembled his body duplication technique, which, rather than proving advantageous, became a hindrance for Ebisu. In merely a minute, Ebisu faced defeat. Meanwhile, Asuma engaged in a physical confrontation with Nara Shikamaru, who had just finished a ninjutsu duel. It was evident that Shikamaru held the upper hand, yet Yugao began to throw shuriken in support. At her movement, Might Guy stepped forward to intercept, and it appeared that both were on the brink of losing. Unable to bear it any longer, Qianyun suddenly hurled a stone, transforming it into a shuriken, which then replicated itself. A tempest of strikes ensued, leading to the downfall of both Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru shouted, "You treacherous fiend! Did you not claim to be injured?" Qianyun awkwardly responded, "Well, I noticed it was noon. Perhaps we should finish lunch before discussing the duel. I did not intend to interrupt your battle. Children cannot grow tall on empty stomachs. I merely meant well." Just as Shikamaru was about to explode with rage, Kakashi's team approached. "Hey, Might Guy, I'm here to challenge you to a duel. This time, you cannot escape." Uchiha Obito appeared, visibly bruised and battered, clearly having encountered Might Guy earlier. A collective sigh escaped the group, including Kakashi. Obito was never a match for Might Guy. Shikamaru suddenly smirked. "Oh, foolish Kakashi. Do you still believe yourself to be the strongest of your generation? That guy is full of surprises. He has also mastered the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. In my opinion, he has surpassed you." After saying this, Shikamaru gestured to Might Guy and Ebisu, then sauntered away with a smug demeanor. As Shikamaru's team departed, Kakashi and Obito turned their attention to Qianyun. That Shikamaru is merely trying to sow discord," Kakashi asserted. "You know my body duplication technique was taught by you. How could I possibly be your match?" "Lies." Asuma and Obito roared in unison, their frustration from earlier still simmering. Qianyun, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, "Why does my attempt to take a break turn into such a calamity?" It was now noon. Could they truly let the two girls endure hunger alongside them? Upon hearing this, Asuma immediately calmed down and glanced at Yugao. Obito also contemplated surrendering. However, Yugao grinned mischievously. "Qianyun, I don't mind if our lunch is delayed." Noara Rin shared the same sentiment. Kakashi will never lose. This is the price you pay for deceiving him. Qianyun, once again sweating, felt as though both teams were poised to attack him. "I was injured while on a mission. Do you all possess no compassion?" Just as Qianyun wished to defend himself verbally, Kakashi unexpectedly threw a shuriken and rapidly executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. The angle was rather tricky. Qianyun found himself unable to dodge while lying down, and remaining still would only lead to injury. Though he would not die, bleeding was inevitable. With a thud, he used the substitution technique to evade, but Kakashi was quick to pursue. Qianyun frowned. Kakashi's speed was alarmingly swift. During his moment of teleportation, he seized a handful of leaves from the bushes, rapidly transforming them into shuriken, even employing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique in an instant. The fluidity of his actions left onlookers bewildered, as they hardly grasped what had transpired. Kakashi narrowly dodged, only to be met with another wave of shuriken. "Incredible! He can actually suppress Kakashi," exclaimed Noara Rin. "Indeed, I told you, foolish Kakashi is no longer the strongest of our generation," Obito replied. Chapter 43. Kakashi goes crazy. As Suma lamented, "We have all been deceived. Upon entering the ninja academy, he did not possess the strength he appears to have. To blend in with us, he has been feigning ignorance." Yugao interjected. "However, it seems he truly cannot utilize Jinjutsu." No one responded. This dilemma was difficult to explain, and lacking Jinjutsu skills was quite normal for a ninja. Suddenly, Kakashi, fueled by fervor, swiftly executed the Shuriken transformation technique along with shadow clones, igniting sparks in the air. Without warning, Kakashi formed a series of hand seals, and the lightning on his right hand emitted a piercing shriek. "Lightning release, Chidori!" The crowd gasped, sensing the lethal intent emanating from Kakashi, yet Qianyun, rather than fleeing, suddenly formed a single-handed seal. "Earth release, great hemorrhoid!" Kakashi stumbled forward, his chakra rapidly depleting. "Kakashi!" In that moment, Noara Rin resembled a later Sakura Haruno, her gaze fixated solely on Kakashi, while Obito turned, wearing a glum expression. "Qianyun-kun, what have you done to Kakashi?" Rin's furious inquiry met Qianyun's icy gaze. She instinctively shivered, realizing her misunderstanding. Despite Qianyun's tall and handsome demeanor and amiable nature towards most, he harbored no fondness for her pure beauty. The look in Qianyun's eyes conveyed disdain. "You should thank me," Qianyun coldly stated, leaving everyone bewildered. Kakashi's face turned pale. "You bastard, I will make you pay. You big fool, you should also be grateful," Qianyun retorted defiantly, further adding to the confusion. Kakashi attempted to speak, but ultimately fell silent, as some words were difficult to articulate. Suddenly, Qianyun tossed a small box of ointment. performing a healing technique to stop the bleeding after excising the hemorrhoid, and then evenly applied the ointment. The crowd stood in shock. Kakashi wished for a hole to swallow him whole, while Rin's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Obito suddenly leaned in. Xianyun, I want to experience your technique too. Hurry, give me a dose. I want hemorrhoids 10 times larger than foolish Kakashi's. The group erupted in laughter, and even Asuma timidly joined in. I want one too. The two girls exchanged dumbfounded glances before bursting into giggles. The girls set up a small tent for the operation while the boys discussed the previous battle. Xianyun, now idle, decided to start a fire for cooking and prepared a bit of barbecue. Moreover, he even made some drinks and the ever-popular three-colored dumplings. The children gathered around, unceremoniously indulging in the feast. Xianyun remained unfazed, continuing to enjoy the meticulously prepared lunch left by the three middle-aged chunin. Suddenly, Noara Rin struck up a conversation. Xianyun-kun, your culinary skills are impressive. I wonder what kind of meat you used for this barbecue. It's tender and flavorful. Rin's smile was enchanting, causing Obito to drool. Xianyun paused his chewing, glancing at the spot where Rin had placed the medical waste bag. The bag was gone, revealing Kakashi's hemorrhoid, a grotesque mass weighing nearly a pound. Just moments ago, the children were laughing. Now, they were retching. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The sound of vomiting filled the air. As stomachs churned and heads spun. You disgusting creature. Why would you eat such a thing? Yugao chastised. Xianyun, bewildered, shook the chestnuts in his hand. I have no habit of eating hemorrhoids, let alone human flesh, especially not Kakashi's human flesh hemorrhoids. Ugh. Obito seethed, this idiot. I will take him down. No one stop me. Fire release, great fireball technique. Dato declared a sudden confrontation, prompting Xianyun to hastily flee without employing the body flicker technique. 5 young companions pursued him, but as they ran, they soon realized that Xianyun had distanced himself. Breathless and grumbling, they were startled by a familiar voice from behind. Don't hit me. I truly have no habit of consuming human flesh. I am a vegetarian. Xianyun called out as he chased after them, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Huh? Why are you all in front of me? He questioned, halting and widening his eyes at the 5. Attack him. Asuma bellowed, immediately unleashing a technique. Someone's trying to kill me. Xianyun screamed, promptly resuming his flight. Get him. Kakashi had yet to pursue when he noticed that a number of other teams, including Nara Shikamaru, Inazuka Kiba, and Yamanaka Ino, were in hot pursuit of Xianyun. However, upon spotting Kakashi, they instinctively halted. Return the scroll, or none of you shall escape. Nara Shikamaru threatened angrily, while Yamanaka Ino remained silent, launching a flurry of shuriken. The 5 scrambled to defend themselves, with no time to explain. Dato was struck by a shuriken in his arm, shouting, we need to break through first, otherwise, we might lose our lives. Leaf, great whirlwind. Just as Dato finished his exclamation, Might Guy executed a swift kick, causing chaos. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but was caught off guard by an unexpected assault. Pain shot through him as he felt a sharp sting on his backside. The 5 were subdued, and Asuma recounted the recent events, prompting a wave of nausea among the group. Before their classmates could chase after Xianyun, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Help! Someone please help! Xianyun reappeared, this time accompanied by a horde of over 100 adult genin. The ground trembled as they charged, their murderous intent palpable. Give it back. Hand over the scroll. A burly figure wielded a katana, leading the charge. Xianyun, terrified, tossed a cloth bag to Nara Shikamaru. Boss, my task is complete. With that, Xianyun vanished, leaving the group of children encircled by adult genin. Haha, you must believe me when I say I am not acquainted with that towering fool. Nara Shikamaru attempted to deflect blame. Crack, crack. The genin clenched their fists, clearly eager to take out their frustrations on the newcomers. Leaf, great whirlwind. Might Guy believed in striking first. As he moved, a brawl erupted, marking the commencement of a chaotic skirmish. From a distance, Xianyun nodded in satisfaction, planning to rest at the central tower. It was said that the final match would be one-on-one, and these individuals would surely suffer from exhaustion. Upon arriving at the central tower, Xianyun was surprised to find Yuhi Kurenai and Namikaze Minato. Both appeared visibly distressed. Seemingly aware of the events unfolding in the Forest of Death, Xianyun greeted them with a goofy smile and handed over a set of scrolls. Theoretically, Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai had already qualified for the finals, yet they were still desperately competing for scrolls in the forest. As the sun set, Xianyun awoke and snacked in the corridor, while Kakashi's team was the second to reach the central tower. You bastard! I will not forgive you. We must settle this now. Kakashi seethed with anger, but Qianyun pointed to a nearby sign. Fighting is prohibited in the arena. Those who disregard the rules are worthless. You wouldn't dare break them, would you? Kakashi gritted his teeth, while Qianyun continued to enjoy his meal. Half an hour later, all teams arrived at the central tower, yet 80% were eliminated. The onlookers glared at Qianyun with fiery eyes, but he remained unfazed, casually chatting with Yuhi Kurenai. A group of adult genin left quietly, wary of the situation. Qianyun skillfully exerted pressure. Even Yuhi Kurenai refrained from expressing her anger. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke of the will of fire, declaring that wherever the leaves danced, the fire would continue to burn. Yawning, Qianyun awaited the battles to commence so he could return to sleep. He had no desire to become a chunin, as that would imply leading missions in the future. The first match of the finals featured Uchiha Dato versus Might Guy. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd fell silent in mourning for Dato. Come on. Uchiha Dato, fear you not. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With no surprises, Might Guy's technique remained as sharp as ever. Dato retreated in humiliation, and the younger participants began to take their turns. In the 8th match, Yuhi Kurenai faced Qianyun. Many scoffed, believing Qianyun to be inept at Jinjutsu and weak in resistance. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled, "This brat dares to mock my son. He will serve him well." Meanwhile, Namake's Minato began to sweat nervously. As they entered the arena, Yuhi Kurenai began forming hand seals at an impressive speed. Dance of the Leaves. This was a basic Jinjutsu, the effectiveness of which depended on the user's spiritual and mental strength. Qianyun swayed slightly, appearing to falter. He took a half step back, but stabilized himself. This technique is ineffective against me. I have recently endured numerous Jinjutsu and have developed immunity. Everyone was taken aback by Qianyun's unexpected resistance to low-level Jinjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he realized his oversight. After a month of exposure to Jinjutsu, even a pig would possess a degree of immunity. How careless of me. But it's not over. Your evasion in close combat is formidable, yet you lack practice with the sword. With that, Yuhi Kurenai produced a finely crafted katana from her sealing scroll and charged at him. Her movements and stance were beautiful, but she had misjudged her opponent. With a swift turn and a backward glance, Qianyun disarmed her. The blade now pressed against Yuhi Kurenai's shoulder. She broke into a sweat, and Yuhi Kurenai nearly cried out in shock. Their family's swordsmanship had been countered by a mere genin, as Qianyun emerged victorious. The final match format was abruptly changed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namake's Minato announced the new rules. In this year's Chunin exam finals, all 4 participants would battle simultaneously. Those who performed exceptionally would be promoted to Chunin, while those who performed poorly, regardless of victory, would be eliminated. Furthermore, the use of excessive ninjutsu, such as Kakashi's Chidori and Qianyun's Earth Release, Great Hemorrhoid, was prohibited. The younger participants gasped, casting unfriendly glances at Qianyun. Outside the arena, Nara Shikamaru smirked while Asuma remarked, "Did you forget about the final challenge? We all have a chance, perhaps even to gang up on that brat." Upon hearing this, the eliminated children displayed excited smiles, especially Dato, who had been seething with frustration. "All right, I will make sure to give him a thorough beating." Just as Dato finished speaking, Namake's Minato appeared before him. "Minato-sensei, I promise to perform admirably." "Dato, pay close attention to Qianyun's combat techniques. You will gain much from it." The children, upon hearing the words, turned their gazes downward in unison. They beheld Qianyun seizing the samurai sword from Sanai Yubiki, fiercely clashing with Kakashi. How formidable! He could actually contend with Kakashi's swordsmanship. How is this possible? Clang, clang, clang. While Qianyun engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi, Might Guy was entangled with Sanai Yubiki. My opponent is Qianyun, not me." Nevertheless, Might Guy shook his head, deeming a 3-on-1 fight unfair. Even if they emerged victorious, it would not merit the title of Chunin. A 1-on-1 duel, fought with honor, is the path of the true warrior that I uphold. Everyone fell silent, yet Qianyun praised him. "Guy, you truly deserve the title of the Taijutsu Master of Konoha. Your charisma surpasses that of those insignificant foes. Leave this to me. Focus on your duel with Kakashi, and we shall spar later." Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his dazzling white teeth. Suddenly, Qianyun was struck in the chest, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Kakashi, equally breathless, appeared on the verge of collapse. The audience gasped. At that moment, Sanai Yubiki launched a swift attack on Might Guy, racing towards Kakashi. Bang! The leaf great cannon. Sanai Yubiki's cunning plan fell short. As Might Guy, despite the heavy blow, swiftly rose to continue the fight, catching him off guard. Sanai Yubiki fell, leaving only Might Guy and Kakashi on the battlefield. Indeed, it comes down to just the two of us. You are truly my lifelong rival. Kakashi warned. Get ready, Guy. You must be cautious. The two immediately exchanged rapid blows, both accustomed to dueling with taijutsu. With a sudden burst of energy, Might Guy opened the 8th gate, only to be swiftly taken down by Kakashi, who seized the opportunity. Just as Kakashi relaxed his guard, Qianyun, who had previously been unconscious, abruptly rose to his feet. In a single kick, Kakashi was slammed against the wall. No. How could you resort to a sneak attack? This is outrageous. Lin, from the audience, exclaimed in anger, but upon reflection, she felt it was inappropriate. This was the Chunin exam. They were ninjas, and ninjas inherently embraced tactical deception. Lowering her head, she felt quite naive. No wonder he had regarded her with such a cold gaze in the forest. Brace yourself, Qianyun. Kakashi suddenly sprang up and charged at Qianyun. However, in his moment of recklessness, Kakashi's attack became predictable, akin to a desperate gambler facing inevitable defeat. He was struck again, collapsing in a rather pitiful state. Obito remarked in disbelief, "It's incredible." Qianyun was stabbed and still managed to rise. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Qianyun's chest, but found no trace of blood. Sigh. Minato sighed, realizing that to conserve energy, he had resorted to an illusion. Kakashi, overly fixated on winning, had failed to notice this. The crowd gasped in surprise. Qianyun could wield illusions? Suddenly, the Kakashi on the ground vanished, an illusion clone. Qianyun was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Huh, Kakashi has won. Lin exclaimed with delight. Yet, Minato sighed again, prompting the audience to look on in confusion. Take a closer look, Minato urged, and as they did, they realized Qianyun had transformed into a puddle of water. It was, indeed, a water clone. Chapter 45. Defeating Kakashi. How could this be? Lin's eyes glistened with tears. She had hoped for Kakashi's victory. He was not only her secret crush, but also her idol. Her faith and beliefs were gradually crumbling, being supplanted by Qianyun instead. The term girl killer was indeed terrifying, especially the purple variant. The leaf great cannon. This time, Qianyun employed Might Guy's technique, and Kakashi, fatigued, had no time to react. Kakashi suffered another devastating blow, yet in a moment of desperation, he utilized an illusion clone. Bang! The clone fell to the ground, but did not dissipate immediately. Observing Qianyun panting heavily, Kakashi swiftly closed the distance, intending to deliver a decisive blow. Bang! The outcome was astonishing. Qianyun deftly dodged Kakashi's punch and countered with a swift turn. Kakashi fell once more. This time, it was the real Kakashi, his chakra completely depleted. He is truly formidable. Minato uttered in awe. Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath, slowly asking, "How did you perceive my final strike?" Qianyun shook his head, replying, "I couldn't see it. I was merely preparing for the worst." The worst? The audience was perplexed until Minato announced the end of the match. Bang! Qianyun transformed back into a puddle, causing the crowd to collectively gasp. Qianyun's true form emerged, revealing that he had been fighting with water clones all along. The defeat was undeniable. Every participant was left in admiration, unable to muster any excuses. In truth, Qianyun was troubled. His original plan was to concede. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quietly assigning the next stage tasks to the newcomers from the stands. The Genin would perpetually be tasked with missions, while the Chunin would lead as captains. Since they were all destined for endless tasks, Qianyun opted to become a captain. After all, if a foolish captain were to lead a mission that resulted in death, he would inevitably meet the same fate. Such a scenario was unacceptable to him. Qianyun became a Chunin, while Kakashi faced consequences for repeated complaints regarding his lack of team spirit. Yet, he remained a Chunin. I challenged Qianyun. Suddenly, Inuzuka Kiba jumped out. A grin plastered on his face. Obito chimed in, "Count me in." Asuma and Kurenai also leaped into the arena, their eyes gleaming with determination. It seemed they had all discovered Qianyun's weakness. Kakashi added, "I wish to challenge you again." Qianyun defiantly replied, "I refuse." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Theoretically, the challenge party had the right to decline without reason. Kakashi stepped forward. "If you win, I will teach you Chidori." Qianyun's expression shifted, contemplating the potential of the beheading technique. Deal. Kakashi showed no hesitation. As they prepared for their match, Asuma eagerly shouted, "I can teach you the basics of the wind style." Kurenai chimed in, "I will teach you the essence of the Yuhi sword technique." The children, witnessing this, began to shout, each offering to impart their family's unique techniques. Despite many clan jutsu being no longer a secret, Qianyun felt a surge of excitement. It's settled. Upon uttering this, Kakashi instructed everyone to step back temporarily. However, Might Guy interjected, with Qianyun's energy at its peak, "I want to be the first to challenge." Asuma countered, "I refuse to fight someone who is already fatigued." The group of children began to bicker, leaving Kakashi feeling exasperated. "Hey, you don't need to argue. To me, you're all insignificant. Even if you all teamed up, I wouldn't be afraid." At this proclamation, the venue erupted into chaos, each declaring their intent to leave Qianyun incapacitated. Kakashi fell silent, suddenly realizing that Qianyun's character was questionable. Minato interjected, "Listen carefully, even if it's an 18-on-1. Harming a comrade's life is absolutely forbidden. Now, let the challenge commence." Water Release, Mist Concealment Technique, version 4. Zero Die You Foul King. In a flash, Shiranui Genma appeared, only to find Qianyun dissipating like mist. Kakashi warned, "Be careful, he might have teleported here." Yugao declared, "Let me use a genjutsu to locate this scoundrel." Suddenly, with a thud, Yugao collapsed onto the ground, trembling slightly. Was this the paralysis toxin? Thud, thud, thud. One by one, a group of children fell to the ground. Sighing, Yugao vanished in an instant. Minato declared, "The challenge is over. The victor is Qianyun." With that, he too teleported away, seemingly uninterested in further chatter with the children. Obito exclaimed, "Hey, Qianyun, that's cheating. How could you use poison in a duel?" Qianyun appeared in the stands, stating, "I am a medical ninja. Toxins are akin to the explosive tags and kunai you wield, much like the ninja insects and ninja hounds. My ninjutsu is not against the rules. Unless you forbid the Yamanaka clan from using ninja insects and the Inuzuka clan from employing ninja hounds." The children fell silent, heads bowed. Qianyun retrieved a potion vial and began performing hand seals, quickly releasing the antidote through the mist. Though reluctant, Kakashi taught him the Chidori and the technique of decapitation from within the heart. Qianyun possessed lightning chakra, albeit in limited quantity, producing only a few flickers of electricity at his fingertips after much effort. However, the essence of the blade techniques from the Yuhi clan greatly benefited Qianyun. The following day, at noon, Qianyun received a notification to report to the Hokage's office for a mission. Reports indicated that lawless individuals in the land of crafts were plundering supplies. His task was to retrieve the materials and not disclose any information, even to his teammates. Understood? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a calm demeanor, while Qianyun secretly chuckled. It was absurd to cloak a robbery in such grandiose terms. If the matter came to light, he would likely become a scapegoat, if not a rogue ninja. Got it. Qianyun replied expressionlessly as he accepted the mission scroll, leaving seemingly unperturbed. Hiruzen frowned, unable to decipher Qianyun's thoughts. This was problematic, given Qianyun's performance during the Chunin exams. He could very well cause a commotion. With this in mind, Hiruzen promptly summoned Yamanaka Shikaku to monitor Qianyun's every move. As for Uchiha and Danzo, they could be set aside for now. They posed little threat. At the entrance of Konoha village, Qianyun donned new attire and slung a travel bag purchased from the land of rice over his shoulder, looking nothing like a ninja. He had expected his teammates to be two seasoned Chunin, only to be surprised when a 5-year-old Shursui called out from afar, bouncing towards him. "Shursui? Oh heavens. My teammate can't possibly be you." Shursui giggled, displaying his little backpack, resembling a kindergarten child heading to school. Qianyun's mouth twitched. Hiruzen had truly lost his mind. He had dispatched a 5-year-old child on a long journey to undertake a C-rank mission. While Qianyun was still grappling with this absurdity, another familiar face appeared, Kakashi. He still bore that deadpan expression, his aura chillingly calm. Qianyun broke into a sweat. Chapter 46. Shursui awakens the Sharingan. Do you both understand the task at hand? Qianyun pondered whether it was wise to involve the rigid Kakashi and the immature Shursui in a robbery. Would their beliefs withstand such a trial? Shursui eagerly raised his hand. "I know. We are going to hay." Kakashi interjected sharply, cutting Shursui off with a frosty glare. "Haven't you learned the ninja confidentiality regulations?" At this, Shursui instinctively hid behind Qianyun, stealing glances at Kakashi from between his legs. Qianyun forced a smile. "Let's set off." We can discuss things on the way. Kakashi lowered his head, stating, "You are the captain. All actions are under your command. That is the ninja code." Chinyun's mouth twitched again, but he refrained from further idle chatter. The trio commenced their journey, maintaining a steady pace, reminiscent of Chinyun's first outing. An hour later, Shursui was panting, his small face pale. At such a tender age, enduring an hour was already an achievement surpassing 99% of his peers. "Stop," Chinyun called, then crouched down. "We are being followed. Shursui, come here and rest on my back, but stay vigilant of your surroundings. Remember, if anyone makes a move, do not hesitate. Strike decisively." Shursui hesitated but then nodded earnestly. Kakashi scanned the vicinity but detected nothing. He resumed his pace, seemingly bemused by Chinyun's team spirit, even going so far as to concoct a perfect excuse to care for his teammate. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chinyun smiled and asked, "Shursui, have you perfected your crow clone technique?" In truth, since Chinyun had hoisted Shursui onto his back, the child had been acutely aware of his surroundings. Now, interrupted by Chinyun, he finally relaxed. Yes, the crow clone is even more realistic than the shadow clone. Ordinary people find it hard to distinguish. Moreover, using the crow clone to cast genjutsu is incredibly challenging to discern. Once he started talking, Shursui rambled on about training crows and commanding them to fulfill tasks, elaborating on their various peculiar habits. Chinyun listened with delight, occasionally praising Shursui as a genius. Gradually, the little boy fell asleep on Chinyun's back. At such a young age, no wonder he tired easily. Chinyun softened his pace, striving to make the journey as comfortable as possible for the sleeping child. 2 hours later, Chinyun slowed down and eventually came to a halt. "I'm tired. Let's take a break." As he spoke, he signaled to Kakashi. They were surrounded by a band of rogue ninjas. Kakashi remained on high alert, yet Chinyun sat down. Shursui awoke, rubbing his sleepy eyes with his chubby little hands. "Good morning." He looked genuinely dazed from his nap. Just as Kakashi was about to signal, he noticed Chinyun offering Shursui some milk. "Hot milk. Try it and see if you like it. Here, Kakashi, you should hydrate too, and have some snacks to replenish your energy." Chinyun laid out a blanket and arranged a variety of drinks and snacks, creating an impromptu picnic. He even used ninjutsu to warm the milk. Shursui giggled as he accepted the milk, while Kakashi wore a bemused expression. "Aren't we supposed to be wary of rogue ninjas? Is it wise to sit down and feast?" Kakashi took the milk but declined the snacks Chinyun offered. "I don't enjoy snacks. I typically eat proper meals." Kakashi finally sat down, quickly finishing a box of milk. Chinyun remained silent, preparing a piece of cheese for Shursui. "Eat well to grow taller. It will help build up your chakra." "Chinyun brother, you're so kind." Shursui beamed with happiness, but suddenly his expression sharpened. Clang. Kakashi drew his sword first, and Shursui's crow clone was a moment too slow to react. Thud. Chinyun was struck in the chest by a kunai, collapsing into a pool of blood, appearing beyond saving. A silence enveloped the scene for a moment, as Kakashi and Shursui stared in disbelief. "I will kill you all." The raging waters roared, as a pair of Sharingan eyes, adorned with the characteristic 3-tomo, activated amidst tears. With astonishing speed, Chishui unleashed his fury, a stark contrast to the innocent visage he had donned moments before. Kakashi, too, was consumed by wrath, nearly losing his rationality. In an instant, the 20 rogue ninjas concealed within the nearby thicket met their demise. Sharingan. Fate has indeed favored me. Ahaha. Yet, more foes lurked behind, as a mist ninja suddenly charged forth. "Be careful," Kakashi exclaimed in alarm, recognizing the formidable Chunin, an elite of notable repute. In that moment, both Chishui and Kakashi struck simultaneously, inflicting a grievous wound upon the mist ninja, who managed to escape, albeit injured, leaving behind a trail of chaos. Chishui, intent on pursuing the assailant, was halted by Kakashi's swift intervention. "Calm down. We must ascertain the number of enemies lying in ambush. Charging in recklessly would lead to certain doom, thwarting our mission." Gradually, Chishui regained his composure, yet an overwhelming sorrow enveloped him. "Brother Chinyun," he whispered through tears, his sobs escaping involuntarily. Just then, the dawn broke, and Chinyun's voice echoed, startling both of them. They turned to see Chinyun, his eyelids drooping, nonchalantly chewing on beef. "Brother Chinyun, oh, how wonderful it is that you are alive," Chishui exclaimed, discarding his kunai and collapsing into Chinyun's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Kakashi felt a surge of irritation. realizing he had been outwitted. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. If anyone could defeat Kakashi, it would be a ludicrous jest for them to fall prey to rogue ninjas so easily. Unbeknownst to them, Qianyun had just employed a basic genjutsu, rendering his chest unscathed. My apologies. It's just that I've been on a mission with the Umbu and was so exhausted that I fell asleep. Thankfully, you were here, Chishui, otherwise I might have met my end. I vow to protect you, brother Qianyun, Chishui declared earnestly. I trust you will succeed. You are an unparalleled genius of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, at a loss for words, could only watch as Qianyun humorously entertained the young boy. This fellow possessed an exceptionally mischievous disposition. After a brief respite, the trio resumed their journey, with Qianyun continuing to carry Chishui to conserve his strength for the impending battle. They arrived at a fishing village in the southern region of the Fire Country, procuring a small wooden boat for their voyage. Lord Kakashi, let me share a secret. I'm hopelessly directionally challenged. You shall take charge of the rowing. This is my first official command as captain, and you must adhere to the rules. Kakashi's eyelids twitched at the implication, filled with the urge to retaliate against Qianyun. However, he ultimately suppressed his frustration, though he did not mind rowing. Unbeknownst to them, movements stirred within the forest along the shore. Kurizetsu was observing their every move. That foolish giant was to be eliminated by Lord Madara last year, yet he unexpectedly survived. I have observed that he possesses an ominous wooden barrel capable of annihilating any of my white Zetsu companions. Just an ordinary human genius. There are countless ways to dispose of him without our intervention. Let us send them to the ruins of Yuzushio village. The sea monsters gathered there will surely entertain them. Ha ha ha. Hey, Kurizetsu, your malevolent laughter. Could it be that this is the legendary convenience? Silence, and get to work. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kakashi rowed with such intensity that stars danced before his eyes, fatigue crashing over him like waves. Look, an island ahead, Chishui suddenly exclaimed, snapping Kakashi from his stupor. He had been navigating as though in a dream, hardly aware of his surroundings. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Without warning, the mist ninja who had previously ambushed them resurfaced, springing into action from beneath the waves, accompanied by two comrades. Lightning style, Chidori. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Kakashi and Chishui reacted almost in unison, for they had already sensed the pursuit. Chaos ensued as they engaged in close combat. Chishui utilized a crow clone to deceive his opponents, swiftly eliminating two of them. Kakashi, however, found himself a fraction too slow, as his adversary fled, wounded. With a loud crash, the fleeing robe dashed across the water's surface, only to be unexpectedly devoured by a grotesque serpent-like creature emerging from the depths. The mist ninja was consumed, followed by the sea serpent feasting upon the remaining corpses. Qianyun leapt onto the water's surface, desperately shouting for survival, as the scent of blood attracted numerous sea serpents. Quickly, seek refuge on the island. Boom. Just as Qianyun finished his plea, another sea serpent lunged forward, seizing him. With a sickening crunch, Qianyun was torn apart, blood splattering Chishui and Kakashi's faces. The two stood frozen in shock. Crunch, crunch. As Qianyun was devoured, tears streamed down Chishui's face, his Sharingan activated. Yet, more sea serpent heads emerged from the depths. Escape was no longer an option. Bubbles, bubbles. Just as their minds blanked in despair, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the ocean floor, forming a massive whirlpool. Splash. Kakashi and Chishui were caught in the vortex, too late to flee. Night fell. The ruins of Yuzushio village were shrouded in mist, the cacophony of insects echoing through the air. Kakashi awoke to a chilling atmosphere, beside a warm campfire. Qianyun sat on a rock, cooking food in an iron pot. Is that you, or a ghost? Kakashi asked, bewildered. Chishui stirred awake, gazing vacantly at Qianyun, his eyes appearing dazed. Oh dear, haven't you noticed? It's quite cold here, and the distant spider lilies are vibrant. After consuming this headless meal, we shall set forth. Choose a good family in your next reincarnation. Do not return to being a ninja. There is no future in bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Chishui bowed their heads, tears flowing freely. One of the basic genjutsu techniques, emotional manipulation. Am I truly no different? Kakashi mused, a bitter laugh escaping him. What genius, what rules, what mission? To hell with it all. How will my grandmother fare? How will she survive alone? Chishui lamented. And what of the clan leader's wishes? What future awaits the Uchiha? All this is my fault for being weak. I vowed to protect brother Qianyun. Yet, when he was bitten, his blood splattered upon my face. And I was paralyzed with fear. Their lamentations continued, while Qianyun casually enjoyed his dinner. After finishing, he wandered a short distance to relieve himself, feeling the urge to defecate. He rummaged through his backpack for toilet paper and squatted in the brush. Finally, Kakashi registered the absurdity of the situation. Wait, he is not dead, and neither are we. How could a ghost urinate or squat, let alone produce such a foul odor? Chisue wiped his tears with his sleeve, gazing at Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi, exasperated, declared, "We've been deceived once more. How could there be stars and a moon in the realm of the dead, accompanied by the sounds of insects?" The eyes of Shirzue sparkled with increasing brightness as he stood up, gazing in the direction of Qianyun squatting by the pit. "You little rascal. Do not dare to peek while I am relieving myself." Qianyun shouted angrily, prompting laughter from both Kakashi and Shirzue. The two finally began to eat and drink, critiquing Qianyun's culinary skills. The following morning, "It's your turn to row the boat," Kakashi exclaimed as he jumped into the small wooden vessel and promptly sat down. Donning a nonchalant expression, Shirzue, sweating, was about to offer to take over the rowing when Qianyun cheerfully seized the oar. However, instead of rowing, Qianyun swiftly constructed a small mast and hung the camping blanket from their previous outing. The little sailboat set off with the wind, making Kakashi break into a sweat. He had anticipated Qianyun's trickery, but never imagined he would silence him with cleverness. How frustrating. It made him, Kakashi Hitaki, appear foolish. Pouting and sulking, Shirzue interjected, "Lord Kakashi, please do not be upset. I will give you my egg." Qianyun cut in with a smirk. "Shirzue, you are so kind to offer your egg to Kakashi. Once he consumes it, he will grow a third egg." "Huh, huh." Shirzue could no longer contain his laughter, which drove Kakashi to the brink of madness. "You disgusting fellow. Only you would grow eggs from eating them. I wish you a body full of eggs." Laughter erupted from the little sailboat. Even Kakashi, usually so reserved, became considerably more cheerful. Basic illusion techniques proved quite effective, especially when combined with emotional resonance and rhetoric. 3 hours later, Qianyun suddenly detected a violent surge of chakra ahead. He immediately lowered the sails and formed a sensing hand sign. Kakashi and Shirzue sensed the oddity and used their clan's secret techniques to perceive what lay ahead. 10 miles away, there was a small island where someone had set up a barrier, and the Cloud Village ninja were capturing the two tails. Qianyun's lips twitched, and he quickly adjusted the sails to change course. However, it was too late. Mere moments after the little sailboat turned around, 3 figures rushed toward them at high speed. "Prepare for battle. Be cautious of that dark figure using lightning chakra," Qianyun warned as he spoke, retrieving a scroll to stow away the sailboat. "Do not think of escaping." The first to charge was a tall girl, brimming with battle intent. With a crackle, she launched a lightning jutsu, forcing the trio to swiftly distance themselves. "Samui, do not be careless. The boy in the middle possesses the Sharingan," shouted a short boy as the one behind him hastily began forming hand signs. "Wait, we are merely passing through," Qianyun shouted, but they paid no heed. Lightning release, thunderclap. This large-scale ninjutsu struck Kakashi and Shirzue, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Water release, hidden mist technique, version 4.0. Qianyun submerged beneath the ocean's surface to cast the technique, enveloping the scene in thick fog. "Be careful," the short boy shouted, but it was already too late. As the 3 continued forming hand signs, they suddenly collapsed, immediately falling into the water. Ding! Defeated Ninja Samui, acquired entry, lightning release tracking. Ding! Defeated Ninja Darui, acquired entry, lightning release growth. Ding! Defeated Ninja Shi, acquired entry, skin perception, with 2 green and 1 blue entries. Qianyun had no time to appreciate his spoils. He hastily checked on Kakashi and Shirzue's injuries, then left a water clone to discreetly steal the ninja tool pouch. "We are truly just passing through," the water clone said before vanishing in an instant, leaving the tall girl, Samui, gritting her teeth. Having had her menstrual cycle for the past 2 days, losing her ninja tool pouch would spell trouble. Chapter 48. Encountering the Yuzu arrow 20 miles away. Qianyun released the small wooden boat once more, setting it adrift. Kakashi quickly alerted, "That should be the chakra of a tailed beast. We can contend for it." Shirzue nodded. "If we have the tailed beast's assistance, we can easily defeat the ninja coalition of the 4 nations." Qianyun raised 2 fingers and poked Shirzue's forehead lightly. You foolish child. What matters is the ninja, not the tailed beast. Last year, the one-tail, Shikaku, went berserk and nearly brought the entire ninja world coalition against Konoha. If another tailed beast appears, Konoha would likely face annihilation in no time. The hard-earned peace must be preserved. This is the will of fire. Kakashi and Shirzue, upon hearing this, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. We are sorry, they chorused. Qianyun grinned mischievously. In that case, I shall punish you by kissing my backside. He chuckled, and the three once again sensed the small island, discovering that the Mist Village's 7 ninja swordsmen were entangled with the Cloud Village ninja forces. The third Raikage, accompanied by a throng, was busy utilizing the 6 Paths ninja tools and sealing scrolls to subdue the Two Tails and could not free his hands. The surrounding Cloud Village ninja were being pushed back, facing imminent annihilation. Suddenly, the third Raikage shouted, "Temporarily abandon the Two Tails and wipe out this horde of ghosts." As the Cloud Village ninja relinquished their pursuit of the Two Tails, it promptly vanished from the area with a body flicker technique. Amidst the chaos, Qianyun exploited the wind release to navigate the small wooden boat swiftly away from the scene. Unnoticed by anyone, he utilized the wind release, Black Sandstorm, to stealthily siphon a substantial amount of Two Tails chakra. In a small town in the western land of crafts, upon arrival, Qianyun took Kakashi and Shirzue shopping, purchasing everything in sight with an enormous quantity. Furthermore, Qianyun hired a buxom beauty as a tour guide and even enlisted 4 porters to push carts. The unicycles were laden with assorted goods, and Qianyun's expression seemed to proclaim, "I am wealthy." No one noticed that Qianyun was employing a broad-based illusion technique. It was as if he was directly inviting the surrounding crowd to come and rob him. To complete the mission, he needed to make a significant ruckus. Kakashi suddenly whispered, "Hey, is this really all right? Once the money is spent, what will you use to purchase ninja tools?" Though his voice was low, the buxom tour guide overheard, and the 4 porters exchanged knowing glances. "Oh no, I forgot about the ninja tools. Now we only have 50 million ryo left. What should I do?" Qianyun feigned a look of despair in the bustling street, causing Kakashi's eyelids to twitch. "Idiot, can you be quieter? What if someone sets their sights on you?" In response, Qianyun adopted an excessively terrified expression and began to glance around nervously. His acting was somewhat over the top. Moments later, he pretended to stealthily pull out a scroll and handed it to Shirzue. "Listen well, the 50 million ryo for purchasing ninja tools must not be lost, otherwise the procurement mission cannot be completed. Moreover, if the money is lost, the radical faction of Konoha will surely attack the land of crafts, and even the third Hokage will be unable to stop it. For the sake of peace, this sum must not be lost." "Understood. I will protect the money with my life." The two engaged in a serious conversation, drawing more and more attention from the crowd. Kakashi facepalmed, realizing that Qianyun was truly a lunatic. He was undoubtedly putting on an act. Was it really necessary to indulge in such childish antics? Before Kakashi could devise a countermeasure, Qianyun, under the guidance of the buxom tour guide, checked into a relatively luxurious inn. Just as they entered the room, a group of individuals approached, exuding an imposing presence. Clad in suits and accompanied by a retinue, the leader, a scar-faced man, did not appear to be a businessman. "I am Jack, and I apologize for the imposition on the esteemed ninja of Konoha." Upon hearing that 3 esteemed ninjas had arrived in the land of crafts to procure supplies, I, lacking in talent, found myself with some connections. Moreover, the prices are a mere fraction of the market rate. What say you? Shall we take a look at the goods? The scarred-faced man concluded, grinning at Qianyun, while discreetly signaling the well-endowed tour guide. The tour guide hurriedly approached, urging, "Esteemed one, Lord Jack is a renowned merchant in our land of crafts, and all who have collaborated with him attest to his integrity. There will be many opportunities for future cooperation. You may inspect the goods first before deciding on procurement." Qianyun grinned. "You speak truly. If the quality of the ninja tools is commendable, the Village of the Leaf shall establish a long-term partnership with Mr. Jack. Thus, let us proceed to inspect the goods. Kakashi and Shirzue, keep your eyes wide open and scrutinize closely." Alas, Kakashi remained speechless, suddenly realizing Qianyun had no resistance to women and was now being led by the nose. The trio followed Jack to a warehouse brimming with wooden crates, which indeed appeared promising. With a wave of his hand, Jack signaled his 3 lackeys to open 3 crates, revealing them filled to the brim with shuriken, kunai, and katanas. Qianyun smiled and nodded, signaling Shirzue to retrieve the scroll containing their savings. Obediently, Shirzue produced the scroll and presented it with both hands. Suddenly, Shirzue stepped back and drew a kunai. Brother Qinyun, all the other crates are empty. Nanny, Qinyun exclaimed. His expression exaggerated. Ha ha ha, only just realizing it now? The ninjas of the leaf are not as impressive as they claim. Attack, leave no one alive. Jack boisterously commanded. Yet Qinyun shouted, spare them all. I demand an audience with the daimyo of the land of crafts. Bang! A horde of rogue ninjas unleashed smoke bombs, drawing their katanas as they charged forward. Secure the scroll and silence them, Jack bellowed, but he had already retreated to hide behind the second row of crates. Bang! Jack inadvertently toppled a row of empty crates, from which rolled out a person. Upon seeing this, Qinyun was astonished to recognize it as Yuzuriha Sakuraba, whom he hadn't seen for a year. Both sides halted their fighting, turning to gaze at the unexpected presence of the mist ninjas. Due to his heightened sensory perception, Qinyun noticed that the third Raikage faction had entered the town. It was evident that he was seeking trouble with the mist ninjas over the matter of the two tails. Oh, so you have colluded with the mist ninjas to ambush us. Behold my formidable trump card, Qinyun proclaimed earnestly, but suddenly, a mist ninja dashed forward, striking Yuzuriha Sakuraba with a palm. Struck, Yuzuriha rolled on the ground, appearing quite disheveled. He had been gravely injured and was dizzy from his injuries. Now, after being struck by Qinyun, he felt a surge of potent medical chakra flood into his body. Refreshing. It became clear that Qinyun wished to save him while avoiding the third Raikage's attention. Fools, you've been deceived. All these crates are empty. And do you really think the scroll is still in that child's possession? Utterly brainless, Yuzuriha shouted before dissipating like mist, his technique mirroring Qinyun's. How could this be? The scroll is missing. Shirzue gasped, glancing anxiously at Qinyun. Concurrently, the rogue ninjas once again unleashed smoke bombs, each fleeing with remarkable speed. Qinyun cast an angry glare at the tour guide, who, terrified, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Help! The smoke bomb is poisonous. Qinyun and Kakashi swiftly retreated, while Shirzue pulled the tour guide away from the smoke's embrace. Shirzue crouched down, nervously inquiring, Sister, are you all right? The tour guide, weak and breathless, replied, I just suffered a cut from a shuriken on my chest. The toxin has entered my bloodstream through the wound, and I need it extracted. Upon hearing this, Qinyun grinned mischievously. I am a doctor. This sort of thing is my specialty. As he stepped closer, he appeared quite sinister in intent. One of the basic Jinjutsu techniques. Psychological suggestion. Chapter 49. Scheming against the third Raikage. How frightening. I am so scared. The tour guide clutched Shirzue tightly, her eyes pleading for help. Kakashi, exasperated, turned away. Qinyun leaned in closer, and Shirzue suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Let me, Shirzue declared, then bowed his head to suck out the poison, causing a flicker of satisfaction to cross the tour guide's face. Moments later, she stood up, overflowing with gratitude, and suddenly produced a body flicker talisman. Whoosh! The tour guide vanished, leaving Shirzue bewildered and soon collapsing, his eyes rolling back. The tour guide had secretly administered a sleeping drug. Kakashi was startled. No way. Could it be that person stole the scroll? Qinyun sighed, realizing that Kakashi, too, had little resistance to beautiful women. It was only when everyone had fled that he comprehended the situation. It must be just as I thought. While sealing the 3 crates of ninja tools, Qinyun nonchalantly stated, Leave it to me. I shall retrieve the scroll. Kakashi, eager to chase after, was halted by Qinyun's words. Wait. Right now, Shirzue is poisoned and unconscious. If the enemy comes for your Sharingan, and I cannot hold them off, it will be your fault. Foolish. The mission is more important than comrades. Those who disregard the rules are scum. Kakashi retorted earnestly, his argument flowing smoothly. Qinyun coldly rebuked. Indeed, those who disregard the rules are scum. But those who neglect the lives of their comrades are the scum of the scum. Now tell me, do you wish to be a greater scum or a lesser scum? Kakashi, sweating, realized he had never contemplated this question. I have heard of Mr. Chikumo Hitaki's plight, but I believe he was not at fault. A ninja is first and foremost a human, and humans possess emotions. Rescuing comrades is instinctual. Look at the third Raikage. Why did he abandon the 2 tails to save his comrade? Is he scum? Clearly not. So who should bear the blame in your father's suicide? I personally believe it lies with those who secretly incited public opinion and those who condemned his comrades. Perhaps there are even more insidious plots at play. Thud. Kakashi, drenched in sweat and panting, collapsed to the ground. Qianyun asserted, I am the captain. I now command you to finish your lunch before pursuing. If you act recklessly, you will surely endanger your comrades. Besides, the land of crafts is akin to the land of wind. Survival in the wilderness is difficult. We need only search the nearby towns. You need not be overly concerned. After speaking, Qianyun lifted Shirzue by the collar and headed outside, with Kakashi following, deep in thought. They arrived at a nearby restaurant, sat down, and ordered food, while Kakashi remained silent, his head bowed. Shirzue was roused, his expression appearing quite dazed. To help the child express his inner emotions, Qianyun suddenly stood up, transforming into the tour guide, and sat beside Shirzue. I have been poisoned. I now require Lord Shirzue to extract the toxin. Come, quickly help me. Qianyun's performance was flamboyant, inciting Kakashi's irritation. Hey, you scoundrel, you thief. Suddenly, Shirzue erupted in fury, swiftly drawing a kunai and stabbing it into Qianyun's neck, blood spraying profusely. Qianyun's eyes widened in shock as he stammered, You actually killed me? I have been so kind to you. How could you, due to your own faults, direct your anger towards me? What have I done wrong? I merely wished to bring you joy, a fundamental illusion of self-reproach. As Qianyun spoke, blood gushed from his neck, and he collapsed weakly, seemingly lifeless. Kakashi was stunned, his mind blank. Tears streamed down his face as he activated his Sharingan, unable to contain his trembling. Kakashi mirrored this, trembling as he approached to check for a pulse. And 2 lines of tears fell. Qianyun was gone, devoid of any heartbeat. I have killed brother Qianyun. I am truly damned, deserving of 1,000 deaths. Oh, this is an illusion. He just used an illusion. I must awaken. After shouting, Shirzue suddenly raised a kunai towards his own neck. Stop! Kakashi exclaimed. But it was too late to intervene. At that critical moment, the lifeless Qianyun reached out and seized Shirzue's wrist. The room fell into an eerie silence. An unsettling atmosphere rapidly spreading. What are you doing? You killed me, and now you won't even let me express my grievances? Enough, enough. Time to wash our hands and eat. Thud. The 5-year-old Shirzue could no longer bear the relentless blows. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed beneath the table. Qianyun crouched down, carefully sensing Shirzue's heartbeat and soul vibrations. To his surprise, he found Shirzue in a deep sleep, radiating warmth, his mental energy remarkably vibrant. What exactly is happening? Kakashi could no longer withstand the shock. He felt he might faint at any moment. Qianyun glanced back at him and casually remarked, Opening the Mangekyo Sharingan can be a bit troublesome, but fortunately, it was successful. Let us take the packed meals back to the inn. It's too crowded here to talk. After speaking, Qianyun swiftly picked up Shirzue and vanished. Kakashi prepared to leave as well, only to notice the restaurant owner trembling and peering in their direction. Forget it. Let's just follow that scoundrel's instructions. At the inn, Qianyun placed a damp cloth on Shirzue's forehead and offered him a bit of water. Kakashi returned, setting down the packed meal with an annoyed glare directed at Qianyun. Shirzue is fine. He doesn't need medicine, so you needn't worry excessively. You demon. Shirzue is only 5 years old. Within 24 hours, you pushed him from an ordinary child to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Have you considered that there are cases within the Uchiha clan where awakening fails? What will you say to the Uchiha clan if he fails and dies? Qianyun had never heard of such things and could only offer an awkward smile. Moreover, it seemed Kakashi had already sensed his series of illusions. It appears I can no longer rely on basic illusions in the future. Suddenly, a dozen powerful presences appeared in an instant, making the room feel quite cramped. Kakashi gasped, his right hand gripping the hilt of his chakra blade. Don't move, Qianyun admonished, and Kakashi frowned. The third Raikage regarded Qianyun with disdain. You injured my subordinate. And the 2 tails escaped because of you. I demand compensation. Qianyun smiled awkwardly. No problem. Here, S.A. Sharingan. And it's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Deal. The third Raikage grinned. The agreement between both parties seemed merely a formality, a mere pretense. Could it be that Qianyun is a spy from the hidden cloud? Qianyun, have you gone mad? You beast? Kakashi shouted in anger. Silence. That is an order. Qianyun retorted fiercely. However, after Qianyun shouted, he turned to the third Raikage with a cheeky grin. We have no demands. We merely hope Lord Raikage will not harm this child. He is still small. He can be controlled with certain seals. And there is no need to kill him. As for us, we are insignificant figures. Releasing us would be of no consequence. Hee hee, the group from the hidden cloud laughed. Even the furious Samui cracked a smile. Clang. Kakashi suddenly drew his blade, pointing it at Qianyun. You scoundrel, do you truly intend to trade your companions' lives for your own? Third Raikage, young man, his actions are not without reason. I am here to extract the Sharingan, and I never intended to spare any of you. Kakashi was stunned, sweating profusely, feeling as if his heart might burst. How could this be? Kakashi growled, but Qianyun frowned and coldly commanded. Don't move. The third Raikage smiled and waved, signaling a hidden cloud ninja to approach Shirzai's bedside. Kakashi tightened his grip on the chakra blade, but Qianyun spoke again. Don't move. My words are in order. You should not entertain thoughts of escape. This is the rule of the ninja. You should accept your fate. As Qianyun spoke, he gazed out the window, as if a sage reflecting on life. However, Kakashi conceived a plan. Bang! Kakashi suddenly threw a smoke bomb and whisked Shirzue away in an instant from the inn. As the smoke dispersed, the hidden cloud ninja began sensing Kakashi's position. The masked youth has headed to the seaside. He must be trying to escape from the land of crafts. The speaker was Shi, whose sensory level was blue, a remarkable presence among the 5 great ninja villages. No worries, he won't get far. The third Raikage remarked, turning his attention to Qianyun with a cold smile. Chapter 50. The third Raikage regrets in truth. I cannot stand those who betray their comrades. You might as well resign yourself to death. Qianyun, however, remained unperturbed. I believe I shall not perish. The third Raikage frowned as the hidden cloud group swiftly blocked the windows and doors. Suddenly, the third Raikage scratched his backside, followed by the entire hidden cloud group doing the same. Qianyun flashed a wicked grin, his form dissipating like mist. How could this be? That detestable leaf brat dared to poison me. You are doomed. I swear I will tear you apart. Bang! After the third Raikage yelled, a massive leg buckled beneath him. The chaotic chakra made him break into a cold sweat as the mass in his trousers expanded rapidly. Yo, Bakayuru, Ko no Arrow. She, quickly detoxify me. My pants are about to burst. The 8-tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, spoke up, his massive-tailed beast chakra causing the mass to swell like a balloon. Samui, I remember now. He is the evil doctor from Konoha, Qianyun. That scoundrel, I will personally execute him. Samui cursed, curling up on the floor, her expression reflecting immense pain. She glanced at her, his face reddening, seemingly lost in thought. Bang! Samui, noticing Shi's strange expression, instinctively slapped him on the head. On the western coast of the land of crafts, Qianyun hurriedly set up a series of arrangements and dashed towards the nearby sea. This scene was witnessed by Kakashi, hidden in the distant forest, who frowned once more. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes widened in realization. He wouldn't be plotting against the Raikage, would he? This scoundrel. He previously told me not to escape, while feigning an idiot's expression looking out the window, intending for me to take Shirzue away. This rascal always loves to play clever tricks. After cursing, Kakashi rushed towards the sea, planning to fight alongside Qianyun. Water, water. Shirzue suddenly murmured unconsciously, causing Kakashi to halt, reluctantly returning to give him water. Just as he put away the water bottle, a sudden jolt of alarm shot through Kakashi's heart. The third Raikage pursued with astonishing speed, his figure barely discernible, seemingly having locked onto the position of Qianyun. Suddenly, a thick mist emerged over the distant sea, and the third Raikage dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding boom, a single punch sent tumultuous waves crashing across the surface where Qianyun stood, a testament to the immense power behind that strike. Kakashi's eyes welled with tears as he sensed Qianyun being pierced through the chest, devoid of any life signs. Why? Oh why, did this foolish child choose to lure the enemy alone? Before Kakashi could devise a way to retrieve the body, the Cloud Village's warriors surged toward the sea, their faces etched with fury. Stay back. The voice of the third Raikage suddenly echoed from the mist, sounding urgent. Kakashi felt a shiver run down his spine. A thought struck him. If Qianyun had perished, the hidden mist technique should have dissipated immediately. Yet, quite the opposite occurred. The mist not only remained but expanded threefold. Father! The young AI shouted, yet they remained outside the mist's reach. The mist is toxic, we must flee. The third Raikage called out before desperately attempting to escape the mist center. He had just employed wind release, yet the mist quickly reformed after dispersing. Strangely, the mist seemed to be controlled by an unseen force, rapidly enveloping the third Raikage like a colossal specter. The warriors of the Cloud Village raced forward as the mist began to churn and slither like a serpent. One of the Cloud ninjas shouted, "This won't do. We must find a windswept area to take refuge. Over there, a canyon. The winds there can disperse the mist." Kakashi, hidden within the distant forest, overheard their conversation, his lips twitching in frustration. This scoundrel had anticipated the enemy's countermeasures from the very beginning. How infuriating to have shed tears for him. Meanwhile, at the western coastal canyon, the Raikage S group paused, sensing Ninja, she using healing techniques on the third Raikage. A true jack of all trades, it appeared he had sustained no significant injury, yet Karabi suddenly murmured, "Why has the wind diminished? The enemy's hidden mist technique isn't following us, is it? What nonsense. This is natural wind. That kid can't possibly control it." Just as young AI finished speaking, the winds in the canyon ceased entirely. A Cloud ninja pointed skyward, trembling, rendered speechless by the sight. The group looked up to witness a gigantic mushroom cloud looming above. "Cough. Let us fight." Young AI unleashed his chakra, but even before locating Qianyun, the chakra enveloping him vanished. The group collapsed, each one appearing drained and lifeless. Qianyun's mist clone materialized, floating above and observing the Cloud ninjas with a disdainful gaze. The third Raikage offered a bitter smile. He had once looked at Qianyun with such eyes. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had returned in full form. Truly a meticulous individual. I too present you with two choices. 1. Abandon Samui and flee. 2. Stay and perish alongside her. Fear not, I shan't take lives. I merely intend to bring her back to Konoha as my wife. Samui was frantic, yet too weak to retaliate with words. Qianyun had expected the Cloud ninjas to hesitate, for the choice between annihilation or betrayal seemed clear. However, Qianyun was mistaken. The entire team of Cloud ninjas grinned widely. "Yo, Bakayero, Konoha Yero," Karabi exclaimed. "The Cloud Village never abandons its comrades. You may slay us all, but do not insult us with such base notions." "Oh dear. Then it seems there is no other recourse. I too have offered you a chance. Do not claim I am unprincipled." Qianyun's voice was laced with a chilling tone, seemingly intent on their annihilation from the outset. The third Raikage cried out, "Let them go. Your enmity lies solely with me. I shall sacrifice my life." "Father, we fear not death," young AI shouted loudly. Without you, the Cloud Village cannot possibly endure. First, internal strife. Next, the invasion of Inoki. Ultimately, destruction. Obey my command. Everyone retreat. Those who do not shall be considered traitors. I shall not forgive them even in death. Tears streamed down the faces of the Cloud ninjas as the third Raikage had always been resolute. Yet young AI suddenly called out to Qianyun, "Kid, I beg you. Spare my father. He does not deserve to die here, let alone in such a humiliating manner. I shall die in his stead. Let my father go. Let me. I can take the place of Lord Raikage." Karabi pleaded, sprawled out on the ground, gasping for breath. "I shall go. I am the most senior here. I will take the place of Lord Raikage." The Cloud ninjas clamored, some even drawing blades, ready to take their own lives. "Stop!" Qianyun's mist clone suddenly shouted, bringing their quarrel to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the third Raikage had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Death was merely a matter of time. Qianyun received a notification for the Armor of Lightning, and he felt satisfied. "You were just about to seize the Sharingan. Now I will take your 6 paths ninja tools. Consider it even. Please decide swiftly. Delay any longer, and the third Raikage shall perish. Give it to him." Young AI did not hesitate for a moment. The Jonin promptly removed the amber purification jar, but lacked the strength to throw it to Qianyun. Ding! Defeated Ninja Yue AI. Obtained the title Leader's Might. Another new type of title, and it was green. Qianyun realized that the system acknowledged defeat not only through death, but also through the internal capitulation of the opponent. Qianyun added, "There is one more condition. Swear that from henceforth, the Cloud Village will cease to trouble me." Young AI smiled wryly. "I can only assure that I myself will not trouble you, and even if I swear, would you believe it? We are ninjas, not samurai." Qianyun was disinclined to prolong the conversation. If he delayed any further, the third Raikage might truly lose his life. It was not that Qianyun was merciful. Should word of the Raikage's annihilation spread, he would find no peace in the future. Moreover, given Sarutobi Hiruzen's nature, he would surely hand Qianyun over to the Cloud Village to quell the conflict. The later Hyuga Hayashi met a similar fate. Quickly collecting the amber purification jar, he dispelled the hidden mist technique, causing a fierce wind to sweep through the canyon. As he departed, he left behind a message. Please inform the third Raikage that we merely passed through that sea and had no intention of contesting for the two tails. If he continues to slaughter the innocent over such matters, he shall be ensnared by the threads of karma, and by then, it will be too late for regret. The Cloud Ninjas exchanged glances, falling into contemplation. Samui suddenly became furious again. That bastard. I will kill him. The group turned to see a jar beside Samui, with a label that read hemorrhoid ointment, handwritten. A minute later, are we saved? My chakra seems to have recovered halfway, Karabi murmured weakly, as the surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement. Father, I'm so glad you're all right. Young AI exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the third Raikage awaken. As the third Raikage absorbed Qinyun's message, he could only smile bitterly. The boy's words appeared to hold a kernel of truth. Even if the third Hokage were utterly foolish, it would be inconceivable for 3 mere children to seize a tailed beast. She is sensing the situation and constantly relaying messages. The Mist Ninja 7 are on the northern coast, entangled with the Sand Ninjas, while in the southern town, 6 from Konoha seem to be disorganized, with 3 of them plotting to capture the Sharingan. On the scene arrives Inoki, the Tsuchikage, rushing towards us. She exclaimed, as the third Raikage hurriedly rose, nearly stumbling in the process. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily shoved a soldier pill into his mouth, feeling a twinge of regret for engaging with Chiyun, as it had led to this dire predicament. The others likewise appeared in disarray, their faces etched with exhaustion. Suddenly, she exclaimed, damn it. The Iwagakure has acquired the two tails and is moving south. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Inoki made his entrance, immediately unleashing a powerful technique, seemingly aware of the third Raikage's critical state. This was a moment for revenge. The third Raikage could only muster his strength to counter. His lightning fist significantly weakened this time. Floating in the air, Inoki smirked, appearing intent on eliminating the third Raikage, unwilling to concede defeat. The third Raikage quickly formed hand seals, igniting his life force to release chakra, startling Inoki. By the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. The third Raikage had already closed in with a swift body flicker. Inoki lamented his choices, regretting not dispatching someone to exhaust the Raikage chakra instead of confronting him directly. Was there an error in his earlier sensing? The battle in the canyon raged on, while the southern forest began to stir as well. Kakashi was initially tending to Shirzue when Chiyun suddenly appeared behind him. What are you scheming now? Kakashi instinctively shouted, feeling that Chiyun was always up to something. Chiyun replied in a low voice. Root has sent operatives, targeting Shirzue's eyes. What nonsense. Stop your antics. I will not trust you again. Kakashi was seething, claiming disbelief in Chiyun's words, yet he was on the verge of exploding with anger. Regardless of your belief, protect Shirzue, do not let the Root members succeed. Rest assured, I will not allow you to be harmed before I fall. Kakashi was about to unleash his fury at Chiyun when he suddenly turned his gaze to a large tree on the left. A flurry of shuriken mixed with explosive tags came flying in, and he recognized the assailant as someone who had recently joined Root. Water release, triple water wall. Chiyun executed the technique, causing Kakashi's eyes to widen. He too could perform the B-rank water wall, but he never expected Chiyun to conjure 3 layers simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed as Chiyun's water wall successfully blocked the explosive tags. Before Kakashi could regain his composure from the shock, 2 Root ninjas charged at Chiyun. Simultaneously, another hidden Root ninja appeared, aiming directly for Shirzue's eyes. Baiyu. Chiyun swiftly unleashed a water bullet, eliminating the assailant targeting Shirzue. Meanwhile, Chiyun wielded a gleaming white katana, forcing the 2 Root ninjas to retreat. One of the ninjas, unable to keep up with the speed of the blade, had his wrist severed. The other attempted to retreat, seemingly planning to counter with ninjutsu. Baiyu. Just as that ninja began to form hand seals, he was struck down. The disarmed ninja went into a frenzy, charging towards Shirzue. And Kakashi could no longer tolerate the actions of a fellow Leaf comrade. He unleashed a Chidori. Puchi. Simultaneously, Chiyun swung his blade, producing a lethal wind devoid of chakra. The ninja's chest was pierced by the Chidori, while his lower body was severed by Chiyun's blade, leaving him lifeless. Chiyun sheathed his sword and cast a predatory gaze towards the right forest. Kakashi was suddenly alarmed, realizing there were still others lurking nearby. Prepare for battle. However, 3 Umbu ninjas emerged, causing Kakashi to frown. He could endure the root ninjas attempting to seize the Sharingan. But seeing the Hokage's direct Umbu engage in such actions shattered his faith. Stay calm. We are different from Root. Shuriken spoke up, his tone surprisingly amicable. Kakashi furiously retorted, why did you not intervene against Root's actions? Is it also the duty of Umbu to watch Konoha comrades perish? Shuriken appeared awkward but offered no response to Kakashi's inquiry. Chiyun, equally infuriated, insisted, please ensure the 3 corpses are returned. And inform the Hokage that the faith of our new generation of ninjas is crumbling. Shuriken, sweating, remained silent as he retrieved a scroll to seal the Root ninjas' corpses. Just as he departed, another figure approached, a panting Iwagakure ninja, pursued by a familiar foe, the scorching Yakura. She was injured once more, her complexion pale and dark circles under her eyes, emanating a deathly aura. Stop him, the jar contains the 2 tails. Yakura shouted weakly, appearing on the brink of collapse. The Iwagakure ninja retreated, similarly wounded and dazed, having failed to notice Chiyun and his companions earlier. Chapter 52, The Scheme Against Inoki. How dare you? If we are to die, let us die together. Bang! The Iwagakure ninja roared, hurling the ceramic jar behind him. Chiyun's heart sank at the sight. Roar! As soon as the 2 tails emerged, it let out a fierce roar, reminiscent of a great cat. The chakra it exuded, predominantly fire-based, ignited the surrounding trees. The air was rapidly depleted, and Chiyun felt as though he were suffocating. Kakashi swiftly took Shirzue to retreat, but Yakura collapsed in the forest due to her grave injuries. Inevitably, the 2 tails unleashed a torrent of flames upon the Iwagakure ninja, seemingly harboring a grudge against her. Without a moment to spare, Chiyun dashed to rescue her. Only his speed ensured her survival. Anyone else would have certainly perished. The 2 tails, having missed its target, roared in frustration and turned its attention towards Chiyun. Damn it! Just because the tiger remains silent, do you think I am a sickly cat? Wind release, Black Sandstorm 2. 0 whoosh. The 2 tails was left bewildered. Having had its chakra and vitality stripped away on the island, it was now faced with another setback. Whoosh. The 2 tails fled, leaving behind a field of scorching ash. As Chiyun prepared to leave, he suddenly spotted Inoki approaching, followed closely by the rapidly flickering 3rd Reikage. Chiyun feigned exhaustion and collapsed, allowing the mist toxin to disperse with the wind. Basic illusion technique, weak and helpless. Yet, Inoki's target was not him, but rather Shirzue's Sharingan. A nearly imperceptible wisp of mist shot forward, marking its target in an instant. However, just as Chiyun intended to eliminate Inoki, he noticed Shirzue awakening. Oh ho, I've succeeded. Despite his age, Inoki was filled with fervor in battle. Do not interfere. In an instant, Shirzue summoned Susanoo, unleashing a torrent of power. Inoki was struck, crashing to the ground, clutching his head and rolling in agony. Kakashi, guarding Shirzue, dared not move in for the kill, wary that it might be a trap set by Inoki. Jisue gasped for breath, his Susanoo dissipating, leaving him looking exceedingly frail. On the other hand, Inoki, rubbing his head, struggled to rise, only to find the 3rd Reikage charging at him. This muscular man appeared more frenzied than ever, his chakra bristling like that of a porcupine against his skin. Boom. Upon their encounter, words were unnecessary as they immediately engaged in combat. Their fists collided with tremendous force, generating shockwaves that whipped through the area like a tempest. Inoki ascended to a higher altitude, then swiftly turned to charge at the back of the 3rd Reikage. Meanwhile, the youth, Ei and his companions, were teleporting towards them. Oh no. The 3rd Reikage pursued relentlessly, his chakra reserves nearly depleted. This cannot happen. If Inoki were to eliminate his son, Hemorrhoids would be doomed. Crack. Crack. The 3rd Reikage hastily consumed more soldier pills and activated his secret technique once again. Inoki, prepare to meet your demise. Seeing the 3rd Reikage closing in, Inoki grinned. Fool, you've fallen for it again. Whoosh. Inoki teleported once more towards Jisue, this time seemingly determined to succeed, for Jisue was already on the brink of collapse. Kakashi trembled in shock, feeling utterly incapable of defending against a master of Inoki's caliber. What to do? What to do? What to do? Body flicker technique, great flesh tumor. Thud. Inoki fell once again. Earth release, Doton, kanji technique. Inoki's reaction speed was astonishing, as he suddenly unleashed his chakra, expelling the tumor from his chest. Chinyun's lips twitched. This jutsu was his natural nemesis. He needed to hurry and research the next generation of viruses. Whoosh! Qianyun's water clone suddenly teleported over, shurikens, explosive tags, and a katana all unleashed in unison. Meanwhile, his true self was brewing a black sandstorm, which would take but 2 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inoki's sensory abilities were equally impressive. He swiftly employed a 3-step body flicker to escape. The third Reikage arrived, but alas, Inoki had already fled far away. Qianyun stood up, flashing a smile at the third Reikage, his chakra primed for action. The third Reikage chuckled wryly, truly an incredible little fellow, managing to outsmart even Inoki. This time, I have lost, but I shall surely win next time. Just you wait. With a crackle, the third Reikage vanished, having retreated 30 miles away, where he collapsed onto the beach. His chakra had completely run out, and without rest, his old bones would never return to Kimogakure. After carefully sensing his surroundings, Qianyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He carried the scorch-release leaf warehouse to Kakashi, who was still sweating and trembling. It wasn't he that his jutsu was ineffective. He had simply never witnessed a battle between shadow-level masters. What to do? What to do? Qianyun checked Jisui's condition and immediately began healing the wounds of the leaf warehouse. Just as he finished tending to the injuries, without time to administer blood transfusions, Kaoru suddenly teleported in. He appeared equally disheveled, but Kakashi regarded him as a formidable threat. Brother Kaoru, long time no see. Qianyun smiled widely, tossing a water bottle his way. Kaoru sat down and began guzzling water frantically. After drinking 2 kilograms, he finally spoke leisurely. You, my friend, are astonishing. Your height has surged by 1 meter in just a few months. Moreover, how did you come to know the Scorch-Release girl? Aren't your 2 nations at war? Qianyun awkwardly chuckled, recounting his encounter with her, much like Brother Kaoru. As I too was once her captive. Oh. It was during that time when I lost my way back to the land of fire from the eastern seas and wandered into the southern battlefield. Something like that. Kakashi and Kaoru exchanged nervous glances, as if being a captive were a matter of pride. So what is your mission this time? Surely, it isn't the 2 tails again? Kaoru casually inquired, pulling out some dried fish to snack on. Seeing this, Qianyun quickly tossed him a bag of biscuits, followed by a sizable bag of beef jerky, even pulling out a large chunk of beef to grill. Upon seeing this, Kaoru abandoned the dried fish and fixated on the beef in the pan. Kakashi relaxed. Theoretically, Kaoru would not intervene. As Qianyun stir-fried the beef, he spoke in a jittery tone. Our mission is to procure ninja tools, but we lost the funds. I plan to confront the daimyo of the Land of Crafts. If the issue isn't resolved, I will report it to the higher-ups in Konoha. Let those bigwigs handle the war. Right now, I cannot return. I must find a way to salvage sunken ships along the major shipping routes. If we do not recover that money, returning to Konoha will be quite troublesome. Kaoru paused for a moment, then fell into deep thought. Qianyun smiled slyly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the beef was done, he served it to Kaoru and Kakashi before returning to tend to the leaf warehouse, creating blood plasma. It was still the same wooden barrel, but now it contained a cultured dish. Qianyun discovered that after prolonged use, the seals on the barrel had strengthened, significantly accelerating the plasma cultivation process. Just as he finished administering blood to the leaf warehouse, Jisue awoke once more. Qianyun busied himself catering to the child's needs, giving off the impression of a doting caretaker. As Qianyun raised a bowl to eat, the leaf warehouse slowly regained consciousness, appearing quite weak. Sighing helplessly, Qianyun set down his utensils and resumed caring for her. Both Kaoru and Kakashi remained silent, uncertain about the depth of the relationship between the two. Chapter 53. Kaoru explodes in the dead of night. Qianyun finally had a moment to eat. Kaoru slowly began to speak. I know of a sea area where shipwrecks are piled high. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention toward him. A glimmer of pride flickered in Kaoru's eyes, which Qianyun keenly observed. There are numerous bull tiger sharks there, each as formidable as a tailed beast. Kaoru paused, glancing at the amber purification bottle beside Qianyun. If we had 6 paths of ninja tools to aid us, perhaps we could strike it rich this time. You and I, 3 families. As he spoke, Kaoru was suddenly interrupted by the previously silent leaf warehouse. Kaoru unconsciously exuded a murderous aura, prompting Kakashi and Jisue to immediately prepare for action. Ahem. Qianyun cleared his throat. We can include Sunagate here, but we must ensure that rewards are proportional to contributions. Currently, it is a joint operation of the 3 major ninja villages. Personal grievances must be set aside for the time being. Only through harmony can we profit. Kaoru ceased his glare at the leaf warehouse, and Kakashi and Jisue gradually relaxed. Kaoru's demeanor was always serious and somber. Qianyun continued, Konoha will handle the bull tiger sharks, Kirigakure will salvage the shipwrecks, and Sunagakure will provide protection. If anyone fails in their duties, they will receive less. Those who go above and beyond will receive more. If there are no objections, let us settle this matter for now. Kaoru nodded, never one to procrastinate. The leaf warehouse also nodded, trusting that Qianyun would not deceive her. The ninjas of Kirigakure were another matter altogether. After finishing dinner, Qianyun leaned against a rock and retrieved the amber purification bottle. The others merely glanced at it, remaining still. He adjusted his breathing, calming his mind. A wisp of soul energy descended into the inky depths of the bottle's mouth. So heavy. The nature of the ink remains a mystery, as it possesses the uncanny ability to completely sever the connection to chakra perception. More precisely, it obstructs the transmission of information between chakra and certain aspects of the soul's energy, seemingly drawing in some sort of energy itself. Alas, Qianyun could no longer endure. He abruptly retracted his soul energy, fearing that his very essence might be drawn into the depths. Suddenly, the blazing escape leaf spoke, revealing that the 6 paths ninja tools require synchronization with mental energy for effective usage. Furthermore, all these tools exhibit varying degrees of damage. Otherwise, Yunin would have long since subdued the tailed beasts and unified the ninja world. Qianyun blinked, then pressed his forehead against the amber purification bottle, releasing his mental energy. It was futile. The simultaneous release of mental energy, soul energy, and chakra drew the attention of those surrounding him, who turned to observe. Qianyun remained still, undisturbed, as beads of sweat began to form on his brow, entirely due to the terror induced by the creature within. Before him, a colossal, gelatinous entity stirred within the confines of the amber purification bottle, emitting faint sounds. Upon closer inspection, Qianyun discerned numerous masks adorning the creature's surface, each seemingly animated and grotesquely distorted, inducing a sense of dread. The lower half of the creature was equipped with numerous limbs, its head disproportionately larger than its body, explaining its initial resemblance to a mere blob. It wielded the 7-star sword, the flailing rope, the red gourd, and the banana fan, swinging them energetically towards a particular direction. Observing closely, Qianyun noted some runes within the amber purification bottle fading. Sweat poured down his face. The creature's intelligence appeared limited, yet it possessed undeniable willpower. Suddenly, one of the masks spoke with a deep, resonant voice, its nasal discharge resembling translucent soul energy. Another mask immediately urged, "Join us." "Let him join. We are family." Qianyun, drenched in sweat, realized it was too late to flee. A massive hand, akin to that of a rubber figure, lunged forth and seized Qianyun by the neck with unerring precision. In that moment, Qianyun recognized a grave error. The soul marked with the purple label was not necessarily the strongest. He promptly employed the black sandstorm technique, but the jutsu dissipated before it could even take form. It became evident that the lake's purification bottle absorbed chakra, rendering conventional ninjutsu ineffective. He concentrated his mental faculties to summon the Winter Rain Sword, and fortunately, he succeeded. It appeared that the Winter Rain Sword had once been a remarkable treasure. With determination, Qianyun declared, "I shall strike." As numerous masks shrieked in alarm, and the 7-star sword loomed, poised to deliver a fatal blow. In a moment of panic, Qianyun swiftly descended upon the creature's spectral arms. The 6 paths ninja tools clattered to the ground, while other arms reached to retrieve them, but the gelatinous monster began to fight amongst itself. The spectral hands contended for the 6 paths tools, revealing a lack of unity among them. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyun continued to strike. Fragments of souls scattered about, as the large mass diminished into a smaller form, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Ding defeated the ninja duo of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, obtaining the soul entries. Spirit. Soul Devour. Qianyun gazed at the collection of entries, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. In other words, the malevolent deity he encountered previously also hailed from the Gold Horn and Silver Horn lineage. The black entries signified bloodline limits. Devour? It seemed that Gold Horn and Silver Horn had consumed the flesh of the 9 tails, their monstrous forms resulting from the ingestion of many ninja souls. Unable to digest them fully, As Qianyun integrated the entries, an overwhelming sensation of thirst enveloped him. Would he lose his sanity and ultimately transform into such a monstrosity? Wait a moment. What was this dark mist rapidly congregating around his soul? Did the deceased possess such capabilities? He hastily exited the amber purification bottle space, closing his eyes to silently recite 3 Buddhist scriptures. Kakashi and the others watched, drenched in sweat. Moments ago, an unusual aura had emanated from Qianyun, suggesting an increase in his strength. Was this truly his essence, or had he become possessed by a demon? In the next moment, dark mist swirled around him, casting a sinister shadow. Had the demon been vanquished? Qianyun seemed to harbor many secrets. With a gulp, the onlookers swallowed nervously, speculating whether Qianyun had become a demon himself. How else could he have ascended from an ordinary civilian to a figure of such formidable power in mere months? It defied all logic. And then there was his height. What 11-year-old boy could possibly stand at nearly 6 feet tall? Qianyun opened his eyes, intending to retrieve beast blood to mend the runes within the amber purification bottle, only to find everyone staring at him with peculiar expressions. Oh no. It seemed inappropriate to recite Buddhist scriptures in public, let alone integrate entries here. Clearing his throat, he declared, I must clarify, though I am quite handsome, I am not inclined towards men. Such a confession would surely lead to awkwardness. The group paused momentarily before erupting in playful banter. Who would confess to you? Even if I were to declare my feelings to a pig, it would not be you, exclaimed Kurigane. Kakashi added, girls who fancy me can form a ninja squad. You should not presume to be so high and mighty. Ah, so Qianyun is of that disposition. How shameful, observed Shirzue. You are free to like men. I bear no objections, remarked Yakura. The group fell into a stupor. Yakura's words inadvertently exposed her own sentiments. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. With a cheerful grin, Qianyun swiftly retrieved the beast blood to repair the runes within the amber purification bottle. However, matters proved far more complex than he had anticipated. The Six-Paths sage had been oblivious to the materials he had employed. Beast blood was entirely incompatible with the primordial runes. After attempting chakra, soul energy, and mental energy, all efforts ended in failure. Just as Qianyun contemplated giving up, he noticed the color of the runes bore a resemblance to the ink at the bottle's mouth. With a tentative approach, he tried again. Success was only partial. The repaired runes retained a faint hue and functioned at half their original capacity. A grin spread across Qianyun's face, appearing somewhat unsettling. The individuals preparing to rest were suddenly jolted awake. Chapter 54. Shirzue's first kiss. The following morning, Qianyun remained ensconced in slumber, only to be roused by the sounds of conversation. Upon opening his eyes and following the voices, he beheld Kakashi engaged in dialogue with individuals clad in the garb of the Land of Crafts. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and partaking in breakfast, Kakashi approached with the emissaries from the Land of Crafts. The daimyo of the Land of Crafts has sent envoys to clarify that the Jack gang has no ties to their nation. They are affiliated with the wealthy Cardo. Kurigane smiled, eager to see how Qianyun, a mere child, would navigate this situation. Chewing thoughtfully, Qianyun nonchalantly interjected, when I mentioned inciting war yesterday. It was merely a private whisper to my brother from Mist Yakura. You all eavesdropped. The emissary from the Land of Crafts was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming as he realized Qianyun had discerned their secret. Apologies, we did not intend to intrude, the envoy stammered, lowering his gaze, while Kurigane smirked beside him. With a single remark, Qianyun had deftly resolved the matter, showcasing abilities that surpassed those of the majority of Mist's elite. The funds from Konoha had gone missing in the Land of Crafts, a thriving trade town. Your spies and guards have monitored this situation closely. You claim it has nothing to do with you, and I believe you. Return to your homeland. I shall inform the higher-ups in Konoha to not take offense. I trust that the third Hokage will persuade the other high-ranking officials of Konoha to refrain from anger. After all, it is merely 50 million ryo. If lost, so be it. As the saying goes, sometimes a loss can be a blessing in disguise. The envoy from the Land of Crafts appears to be sweating. It seems that this matter is not so easily resolved. Fortunately, Qianyun has yet to send a reply, and there is still time for compensation. The envoy cautiously suggested, May I have a word in private? Upon his utterance, a companion produced a peculiar ninja tool, activating it with chakra. A barrier emerged around Qianyun and the envoy, prompting Ji Shuei to gasp in surprise as his Sharingan activated. Kakashi shook his head, assuring him not to worry, as it was merely a negotiation. Approximately 10 minutes later, the barrier dissipated, and the envoy from the land of crafts shouted, "Bring that girl, Ji Xian, to apologize." Qinyun smiled, while Ji Shui remained silent with his head bowed. The land of crafts truly possessed immense wealth, as their entire escort was adorned with ninja tools. The buxom tour guide from yesterday was swiftly brought forth. The ninja from the land of crafts utilized their tools for instantaneous movement, far surpassing the speed of ordinary techniques. Their advancements in ninja tool development were indeed beyond the capabilities of Konoha. The buxom tour guide appeared pale, trembling once more. Qinyun sternly addressed her, "Because of your deception, my young subordinate's innocent heart has been wounded. You have also stolen his first kiss. You must return it and formally apologize." Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless. Could a first kiss truly be returned? Moreover, Ji Shui was rather young. Was it appropriate to discuss feelings and first kisses? Observing the tour guide's dazed expression, Qinyun coldly remarked, "It seems you have declined. Very well, let her go." Ji Shui interjected, turning away with a facade of cold indifference. "I did not intend to deceive Ji Shui. I have always been held captive by Jack's gang. I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive the land of crafts and refrain from declaring war." The buxom tour guide knelt, bowed her head, and tenderly kissed Ji Shui's face. The crowd was astonished, followed by a collective burst of laughter. Ji Shui's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "You all should leave quickly. I do not wish to see you again. Furthermore, do not steal again. I will never forgive you." The crowd continued to smile, and Qinyun shook hands with the envoy. "A pleasure to cooperate." As they watched the envoy's party depart, Qinyun hoisted Ji Shui onto his back. Sigh. Ji Shui inexplicably sighed, prompting another round of laughter from the crowd. Qinyun encouraged, "Come now. You kissed her for half a minute, and she only kissed you for a second. By that measure, you still gained." The group erupted in hearty laughter, while Ji Shui, feeling embarrassed, buried his head into Qinyun's collar. 3 hours later, in a certain maritime region of the Land of Water, the turbulent triangular whirlpool made it challenging for everyone to stand on the surface of the sea. Qinyun sensed the depths. Astonishingly, even his mental energy could not reach the bottom, indicating a depth of at least 100 miles. It was likely a vast oceanic abyss. Furthermore, Qinyun was filled with dread as he realized that below 50 miles of the sea surface lived numerous colossal marine creatures. They swam in orderly circles as if manipulated by some mysterious force. Gucci Yikong had not lied. The sizes of these marine beings were indeed comparable to tailed beasts. However, he had yet to encounter a so-called tyrant tiger shark. "Are you ready?" Gucci Yikong suddenly spoke. Qinyun nodded solemnly. Water release, water mirror technique. Initially, Qinyun thought Gucci Yikong would employ fishing tactics to lure the gigantic marine creatures, but instead, he directly used ninjutsu to slay them. A massive shark materialized from the water, rapidly diving toward the seabed. Qinyun thought to himself, Gucci Yikong's ninjutsu is incredibly convenient. If only I could employ such techniques against tailed beasts, it would be effortless. Everyone turned to Gucci Yikong, who sighed in exasperation. "Oh, you fool, trying to play innocent at a time like this. Did you not sense our battle when you passed that small island? The water mirror technique has significant limitations." Qinyun felt awkward. Gucci Yikong spoke so bluntly. "I believe every one of your ninjutsu is remarkable, and I wish to learn as much as possible." Suddenly, with no warning, a massive creature surged from the depths. Everyone, except for Gucci Yikong, was petrified with fear, as there had been no indication whatsoever. "A sea monster," Qinyun shouted, simultaneously activating the amber purification bottle with one hand while forming seals with the other. "Qinyun, retreat," Ji Shui exclaimed in alarm as the monstrous creature lunged towards him. At a critical moment, an immense suction force erupted from the amber purification bottle, pulling the sea monster inside with a deafening howl. Everything transpired too quickly for everyone to regain their composure. "Another one, prepare." Without waiting for anyone to respond, Gucci Yikong bellowed. Bang, bang, bang. This time, 5 sea monsters simultaneously erupted from the surface. Their movements beneath the water resembled phantoms, making it difficult for the ninjas on the surface to predict their actions, except for Gucci Yikong. "Wait," Qinyun shouted after capturing the sea monster. "It's too fast. My chakra is running low. If this continues, I will collapse." Before Gucci Yikong could respond, Ji Shui suddenly appeared beside Qinyun. "Brother Qinyun, let me help you." But Qianyun shook his head, stating, "Your task is to protect me. You must not expend any chakra." Bang! While they spoke, two more colossal sea monsters burst forth from the surface. These creatures bore striking patterns and were approximately 10 times the size of an ordinary whale. The group visibly paled, with even Gucci Yikong looking alarmed. Qianyun desperately activated the amber purification bottle, exclaiming, "I can't hold on any longer. We must temporarily retreat." After uttering this, he tossed a soldier food pill into his mouth and ran without looking back. Kakashi and Ji Shui naturally followed suit, while Zhuang Dun Yetsong glanced at the whirlpool's center before hurrying after Qianyun. Gucci Yikong, feeling helpless, could only follow suit. Chapter 55. Gucci Yikong schemes. As they raced across the surface of the sea, Yetsong suddenly spoke. "Just now, he directed murderous intent towards you, although it was brief. I am certain I did not misinterpret." Kakashi and Ji Shui immediately shielded Qianyun, who turned to Gucci Yikong and asked, "Are you trying to kill me?" "I am someone who fears pain and death. Perhaps you should reconsider." Gucci Yikong sighed, "Alas, I truly cannot bring myself to do it. However, your deception has genuinely infuriated me." "Deception?" Qianyun inquired, bewildered. Gucci Yikong frowned. "Even now, you refuse to be frank? Your chakra exceeds that of a jonin. It is far beyond the level you exhibited last year. Moreover, your control over chakra is not something a novice should possess." Qianyun smiled wryly. "Brother Yikong, you might not fully grasp my circumstances. Last year, I encountered Yetsong on the southern battlefield." Qianyun began recounting his experiences, culminating with, "By the way, I met Kakashi in the village last summer. He was the one who initially taught me the body flicker technique, and he understands my situation well." Kakashi nodded, recalling that when he first encountered Qianyun, their heights were nearly level. The most absurd part is that he mastered the art of celestial manipulation, yet remains oblivious to the fundamental technique of chakra refinement. It appears he is navigating everything entirely on his own. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru was astonished, but at that moment, Yekong suddenly interjected. "Taidan, even if you cannot perform attack ninjutsu, you should not resort to such rogue flesh techniques." Upon hearing this, Qianyun became infuriated, shouting at Yekong, "You bastard! How many times must I tell you not to give me nicknames?" Yekong retorted angrily, "Who told you to use that mundane ninjutsu against me? Otherwise, would I have pursued you? When I returned to the land of fire, no one recognized me. They demanded I kill an enemy to prove I am not a spy. But I am a medical ninja. I have never wished to take a life, and I could only prove my innocence in this manner. Then you should not have drugged me. Who told you to kick me? Who made your ninjutsu so irritating? Naturally, I had to vent my frustration. Then you shouldn't have stepped on my jewels. And you shouldn't have shaved my entire body." As the two continued their bickering, they suddenly noticed several onlookers around them, petrified, gazing at them with bewildered expressions. "What are you staring at, you shameless lot?" After cursing, Yekong dashed toward a nearby reef, leaving Qianyun in a daze, scratching his head. Shikamaru frowned and shouted, "Follow him for shelter. The great tiger shark clan is pursuing us." Upon hearing this, everyone's complexion changed. Bang! Before anyone could accelerate, a massive great tiger shark burst through the surface, resembling an aircraft carrier. "Full speed ahead," Qianyun shouted. And in an instant, the mist body technique was executed, leaving Shikamaru in awe once more. As if that were not enough, even the 5-year-old Jishui was utilizing the mist body technique, his speed nearly matching Qianyun's. Kakashi suddenly accelerated with lightning release, his speed equally impressive. Shikamaru's mouth twitched as it seemed he was the only one lagging behind. Half an hour later, they reached a reef. The great tiger shark clan had surrounded them, seemingly intent on cornering the group. Upon witnessing this, Shikamaru grinned wickedly. "Water release, iron bullet cannon." Boom! The fin of a great tiger shark was struck, blood flowing through the water. Within mere seconds, the area around the reef resembled boiling water, as countless fish swarmed to attack the great tiger shark. The shark retaliated, but piranhas soon joined the fray. The scent of blood wafted through the air as a brutal aquatic battle unfolded. The group was drenched in cold sweat, yet Shikamaru remained unfazed. The great tiger sharks devour humans, and the fishermen of the land of water suffer greatly because of them. Each year, over 100 ships sink, with casualties reaching tens of thousands. Such events are beyond your comprehension if you have not lived in the land of water. Qianyun remained silent, sitting down to eat and drink, feeling utterly drained. He had initially thought the aquatic massacre would cease shortly, but he was gravely mistaken. The massive great tiger shark seemed to hold a leadership role as more tiger sharks rushed to its aid, followed by battles between sea serpents and tiger sharks. An increasing number of fish joined the conflict, with electric fish being commonplace, but the most unusual were some grotesque sea creatures that could breathe fire. Green flames swirled within the water. However, they were not particularly lethal, especially compared to large electric eels. Qianyun finished his meal and dozed off, only to awaken at dawn. The aquatic battle raged on, with only the great tiger sharks and horned sea serpents remaining in combat. Qianyun dispatched a water clone to retrieve large fish skeletons. Noticing the others looking over, he awkwardly laughed, claiming he was raising ninja insects. No one questioned his motives. He collected 9 blue physical quality attributes and numerous water affinity attributes. How delightful! By noon, the aquatic battle had concluded, with the last horned sea serpent emerging victorious, leaving the area covered in wounds. The group returned to the triangular whirlpool sea region, where Qianyun distinctly sensed the underwater situation, thanks to the water affinity attributes left by the battle. "Be alert," Yekong suddenly exclaimed, and everyone quickly became aware of their surroundings. Jishui frowned. "Those 3 from Cloud Hidden again." Qianyun remained silent, sensing several waves of ninjas further away. "We wish to join," the 3 from Cloud Hidden declared upon arrival. Glancing at Qianyun, Yekong shouted in refusal. This time, she remained silent with a smile, while Saimu stepped forward, smiling at Qianyun. "Our fighting strength is not inferior to that of Yekong. Besides, she is injured and cannot fend off those outside." Yekong was taken aback, but quickly began sensing movements from a distance. Tens of thousands of ninjas were approaching, including those from minor nations and wandering ninjas. It seemed someone was deliberately spreading information. Qianyun sighed. "Very well. But remember, for every task, there must be a corresponding reward." The trio from Cloud Hidden smiled. But at that moment, a team from Rock Hidden rushed over. The young man, Huang Tu, retained his prominent nose and chin. "We wish to join as well. Otherwise, we cannot complete our mission and will have to compete with the wandering ninjas for sunken ships." Qianyun nodded with a smile. "That's acceptable. You 3 will hold off the outer ninjas. The Mist Hidden will handle the salvage, and we will confront the underwater monsters. If there are no objections, let us begin." Everyone had no disagreement. Even Shikamaru did not oppose. The temporary joint operation of the 5 great nations commenced with great fanfare. Just as Shikamaru prepared to cast his technique, a large wave of wandering ninjas surged forward. They did not speak, merely using strange ninja tools to salvage the sunken ships. Qianyun smiled silently, unlike his father. Rock Hidden Huang Tu was a genuinely honest person. The Rock Hidden team charged ahead, followed closely by the Cloud Hidden team. They engaged in a lively scuffle, while Yekong's mouth twitched. At this rate, within half an hour, even more wandering ninjas would rush over. Fire release, overcooked steamed kill. Yekong was as ruthless as ever, declaring that anyone who dared approach within 5 miles would be killed. Yekong's voice was not loud, yet it bore a strong intimidation factor. Shikamaru smiled while casting his technique to salvage ships, when suddenly, the 7 ninja blades appeared. They nodded and smiled at Shikamaru. Chapter 56. Mist Hidden becomes the target of all attention. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion when Jishui suddenly leaned close to Qianyun and whispered, "Their water clones are retrieving the sunken ships from the bottom, but they have only salvaged less than 1%. Qianyun shook his head, signaling Jishui to refrain from further comments. Jishui was surprised but remained silent. 3 hours later, Shikamaru distributed the sealing scrolls for the sunken ships. "Ahem, you 3 only made 1 move yesterday. Is it acceptable to split 5 scrolls among you?" Shikamaru's expression grew unnatural, as if the words guilty conscience were written all over his face. Upon hearing this, Qianyun quickly laughed. "No objections, no objections. Thanks to Brother Shikamaru's care, we can complete our mission this time." Subsequently, Cloud Hidden, Rock Hidden, and Sand Hidden each received 15 scrolls, and they all appeared quite satisfied. However, after receiving the scrolls, the group swiftly teleported towards the eastern island. Shikamaru furrowed his brow and pursued them, with the 7 ninja blades following closely. Kakashi and Jishui glanced at Qianyun, but he merely smiled and shook his head. The Mist Hidden's behavior was too unseemly. It wasn't he, just the ninjas from the 3 great ninja villages that rushed over. "Let us take a break for now. We'll leave this sea area once the dust settles." After Qianyun finished speaking, he swiftly moved towards the island reef of yesterday, with Jishui following closely to inquire, Brother Qianyun, I don't understand. Why don't we fight for it? Qianyun smiled and replied, You silly child. Have you forgotten the will of fire of Konoha? To protect peace. Konoha has already drawn the ire of all 4 great ninja villages due to the root faction's assassinations across various nations. If we act tyrannically here, we would provoke a joint attack from the 4 great ninja villages in the next phase of war. Just think. Engaging in battle with them over resources would not only deplete our supplies, but also cost the lives of our comrades in Konoha. No matter how you calculate it, it's a losing proposition. I see, Brother Qianyun. You truly are the inheritor of the will of fire. Jishui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Kakashi, however, felt utterly speechless, realizing that Jishui was beyond help. Brother Qianyun, I have another question. Jishui seemed filled with 1,000 inquiries, and his innocent gaze made it impossible for Qianyun to refuse. Go ahead. Well, yesterday, why didn't you kill the Raikage and the others? At this, Kakashi gasped in shock. Could he have heard correctly? Qianyun had the capability to slay the 3rd Raikage, and an entire squad at that? Was this child still half asleep? Qianyun sighed. Silly little one. Are you not thinking again? I just mentioned that protecting peace is the will of fire. Have you forgotten so soon? The ambush on the Raikage was to establish authority, to deter them from coveting your Sharingan. We spared them because there are dark forces within the Cloud Village. If the Raikage team were to be annihilated, those dark forces would seize power. They previously instigated a coup and caused the deaths of the 2nd Hokage and the 2nd Raikage. If they were to gain control, they would undoubtedly initiate endless warfare. Weighing the pros and cons, it's better to let the 3rd Raikage live. Furthermore, there's another possibility. After the 3rd Raikage's death, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, would launch an attack on the Land of Lightning. Once the Land of Lightning falls, where do you think he would strike next? The Land of Fire. Jishui nearly blurted out the answer. Qianyun nodded in satisfaction, but Kakashi felt a chill run down his spine. The matters Qianyun considered were realms beyond his thoughts, which had always been confined to mere rules. He realized he had truly lost. It turned out he had been defeated from the very beginning. How absurd it was for him to have ever considered himself a genius of Konoha. As Kakashi became entrenched in his thoughts, Qianyun suddenly smiled and turned to Jishui. Now it's my turn to ask you. When you were unconscious, how did you know what was happening in the canyon? Moreover, my mist concealment technique should have blocked any sensory ninja from spying. How did you know what transpired? Jishui, however, playfully shook his head. I want to tell you. I want to maintain an air of mystery like you, Brother Qianyun. Qianyun was left speechless. Why did this child choose to emulate such trivialities? On a nameless island reef. After Qianyun landed, he took out a scroll and beckoned to a certain coconut tree. Kakashi, sweating in surprise, had not noticed anyone over there moments ago. Suddenly, the oil girl Ji Jian and her companions appeared, and Qianyun tossed 5 shipwreck scrolls their way. Inside were numerous treasures and many artistic artifacts. This could be considered task completion. From now on, we are in a non-task state, so you need not follow us any longer. What? Brother Qianyun, are you saying these guys have been tailing us all along? Jishui was furious. Kakashi also displayed an expression of anger, making the oil girl Ji Jian feel awkward and sweaty. Qianyun waved his hand. Forget it, they are merely fulfilling their mission. Kakashi and Jishui simultaneously frowned. Being monitored felt quite unpleasant. The 3 of them from the oil girl Ji Jian departed, but they stopped 50 miles away on another reef. The scrolls were resealed and sent back to Konoha by a ninja hawk. They continued to monitor Qianyun's team. As they had not received a withdrawal order from the Hokage, the surveillance mission had to continue. Qianyun began preparing a feast, such as coconut stew with stone fish, the aroma making both Kakashi and Jishui salivate. Moreover, the poisonous spines of the stone fish provided a delightful meal for the little lizards, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied. As night fell, with the sea breeze howling, Qianyun quickly arose to pitch tents, while Kakashi utilized earth release to create a 3-layer protective barrier. It seemed he had begun to care for his companions. Qianyun smiled and sent out a special water clone. Remaining on the reef wasn't due to a fondness for the scenery, rather, due to the surge in his affinity for water. He could now sense the conditions 300 miles beneath the sea. The triangular whirlpool area was not merely a gathering place for countless shipwrecks because of the tyrant tiger shark clan. There existed an even more terrifying entity. A giant sea clam, though not as imposing as the tyrant tiger sharks, possessed the ability to utilize terrifying illusions, particularly underwater. Those sea kings were manipulated by it. continuously roaming the waters. The water clone, equipped with an amber purification bottle, swam over, but suddenly, it collapsed. Qianyun was startled and swiftly activated his mechanical body to dive into the depths. The amber purification bottle had to be retrieved. However, 10 minutes later, Qianyun broke into a cold sweat as he lost contact with his mechanical body. The giant sea clam proved to be formidable. It seemed he had no choice but to confront it personally. Its prowess lay in illusion, so he would need to employ the newly developed Death Water Tornado. As Qianyun's main body entered the water, he found that the giant sea clam was already approaching the island reef. In an instant, Qianyun was dragged into a spiritual realm. This place was unlike the slaughter world created by the winter rain sword spirit, nor was it like the sandy sea world of the desert lord. The giant sea clam's mental illusion was stunningly beautiful, surrounded by bikini-clad beauties, with obedient servants crawling at his feet. Everything was as Qianyun had once fantasized deep within his heart. Was this infinite Tsukuyami? Come forth. The illusion was a prototype of infinite Tsukuyami. And Qianyun realized that the longer time stood still, the easier it would be to lose oneself. He began slashing around, only to find it ineffective, and immediately activated the Death Water Tornado. The underwater vortex gradually expanded, just like the giant sea serpent that had been eliminated beneath the tidal village. The giant sea clam showed no resistance. Suddenly, the giant sea clam conveyed a consciousness. Please spare me, my lord. I am willing to sign a summoning contract. The illusion shattered, and Qianyun opened his eyes underwater. Chapter 57. Jishui in peril. Upon seeing this, Qianyun nearly lost his temper. This giant sea clam was the summoning beast of the second Mizukage, bearing the mist's water patterns on its back. Qianyun rejected. Do you wish to incite a war between the mist and Konoha? Change the terms if you wish to save your life. I have my eyes on the large pearl within you. Qianyun sensed a basketball-sized pearl within the giant sea clam, which he deduced to be the core of its illusion. My lord, please understand. If I lose my life pearl, I will perish. Perhaps this will suffice. My deceased ancestor left behind a pearl far surpassing my own in illusionary power. I offer this treasure to you, hoping for your forgiveness. The giant sea clam spoke with an elaborate tone, and after some deliberation, Qianyun demanded additional benefits. A stone ball the size of a millstone was presented, along with the amber purification bottle. There was also a peculiar large sea snail, which contained an independent space. Qianyun had expected it to hold gold or silver from a shipwreck, but instead, it was filled with mountains of glittering gems. When Qianyun returned to the shore, he found Kakashi and Jishui staring at him amidst the howling wind. Let us discuss this back at the tent. Kakashi pulled Jishui to return first, and as soon as Qianyun arrived, he sealed the campsite with earth release. In truth, I desired to discreetly acquire a summoning beast, thereby enhancing the techniques of concealment and illusion. However, I discovered that the great clam beneath the sea was already claimed, its shell emblazoned with the mark of invisibility. It seems my efforts were in vain. Kakashi sighed, lamenting the unbreakable covenant of the ninja world, which forbids the contest for marked summoning beasts, as it could easily incite war. Shirzue yawned, saying nothing as he succumbed to slumber. Kakashi too lay down, appearing equally fatigued. Qianyun observed the enormous stone sphere within the ceiling space, which housed an exceptionally large pearl, of a quality surpassing that of the clam. Yet, Qianyun sensed a fluctuation of soul energy within. I must act swiftly. To prevent any manipulation, I should employ the sealing techniques of the Onma clan. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Kakashi suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. Shirzue is running a fever. He must have caught a chill last night." Qianyun hastily rose to administer medicine, but alas, Shirzue's lungs were infected, leaving Qianyun at a loss. Just then, Yono Jiken arrived, delivering a new mission from the third Hokage. What? We are to seize a sunken treasure worth 100 million ryo? Kakashi fumed, his temper flaring. Yono Jiken appeared to sweat, acknowledging that the third Hokage's task was indeed quite demanding. Qianyun shook his head. Kakashi, let us set aside the mission for now. We must first save Shirzue. His acute pneumonia is serious, and we need to find a clinic with comprehensive medical supplies. As he spoke, Qianyun wrapped Shirzue tightly in a blanket. Kakashi exclaimed, "What about the mission?" With Shirzue secured on his back, Qianyun flashed a grin. "I am the captain, and I command you to assist me in rescuing our comrade first. The mission can wait." Yono Jiken's lips twitched, yet he remained silent. Kakashi offered a wry smile as they hastened away from the island. Upon returning to the land of crafts, they discovered the medical standards were dismal, the available medicines far inferior to what Qianyun carried. Reluctantly, Qianyun continued to carry Shirzue towards the land of waves, hardly pausing along the way. Kakashi replenished his energy with soldier pills, and just as he felt he could not go on, the shores of the land of waves finally came into view. They quickly located a pharmacy, procured the necessary medicine, and then proceeded to the home of Tazuna. Ah, Tsunami. It has been quite some time. The young girl had grown taller, her figure slightly more voluptuous. She gazed at Qianyun in bewilderment, clearly failing to recognize him. All right, hurry and prepare a meal. We are famished. Be sure to make a bowl of porridge separately. This child has lost consciousness due to illness, Qianyun declared, placing Shirzue on Tazuna's bed. Tazuna looked utterly perplexed and asked, Ninja-san, do you know my Tsunami? Qianyun chuckled. What a question. Our acquaintance goes far beyond mere familiarity. Last year, when you were gravely injured, she risked herself to save you, pledging both her life and yours to me. In other words, both you and Tsunami are now under my care, including all that belongs to you. Tazuna gasped in astonishment, casting an incredulous glance at Tsunami. At that moment, Tsunami snapped back to reality, rushing into Qianyun's embrace, sobbing. Qianyun awkwardly chuckled while Kakashi and Tazuna stood in shock. During lunch, Qianyun briefly recounted his identity and the purpose of his visit to the land of waves. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused. For the safety of my comrades, I wish to avoid staying at an inn. As for the jest about you being collateral for medical treatment, please do not take it seriously. If this were to reach Konoha, I would be in trouble. I consider you all friends. You must not betray me. Qianyun spoke while indulging in the meal, his words somewhat garbled. Kakashi remarked, you always act recklessly, whether with Suna's Yakura or Kumogakura's Samui. I wonder how many girlfriends you have outside. Tsunami, who was pouring tea, trembled, a sharp pain piercing her heart. The tea spilled across the table. Silence enveloped the room. Qianyun was taken aback as he suddenly noticed a dark aura emanating from Tsunami, rapidly intensifying. Goodness, surely she is not contemplating self-destruction. Qianyun shot a glare at the loquacious Kakashi, who quickly lowered his head to resume eating. With a clatter, Tsunami stormed out, her aura of despair becoming palpable. Qianyun sprang up to pursue her, grasping her arm and drawing her deep into the forest. Let go of me, you bastard. Stop meddling, she cried. With a sharp slap, Qianyun managed to bring her back to her senses. Have I ever made you any promises? Why do you feel jealous, and why would you wish for death? Tsunami, tears streaming down her face, shouted, you said I was yours. You are deceiving me. She wept, her tears black, gathering resentment rapidly. Is she a descendant of an evil deity? No, I cannot allow this to go unchecked. It could spell doom for the entire land of waves. Rejecting her outright was not an option. A compromise was necessary. Basic illusion, identity affirmation. Yes, you are still mine, Qianyun stated with an impassive expression, uttering shameless words. Tsunami trembled, pointing at him, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. Her resentment thickened, and she appeared on the verge of succumbing to darkness. What am I? And what are those other girls? Tsunami questioned in a fit of despair, yet Qianyun grinned wickedly. You are a maid. That is the true essence of my claim over you. Are you hurt? Upset? Do you resent me? It matters not. You may leave me. Or rather, abandon me. Forsake me, cast me aside. Use whatever words you wish. I am not worthy of your loyalty. Furthermore, I can assure you, I am a thoroughgoing villain, toying with the hearts of other girls. With that, Qianyun grinned wickedly and unleashed his mental energy, furiously extracting the essence from the pearl within the stone sphere. Finally, there was movement within the pearl, revealing a formidable soul attempting to break free from the Anma seal, but it was utterly futile. Qianyun dared not cease his mental exertion until the soul within the pearl dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding, defeated the sea beast by Bika. Acquired the entry hint. As anticipated, the entry was black, and of the finest matte black. Regrettably, the green energy within the pearl seemed to have been entirely depleted. Observing Tsunami, he noticed her aura of despair suddenly vanish. So, you were merely jesting with them. Oh, master, you should have said so earlier, Tsunami exclaimed, her demeanor shifting dramatically to one of joy, resembling a contented young woman. Chapter 58. The Umbu team is perplexed. Tsunami suddenly leaped towards Qianyun, leaving him somewhat flustered. She embraced him, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Qianyun hesitated, his resolve wavering. However, the pressing concern remained. Allowing this to fester unchecked could lead to a far greater tragedy in the future. I am willing. I wish to be the master's maid. Even without status, even if I am scorned for life, I have no regrets. Qianyun was struck with horror. The situation seemed dire. He needed to devise a way to change her mindset, or she would be doomed to a life of misery. Indeed, money has the power to corrupt the human heart and lead individuals astray. Such naive little girls, once they spend excessively, are bound to lose their sense of self. Ahem. I have a splendid idea. You must take great care in your appearance and indulge in spending. Become a maid dedicated solely to expenditure. After saying this, Qianyun produced an exquisite scroll containing 50 million ryo from Cardo. Still feeling it insufficient, she retrieved another scroll, this one filled with a ton of gold. It is likely that once Jean Na Mei exhausts this wealth, her character will undergo a profound transformation. She does not possess any ninjutsu. Qianyun swiftly transported her to the back shed of her home. She took out the money, instructing her to spend lavishly in the future. Jean Na Mei was indeed elated, her expression becoming quite silly. Remember, you are the most noble of maids. You were born to spend money. That is your duty as a maid. After Qianyun's earnest declaration, she returned to the dining room to eat. Kakashi finished his lunch while attending to Shirzue, and Dazuna had already departed for work. Jean Na Mei sneakily returned to her room to retrieve a bag, filled it with money, and then stealthily exited. Is everything all right now? Kakashi re-entered the dining room, sitting down with a composed demeanor. Everything is fine. A little coaxing is all it takes with a young girl. Qianyun spoke with her mouth full, her words somewhat indistinct. Shirzue has begun to recover from his fever. What are your plans regarding the mission? While chewing, Qianyun gestured toward the sea. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback before forming hand seals to sense the outer ocean. He was met with a shocking sight. Countless injured ninjas were approaching. Why? Could it be that the Land of Waves has also experienced a massive shipwreck? Qianyun shook her head and swallowed her food before saying, the official port of the Land of Waves is one of the world's material transfer stations. It also serves as a wholesale market. The ninjas who have acquired treasures gather here to purchase more essential goods, particularly food. Kakashi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. That does not seem right. Did I not hear that the Land of Soup is the world's wholesale market? Qianyun chuckled lightly. Yes, it has always been. However, due to vested interests, various countries and major ninja villages have sent representatives to meddle in the trade there. When the number of people increases, the opportunities to profit diminish. Merchants are not foolish. They naturally gather quietly at the downstream port of the Land of Waves. And the wealthy Cardo is a standout among merchants. Kakashi fell silent, seemingly pondering the connection between this matter and the mission. After finishing her meal, Qianyun cleaned the dishes and the entire kitchen, even sanitizing the entire house. Once she was done, Kakashi was still deep in thought regarding the mission. Qianyun laughed playfully. Don't dwell on it. This mission was originally a way for the third Hokage to trouble me, and it has nothing to do with you or Shirzue. Have you forgotten? I referred to the Hokage as Sir in front of the Umbu ninjas last time. After receiving punishment upon returning to the village, this matter should be put to rest. Kakashi lowered his head. He had also been quite angry at the time, not expecting the third Hokage to be so petty. Captain. Hee. Let us not report on Jean Na Mei. Consider it a personal favor owed to you. Qianyun suddenly shouted toward the yard, startling Kakashi. He never anticipated that the Umbu ninjas were still monitoring them. Ahem, understood. The oil woman, Shizune, responded and then instantly disappeared. Kakashi's eyelids twitched, and he began to grumble. What exactly do the Umbu want? What do they think we are? I have heard of Umbu rules, but I never knew that team missions required constant surveillance. This is utterly excessive. Qianyun smiled, offering no explanation. Kakashi was still grumbling when he suddenly gasped. On the sea, Anoki and the third Raikage were once again engaged in battle, while Kagaya Shiro and the 7 ninja swordsmen hunted down rogue ninjas on the periphery. It seemed that the struggle for shipwrecked goods was far from over, as they fought all the way from the Land of Water to the Land of Waves. The bodies were steadily increasing on the surface of the sea, and Kakashi was drenched in cold sweat. After a long while, he lowered his voice to ask, Did you foresee this situation from the beginning? Qianyun replied with a question. Is this not the normal course of events? Even if you throw a piece of meat into the wild, snakes, insects, rats, and ants will swarm to it. with tens of thousands of scrolls. Even if each scroll contains but a single piece of gold, a large-scale massacre would ensue. Konoha should not become embroiled in such disputes, at least not immediately. Kakashi was sweating. He was thoroughly impressed by Qianyun's perspective. Compared to her way of thinking, he truly felt like a child. The battle on the sea soon spilled over to the port, with countless merchants hastily trading goods. If they attracted the attention of rogue ninjas, they would face complete ruin. Qianyun never anticipated that Jin Na-mei, armed with her money, would be stockpiling goods at a low price. Having previously struggled at the subsistence level, she primarily hoarded storable coarse grains. This not only made her less likely to attract rogue ninjas, but also allowed for quick sales since many impoverished citizens consume coarse grains. 3 days later, the fighting in the Land of Waves gradually ceased, with Iwa, Chikumo, and Kiri withdrawing. The only ones lingering around were the rogue ninjas and the reluctant small ninja villages. The wealthy Cardo had the most resources at hand, thus reaping a significant profit. It turned out he had the backing of the governments of the Land of Soup and the Land of Water, and even the feudal lord of the Land of Waves had a stake. No wonder Cardo was thriving. Qianyun was not in a hurry. She awaited Cardo's efforts to organize the shipwrecked goods. Moreover, she was astonished to discover that the spiritual energy within the stone ball pearl was slowly recovering. This spiritual energy connected with her, almost as if it were part of her own being. Fortunately, there were no strange soul fluctuations. She was also conducting experiments with parasitic viruses with only one goal in mind: to ensure she would not be at a disadvantage in her next confrontation with Anoki. After sensing the schemes of the rogue ninjas and small ninja villages, Qianyun grinned wickedly. Cardo, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. 3 days later, Qianyun bid farewell to Jin Na-mei and her father. Master, I will work diligently, and please remember to visit me whenever you have the chance. I will. Qianyun replied awkwardly. This Jin Na-mei was rather clingy, insisting on a heartfelt embrace during the farewell. On the sea, Qianyun released a small boat from the scroll, setting sail southward. Kakashi, puzzled, asked, You're not going to get lost again, are you? The Land of Fire is to the west. Qianyun retorted, Mind your own business. I enjoy taking a long detour back to Konoha. Shirzue laughed incessantly, while Kakashi resignedly lay back. Do as you please. I'll just consider it a vacation. In the distance, on the sea, a member of the Umbu team, Yamashiro-kei, complained, Captain, when will this wandering life come to an end? Narape immediately echoed. Yes, that kid Qianyun is clearly toying with us. The oil woman, Shizun, sighed, as he seemed genuinely displeased with us. But we are merely executing a mission. He should understand that. What is he doing? Yamashiro-kei wondered, sensing that Qianyun and the others suddenly hurriedly retrieved their ship and fled. Chapter 59. The beautiful girl Terumi-mei. The oil woman, Shizun, suddenly received a report from a ninja insect that a large warehouse in the port of the Land of Waves had been raided. Before Shizun could comprehend the situation, a group of rogue ninjas scattered in all directions. Some fled toward the Land of Soup, others toward the Land of Crafts, and some dashed toward the villages of Takigakure, Amigakure, and Kusagakure. In the village of Konoha, the united efforts of wandering ninjas seem restless amidst the ongoing ninja world war. Ninja Shurikane expresses his sentiments before leading his team to trail behind Qiankong. Narape inquires, Captain, shouldn't we report this matter to Lord Hokage immediately? Ninja Shurikane shakes his head, remarking that the incidents of theft occur daily, and there will be time for reports later. 4 hours later, a grimace appears on Ninja Shurikane's face as Qiankong intercepts 3 ninjas on an unnamed island, one from the Land of Crafts, another from the Land of Bears, and the last from the village hidden in the grass. Qiankong, utilizing a mist clone, transforms into Anoki, extorting 70% of their wealth before soaring into the sky. While outsiders remain oblivious, his ninja insects can discern Qiankong's chakra. Ninja Shurikane hastily follows, as Qiankong's mission is also one of his responsibilities. 2 hours later, Ninja Shurikane and his team block the small sailboat's path. Kakashi sighs, I knew it would come to this. Shirzue laments, after our arduous performance and the use of Jinjutsu, can we not keep even a trifling amount? Qiankong remains silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ninja Shurikane. The trio sweats profusely, feeling as if they are the demons in this encounter, losing all sense of levity. Qiankong tosses out 7 scrolls and then plops down onto the ground. Ninja Shurikane catches the scrolls and promptly summons a ninja eagle to return to Konoha. Just as the eagle departs, Shinkong excitedly sits up again. "Captain, come quickly." He beckons with a mischievous grin. Ninja Shurikane, now sweating once more, approaches. Kato is a villain who has caused many families to suffer. I hope everyone can keep this under wraps. Here, a little something for each of you. Consider it our reward for the hard work. Although meager, it is enough to buy a few outfits and enjoy a few hearty meals. With a grin, Shinkong distributes a small scroll to each person. This is but a fraction. Certainly not a deception against Lord Hokage. To truly earn a fortune, we must diligently complete our missions. Now, you two head back to the village to report, while my friends and I fish and drift about. Returning to the village will also yield some income. Haha. Yamanaka K chuckles. I knew Shinkong wouldn't forget us. I'm off to eat my fill at a Kimichi's barbecue. Narape adds, a drink would be delightful. I truly miss the taste of sake. Clearing his throat, Ninja Shurikane interjects. There are rules regarding missions. We must report before we can enjoy our leisure time. If you two engage in idle chatter, you'll each have to transcribe the confidentiality regulations 10 times. Really? Captain, you're so heartless. They lament. After bidding farewell, Ninja Shurikane swiftly departs. Goodbye. Shinkong, farewell. Yamanaka K and Narape wave goodbye, sensing a thaw in the previously frosty demeanor of Kakashi and Shirzue. Watching the three members of Umbu gradually fade away, Shinkong still feels a tinge of unease and once again forms seals to sense his surroundings. With a grin, he exclaims, "What are you planning, Kakashi? The mission is complete, is it not?" Shinkong opens his eyes wide. Ah, missions, missions. All you think about is missions. Haven't you heard the saying, one must look after oneself or face dire consequences? Even if you don't consider yourself, you must think of your future wife and children. While others' wives can indulge in cosmetics, yours may only be disheveled every day. Can you bear that? What if your children crave dango but lack the funds? Does it not sadden you? And Shirzue, wouldn't you like to buy your grandmother a new outfit? Even a new bed or a fresh blanket would suffice. Shirzue nods. Grandmother's socks are perpetually torn. I wish to buy her new socks and a new cane. After he speaks, he glances at Kakashi, who is again sweating awkwardly. What? If it's merely a detour, I wouldn't mind some unexpected wealth. Shinkong grins mischievously and then casts a technique, causing the small sailboat to ascend into the air. Ah, the sailboat is genuinely flying over the sea. Kakashi and Shirzue scream, clutching the edges of the boat. This experience is completely different from running or treading water. It's utterly unbalanced. An hour later, amidst bouts of nausea, Kakashi retches, "You scoundrel! Couldn't you have warned us in advance? The boat is falling apart, and you still use wind release." Shirzue also complains, "Shinkong's wind release is far too unstable. Let me control it next time." Shinkong chuckles and suddenly plunges his hand into his abdomen. "Ah, what are you doing now, you rascal?" Kakashi, unable to withstand the shock, screams, a stark contrast to his usual persona. Shirzue also looks on in terror. With a flourish, Shinkong retrieves a person from his sealed space, a being identical to himself. Employing shadow clone technique, the clone utilizes the body flicker technique, while the original swiftly inscribes runes. At last, revived, the once lifeless body opens its eyes and speaks, startling Kakashi and Shirzue, who instinctively step back. Shinkong gleefully explains, "It was I who was consumed in Uzumaki village and struck down by the rakeage in the land of crafts. The revival took some time, so I endeavored to avoid combat. Now, let's dive into the water and search for treasures. We merely need to wait on the surface." Upon hearing this, the clone performs a technique to sink, leaving Kakashi and Shirzue astonished. Kakashi exhales deeply. "I understand now. No wonder you vanished completely after being struck by the rakeage, yet maintained the mist's concealment." Shirzue inquires, "How did you do it? I want a flesh clone too." Flesh clone? Kakashi finds the term awkward. Shirzue explains with a smile, "A clone formed from crows is called a crow clone. Naturally, one made from one's own flesh and blood is a flesh clone. Hey, Shinkong, teach me quickly." Shinkong nods. "First, take some skin, then some bone marrow and hair. Of course, you also need brain and eye cells, otherwise, defects will arise." Kakashi sweats profusely. "Wait, are you being reckless? Extracting bone marrow and brain cells. Are you sure your body can handle it?" Shirzue also sweats, casting a questioning glance at Shinkong. With a smile, Shinkong asserts, "To grow stronger and achieve victory, sacrificing a little is inevitable." Wait. I don't want a flesh clone. Shirzue retreats, looking quite alarmed. Qiankong awkwardly adds, actually, extracting a bit of blood to create one. Before he can finish, Shirzue shakes his small head vigorously. Kakashi is about to say something when he suddenly turns to the direction they came from. Qiankong furrows his brow, spotting Zhuang Dun Yetzong fleeing. Pursued by the mist-hidden team. Clad in a blue robe, with brown hair tied up, the petite girl is followed by a jonin in a vest. Chapter 60. Is Chio a lecherous old woman? As Zhuang Dun Yetzong arrives, she hides behind Qiankong, clutching a scroll while bleeding profusely, perhaps feeling a sense of safety. She suddenly faints as her eyes roll back. Qiankong swiftly catches her and employs Healing Palm to staunch her bleeding. The mist-hidden ninjas close in, and Qiankong quickly speaks up, fearing an imminent clash. Sister Terumi Mei, greetings. Qianyun squeezed out a radiant smile and greeted her, while her mastery of celestial arts remained unbroken. Terumi Mei frowned. Do you know me? Qianyun nodded earnestly. The rumors in the ninja world say that in Kirigakure, there exists a small fairy with a bloodline limit. A formidable contender for the next Mizukichi. Due to her exceptional talent, she has been relegated to mundane tasks within the village, and the war has not yet considered her. Terumi Mei smiled, feeling quite pleased. It seems the information network of the Leaf Village is indeed advanced, capable of uncovering such details. However, Terumi Mei paused at this point, her brow furrowing as she gazed at the scorching escapee, Yazong. This individual has slaughtered many ninjas in our land of water, even taking the life of an elite jonin from our Kirigakure. She is my target. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle for someone like her? Qianyun, sweating and awkwardly smiling, replied, Terumi Mei sister, I believe you pose a greater threat than she does right now. The Sand Village's puppet army, the ghost assassins duo, and the lecherous old lady Chio are approaching. If you don't retreat promptly, your Kirigakure may very well lose a talented girl like you. This situation is far more troublesome than pursuing Yazong. The lecherous old lady? Terumi Mei's focus was evidently diverted, yet in the next moment, she was already frightened into retreat. Chio was indeed coming, and this time Qianyun could sense her approach. Get lost, Qianyun shouted, positioning himself before Chio, still holding the unconscious Yazong. His celestial arts remained unwavering. You cannot kill Terumi Mei sister, otherwise, the Sand Village will surely face trouble. Before Chio could speak, a member of the puppet army suddenly launched an attack on Shirzue, aiming directly at his Sharingan. With a flurry of movements, Shirzue and Kakashi struck simultaneously, prompting Chio and Hozuki to fiercely assault the Kirigakure team. Qianyun, seething with rage, enveloped the surrounding area in a mist of Kirigakure techniques. A terrifying chakra shockwave suddenly expanded, causing the hairs on everyone's necks to stand on end. Did you not understand my command to cease? Anyone who dares to act again will meet their demise. Qianyun's murderous intent erupted, and the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Nearby, fish scattered in panic, and even passing birds hastily fled the airspace. Chio and Terumi Mei instinctively halted, as Qianyun fixed a chilling gaze upon Chio. As a medical ninja, I do not advocate the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. However, that does not mean I am incapable of taking a life. The mist is poisonous. Retreat. Chio quickly found an excuse for herself, hastily leading the wounded away. In truth, Qianyun's poisonous mist had already been detected by her upon their first encounter. He retracted the mist and restored the chakra of Terumi Mei and the others. Thank you. At that moment, Terumi Mei finally realized that Qianyun had not been lying. Chio's strength surpassed her expectations significantly. Outsiders may view the Sand Village's puppet army as lacking, but they had yet to encounter a shadow-level expert like Chio. Let us head to the coastal forest to recuperate, Qianyun declared, leading the way as the others followed suit. In a forest along the southern coast of the Land of Fire, as they halted, they noticed someone approaching from the east. The Samui team, their intentions unclear. Qianyun remained silent. Yazong's condition was dire, and immediate surgery was imperative. The loquacious Hai called out to Qianyun, "You just stopped at sea. It must not have been to rescue Yazong. I suspect you intended to salvage the sunken ship there." Though the waters had not seen vessels for some time, a century ago, it was a renowned shipping route. Terumi Mei looked at Qianyun in surprise, seemingly eager to discern his true intentions. Without lifting his head, Qianyun responded, "Very well, consider it a share for your Kimogakure. I am now the decision-maker for this operation. You will tend to the wounded of Kirigakure. For every person who dies, your share will be reduced by 10%. Hai hesitated for a moment, then turned to the three from Kirigakure. One had a pierced lung, another a severed neck, and the last a gaping abdominal wound. We are quite sincere. Please do not make this difficult for us. Samui interjected, visibly suppressing her fury. Qianyun's demeanor softened somewhat. Surely, stitching wounds could be managed. I will handle other matters shortly. As he spoke, one individual breathed their last, yet Qianyun showed no signs of relenting. Hai sighed and quickly began suturing the wounds. In his view, the three were beyond saving, and Qianyun was merely making things difficult for them. You previously did not contest the sunken ship. You also did not interfere in the land of waves. The third Raikage has stated he is willing to cooperate with you. Kakashi and Shirzue were sweating. Qianyun had now gained both fame and wealth, though most of the riches were seized by the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. That is acceptable. As I said before, the amount of work done will determine the rewards received. No agreements. Yezong suddenly regained consciousness, grabbing Qianyun by the collar and struggling to speak. Qianyun frowned and shouted, "Shut your mouth. You always end up injured, and now I'm at a loss on how to save you, let alone mend these intricate scars." Yezong did not respond, slipping unconscious once more. Qianyun sighed and immediately began administering blood transfusions. Fortunately, some of the blood cultivated in their previous encounter remained. A stroke of luck indeed. As the blood bag was hung, Qianyun turned to treat the three from Kirigakure. Hai worked quickly. The wounds had been stitched up fairly well. Qianyun employed a wooden barrel to cultivate blood and utilized cellular replacement techniques to gradually heal the internal injuries. Hai, lacking situational awareness, remarked, actually, they are all dead. Should you not check for breathing and heartbeat first? Be quiet. I detest sensory ninjas, especially someone with a mouth like yours. The typically silent Darui stifled a laugh, finding Hai's remarks excessively verbose. Samui turned away, clearly trying to suppress her laughter. Qianyun continued with blood transfusions and the application of his flesh manipulation techniques, ultimately performing CPR. And astonishingly, he revived all three. This is impossible. How did you manage that? That sinister technique is meant for combat, right? Why can it resurrect the dead? Qianyun did not respond, busy treating Terumi, Mei's injured right arm. Thank you, Qianyun-kun. You truly are as kind-hearted as Senior Yagura described, a compassionate leaf ninja. Qianyun smiled ruefully. For the outside world labeled him an evil physician. Yet, few knew that his flesh manipulation technique was initially developed to eliminate blood toxins. Ninja who had undergone surgery for hemorrhoids and malignant tumors discovered that their chakra flow was significantly faster than before. Some even awakened sensory abilities. Kakashi suddenly lifted his head. Realizing this was the reason, he had thought he had suddenly awakened sensory talent. The group turned to look, and Kakashi belatedly realized he had let something slip. His face flushed as he lowered his head. Chapter 61. Kakashi struggled to contain laughter. Hai grinned wickedly. So that's it. You truly are wicked. Even using this technique to pry into your comrades. Be quiet. Samui rebuked, causing Hai to awkwardly lower his head. Qianyun sat down to start a fire and prepare some skewers. Kakashi, witnessing this, covered his mouth, desperately stifling his laughter. Have you returned? Qianyun suddenly looked toward the entrance of the forest, where his flesh clone emerged from the shadows. The flesh clone nodded and approached, merging into Qianyun's abdomen, leaving everyone feeling a chill run down their spines. Qianyun casually inquired about the intelligence regarding the sunken ships nearby. Zai Wenyang quickly spoke up, as if he could no longer contain himself. There are no other shipwrecks within 50 miles. Only the 3 vessels at the location where you just paused, and another one buried in the seabed mud, which appears on the verge of disintegration. Now, that makes 4 sunken ships, perfectly one for each family. Qianyun nodded, assigning the salvage operation to Wuyin. Zai Wenyang hurriedly interrupted. No, they stealthily took away 99% of the last shipwreck. We cannot trust Wuyin. Qianyun narrowed her eyes. I trust them. Moreover, you are mistaken. I am the team leader now. I am assigning tasks and did not solicit your opinion. Zai Wenyang felt displeased but refrained from further comment. Qianyun turned to Kamaimai, the delicate young girl, who slightly blushed. No problem. I will take responsibility for the salvage. Suddenly, Samui spoke up. It is unreasonable for Yetsong to be lying unconscious and earning money. Qianyun grinned. If you wish, you may lie down as well. I wouldn't mind. Bang. Unconscious Yetsong suddenly opened his eyes and tapped Qianyun on the head. I can. Qianyun rubbed her head and then pressed Yetsong back down as he attempted to sit up. Women should lie back and enjoy. if your wound opens again, I will not provide you with any more blood. Surprisingly, Yetsong did not resist this time, even closing his eyes to rest. A sudden cough echoed from the forest entrance, causing everyone to break into a cold sweat. I have something to say. Granny Chidai and Old Man Hailao appeared, seemingly not here for a fight this time. Kamaimai was sweating. She had not noticed Granny Chidai approaching. Qianyun was not lying. This old fellow was like a ghost. Everyone fell silent, wary of the two old-timers potentially striking unexpectedly. I can also assist in salvaging the wrecks, and will ensure others do not seize the resources. Rest assured, I will not act stealthily. Qianyun nodded. Then it's settled. We will act after lunch. After speaking, Qianyun produced 3 portions of cheese for Kamaimai, Samui, and Jishui, while for Yetsong, she provided a specially formulated milk. Yetsong said nothing, but Zai Wenyang began to nitpick. Why don't we have cheese? Qianyun casually replied, while feeding Yetsong milk. Girls and children consume dairy products. Do you not feel embarrassed as a grown man eating that? Look, the barbecue is sizzling. Do you not wish to try? Seeing this, Zai Wenyang picked it up and ate, nodding in approval of the taste. Kakashi glanced at the medical waste bag beside Wuin's trio, and indeed it was missing. Kakashi lowered his head, his shoulders trembling. He could hardly contain himself. It is indeed amusing to play with others. Qianyun quickly finished her beef jerky, feeding Yetsong cheese while treating her scars, even realigning the chaotic blood vessels within her. Ah, that feels good. Yetsong suddenly moaned, her voice piercing the silence of the forest. Noticing everyone staring at her, Yetsong blushed and turned her head away. The young ones were slow to realize, while Granny Chidai and Old Man Hailao sensed Yetsong's condition. After a moment, both widened their eyes in astonishment. Qianyun's medical ninjutsu far exceeded their understanding. Yetsong, who had previously been on the brink of death, now appeared fully healed. This was the second time already. It seemed Qianyun truly possessed the means of resurrection. Granny Chidai wished to inquire about the nature of that ninjutsu, but Qianyun interrupted. Not a chance. I only have an affinity for young maidens. Granny Chidai was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. Little brat, that is not what I meant. I refuse to discuss anything else. Qianyun's indifference made Granny Chidai grit her teeth in frustration. The group of young ones stifled their laughter, wary of provoking a reaction. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, but in the end, Granny Chidai did not explode. Qianyun thought that continuing to oppose these two old geezers was not a viable solution. How could the conflict be completely resolved? An idea struck her. Target, Old Man Hailao. Jinjutsu, friendly suggestion, let us go. 10 seconds later, Qianyun was sweating profusely. The little bit of Jinjutsu energy she had just accumulated was drained in mere seconds. Forget it. I'll save it for another time. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the shipwreck area, and Granny Chidai suddenly stated, Konoha has interacted with that new ship. Therefore, the new ship belongs to Konoha. Agreed. Zai Wenyang almost blurted out. Qianyun frowned, but had no rebuttal. This matter was impossible to conceal. Kamaimai initiated the salvage operation, revealing her proficiency in bubble-type ninjutsu. As the mast broke the surface, Qianyun swiftly sealed it. Impressive, Zai Wenyang exclaimed, astonished, while Granny Chidai also displayed a look of shock. Kamaimai began to salvage a second shipwreck, but Granny Chidai spoke nonchalantly. Aren't you leaving? Her eyes subtly darted, as if calculating something. Zai Wenyang suddenly interjected. It is said that 200 years ago, a very special cargo ship sank here. On board were a magical blade, a demonic statue, a golden Buddha statue, and a string of 6 paths prayer beads. No one cares about the other treasures, but the 6 paths prayer beads are sought after throughout the entire ninja world. I now suspect that the ship buried in the mud is that very vessel from 200 years ago. Qianyun's eyelids twitched. And this scene did not go unnoticed by the others, who were all perceptive. You all knew about this beforehand, and deliberately let me take that new ship. How excessive. Seeing Qianyun's displeased expression, Granny Chidai became secretly vigilant and grinned. The fact remains that you interacted with that new ship, and you did not refute it just now. Zai Wenyang laughed. Information is power. You cannot blame others for this. Remember to do your homework next time you come to salvage a ship. Qianyun, fuming, nodded. I am the team leader, and I now demand a drawing of lots to determine the ownership of the muddy shipwreck. You two families have the advantage in numbers. Do not think you can bully my sister Kamaimai. The crowd was petrified. Yetsong wanted to say something, but ultimately fell silent. So, with 2 long and 1 short, whoever draws the short lot will claim the muddy shipwreck. Qianyun enveloped her hands with spiritual energy, rendering it theoretically impossible for others to peek. The assembled group frowned. But Kamaimai smiled. I believe in destiny. If I do not draw the short lot, it means Wu Yin lacks this opportunity. After she spoke, she drew lots first, resulting in a long lot. Zai Wenyang pondered for a moment and said, my luck has never been great. Samui, you go? Samui stepped forward, only to draw another long lot. This time, Granny Chidai laughed, while Qianyun appeared displeased. Why aren't you leaving? Granny Chidai cheerfully urged. I must keep an eye on you so you do not bully the two young beauties. I have no interest whatsoever in ancient treasures. Qianyun pouted, wearing a defiant expression as if to say, what will you do about it? Kamaimai smiled. Experiencing treasures of that caliber is not amiss. In fact, I also wish to see them. Zai Wenyang added, indeed. The treasures mentioned multiple times in ancient texts are something everyone wishes to behold. As the group salvaged the ships, Qianyun assisted with sealing, seemingly oblivious to the allure of the ancient treasures. At last, the sunken ship lay submerged in mud. As they began the salvage operation, Qianyun suddenly inquired, are the prayer beads crafted from jade or mere wood? Will they rot if submerged in seawater? The group shook their heads in unison, indicating their ignorance. Chapter 62. The repulsive attitude of the Konoha elite. To everyone's surprise, Kairobara spoke up, stating that the only documented artifact known thus far was the blood blade, Dongyu, reputed to be a crimson weapon capable of disturbing one's spirit. Qianyun blinked, then drew forth her own blade. My sword bears the inscription Dongyu as well. Could it possibly be the blood blade? With a metallic clash, she unsheathed her weapon, prompting the others to shake their heads in disapproval. Furrowing her brow, Qianyun mused. Perhaps it truly is? It might fetch 3 mountains if sold. Kairobara cautioned, a red blade that disrupts the mind. It may have faded. Once I return, soaking it in blood might restore its hue. While speaking, Qianyun discreetly channeled chakra into the seawater beneath her feet, drawing a frown from Granny Chio. Little ghost, you've already claimed one ship. With a sigh, Qianyun sheathed her sword, lamenting, for ancient treasures, and your family stands unafraid of theft? What s wagered must be accepted. That contract was your creation, and you served as a witness. Qianyun retorted helplessly, fine, I shall cease my inquiries. I fear I might succumb to the urge to seize it. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Yazong, who unexpectedly flushed and lowered his head. Are you truly not going to look? Asked Shirzue. Qianyun shook her head. Others are approaching. We must depart or face trouble. Upon hearing this, Konoha's Mei immediately retreated to the forest with her companions. Kishi furrowed his brow. Indeed, someone approaches. It's that gang from Awagakure. Retreat, we must withdraw immediately. In a flurry, everyone fled the scene as a ninja squad from Awagakure arrived. Granny Chio hastened to salvage the sunken ship, while Kairobara and Yezong took defensive stances. In the forests bordering the Land of Fire, Kakashi could not contain his curiosity. Are you truly not going to take a look? That is the Six Paths ninja tool. Shirzue turned to observe, and Qianyun sighed again. The events here could not remain concealed, should Sunagakure acquire such a treasure. The 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly not let the matter rest. War would be inevitable then. Moreover, there are 2 more possibilities. The prayer beads may not reside on the seabed or could have been swept away by the tides. The third possibility is that the Six Paths prayer beads are akin to the Six Paths ninja tools, merely ordinary offensive tools, thus not warranting contention. To concede a point, even if the Six Paths prayer beads are immensely powerful, the ninja world would surely form an alliance to assault Sunagakure. The same applies to Konoha. Such a scenario is not one they desire. Kakashi, upon absorbing this insight, felt enlightened. It seemed Qianyun's perspectives consistently surpassed his own. What misfortune! Qianyun lamented once more, drawing the attention of Shirzue and Kakashi. This matter exposed, my capital is lost. After all our efforts this month, we merely completed a single mission. A C-rank mission at that. When shall I ever save enough to marry? The two chuckled, realizing Qianyun was still preoccupied with thoughts of wealth. Kakashi teased. Those treasures you salvaged might not remain hidden for long. Many jutsu exist that can unveil traces of sunken ships. Even the fish that swam by can be seen. Qianyun fell silent, acknowledging his point. However, one truth had become evident. Her prayer beads were indeed the Six Paths prayer beads, and her sword was the legendary Bloodblade. Dongyu. Fortunately, the documentation was vague, which was a small consolation. 3 hours later, as dusk descended, the trio returned to Konoha. only to be promptly summoned by the Umbu to the Hokage's office. Expecting to find only Yufiri-Jean, they were surprised to find the higher-ups of Konoha, clan leaders from various families, and even several elite jonin present. Yufiri-Jean spoke first. Qianyun, we have clarified the incident regarding the root ninja's attack on Shirzue. Those three were spies instigated by Iwagakure. A collective sigh escaped the trio. All of Qianyun's suspicions had been validated. Yufiri-Jean was shamelessly shielding Danzo, intending for him to be the scapegoat, drawing all negative sentiments towards himself. The atmosphere grew awkward among the elders, but Danzo, in his foolishness, stood to explain. The matter of the three spies has been dealt with. I apologize for the trouble caused. Qianyun remained silent, while Danzo's lips twitched, further intensifying the tension. Yufiri-Jean broke the silence. Regarding the compensation of 50 million ryo from the land of crafts, do you have anything to say, Qianyun? Her eyelids twitched. Their previous conversation had been shielded by a barrier, yet this old man had somehow learned of it. Fortunately, she had made a backup in the land of waves, otherwise, she would be at a significant disadvantage. Producing a thick envelope, she placed it on the desk and turned to leave. It was worth noting that Qianyun's ability to locate the sunken ship site rapidly stemmed from her thorough examination of salvage documents. Ahem. The bag. Qianyun froze. While Kakashi and Shirzue exchanged wry smiles. It was Tanshin Kamaki who spoke next. As an Umbu ninja, you should be aware of the rules. Large quantities of materials must be surrendered. Reluctantly, Qianyun turned back, retrieving a scroll and placing it on the desk. This also includes the treasures I salvaged earlier. The gathered individuals looked on as if witnessing a spectacle. Qianyun was now brimming with frustration. She pulled out another scroll and finally produced the amber purification bottle, causing everyone present to gaze in awe. The 6 Paths ninja tools need not be surrendered. You may keep them for now. I suspect that soon Kumobikure will send someone to claim them. Just remember not to damage them. Spoke Mito Kazan, his demeanor jovial. Ah, so that is why they don't want them back. They must be returned. Moreover, if they are damaged, compensation will be required. How infuriating. Qianyun's anger escalated. I truly appreciate your care for Shirzue, Qianyun. Uchiha Fugaka suddenly stood and bowed, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is only natural to care for one's comrades, Qianyun replied. But her voice was interrupted by the third Hokage, Yufiri-Jean, who suddenly interjected, You are to report to the police unit tomorrow. They are currently in need of personnel. Qianyun frowned, glaring intently at the old man. Extorting spoils is one matter, but being transferred to the police unit is quite another. In essence, this old fool intended to manipulate her, otherwise he would not have affiliated her with the Uchiha clan. It seemed she would need to tread carefully, otherwise she might be ensnared by these schemers at any moment. Qianyun's icy gaze betrayed no warmth, and all present were acutely aware of her displeasure. Sarutobi Yufiri was taken aback, as he had not anticipated Qianyun's boldness in openly challenging the Hokage's authority. It appeared he would need to expedite his plans. Without uttering a single word, Qianyun exited the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was charged with tension and awkwardness, prompting Yufiri-Jean to request Kakashi recount his experiences and to draft a detailed mission report. Kakashi, initially surprised, sensed that Yufiri-Jean also instructed Shirzue to undertake the same task upon leaving the Hokage's office. Fortunately, he had not disclosed the enhancement of his sensory abilities. Kakashi felt a swell of anger akin to that of Qianyun when she departed. It seemed Qianyun had been correct. His father's death was shrouded in conspiracy. The targeting of the three of them served as the best evidence. Furthermore, the Umbu ninjas reported every detail meticulously, including their dialogues. Kakashi found himself increasingly repulsed by the Umbu profession. Qianyun returned home, quickly freshened up, and had a bite to eat. Just as anticipated, before she could even lie down, someone came to surveil her. Very well. Since they wish to engage in conspiracy, let the games begin. Chapter 63. A public confrontation with Danzo. Qianyun placed the amber purification bottle beside her bed and lay down to sleep. As expected, a root ninja was the first to act. As soon as the illusion technique was cast, the intruder did not bother to check if Qianyun was asleep. He simply slipped in and made off with the amber purification bottle. There was no competition this time, as it seemed everyone knew that the Hidden Cloud Village would come to claim the 6 Paths ninja tools. At the root base, Danzo was pleased with the progress. However, as soon as he obtained the amber purification bottle, he swiftly killed the ninja who had just completed the mission. With a grin, he toyed with the bottle, only to suddenly feel an itch on his wrist. He scratched it, but continued to peer into the runes within the bottle, using his mental power. The itch intensified, spreading throughout his body. Rolling up his sleeve, he discovered red, bleeding skin. Fool! Do they think they can trouble me with such petty tricks? Danzo hurried to the Root's medical room to treat his skin, but after 2 hours of futile effort, the itching persisted. The most terrifying aspect was that his body was covered in scales, and his brain seemed affected as well. At this moment, Danzo could no longer remain calm. The relentless itching threatened to overwhelm his sanity, compelling him to take the amber purification bottle while dragging along the deceased root ninja, and he swiftly appeared at Xianyun's doorstep. Knock, knock, knock. Danzo banged on the door as if he were breaking it down. Who is it? Which fool dares to pound on my door at this hour? Xianyun bellowed, startling Yamashiro-Kei, who was monitoring the area. He thought to himself, has this guy lost his mind? Does he realize who he is addressing? Is he not afraid for his life? Danzo trembled outside the door, infuriated that Xianyun did not open it after his outburst. Just as he was about to kick the door down, he reconsidered. If Xianyun dared to poison him, then such an action would be a blatant provocation. As the homeowner, Xianyun could retaliate with full force. Danzo was not afraid of this fledgling, but he was concerned about the repercussions should word get out. I am Danzo, and I have important matters to discuss with you. I'm busy, came Xianyun's terse and loud reply, further enraging Danzo. He struggled to suppress his rising fury and finally managed to control his tone. One of my subordinates has made a mistake, and I am here to apologize. Creak. Xianyun finally opened the door. Danzo felt vindicated, thinking this brat was merely sulking. Again you? Xianyun exclaimed loudly, wearing an expression of disdain and contempt. Danzo's eyelids twitched in anger, his blood pressure surging. Your subordinate just attempted to steal the Sharingan, and now another has come to pilfer the 6 Paths ninja tools. Are you all spies? Is Root a breeding ground for spies? Perhaps you should just disband. You are nothing but a menace to our comrades in Konoha. Xianyun's verbal assault left Danzo momentarily speechless. What insolent brat! Do you know who I am? Do you understand what you are saying? How dare you speak against me for stealing? Ask the many clans in Konoha if there is one that acts like you do, constantly thieving. Just because the 3rd Hokage chose not to pursue the matter concerning the Sharingan, does not mean you are innocent. And the theft of the 6 Paths tools? I suspect the 3rd Hokage will also overlook that, but it does not absolve you of your guilt. Don't tell me that all this was orchestrated by the Hokage himself. Enough, Danzo bellowed. As more ninjas gathered around, Xianyun showed no signs of relenting. What's wrong? Are you impressive just because you can shout? Now tell me, do you acknowledge that the Root ninja stole the 6 Paths tools? Danzo's rage flared, and he shouted back. Yes, my subordinate stole the items, and I just executed him. Why are you yelling? I have come to apologize, and you still hold a grudge? Is there a crime in apologizing? It had been so long since Danzo had raised his voice that he almost forgot what it felt like. You are not at fault. I am at fault. Is that satisfactory? I should not have brought the 6 Paths tools given by the Hidden Cloud Village back to Konoha. It was I who tempted you into committing a crime. I should not have flaunted my possession of the 6 Paths tools. Listen, everyone remember, from now on, good things must be kept hidden, especially from the Root ninjas. Things like the Sharingan, Byakugan, and ninja tools must be securely concealed. You never know when someone might come to steal them. And reporting to the Hokage won't yield any resolution. A mere label of foreign spy can settle everything. What a perfect solution. Xianyun shouted loud enough for those several streets away to hear, and more ninjas began to gather. The street became congested, leaving Danzo in a precarious position. Xianyun continued her tirade when suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared in an instant. Yuan Fei, the eldest son of the Raikage. But Xianyun had no intention of showing respect. The Hokage has already been informed of the situation here. I kindly ask you both to go to the Hokage's office and clarify matters. What? What clarification? Didn't we just discuss this in the Hokage's office? Now we have to go again. Are you trying to play games because you have the numbers? Is this how your family conducts business? Are you seeking death? Yuan Fei's anger surged, chakra swirling within him. Look around, everyone can see it. They are in cahoots, having stolen the items and now seeking to silence witnesses. Xianyun shouted. I merely stated that there were issues surrounding the death of Hitaki Chikumo, and now they are all targeting me. The Hokage family is truly remarkable, untouchable. No one is permitted to raise questions. Konoha belongs to your family, doesn't he? I acknowledge your noble status, but we are merely commoners. You are impressive. I cannot provoke you. Yuan Fei was utterly bewildered. He suddenly found himself unable to comprehend the ninja world. Just moments ago, everything had been fine, even respectful in the Hokage's office. What had changed? Countless ninjas leaped onto rooftops to watch, some even snapping pictures with the latest instant cameras. He tightened and loosened his grip on the hilt of his blade, ultimately finding the courage to refrain from drawing it. I am merely delivering orders. Whether you comply is your affair. I advise you not to heed certain rumors. It would be beneficial for you, and for Konoha as well. With that, Yuan Fei vanished in an instant, and Qianyun turned her attention back to Danzo. I accept your apology. Now please leave. My home does not welcome root ninjas. Give me the antidote. Danzo felt no itch anymore, but his skin was rapidly regenerating, the scales now conveying a clear sensation. Are you merging? Qianyun retorted. Have you been poisoned? What poison? Show me. What poison do you think I am unaware of? Danzo roared. It wasn't that he refused to show Qianyun. It was simply that his arm bore a Sharingan, all obtained during the Second Shinobi World War. How would I know? I am not a root ninja, constantly surveilling this and that. Perhaps you sought out unsavory company in the pleasure district. What concern is that of mine? Ha. The surrounding ninjas burst into laughter, and Danzo was nearing the brink of madness. Suddenly, a cunning thought struck Danzo, and he lowered his voice with a sinister grin. I know you possess the Six Paths beads. If you wish to avoid a disastrous outcome, you must hand over the antidote. Chapter 64. A sense of dread in Sarutobi Hiruzen and his son upon hearing this. Qianyun shouted, Six Paths beads? What are you talking about? Are you referring to the sunken ship salvaged by Sunagakure? I have already handed that over to the esteemed Hokage. If you want the Six Paths beads, go seek out your good friend. I have none here, so please refrain from your baseless accusations. By the way, all the wealth I acquired from my missions has been given to the Hokage, and I am now utterly destitute. I want to have a meal to eat tonight. Do you still wish to extort me? If so, feel free to search my home. I can even allow all of you to search. Please come in. Danzo felt a sudden tightness in his chest, an uncomfortable pressure weighing him down. What do you truly want? Danzo was growing weary. He wished for this ordeal to come to an end. What do you mean? What do I want? You are the one causing a scene here. That question should be directed at me. Then, Mr. Danzo, may I inquire what it is you desire? The ninjas whispered amongst themselves, pointing fingers. Many were discussing Qianyun's desperate situation. Danzo forced a wry smile, thinking to himself how foolish he was. Qianyun was merely a child. Why engage in a contest of wills with him in such a public setting? After tonight, he would ensure Qianyun's utter annihilation, tarnishing his reputation in the process. Here are 10,000 ryo. Consider it a consultation fee. Thank you, Lord Danzo. After Qianyun exclaimed this, he promptly produced a prescription he had prepared earlier. Danzo blinked, realizing how foolish he had been to escalate a simple matter into a public spectacle. As Danzo departed, Qianyun waved to the surrounding ninjas. Thank you, esteemed elders and mentors. And thank you, neighbors. As long as I survive tomorrow, I shall continue to contribute to the village of Konoha. Thank you, thank you. Qianyun spun around and bowed. As the crowd gradually dispersed, while the various clans convened in discussion, some were deliberating corruption, particularly the persistent shortage of war funds. Others discussed assassination, recalling last year's massacre of the talented individuals from various clans. Some lamented the theft of their ninja tools, while others debated the merits of the Sharingan and Byakugan. The village of Konoha was rife with undercurrents. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uncertain. He had assumed it would be a straightforward matter to handle the seemingly unanchored Qianyun. Yet it had turned into a chaotic mess. When he sent his son to summon him, Qianyun had openly defied the order. Most troubling was Qianyun's declaration that as long as he survived tomorrow, he would continue to contribute to Konoha. What did that imply? Was he suggesting that Danzo would have him assassinated, or that Hiruzen himself would carry out such an act? Hiruzen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, pondering for a long time without arriving at a solution. Moreover, he could not act against Qianyun. If he did, he would undoubtedly face the ire of the entire village. What to do? Not only could he not harm him, but he also needed to assign someone to protect him, should Qianyun fall victim to an assassination attempt. Regardless of whether Hiruzen was involved, the entire village would believe him to be the culprit. Wait, hold on. What a cunning lad. He orchestrated this scene deliberately. He recognized the intention behind sending him to the police force, and he turned the tables. No, this was not mere cunning. It was a display of profound strategy. How terrifying. Realizing this, Hiruzen broke into a cold sweat and promptly sank into a chair. Father, are you all right? As the captain of the Umbu, Sarutobi Shinji only cared about his father's emotional state. The only treasure he sought to protect was his father. Hiruzen shook his head, advising, from now on, do not provoke that little rascal, Qianyun. His intellect surpasses yours. You are no match for him. Shinji dismissed his father's warning, thinking that as long as Qianyun did not continue to court danger, allowing him to live was inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's body bristled with tension. Do you not comprehend my words? You are no match for him, neither in wits nor in jutsu. Hiruzen's outburst left Shinji bewildered. He could not understand why his father had lost his composure. Setting aside strategy, are you suggesting that his jutsu surpasses yours? That is preposterous. Seeing his son's clueless expression, Hiruzen felt on the verge of madness. He was aware of his son's character. Listen closely. If you do not wish for the Sarutobi clan to face annihilation, you must tread carefully. Why? For the first time, Shinji raised his voice in question. Hiruzen, feeling helpless, had initially intended to conceal certain information, but now he had no choice but to reveal it to his son. Should his son act foolishly and provoke Qianyun further, the Sarutobi clan would be at risk of extinction, possibly without Qianyun even needing to lift a finger. He pulled out a confidential document and slammed it onto the table. Once you read this, keep it to yourself. It is imperative that no faction within Konoha learns of this, or it will become exceedingly difficult to deal with him in the future. Shinji did not heed his father's warning, engrossed in hastily perusing the documents. Upon discovering that Qianyun had compelled Uchiha Shisui to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan within 24 hours, he dismissed it as coincidence. However, when he learned that Qianyun had devised a scheme against Reikage, nearly leading to the obliteration of the entire Reikage team, he trembled in shock. Then came further revelations, easily repelling the Two-Tails Jinchuriki and forcing Inoki to flee. Shinji was drenched in sweat. His arrogance had deflated like a punctured balloon, rendering him speechless. Yet this was not the end. Qianyun had executed even more chilling maneuvers. During the salvage operation in the Triangular Sea, Qianyun had outright abandoned the competition, even sharing laughs with Koki Yagura. The next day, he ventured to the Land of Waves, where all factions engaged in a climactic battle at the port. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qianyun refrained from taking action, ultimately robbing the three individuals who profited the most after the rogue ninja coalition plundered Kato's wealth. It seemed as if everything had been orchestrated according to his design. Inoki and Reikage were mere pawns in his game. With a gulp, Shinji finally understood why his father had sought to deal with the seemingly insignificant Qianyun during the day. Following tonight's events, he comprehended why his father had suddenly decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Confronting such a character was fraught with peril. One misstep could spell the end of their clan. The following day, in the early morning, Qianyun finished his breakfast and strolled lazily into the Konoha Police Department's office building. While the Uchiha clan members were notoriously arrogant, they were undeniably efficient in their duties. By dawn, everyone was already on duty, including Uchiha Fugaku, who had arrived early. No uniforms were provided, only an armband, a notepad, and a pen. Before their departure, Fugaku briefly outlined the police department's code of conduct and emergency protocols for unforeseen situations. After listening, Qianyun grinned wickedly. Thank you for the guidance, Captain. Fugaku watched Qianyun's departing figure, sensing that trouble was brewing. Fugaku called out to Qianyun, suggesting that patrolling the hot spring street might be a bit overwhelming for her. It would be better for her to head to the charming street instead, which remained quite tranquil during the day. Qianyun blinked, then smiled and waved. See you at noon. For some reason, Fugaku had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. However, he couldn't allow Qianyun to do menial tasks either. If word got out, the higher-ups in Konoha would have plenty to say, and it would also offend Qianyun. He decided to observe for a month before making any changes. If necessary, he could always reassign her later. With that thought, Fugaku headed home to tend to his children. Chapter 65. The changing nature of Danzo. Upon arriving at the charming street, Qianyun quickly realized that it was not as quiet as she had imagined. Breakfast shops were opening, and cosmetic stores were bustling with activity, appearing quite normal. Qianyun munched on a bag of snacks as she strolled, noticing that there were people lurking in every corner. These individuals did not belong to the Umbu or the Root, likely due to Danzo's desire to avoid suspicion. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, escalating into a loud argument. With shoving and pulling that suggested an imminent fight, Qianyun finished her snacks and bought 2 pounds of water dumplings, continuing to eat while observing. That hairpin was my first choice. I intend to give it to my sister. Nonsense. I claim that hairpin first. It's for my elder sister. The two genin pushed and shoved each other, eventually breaking into a scuffle. Bystanders paused to watch, some even cheering for them to duel. Despite the chaos, Qianyun showed no intention of intervening or even offering a word of caution. As the two fighters contemplated how to drag Qianyun into their dispute, they noticed her walking toward a nearby beverage stand. Frustrated, they realized that it was embarrassing enough to be fighting in public, and now their target was uninterested. "Hey, you little brat from the police force, help me catch this scoundrel," shouted the heavier of the two, prompting the onlookers to realize that the police personnel on Charming Street had changed. Everyone began whispering about the ruckus from the previous night. The astute among them speculated that the higher-ups in Konoha were orchestrating the scene. Though their voices were low, Danzo, hiding in the shadows, had already caught wind of the situation, and the Umbu were reporting back to Sarutobi. Turning back, Qianyun asked, "Are you two planning to file a report?" "Report? Oh yes. I wish to report that this scoundrel stole the hairpin I had my eye on." "Liar. I had my eyes on it first." The two continued their charade, waiting for Qianyun to act. If she did, they would rally others to beat her up, leveraging the accusation of harming Konoha comrades. "Names?" Qianyun asked seriously as she pulled out a small notebook. The two, bewildered, had no choice but to comply. After she wrote down their names, she declared, "All done. Your dispute has been recorded, and you will receive a resolution within 3 days." 3 days? The heavier one asked, confused. "A resolution?" The thinner one echoed, equally baffled. "Indeed. According to protocol, your case will be submitted to the police department and then forwarded to the Hokage's office for penalties. It's nothing serious, just a fine. And you will be reassigned from your original department. Oh, and a public notice of punishment will be posted. So other Konoha citizens will know that the Hokage handles matters fairly. Rest assured, there will be many such incidents in the future. You are not alone." The two were stunned, their faces paling gradually. If this matter became widely known, they would have no face left to show anyone in the future. The most dire consequence was their reassignment from their current department. Without tasks, they could essentially linger in Konoha indefinitely. Once reassigned, their positions would be jeopardized. "No, absolutely not. Please, Qianyun, spare us. We didn't mean to cause trouble. It was Lord Danzo who sent us to provoke you." The thinner one, unable to hold back, cried out, tears streaming down his face as he produced an envelope given by Danzo. The heavier one panicked, fearing that Qianyun might only report him for causing trouble. "I too was coerced into causing trouble. Please don't report this. I beg you." The two wailed, drawing the gaze of the onlookers, who were taken aback. Though they had suspected Danzo's involvement, hearing the culprits admit it was still shocking. Qianyun sighed, counting the money they offered. "You've only provided 5,000. According to the Hokage's newly issued police regulations, those who cause trouble without cause face a minimum fine of 20,000. That leaves a shortfall of 15,000. How am I to account for this?" Upon hearing this, the two genin lamented that their salaries were quite low. The crowd of onlookers continued to grow, and Danzo, hiding in the shadows, could no longer contain himself. "Enough. Do not report this to Sarutobi. I will cover the cost." In a jaw-dropping turn of events, Danzo openly stepped forward to pay. Only after settling the bill did he realize how foolish it was to reveal himself. Consequently, he swiftly vanished from sight, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Danzo was once so composed. Why has he become so reckless? Someone murmured, wondering if the influence of the fish scale virus had altered his character. Indeed, the ninjas of Konoha were astute, and their observations were spot on. Qianyun closed her notebook and continued her patrol, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. Hokage's office. Bang. Sarutobi, having just risen without breakfast, was nearly apoplectic upon receiving this news. His desk rattled from the force of his hand, yet he could not utter a single complaint. He feared that various clans were scrutinizing him, and he was particularly concerned that his words would leak to the Umbu. Danzo was an excellent scapegoat, if he were to fall. Sarutobi's position as Hokage would be perilously compromised. He understood this better than anyone, even if Danzo himself remained oblivious. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi reluctantly instructed, "Send word for Koharu and the others to come, and include Shikaku this time." Danzo needed to be kept at bay for a while. In the shadows, Yamato departed, finally realizing that Qianyun was more troublesome than the intelligence had suggested. The Hokage's office quickly convened a meeting, while Danzo, one of the key players, was already preparing his next assassination plan. Meanwhile, Qianyun was engaged in light-hearted conversation with her friend Asuma. "Look at you. You've grown taller in just a month. But have you noticed? Both Hong and I have also grown quite a bit," Asuma said proudly, while Kurenai blushed and cast her gaze downward, focusing solely on the notion of growth. Qinyun teased, indeed. At this rate, it won't be long before you all reach adulthood, right? I told you I could catch up. Asuma laughed, then shifted the conversation to recent missions. As they chatted, Qinyun remained vigilant, keenly observing the root ninjas around her. It was clear that Danzo had been affected by the brutal nature of the fish scale virus, rendering him increasingly foolish in his actions. Very well. I shall lend him a hand once more. Jinjutsu, body swap, let us proceed. Qinyun suddenly excused himself and left, while Asma and Hong continued their shopping, primarily to purchase cosmetics for Xie Hong, who had always maintained a habit of wearing lipstick. Just after Qinyun departed, a root ninja abruptly charged in to assassinate Asma. Due to the illusion technique, the assailant's movements were relatively sluggish. Asma and Hong remained unharmed, with Asma even seizing the moment to play the hero. Bystanders screamed, and the surroundings erupted into chaos. The root ninja was apprehended on the spot, while Danzo, lurking in the shadows, instinctively fled. The entire incident transpired within a mere 10 seconds. Chapter 66. The request of Uchiha Fugaku Qinyun arrived to clean up the aftermath. Some had speculated about the events, but remained silent. It seemed many were pleased to witness Danzo's misfortune. The street was abuzz with commotion, prompting the Umbu to intervene. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office was at a loss for words, while the straightforward Akimichi Choza shouted angrily, "Hiruzen, what are you waiting for? Danzo's failure today does not guarantee his failure tomorrow. Qinyun acts for the sake of peace and does not even covet the position of Hokage. What are you truly afraid of?" After Choza's outburst, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choza exchanged bittersweet smiles. Choza's bluntness was as usual, explaining why he was not favored by most of Konoha's ninjas. As the scene quieted, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the meaning behind the crowd's sentiments. Originally, he had summoned Choza to speak a word of justice for Danzo, but now it had backfired. Despite Danzo's contributions and his role as the scapegoat time and again, it had come to a point where he had to strip Danzo of his position. By order, I hereby officially revoke Shimura Danzo's assistant Hokage position. Arrest him and detain him in Konoha's prison. Remember, do not harm him. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a heavy weight in his heart. Danzo had been his childhood friend. They had collaborated countless times, weathered storms together, and shared both disputes and laughter. Who could have foreseen that after 50 years, they would find themselves at this juncture? Instigated by a mere child of about 10 years old, he needed to contemplate how to deal with Qinyun, for he could not believe he would lose, as he was the strongest third Hokage. At noon, Qinyun arrived at the Konoha police force to have lunch, only to discover that the Uchiha clan members dined at home. The police force lacked a cafeteria. Feeling awkward and dejected, he exited when Fugaku suddenly called out to him, "Qinyun-kun." Qinyun paused, and Fugaku gestured for him to sit down, employing a barrier technique to shield their conversation. "May I ask, who do you believe is suitable to become the next Hokage?" Qinyun's lips twitched before he composed himself. "Captain, isn't that a question posed to the blind? As an 11-year-old, I am hardly aware of who the esteemed figures in Konoha are, let alone who is fitting for the Hokage position." Fugaku's expression turned awkward, as Qinyun clearly did not hold high hopes for him or the Uchiha clan. Let us change the subject. What technique did you use to awaken Shursue's Sharingan? Why is it that when we employ the same assassination method, it proves ineffective?" Qinyun chuckled awkwardly, as it seemed the Uchiha clan had overlooked the most obvious element, nurturing relationships. Noticing Qinyun's hesitation to respond, Fugaku produced a small scroll and handed it to him. "The Uchiha clan is not part of Konoha's upper echelons, yet you have labored greatly for Shursue's awakening. Here is 1,000,000 ryo. I hope you do not find it lacking." Upon hearing this, Qinyun's eyes sparkled. Of course, he could not be dissatisfied with money. Such generosity from the nobility was not to be taken lightly. He would certainly voice any future needs. "Really?" Fugaku nearly blurted out. Captain, you are not suggesting I go assassinate the Hokage, are you? Although I have gained some notoriety, I am not yet capable of such grand endeavors." Qinyun chuckled awkwardly as Fugaku hurriedly waved his hands. No, we could never do something like that. I meant to ask for your insight on awakening Sharingan for Uchiha children." "Well, that is certainly possible, but..." Qinyun's hesitance was understood by Fugaku in an instant. "The same remuneration would apply. 20,000 ryo for 1 tomo, 30,000 for 2, 50,000 for 3, 1,000,000 ryo for the Mangekyo Sharingan." Payment will be made immediately upon awakening. The Uchiha never defaults on debts. Fugaka spoke earnestly, as if he were discussing astronomical sums. Qianyun grinned upon hearing this. Then it's settled. I thoroughly enjoy collaborating with those who value integrity. After parting ways with Fugaku, Qianyun felt as though he were in a dream. It seemed he had every confidence in awakening the Sharingan for the children. He needed to hurry back and select candidates. At the Yao ramen shop, Qianyun entered with a cheerful demeanor, only to encounter those two bothersome individuals again. I heard someone recommended a lackey to become a chunin. Did you persuade Lord Lake to intervene? I did, but my aunt scolded me, telling me to mind my own business. It's infuriating. They are only trying to do what's best for the Uchiha clan. How could my aunt be so harsh on them? Qianyun remained silent, pointing to the seafood ramen in the corner before sitting down. The clever girl, Shobu, kept quiet and immediately set to work preparing the broth. Uncertain of what those individuals were thinking, they believed that executing a single C-rank mission warranted a recommendation for chunin, which would surely ruffle the feathers of other chunin. Bai Chao continued to chatter away when someone entered from outside. Have you heard? Root's operative, Shimura Danzo, has been imprisoned. The speaker was a youth from the Yamanaka clan, accompanied by two boys from the Nara and Akimichi clans. I heard. It seems to be related to the failed assassination of the great contributor, Qianyun. The whole village of Konoha is abuzz with this news. As the three took a seat, they noticed Bai Chao and Pipa Maisie. Just as they were about to greet one another, they spotted Qianyun sitting in the corner, his lips twitching and beads of sweat forming. You were following us. Bai Chao managed to utter. Just as Qianyun was about to retort, Shobu delivered a bowl of noodles to him. Enjoy your meal, she said cheerfully before turning back to her tasks. Thank you, Qianyun replied, diving into his meal without a care for Bai Chao. Incensed, Bai Chao pointed at him, shouting, Don't get too smug. I want to let you become a chunin. Humph. With that, he dragged Pipa Maisie away, who also shot Qianyun a disdainful glance. The boys from the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Did we just hear that right? They won't allow Qianyun to become a chunin? Indeed. While Pipa Maisie is indeed related to the Uchiha clan, even the third Hokage cannot fully control such matters. Have they lost their minds? Outside, Bai Chao and Pipa Maisie trembled in anger at the laughter they heard. They recalled how, just last year, Qianyun had been meekly working as a lackey in the Konoha hospital. Now, having transformed into a hot topic in the village, he dared to disregard the two who had once supported him? This was simply outrageous. Remembering this, the two exchanged glances and began discussing seeking out Pipa Lake to lodge a complaint. However, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that they had never regarded Qianyun as a friend, nor had they ever truly supported him. Qianyun paid no mind to such matters, even though he had sensed their conversation. The internal conflicts within Konoha continued to ferment. After discussions among Sarutobi Hiruzen and several others, they resolved to divert the village's attention through warfare. The chosen target is the Hidden Cloud Village, as both the third Raikage and his successor are deemed lacking in intellect. In the evening, Qianyun delivered a penalty notice to the Hokage building, where ninjas are specifically assigned to handle such matters. Upon witnessing the stacks of money and case documentation, several office ninjas expressed their astonishment. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, yet there was never any money to collect, and they often had to send someone to clean up after the police force. The following day, early in the morning, Qianyun arrived at the police force and encountered a familiar face, Uchiha Obito. Oh, Qianyun, what brings you to the police force? You haven't lost money again, have you? Be quiet. Fugaku interrupted Obito's chatter, handing Qianyun the squad leader's armband. These two children are in your care. Qianyun grinned. Thank you, Captain. I shall do my utmost. Fugaku nodded and turned to Obito and the hunchbacked girl beside him. From today onward, you will patrol with Captain Qianyun and follow his orders. Obito, taken aback, pointed at himself and then at Qianyun. No way. An outsider as our Uchiha squad leader? Will you defy orders? Fugaku's cold reprimand made Obito shudder. Yes, I understand. He replied reluctantly, falling in line behind Qianyun, with the hunchbacked girl following suit. Both seemed unwilling to patrol under the command of an outsider. In the subconscious of the Uchiha clan, the police force is regarded as their private property. The intrusion of outsiders felt akin to an unwelcome invasion of their home. The discomfort was palpable. Even though Obito was a cheerful boy, such a situation was intolerable. Thus, he resolved to outshine Qianyun during their patrol. At the bustling street, Qianyun made a beeline for a steamed bun shop, prompting Obito's exasperation. What time is it? You haven't eaten breakfast yet? Chiyun chuckled. Obito. Guess why I'm taller than you? Huh. Obito's attention wavered, and the determination he had just resolved upon vanished in an instant. You're not going for a second breakfast, are you? Chiyun nodded, explaining that it was partly for nourishment, but also for relaxation after training. Look at you. Always so tense. And you constantly compare yourself to Kakashi or seek Lin's attention. Your focus is perpetually on others, leaving no time for your own growth. Oh, that makes so much sense. I've been so careless. Obito felt enlightened, while the girl beside them suppressed a laugh, then turned away, appearing quite shy. Chiyun purchased a variety of breakfast items and settled at a porridge shop. He began introductions, name, age, interests, dreams, when Obito interjected. I'll go first. I'm Uchiha Obito. 12 years old. My favorite food is dango, and I aspire to be Hokage. Obito grinned foolishly, but Chiyun nodded earnestly. That is a remarkable dream. I wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. If you become Hokage, allow me to be your advisor. I too wish to bring glory to my family. Of course, I'll take care of it. Obito responded without a hint of considering the feasibility of his aspirations. Chiyun smiled and turned to the hunchbacked girl. She stuttered, blushing deeply, seemingly suffering from severe social anxiety. Obito chimed in. This is Yu, my neighbor. She has always been shy. She graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7. And it's been 5 years without a team to take her in. The elder is quite worried about her future. As Obito spoke, Yu's head dropped lower. Her shyness palpable. Chiyun, with a serious demeanor, pointed out an elderly lady struggling with a large bag at the street corner. Look at her, Obito. Obito, previously engrossed in recounting Yu's childhood struggles, suddenly turned to see the situation and dashed away at breakneck speed, his eyes alight with purpose. Chiyun smiled and shifted to sit beside Yu, who fidgeted nervously, her cheeks flushed. With him gone, let us share a kiss. At this, Yu's body jolted, her eyes trembling. Chiyun noticed a hint of steam emanating from her. Half the plan had succeeded. Now, if she reacted with anger, their bond would begin to form. After a minute of anticipation, Yu suddenly turned her face towards him, eyes closed. Ding! Defeated ninja Yu's maiden heart, awarded the title Heartthrob. Chiyun was taken aback by the unexpected achievement. Her social anxiety was indeed severe. It seemed they could skip the gradual emotional buildup and proceed directly to the next phase. Chiyun leaned in, but was abruptly interrupted by a familiar roar. Enough! Obito stormed back, visibly enraged. You scoundrel! I left for just a moment, and you dare to take liberties with the elder's beloved granddaughter. I have already assured the elder this morning that I would protect Yu from any harm. You scoundrel! Apologize. Right now? Obito looked ready to explode. Yu bowed her head, her hair obscuring her face, yet Chiyun could feel the heat radiating from her. Chiyun, with a playful grin, continued eating without a hint of remorse. Obito's tirade showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, Chiyun pointed towards the end of the street. Why is Noira here? Obito's attention was once again diverted. Wait, what? Before he could react, Chiyun swiftly wiped his mouth, rinsed quickly, and took Yu's delicate hand, leading her away to a nearby alley. He is preoccupied with Rin. So now is the time. To Chiyun's surprise, Yu cooperated once more, closing her eyes and tilting her head. He marveled at her exquisite features, which aligned perfectly with his aesthetic ideals. Upon closer inspection, her hunch was merely a manifestation of her shyness during her developmental years. She had already matured impressively. As he leaned in closer, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. However, as fate would have it, this time Madara was absent. Yet Fugaku was accompanied by his wife as they passed by. Mikoto, cradling her babbling child, twitched at the corners of her mouth, while Fugaku's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The two appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, standing at the mouth of the alley, their gaze fixed upon the unfolding scene. Yuyo sensed something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes. Her skin heated rapidly, and she turned to cover her face, realizing she was trapped at the entrance of the alley, unable to escape the scandalous scene. Chapter 68. A kaleidoscope unveiled Chiyun. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Captain's wife. Out shopping so early? Captain, you seem quite entranced. Do you wish to partake as well? Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto were petrified. What they had anticipated to be an embarrassing moment for Chiyun turned out to be anything but. As he continued unabashedly, partake? Do you think kissing is akin to drinking water? Mikoto tugged at Fugaku's sleeve, urging him to leave hastily. Being a woman, She recognized that Yuyo was willing. Otherwise, she would have been crying out in distress. You all, please refrain from misunderstanding. I'm merely opening my eyes. Qianyun spoke earnestly. While Fugaku's eyelids twitched with anxiety, he intended to say more, but Mikoto pulled him away. If this continued, Yuyo, with her back turned to them, would surely seek refuge in the ground. Qianyun wiped his face and muttered, "It seems this street is unsafe. We must change locations. I refuse to believe that a first kiss is so elusive." He grasped Yuyo's small hand, noting that she continued to radiate warmth. Her hair concealed her face entirely, resembling a woman caught in a scandal, unable to face the world. They ventured to another street, where most shops sold potent pills, and few patrons frequented during the day. "That's enough. Stand tall, straighten your back. Don't act like a child, or else I won't feel anything. Yes, that's it. A perfect figure, complemented by an exquisitely delicate face. This is the true you. Do not fear the jealousy of others. Has Uchiha ever feared anyone? It's about to begin." To his surprise, Yuyo responded with a soft and closed her eyes, leaning in. Suddenly, chaos erupted. A katana pierced through Qianyun's back, its bloodied tip emerging from his chest, splattering Yuyo's face with crimson. Her pupils dilated in shock, and her temperature soared. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated in an instant. Ha! The sinister laughter of Danzo echoed from behind, drawing the attention of numerous passersby. Yuyo let out a heart-wrenching scream, her dark Susanoo rapidly expanding, launching a powerful strike at Danzo. However, her movement was too slow. He swiftly evaded her attack. The terrifying aura of Susanoo attracted more ninjas, including Fugaku, Madara, and Umbu. Yet, the Umbu remained motionless, leaving Fugaku uncertain whether to act. Madara, however, roared and charged at Danzo. Yuyo followed suit, appearing to have lost all rationality. Bam! Bam! Danzo delivered a swift kick, sending Madara flying, yet Yuyo wielded Susanoo's might. Danzo was sent reeling back. Yuyo retaliated, but Danzo skillfully avoided her furious strike. Sensing the dire turn of events, he swiftly made his escape, while Madara and Yuyo pursued him, only to be halted by Fugaku. "First, check on Qianyun's injuries." Fugaku's command felt insincere. His Sharingan revealed that Qianyun's heart had been pierced, and he had ceased to breathe. Check on his injuries? This was merely a distraction for the oblivious Madara and the panicked Yuyo. Yuyo, disheartened, approached Qianyun, extending her trembling hand to caress him. Suddenly, Qianyun opened his eyes, gripping Yuyo's delicate hand with his bloodied one. "I am so unwilling. We were just about to." His words trailed off as he slumped back down, his eyes remaining closed. Yuyo howled in anguish, blood tears streaming down her cheeks as the surrounding temperature plummeted. Onlookers felt an intense chill, as if their very souls were trembling. Fortunately, this sensation did not last long, as Yuyo soon fainted. "Yuyo! Yuyo, wake up!" Madara shouted, while Lin attempted to offer comfort. Qianyun suddenly opened his eyes again, glaring at Madara. "Madara, you bastard! I have died, and you shed not a single tear? I will never forgive you, even in death. This night, I shall haunt your dreams, dragging you into the endless abyss. I want you to remain in the frigid realm of the dead for eternity." Qianyun's voice echoed like that of a legendary demon. And once again, he closed his eyes, collapsing. Madara sat down in shock, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Fugaku was drenched in sweat, his hair standing on end. He had never witnessed a resurrection. Perhaps it is a resurrection. Suddenly, two figures appeared in an instant, causing Fugaku to breathe a sigh of relief. However, Qianyun opened his eyes once more, turning to Kushina. "Sister, avenge me. I want Danzo to face the punishment he deserves. If you cannot speak, please have Lord Minato do so on my behalf. I am in so much pain, deep within my heart." With that, Qianyun fell silent again, and the crowd grew somewhat numb. Kushina, perspiring, approached to examine Qianyun's wounds. Meanwhile, Minato assessed the medical chakra sealing Qianyun's body. His wounds began to heal rapidly as the medical chakra dissipated. When the chakra ran out, a current surged from the sealing technique. The heart began to beat. Thump. The heart pulsed faintly. Minato was drenched in sweat, realizing that Qianyun's sealing methods combined with his medical talent provided him with the possibility of resurrection. "Teacher Minato, can Qianyun be saved? I do not want him to die. He has always looked after me at the Ninja Academy." Finally, Madara cried, but his eyes remained shut. Not even a single tomo visible. Minato sighed, recalling the efforts he had exerted to bring Madara to Qianyun's side. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha girl would unlock her kaleidoscope Sharingan, while Madara had not even opened a single tomo. Perhaps you should convey this to Qianyun himself. I will report the matter to Lord Hokage. I hope you do not mind, clan leader Fugaku. Fugaku snapped back to reality, forcing a strained smile and shaking his head. Qianyun, you little rascal, get up. Kushina, initially using her healing technique on Qianyun's wounds, realized he had already healed, her anger flaring. She had heard that Qianyun could awaken the Sharingan for the Uchiha clan and thought Minato was merely jesting. To her astonishment, it was true, albeit with Qianyun's methods being somewhat extreme. Ahahaha, good morning, sister. Have you had breakfast yet? Let me treat you. Qianyun sat up, eyes wide open, beaming at Kushina. As Obito witnessed the situation, he became infuriated. What on earth is going on? You scared me half to death with that earlier display, he exclaimed. Rin tugged at Obito's sleeve, murmuring softly, open your eyes. Obito snapped back to reality, recalling that the Uchiha clan had indeed mentioned this matter during last night's meeting. And now, Yu had indeed opened her eyes. In theory, Qianyun was not mistaken. Kushina exchanged a few pleasantries before swiftly following Minato's teleportation away. Chapter 69. A grand feast of the Uchiha clan. Qianyun was checking on Yu's condition, his brow furrowed with concern. This is dire. Urgent treatment is imperative. Upon concluding his statement, he scooped Yu into a princess carry and prepared to head home. Fugaku, he called out, forcing an awkward smile. He regretted his previous indifference when Qianyun was killed. Although he was unsure if the assassination plot was related to Qianyun, he had indeed failed to provide assistance. His initial thoughts had revolved around his future and reputation. Now, it seemed he had made a grave error. Numerous ninjas watched, and Qianyun was now nominally his subordinate. He could not stand idly by. Miscalculation. Yu's home is not that way. Allow me to guide you. Qianyun countered. My home has medical equipment and a soft, spacious bed. Fugaku's eyelids twitched at this, and at that moment, Obito came to his rescue. What are you trying to do? Yu fainted from fright. Why would she need to rest at your house? Don't tell me you intend to do something peculiar to her. Did you not agree to open your eyes? Are you now going to open your mouth instead? Laughter erupted among the onlookers, especially from some female ninjas who were doubled over in mirth. Cough. Obito, refrain from speaking carelessly. I am not the type to take advantage of others. Fugaku asserted. I will personally escort her home. Otherwise, I shall be uneasy. Obito replied. I can carry you. Qianyun responded. I am wary of you. What nonsense are you spouting? I only have eyes for Rin. I do not believe you. Qianyun continued forward, and Fugaku called out. This way. With no other choice, Qianyun followed Fugaku. At the Uchiha compound, although he had previously surveilled the Uchiha clan, this was his first visit as a guest. The Uchiha elder was a stooped old man with a warm countenance and slightly elongated eyebrows. Good day, elder. You need not worry. Yu's mental energy is evolving and will soon be fine, Qianyun proclaimed, proceeding to carry Yu into her chamber. He tucked her in and offered her a sip of water. Noticing many onlookers at the door, he laughed. All is well. It is merely an eye-opening. No need for alarm. Ah, Obito, quickly brew some tea. We must celebrate today. Everyone, please, make yourselves comfortable and sit down. We need to discuss which other children possess the potential to awaken their eyes. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. If we could have 100 individuals awaken their Mangekyo Sharingan, then none would dare to covet our eyes. Qianyun rambled on, and the Uchiha clan members listened intently. Fugaku suddenly realized that Qianyun appeared more like a clan leader than himself. During clan meetings, many members would oppose him, leading him to contemplate violence on numerous occasions. However, now, as Qianyun, an outsider, spoke, these individuals acted like devoted followers. If only the Uchiha clan could remain disunited. That seems incorrect. I am the clan leader. I cannot position myself as a mere observer. I must assert my authority. With that thought, Fugaku hastily ordered a feast under the pretext of expressing gratitude to Qianyun. The outsider. The Uchiha clan members quickly gathered in the courtyard, many bringing small stools, tea, and snacks. Someone inquired if Qianyun had any requests they could fulfill. Although Qianyun abstained from alcohol, he made a few drunken remarks. To be honest, I do have a request. The elder blinked his lifeless eyes and replied. Please do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within the capabilities of the Uchiha clan, we shall not refuse. Qianyun felt a surge of joy. I am a medical ninja by training, and I have a penchant for studying peculiar viruses and unusual tumors. If you could assist me in collecting some rare viruses or tumor cell samples, I would be immensely grateful. Chiyun was sincere in his request, as such matters were straightforward for hospitals but exceedingly challenging for him. The Uchiha clan members whispered among themselves, and Chiyun felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, none of them worked at the Konoha hospital or studied medical ninjutsu. Collecting viruses? That was indeed a daunting task. Suddenly, the elder inquired, Chiyun-kun, does this mole on my body count as a tumor? Upon closer inspection, Chiyun's eyes lit up with delight. How wonderful! I have been searching for such a melanocytic tumor for ages. Please, sell it to me. Name your price. The Uchiha clan members could no longer contain their laughter. Each one doubled over in amusement. They had heard of selling Sharingan and even organ trafficking, but never had they encountered the concept of selling one's own tumors. Amidst the laughter, Chiyun carefully removed the melanocytic tumor from the elder. However, after finishing, Chiyun exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't right. Elder, you have so many gallstones. Does that not cause you pain?" A hush fell over the crowd, and the elder opened his mouth, expressing his frustration. For many years, I have suffered. Each episode feels like I am dying. I once visited the Konoha hospital, but they said the risks of removal were significant, with a success rate of less than 10%. Fugaka suddenly asked, Chiyun, can you treat him? Chiyun grinned. Not only can I safely remove the gallstones, but I also noticed that the elder has poor eyesight. Furthermore, I can treat all these scars and bone injuries. However, regarding the payment, Fugaku immediately understood the implication. No problem. As long as you can heal the elder, feel free to set your medical fees. The Uchiha clan members remained silent, seemingly indifferent to monetary matters. Well, how about a special package deal for 3 million ryo for a full-body treatment? The atmosphere turned silent as Fugaku could hardly believe his ears. Chiyun began to sweat, pondering if he had set the price too high. Suddenly, the elder spoke. I shall offer you 30 million ryo. Go ahead and proceed. Even if it fails, I shall not hold you accountable. I have a premonition that if these hidden injuries and chronic ailments are not addressed, I may not live to see the end of the year. This is also why I was so eager for you to awaken her eyes. I fear that once I am gone, she will be unable to protect herself. Chiyun felt awkward, thinking that accepting such a large sum of money seemed rather unkind. 30 million ryo is far too much, I believe. Let us settle on this. The Uchiha clan has always honored its promises. The elder interrupted. Fugaku added, Chiyun, please accept it. Nothing is more important than health. Chiyun nodded awkwardly and subsequently began the healing process in front of everyone. First, he addressed the elder's stooped spine, which was riddled with cracks, suggesting he had experienced fierce battles in his youth. Next, there were his dead fish-like eyes, which appeared to have been affected by his Izanagi, with half of his optic nerves severely damaged. Chiyun diligently worked in front of a captivated audience of Uchiha clan members. The elder experienced a moment of shock, but upon seeing Chiyun's calm demeanor, no one dared to disturb the silence. Chapter 70. The Conspiracy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 hours later, as lunchtime approached, the Uchiha clansmen widened their eyes in astonishment. The elder's gaze transformed into one of clarity, although he could no longer utilize the Sharingan. He had indeed regained his sight. His spine had straightened remarkably, allowing him to perform physical techniques like a youthful warrior. It was as if he had regained 20 years of his life. In the Hokage office, the 80-year-old man still stood tall. Could he truly regain his sight after using his Izanagi? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt overwhelmed. Qianyun's abilities consistently shattered his understanding, and he suspected that it wouldn't be long before Qianyun propelled the entire Uchiha clan to new heights. No, he must not be allowed to remain in the police force, nor even in the village. If every Uchiha were to awaken their eyes, Konoha would no longer be the territory of the Sarutobi clan. It was imperative to act swiftly. A mission would be arranged for him by tomorrow. Hiruzen anxiously searched for a task. He needed a mission that was certain to be fatal. Otherwise, he would be unable to find peace. Konoha did not require such a prodigious talent. One misguided Minato Namikaze was already more than enough. Meanwhile, news of Qianyun awakening the second Uchiha's eyes spread like wildfire. Prominent clans began investigating Qianyun's medical ninjutsu, while others delved into his past. The following morning, upon arriving at the police force, Qianyun was informed to report to the Hokage office for a mission. A wicked smile spread across his face as he anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction. Fugaku, perplexed, chose not to inquire this time. Inside the Hokage office, the door was ajar, and many individuals were present. Asaku Jinru had returned from the front lines, his expression marked by the weight of experience. "Greetings, Captain." Qianyun greeted cheerfully, leaving Hiruzen and the others astonished. Yet, an even more surprising event unfolded. "Lord Orochimaru," Qianyun exclaimed, "I have long heard of your profound expertise in cellular research and have yearned for an opportunity to formally meet you. Yet fate had not permitted it until now." Orochimaru, taken aback, managed a grin. "I am also intrigued by your viral research. Perhaps we could explore these matters further at a later time," Qianyun replied with a smile, ready to continue the light-hearted banter, but was abruptly interrupted by Hiruzen. "Genjutsu, friendly suggestion, all at once." "Qianyun," Hiruzen called out, removing his pipe before speaking in a grave tone, "you have a new mission. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has gathered thousands of ninja from small nations and rogue ninjas, intending to invade the Land of Fire. After deliberation, it has been unanimously decided that you shall quell this uprising. Depart immediately and resolve this matter within half a month." As Hiruzen concluded, Orochimaru frowned in confusion, clearly unaware of this situation. Asaku Jinru also appeared bewildered, feeling as though Hiruzen jested. "Hee." Qianyun chuckled softly, his demeanor sending shivers down the spines of those present. "Hiruzen, does my assignment sound absurd to you?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku, lurking in the shadows, prepared to take action, intending to publicly inflict harm upon Qianyun. Even if he could not kill him, he could still label him a rogue ninja. "I have several questions that require clarification, esteemed elders," Qianyun began, capturing everyone's attention. "Genjutsu, questioning suggestion, all at once. My first mission was to serve as a medical ninja on the East Coast battlefield. I was given only a forehead protector, lacking any ninja identification. I returned with 1 billion Ryo worth of supplies, yet my reward was a mere 20,000 Ryo." Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Was he about to voice grievances? "Very well, speak your mind, but you cannot escape this inevitable mission. My second mission involved 2 children, and no shuriken were issued. I returned 3 batches of supplies, yet received no reward whatsoever. What perplexes me most is the absence of any compensation for my tasks. Now, regarding this third mission, the opposing force boasts tens of thousands of ninja, led by the infamous Hanzo of the Salamander. You expect an 11-year-old child to confront them alone. Pray tell, what shall I eat and drink on my journey? What is the mission's ranking? What is the reward? And what supplies will be available for my campaign?" After Qianyun spoke, Orochimaru smirked with a sidelong glance. "Do not take offense, Qianyun. The third Hokage has always been rather impoverished, not to mention your reward. I have not received any mission compensation since the First Ninja World War. Rest assured, the third has meticulously accounted for everything. However, whether you receive payment will depend on how long you survive." Orochimaru had discerned Hiruzen's intentions. Many ninjas from Konoha had met their demise in similar circumstances. Among them was Kakashi Hatake. Furthermore, it seemed that Orochimaru now stood in support of Qianyun. Qianyun raised his head with a wicked grin, pondering if any of the ninja from the 4 noble clans of Konoha shared the same fate as them, working tirelessly without remuneration. Hiruzen clenched his teeth, astonished that Orochimaru would stand up for Qianyun at such a moment. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. If one were to delve deeply into the matter, the 4 noble clans could face collective extermination, forever marked by a stain of disgrace in history. The atmosphere grew eerily silent, until suddenly, Nara Shikaku, who often acted as a mediator among the higher-ups, spoke up. "Qianyun, you should be aware of Konoha's financial situation. We shall deliberate this matter judiciously and ensure that you receive your mission reward before your departure. Regarding the allocation of supplies, we currently face a significant strategic shortage due to simultaneous attacks from Cloud, Rock, and Rain villages on the Land of Fire. I hope you can understand." Hiruzen interjected. "The Mist Ninja are mobilizing en masse. Their current movements remain unclear. Should a full-scale war erupt, it will not merely be a matter of supplies. The entire village of Konoha could face annihilation. Sending you to the Rain village is truly a last resort." The two seemed to be performing a duet, with Hiruzen concluding, followed by Nara Shikaku's seamless continuation. Their years of collaboration had fostered a precise synergy. "Should you require any assistance in your mission to the Rain village, do not hesitate to ask. Konoha will not be stingy with its resources." Upon hearing this, Qianyun suddenly shifted to a serious tone. Esteemed elders, you should have seen in the mission report that I have been relentlessly pursued by the Reikage, Anoki, and Shio. I am unable to contend with such elite ninja, especially when they approach without any warning. I now require the forbidden techniques from the sealing book to defend myself against their shameless pursuit. Gasps filled the room. What had they just heard? Qianyun had been hunted by several elite shinobi? Why had they not seen this mission report? All eyes turned toward Hiruzen, who appeared flustered and sweating. Hiruzen began, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of an ANBU member. In a hushed whisper, the member conveyed, Qianyun. It is known that Danzo has absconded with the sealing book. The four elders furrowed their brows. Hiruzen's gaze fixated on Qianyun, suspicion brewing within him. He believed Qianyun had orchestrated this hidden plot. His genjutsu concealed far too much. Speak plainly. If you wish to apologize, I am open to accepting it. Qianyun held his head high, donning an expression of utter ignorance. Doubtful. Despite the grandiose verification, once the investigation into the Book of Seals commenced, the sordid affairs of the four great clans would inevitably be exposed. Observing Qianyun's demeanor, even amidst the eruption of skilled fighters, he exuded an air of self-preservation. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly directed his gaze towards Namikaze Minato, instructing him to lead a covert team to handle the matter concerning Danzo. In Chapter 71, Tsunade Haruno lost her composure. How much do you know about the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals? She inquired. How much do I know? Wrinkled old hag, are you dreaming? It's called the Book of Seals. How could I possibly know its contents? Qianyun feigned nonchalance, deliberately provoking Tsunade. Are you lacking in manners, you little brat? Tsunade erupted, her chakra sending documents swirling across the table. The onlookers grimaced, casting dubious glances at Tsunade. My apologies, esteemed elder lady with the magnificent waves. I shall refrain from speaking out of turn henceforth. Qianyun's apology was swift. A stifled chuckle escaped one of the attendees, quickly followed by an awkward bow of the head. Tsunade, fuming, sat down, her eyelids betraying an involuntary twitch. At over 50, she refused to accept her age. Cough. Hiruzen. Qianyun-kun, given your current achievements, you are not yet qualified to study the forbidden techniques within the Book of Seals. Moreover, you are still young. Should these techniques spiral out of control, they could wreak havoc upon the ninja world. However, upon hearing this, Qianyun merely grinned mischievously. No matter. Lord Orochimaru's accomplishments should suffice. Let him learn first. After development and refinement, I can then seek his tutelage. Orochimaru's interest piqued. He nodded in agreement. He realized that with Qianyun replacing Danzo, many obstacles would be circumvented. Qianyun smiled, reveling in the thrill of collaborating with a villain. Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Formal apprenticeship among Konoha's ninjas, along with establishing a reward system, requires high-level discussions. You cannot take this upon yourself, otherwise, task arrangements will be challenging. Qianyun once again flashed his wicked grin. Lord Hokage, why not strike a deal? My research into the bloodline limit cells has yielded promising leads. I can empower Suma, enabling him to earn accolades and prestige. Within 5 years, he will undoubtedly possess the capability to inherit the position of Hokage. The condition is that I may study under Lord Orochimaru, collaboratively researching the uncontrollable wood-release cells. Additionally, the Book of Seals must be made accessible to Orochimaru, along with the complete samples of the war prisoner cells for his research. As Qianyun concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room, directly striking at the heart of the matter, exposing the hidden truths, leaving everyone to ponder just how long they could hold their tongues. The assembly remained silent, brows furrowed. Hiruzen desired his son to inherit the Hokage position? No wonder the selection of a successor had been dragging on. No wonder the Sannin maintained a facade of harmony while harboring discord. No wonder Minato's father had met his untimely demise. In that fleeting moment, the heads of the clans exchanged rapid thoughts. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, fixated on Hiruzen. He genuinely wished to study the Book of Seals, yet held no interest in the Hokage title. The clan leaders turned their attention to Qianyun, each harboring different calculations in their minds. Qianyun mused that the seeds of doubt had been sown, and the collective focus would soon turn against the four great clans. If this stagnant water remained undisturbed, he would undoubtedly be expelled from Konoha, and a single misstep could lead to his demise. Bang! As the council pondered Asuma's potential succession to Hokage, the straightforward Akimichi Torafu suddenly slammed his hand on the table. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans will dispatch personnel to assist you with your tasks. We will take 3 slots. Whether for merit or compensation, our families do not care. Do not contest this with me. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to reveal old wounds. Torufu's sudden assertiveness marked perhaps the most unreasonable moment of his life. Yet the others quickly grasped the underlying implications. Thanks to Qianyun's scientific research, the Uchiha clan was on the rise. Should they fall behind, the next era in Konoha would leave no room for other clans. How astute. It turned out that Torufu was no fool. He merely dismissed the trivial squabbles among Konoha's upper echelons. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly stood, inquiring, Qianyun-kun, tell me truthfully, does mental stimulation aid illusion combatants? Qianyun smiled and nodded, his demeanor transforming into one of warmth, entirely unlike the malevolence he displayed towards Hiruzen. Indeed, however, the extent of enhancement depends on the individual's training intensity. For instance, someone who never trains will see minimal enhancement from mental stimulation, while a ninja who diligently practices illusions daily could amplify their mental prowess at least twofold. Of course, the mental stimulation methods are still in testing. I cannot guarantee absolute success. What about the Byakugan? Is there a way to awaken it? Before Qianyun could finish, the young Hyuga clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, interjected. This time, Qianyun shook his head. I have not encountered the Byakugan. At best, I can enhance the cells to increase the chakra capacity of Byakugan users. Hearing this, Hizashi replied gravely, we can form a squad. The Hyuga clan also requires 3 slots. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been feigning disinterest, now found himself compelled to speak. As Qianyun is still a member of the police force, I demand that 3 Uchiha participate in this operation. Yuhi Kurenai, flustered, turned to Hiruzen. Lord Hokage. The original members of Qianyun's team are Asuma and Kurenai. They cannot be absent from this mission. Tsunade also sought to secure a position, knowing that without it, they would surely lose their standing in Konoha's hierarchy. Yet Hiruzen interjected, very well. The arrangements will be discussed now. Qianyun, you are to return home and prepare. In 2 hours, bring the list of team members and the necessary resources. Remember, this mission must prioritize peace. Do not act rashly. Qianyun nodded and then turned to Orochimaru. Master, could you teach me a few assassination techniques? I suspect Chiyo will attempt to eliminate me. She is like a specter, and I wish to be prepared. Upon hearing this, before Orochimaru could respond, Hiruzen's voice thundered. You little brat, are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have stated that apprenticeship requires high-level discussions. Orochimaru frowned as Qianyun blinked innocently, ignoring Hiruzen entirely. Master, it's too noisy here. Let us converse outside. Creaking in frustration, Hiruzen ground his teeth. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, thoroughly enjoying Qianyun's audacity. He had long wished to disregard Hiruzen's authority, a desire that had lingered for 2 decades. Following Qianyun's lead, Orochimaru exited, leaving Hiruzen in a state of perplexity. Torufu suddenly turned, exclaiming, Hiruzen, wanting to learn a few self-defense techniques before departure is quite reasonable. Moreover, I support this endeavor. His voice rang out, clearly intended for Qianyun's ears. He was no fool. By assisting Qianyun, he ensured that the latter would care for the younger generations of the Akimichi, Inazuka, and Nara clans on their journey. Who knows, perhaps they might even awaken their bloodline limits. Mito Minyan is a rather reserved man, who gently remarked, this lad must not perish. I must impart a few life-preserving techniques. Upon finishing his statement, he effortlessly created shadow clones. Upon witnessing this, Chikushu realized her presence was essential at that moment. She too conjured her shadow clones and swiftly descended to the lower floor. Yuan Fei was nearly driven to madness. Chikyun had always found him displeasing. If everyone rallied behind Chikyun, it would leave Yuan Fei's clan isolated. He too summoned his shadow clones and arrived directly at the entrance of the Hokage building. Silence. What kind of rubbish techniques are you teaching? His swordsmanship was his primary offensive method, requiring the astute utilization of wind-style chakra. Observing the considerable number of people, Chikyun decided to create his own shadow clones, while simultaneously learning from the 4 present. Chapter 72. The fierce ones of the Inazuka clan. Though the old fellow's techniques were commendable, Chikyun discerned that only Orochimaru's methods held the potential to achieve unexpected victories. The sincerity or insincerity of each individual was immediately apparent. 2 hours later, at the entrance of Konoha village, Chikyun arrived to find 11 individuals, along with a dog. They seemed to be lingering unnecessarily. When would they reach the land of rain? The first to speak was a youth from the Hyuga clan, who looked down at Chikyun with evident arrogance. Chikyun refrained from losing his temper and retrieved the team roster. I shall call names. Those absent will be expelled from the team. Everyone frowned, and the Hyuga youth stepped forward, coldly admonishing. Do you even know who you are speaking to, you brat? Chikyun turned to face the Hyuga youth. You may choose to withdraw. I will note in the mission report that it is my lack of compassion, entirely unrelated to you, as a noble shinobi. The Hyuga youth, furious to the brink, nearly ground his teeth, but dared not retort further. Although the others shared his displeasure, they chose silence. In the Hokage office, a gathering of old men bore various expressions, while Orochimaru chuckled with arms crossed. Had Chikyun been like Fugaku, a character willing to compromise on everything, he would have treated Chikyun with a dismissive attitude in the future. After calling names, Chikyun turned to Asuma. Now, in my capacity as squad leader, I appoint Yuan Fei Asuma as the vice captain. This proclamation reignited the fury of the crowd. The Inazuka youth, Inazuka Wolf, shouted, Hey, are you truly that brainless? How can such a nobody serve as vice captain? Should you perhaps take a nap before setting out? Do you wish to refuse this mission with me? Return home. I will indicate in the mission report that our ideologies do not align, and it was I who relinquished your presence as a formidable shinobi. It is entirely my fault. You may leave now. You insolent fool, do you wish to court death? Inazuka Wolf, clearly among the dim-witted, openly unleashed killing intent, his chakra surging. Chikyun grinned wickedly. You are dismissed. Now immediately get lost. Chikyun intended to use this opportunity at the Konoha gate to set an example and eliminate a few simpletons. However, to his surprise, Inazuka Wolf suddenly withdrew his chakra. My apologies, young one. Children can be thoughtless. I hope you will forgive me, Chikyun-kun. An elderly woman appeared in an instant, seated upon the back of a large white dog, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Chikyun's hair stood on end. He had not sensed her approach at all. The rumors were indeed correct. Konoha village was home to many hidden talents. Chikyun glanced at the elderly woman before looking down at the large dog. Illusion, a friendly suggestion. Greetings, esteemed elder. It seems that this Inazuka elder possesses remarkably sharp chakra. The old woman grinned, revealing her remaining 3 teeth. I surmise correctly. Your ability to handle shadow-level experts must stem from exceptional qualities. The elderly woman chatted casually, but Chikyun got straight to the point. Can you teach me to harness wind-style chakra? The old woman frowned, taken aback by Chikyun's direct request. Chikyun's unwavering gaze bore into her as the nearby youth slowly retreated. The old woman's expression darkened, and many anticipated Chikyun would be reprimanded. However, they were mistaken. The old woman suddenly sighed. Windball, scratch that tree ahead. The large white dog made no sound and slowly raised its paw to scratch the air. The scene fell silent. Asuma murmured, it seems like. Creak, creak. Asuma's words were cut short as the nearby tree suddenly collapsed. Boom. As the crowd turned, the tree fell precisely to the ground, its cut smooth as a mirror. The Inazuka elder vanished without a trace, like a specter. Chikyun grinned. I see now. This has been incredibly enlightening. I concede, the Inazuka clan is indeed one of the strongest families in Konoha. The others were perplexed as Chikyun began to run. While sprinting, he quietly attempted to emulate the elderly woman's movement technique. Chikyun termed this wind travel technique, feeling his body grow lighter and his speed increasing. Although it still could not match the wind instantaneous technique, it required a mere 1/10 of the chakra expenditure. Among the team was a small individual named Oil Girl Muta, who struggled to keep pace. Chikyun suddenly halted and signaled for a rest. Looking back, he saw Oil Girl Muta panting heavily, yet still pushing herself to run. Another member, Taito, appeared pale from exhaustion, yet he said nothing. The events of Shirzue and the awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had thoroughly stimulated him. I apologize. The small oil girl Muta arrived, looking timid. Chikyun did not reprimand her, but turned his gaze toward Nara Shikaku. What is it? Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chikyun, Nara Shikaku trembled inexplicably, as if Chikyun were a primordial beast. I hereby appoint you as the team's advisor. Devise a safety plan for our journey. Me? Nara Shikaku was somewhat perplexed. This is an order. Chikyun showed no willingness to negotiate. The others fell silent, as if accustomed to Chikyun's cold manner of communication. Nara Shikaku smiled wryly, yet swiftly scanned the group, then simply arranged the watch tasks. Half an hour later, Chikyun crouched before Oil Girl Muta. Climb on my back. Use your ninja insects to scout ahead. No, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Thank you, Captain. Chikyun smiled. I am unperturbed by ninja insects. In fact, I raised them myself. Come now, young ninja. Our safety rests in your hands. You cannot afford to be exhausted. Eventually, Oil Girl Muta clambered onto Chikyun's back, and the team resumed their journey. At that moment, everyone felt a pang of guilt. Oil Girl Muta was merely 5 years old, and while Chikyun was quick to care for his teammates, they had failed to notice her fatigue. 3 hours later, as the sun set, they reached the lower reaches of the End Valley. Chikyun commanded to set up camp and began preparing a fire for cooking. Hinata and Natsu hesitated. Feeling that Chikyun had called for camp too early, they could at least have traveled for another 2 hours. However, recalling Chikyun's brusque demeanor, he swallowed his words. Half an hour later, the aroma of the camp wafted through the air. If anyone doesn't eat seafood, speak up now, Chikyun called out, noticing little Muta enjoying stewed meat. Prompting everyone to chatter. The youth known as Zhuangqin Daling exclaimed, I don't eat spicy food. Prepare me a bowl of steamed seafood without spice. Following that, his close companion, Mito Minizumi, declared, I desire sweet soy sauce pork, with minimal salt. Qinyun, however, paid no heed to the two and mused to himself, after running all day. As a girl, I must replenish my nutrients, particularly vitamins and high-calorie foods. Upon utterance of these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Shiri Hong. The little girl instinctively blushed and lowered her head. Asuma quickly waved his hands, stating, I will personally prepare a heartfelt dinner for Hong. You need not concern yourself. Your pot of stewed meat is far too greasy. Hong would certainly not appreciate it. He was asserting his claim. Nevertheless, Qianyun did not pass the bowl, instead turning to gaze into the woods behind. With a cheerful wave, the group was suddenly drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing his actions. Someone had been trailing them and was now uncomfortably close, yet no one seemed to notice. Chapter 73. The oppressive presence brought by Danzo if the pursuer were an enemy. The group dared not contemplate further. Gulp. They collectively swallowed hard, only to find a graceful and youthful maiden emerging from the shadows of the trees, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. Obito instantly flared with anger. Did I not instruct you not to follow? You are exceedingly disobedient. What if the elder grows worried about you? Return at once. I shall escort you. Qianyun sharply commanded, sit down. If it were Noira Rin chasing after, would you send her back? In that case, I would invite her to stargaze and enjoy the moonlight. Perhaps even share a heartfelt dinner. Obito's true nature was exposed in an instant, leaving everyone speechless. Qianyun took Uchiha by the hand, seating her and feeding her soup and meat, followed by a bite of greens. The display of affection was truly unexpected. Shiri Hong turned away awkwardly, realizing Qianyun harbored no interest in her. Thankfully, she had refrained from interjecting earlier. How embarrassing. How shameful. Hinata Natsu pouted, I too wish for a girlfriend. Laughter erupted among the group, but Natsu, realizing his slip of the tongue, flushed and hid behind a large tree. Obito grumbled in frustration, you can certainly feed herself. There was no need for you to do it. Qianyun questioned, Is someone speaking? Could it be some love-struck fool whispering in my ear? Yikes. Obito stammered, You peeping Tom. Not a peeping Tom, but your classmates are all aware. If you like Noira Rin, you should boldly confess. By the time she is in a relationship with Kakashi, it may be too late. Tell me, can you bear to hurt Kakashi? Obito lowered his head. He had never considered such a matter. Qianyun shook his head, continuing to feed you while occasionally wiping her mouth. Yet, after finishing her meal, Yu unexpectedly filled a bowl with food and offered it to Qianyun. A wave of envy and jealousy swept through the group. At that moment, no one felt inclined to eat dinner any longer, their hearts tinged with sourness. Yunyumuta finished his meal and promptly fell asleep, his stamina considerably less than Shirsue's. Qianyun did not disturb him, instead seeking Asuma after dinner. Not satisfied. If you wish for more, serve yourself. I have no inclination to serve men. Asuma retorted, leaving Zhuangqin Daling and Mito Men Izumi feeling awkwardly bashful. This duo was on their first mission, having been accustomed to a life of ease. Danzo had arrived, bringing with him 8 elite jonin, just 30 miles away. Tonight's ambush mission would be under your command, with the battle plan devised by Nara Shikaku. Asuma's eyes widened in shock, prompting the surrounding team members to gather quickly. Danzo was not to be trifled with. Moreover, The matter of Danzo's defection had reached their ears as young scions of prominent families, despite the higher-ups in Konoha attempting to suppress the information. Hinata Natsu frowned and inquired, "Is that certain? Can you truly sense events from 30 miles away?" Yamashiro Aoi replied, "That is quite unbelievable. How do you accomplish such a feat?" Inazuka Wafong remarked, "I can only detect sense within 5 miles, and that requires the use of secret techniques." Qinyun offered no explanation, merely raising his left hand. A raven suddenly descended, and the group finally grasped the situation. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, then asked the team members about their most proficient ninjutsu. After several rounds of discussion, they ultimately decided to use Qinyun as bait and take them down one by one. Nara Shikaku solemnly stated, "Among us, our strongest is merely at the Chunin level, while Danzo undoubtedly possesses Jonin-level combat power. Captain, that man must be entrusted to you. Otherwise, the team will surely suffer casualties." Qinyun nodded, sensing that Shikaku at 16 was not as formidable as Shikamaru at the same age. Night fell. Yamashiro Aoi was the first to spot Danzo's team approaching and immediately signaled. Danzo, the crafty old fox, had indeed positioned himself at the rear, flanked by 4 guards. Remarkably, he carried a sealing book on his back. Comfortingly, only one of the 4 ahead had been sent to scout. Anticipating their moves, the Inoshikicho trio swiftly incapacitated one without killing him, promptly locking onto the remaining 3. The 10 engaged in a flurry of combat, while Yunyuta suddenly awoke, appearing frightened and immobile. Qinyun grasped his hand, reassuring him, "Do not fear. All is proceeding according to plan. Remain hidden in the shadows, just in case new enemies appear." Yunyuta nodded earnestly and concealed himself within the forest shadows. Meanwhile, Qinyun summoned 2 shadow clones, one transforming into Yunyuta, continuing to feign sleep, while the other morphed into Uchiha, lying down and embracing Qinyun's original form as they pretended to slumber. The engaged fighters were once again fed a dose of dog food by Qinyun, igniting their frustration. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito suddenly unleashed his fury, the fireball exceeding 8 meters in diameter, and one of the root ninjas was inadvertently burned. Inazuka Wafong swiftly retaliated, dispatching the second foe. Gentle fist, 108 palms. Hinata Natsu, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of attacks, toppling the 3rd enemy from root. The 4th, in a panic, attempted to flee. Nara Shikaku sighed, aware that the ensuing battle would be troublesome. To conserve chakra, he retrieved explosive tags and wire, setting traps while Yamashiro Aoi and Akimichi Choji assisted. The others, exhausted from their earlier skirmishes, lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. 5 minutes later, Yunyuta suddenly signaled. Danzo, accompanied by 5 men, was closing in rapidly. So swift. "Everyone be alert," Nara Shikaku called, then quickly dove into the underbrush. Suddenly, Yamashiro Aoi noticed a mist rising within the forest. Though faint, he was certain it was no natural fog. Had Qinyun intervened? It seemed he had been monitoring every battle circle closely. Bayu. Suddenly, Yamashiro Aoi's hair stood on end. A root ninja swung a blade from behind, having gone unnoticed until that moment. Fortunately, the assailant was struck by a water bullet, saving him. Bayu. The second to be rescued was Hinata Natsu, as Danzo's target selection was indeed cunning, specifically hunting sensory ninjas. TCH. Truly troublesome. Tawanzo, in his arrogance, muttered in the forest, seemingly confident that he could annihilate this squad at any moment. Summoning technique. With a roar, his summoned beast emerged, instantly letting out a piercing cry. Fire release. Grand fireball technique. As the colossal elephant inhaled with its wind release, Qinyun's shadow clone swiftly sprang into action. Whoosh. A fireball, 30 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the summoned elephant. Roar. The elephant's mouth ignited, holding on for 3 seconds before disappearing. TCH. Tawanzo grimaced as the remaining 3 subordinates charged towards Qinyun's main body. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. Boom. 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 To Tawanzo's astonishment, Qinyun's shadow clone had concealed itself underground, a fact he had just failed to notice. The 3 men were instantly poisoned and lost consciousness. With only himself remaining, Tawanzo, brimming with confidence, charged forward. The tyrannical cells of the Bawang tiger shark were indeed formidable. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Wind release. Vacuum shuriken. Utilizing both ninjutsu simultaneously, he could even conceal his main body while casting the techniques. Whoosh. As Qianyun evaded the attack, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Tawanzo's shadow clone was struck and dissipated. Chapter 74. The arrival of Minato Namikaze. Suddenly, from the shadows, Tawanzo, poised for a sneak attack, was crushed by a massive dark hand. Susanoo. Uchiha Yuyo had made her move. She had been haunted by the incident where Tawanzo had brutally stabbed Qianyun in public. Be careful. His arm is filled with Sharingan. He must have revived in the forest by now. Everyone hide. Let us count how many Sharingan this guy has hoarded for himself. Qianyun chuckled, his perception locking onto Tawanzo, while Tawanzo was still contemplating his battle strategy. Suddenly, Hinata Natsu roared in fury. Byakugan? That bastard actually dug out our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Losing his composure, he charged headlong. Whoosh. Slice. Tawanzo executed a body flicker technique combined with a wind blade kunai, instantly killing Hinata Natsu. His neck was slashed open, blood gushing uncontrollably. Qianyun frowned. Yet, before he could shout, Tawanzo was already preparing to eliminate the next target. Yamashiro Hai was alarmed. He had become the next focus. Whoosh. A water iron cannon shot forth, and Tawanzo was killed once more. Although Hinata Natsu appeared to be beyond saving, Qianyun rushed to staunch his bleeding. Help me take him down. Hinata Natsu gasped, blood spilling as he uttered his last words. The group's emotions shifted drastically, the specter of death looming ever closer. Qianyun murmured, I am a medical ninja, and my primary duty is to save lives. Let us strike a deal. I'll bring you back to life, and you can handle him yourself. Die, you little brat. Tawanzo suddenly charged forward, but his assassination attempt was abruptly halted. Whoosh. Tawanzo was once again crushed by Susanoo, leaving his companions in shock. Uchiha Yuyo was incredibly powerful, and she moved stealthily, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Thankfully, she was not an enemy. While Qianyun hurriedly tended to the wounded, Tawanzo revived in another location, this time targeting Inuzuka Wolf. Woof. The ninja dog, Kuro, suddenly roared and lunged backward. Whoosh. Tawanzo vanished, leaving Inuzuka Wolf drenched in fear. Gulp. The group swallowed hard. Their senses heightened as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Whoosh. Tawanzo suddenly charged at Abure Mutu, only to be struck down by Qianyun's hidden shadow clone. He vanished once more. The tension among the group escalated, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffused with dread. Qianyun suddenly declared, Tawanzo, you have 10 minutes left. Once Hinata Natsu's heartbeat returns, it will be your end. You brainless brat. I shall show you just how powerless you truly are. Ninjutsu, Dark Walk. Whoosh. Just as Tawanzo cast his technique, Yuyo crushed him yet again. Nara Shikaku stifled a laugh from behind a tree, thinking Tawanzo truly was losing his wits. Uchiha Yuyo had been darting through the shadows, repeatedly eliminating him. Using the Dark Walk technique only served to create a favorable environment for Uchiha Yuyo. Tawanzo revived once more, stripped of his previous arrogance. It seemed that the forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals were equally ineffective against the duo of Qianyun and Yuyo. The malevolent Uchiha should be eradicated. Tawanzo resolved to make his escape. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was not afraid. Why? His back ached, as if he had overexerted himself. Moreover, his right arm trembled incessantly, reminiscent of an elderly man afflicted with Parkinson's disease. How terrifying. Wait. Why was he suddenly suffering from Parkinson's? Oh no, he was poisoned again. That damn Qianyun. Tawanzo attempted to flee, but Yuyo's Susanoo hand reached out again. Whoosh. Tawanzo was crushed once more, now left with only one Sharingan and a single Byakugan. What to do? What to do? What to do? At this moment, panic overtook Tawanzo. Just as Yuyo prepared to strike again, 3 Umbu teams rapidly approached. Yuyo retreat. Qianyun shouted, the chilling aura surrounding Tawanzo gradually dissipating. Tawanzo was saved. He felt a surge of relief, grateful for having a good friend like the Hokage. As for being taken back by the Umbu for interrogation, that was absolutely out of the question. Little did anyone know, he had learned the basic application method of the Flying Thunder God technique in a short time. Drawing out a thunder release talisman, he quietly formed seals to activate it. Tawanzo, you have stolen the Book of Seals. The Umbu is here to apprehend you. Please cooperate. The one speaking was Sarutobi Shino, his intent clear. Return to Konoha obediently, as his father, Sarutobi Hisashi, would ensure his safety. Understood. Tawanzo appeared compliant, though his expression revealed a hint of disappointment. 2 Umbu members flickered over, intending to restrain him. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, Tawanzo swung his left hand, and the two Umbu ninjas fell instantly. The crowd gasped in shock. Yet, Tawanzo vanished suddenly, appearing to move as swiftly as the flying thunder god. Qianyun felt a twinge of frustration. Should he save those two or not? Saratobi Shino immediately ordered a pursuit, while Namikaze Minato sought to interject. However, he had no opportunity. A flurry of individuals rushed in and out, leaving only two fresh corpses behind. Sighing, Qianyun hastily moved to save the unfortunate souls. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans slowly gathered around, each silent. When they set out at noon, they had all looked down upon Qianyun. Yet now, in comparison to Qianyun, their strength felt utterly trivial. Uchiha Obito spoke softly. Well, they've both perished. Qianyun, I know you're saddened, but to tamper with the remains. Cough. Cough. Before Obito could finish, Hinata Natsu, who was receiving blood transfusions, suddenly coughed. He had not awakened, but was merely regaining his cardiac function. Obito was startled. His face filled with embarrassment. He can actually bring the dead back to life? The surrounding companions were equally astonished, yet Qianyun retorted, Who told you they were dead? Loss of blood leading to shock does not equate to death. If they were truly dead, no matter how divine my abilities might be, I would be unable to revive them. In the mountains, Hai marveled, It is truly incredible. Your medical ninjutsu has likely surpassed that of Princess Tsunade. Qianyun shook his head, dismissing such foolish remarks. Do not speak like that in the future. I merely took advantage of the situation. I still intend to learn a few techniques from that esteemed individual when I encounter her. By the way, it is said that children under 6 who refuse to sleep at night may be devoured by malevolent spirits. Mu Tian, do not let me hear that. I will go to bed immediately. The oil woman Mu Tian was terrified, hastily retreating into her sleeping bag. The group stifled their laughter and then settled down to eat and drink, feeling utterly drained after the fierce battle. While tending to the injured, Qianyun sensed Danzo's presence 60 miles away. He appeared to be engrossed in studying the Book of Seals, looking quite troubled. A group from the Umbu was casting nets in search, behaving like headless flies. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze seemed to be using the Uzumaki clan's tracking technique. Qianyun forcibly committed all the contents of the Book of Seals to memory, suddenly realizing that the book did not contain the corpse sealing technique, which appeared to be a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan. Chapter 75. The Rage of the Great Clans of Konoha Bakayaru. You scoundrel dare claim you are not toying with corpses? This is your meat escape technique. You are indeed up to no good. Yuyo, keep your distance. This guy is a pervert. Truly a super pervert. Qianyun's true self was originally engaged in studying the Book of Seals within the sealed space of his artificial body when he was startled by Obito's sudden shout. Looking up, everyone turned to gaze at him, even Yuyo covering her mouth in fear. It turned out that Qianyun was performing a procedure on 3 injured individuals, and his method appeared rather unsightly. The moon had already been revealed, and 2 girls turned away, embarrassed. Qianyun is truly helpless, he sighed, slowly explaining. My meat escape technique is not an offensive ninjutsu. It is a medical technique meant to purify blood toxins. Did you not notice that before Hinata Natsu awoke, he had no breath or heartbeat? If I did not allow his chakra to flow with his blood, how could he restore his heart and lung functions? Moreover, which doctor has not performed surgery on a corpse? This is ridiculous. Obito, you scoundrel, could you refrain from your constant dramatics? After Qianyun's explanation, the expressions of the crowd gradually softened. Obito muttered, Then what about that boring ninjutsu you used on Kakashi last time? Qianyun helplessly explained once more. He taught me ninjutsu and combat techniques, and because of that, I survived in the wilderness. To repay his kindness, I can only use this method to make him stronger. Did you not notice that Kakashi is now twice as powerful as before? Upon hearing this, Obito seemed to realize something. His eyes widened, and he began to sweat profusely. You mean, it is your ninjutsu that has enabled him to grow stronger so rapidly? Believe it or not, I am too lazy to explain. The crowd exchanged glances, and the atmosphere fell into a tense silence. After a while, 2 Umbu members also regained consciousness. They appeared dazed, much like the vacant expression of Hinata Natsu. Confirming they were unharmed, Qianyun proceeded to treat the wounds of the root members. After finishing, he took a shower and went to sleep, asking Yuyo to tuck him in. Obito smirked. This guy really thinks of himself as Yuyo's boyfriend. Ignoring Obito's jest, Qianyun closed his eyes and focused. Danzo had already been subdued by Minato Namikaze. Yuan Fei Xian, leading the way back to the village, seemed indifferent to the 8 members of Root, not even retrieving the remains of the Umbu soldiers. It felt rather casual. The following day, at dawn, the Umbu team had just returned to the entrance of Konoha when they were stopped by a crowd. Yuan Fei Xian was sweating profusely and instinctively stepped back. Minato Namikaze forced a smile. "Good morning, everyone. We are on a mission. Could we? This is none of your business, Namikaze." The blatant murder of a young member of the Hyuga clan is a flagrant provocation. Moreover, the public extraction of my clan's Byakugan requires no trial. An elder from the Hyuga clan spoke up, and the brothers Hyuga Hizashi and Niji immediately prepared for a confrontation. "Stop." Suddenly, an elder from the Inuzuka clan appeared, moving silently. "I have already heard the news from the Valley of the End. That little brat Danzo killed my little wolf once. I bid him back, and this matter can be put to rest." The old woman from the Inuzuka clan, with only 3 teeth remaining, prepared to take action, but others arrived in an instant. The elder Uchiha appeared, followed by a group of red-eyed individuals, each exuding a fierce aura. One might mistakenly think the Uchiha were staging a coup. "Sister Oda, please allow me to retrieve the Sharingan first. I will not interfere in the judgment. Otherwise, there will be rumors that we are attempting a coup." Yuan Fei Xian was drenched in sweat. Even though the elder Uchiha no longer possessed the Sharingan, his commanding presence alone was enough to rattle him to his core. The Inuzuka elder nodded. "Indeed, once my saliva contaminates it, even the Sharingan is useless." "Uchiha Tation, are you implying that my mouth is unclean? You will pay for that insolence, you little brat. I will let you taste the flavor of my saliva accumulated over 93 years. The crowd broke into a sweat. An elderly figure of over 80 years calling a young one a brat? It seemed only this elder had the audacity to speak in such a manner. The elder Uchiha also perspired, quickly forcing a smile. "Sister Oda, please do not be angry. I truly did not mean it. I merely wanted to retrieve one to use. You see, if I were to become feral, would it not be you who suffers by having to detoxify me?" The attitude of Uchiha Tation was cordial, and he recognized that he was no match for this elder. If a confrontation were to occur, it was likely that half of the Uchiha children would suffer casualties. The Inuzuka elder gradually withdrew her aura, and only then did Uchiha Tation wave his hand. The Umbu members dared not move. Simply the presence of the Inuzuka elder was enough to render them unable to lift their heads. Should a fight ensue, they would likely be annihilated by this group of elders. Danzo remained silent, feeling an increasing pain in his waist and yearning for a good night's sleep. The Sharingan had been extracted, and even the already blind Sharingan was not spared. Next, the Byakugan was taken from the Hyuga clan. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the Hyuga clan directed at Danzo were palpable. However, the Hyuga clan did not insist on killing Danzo, as they had previously. Once both clans departed, the Inuzuka elder was about to take action when more individuals arrived. Yuan Fei Rijan, Tono Koharu, and Mito Minju. Followed by a throng of people, the Inuzuka elder frowned. These 3 had just been at the Hokage building. Yet they chose to appear only after the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had left. What did this mean? They dared not offend those 2 clans, yet were willing to provoke the Inuzuka clan? Quite an interesting situation indeed. "Good morning, Aunt Oda." Yuan Fei Rijan greeted cheerfully, his expression betraying no embarrassment. "Are you still trying to protect that little brat Danzo?" The Inuzuka elder frowned and questioned, while the entire Hokage team wore frowns of their own. Zhuanxin Xiaochun stepped forward, addressing Aunt Wei with a hint of disdain. "At your venerable age, do you not fear straining your back while mingling with the younger generation?" Perhaps it was a matter of gender, but Zhuanxin Xiaochun found Inuzuka Wei particularly irksome. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp slap landed on her face. No one witnessed how Inuzuka Wei struck. It was as if she could hit from afar. There were no fluctuations of chakra, no disturbances of the soul. Everything seemed inexplicably eerie. "You old hag, how dare you strike me?" Slap. Slap. Zhuanxin Xiaochun received 2 more slaps, the sound echoing harshly in the stillness of the morning. Yuan Fei Rizen felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet he acknowledged that Zhuanxin Xiaochun had indeed overstepped. After all, Inuzuka Wei was a clan elder and nearly 30 years her senior. To directly insult her as an old wretch and to insinuate her lack of decorum was quite audacious. The fact that she hadn't resorted to violence was already a considerable concession. Yuan Fei Rizen shielded Zhuanxin Xiaochun, while Mito Min pulled her back, signaling her to prioritize the greater good. "Well, Aunt Wei," he began. I wish to emulate that lad Qianyun and propose a deal for matters that cannot be resolved through dialogue. Let this time pass without repercussions for Danzo. In the name of Hokage, I shall ensure your clan receives an additional 10% in the next distribution of supplies. 30%. Inuzuka Wei nearly blurted out. Very well. Yuan Fei Raizen feigned submission, though inwardly he rejoiced. Inuzuka Wei had not evolved from the individual she once was. Her perspective remained narrow. Currently, all clans were vying for long-term positions within Qianyun's squad. Who would care for such trifles? Before Inuzuka Wei departed, a group of minor clan leaders arrived. The elder of the Suki family approached, leaning on his cane. Might I inquire, esteemed captain of the Umbu, why my grandson Suki Sifeng has yet to return? Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei Shinji felt a jolt of alarm. In his preoccupation with the Book of Sealing, how could he have forgotten about the two deceased? And what of my grandson, Yoshiyashi Kigen? Although the Yoshiyashi clan was not powerful, they maintained good relations with the major families. If matters escalated, even the Yuan Fei clan would struggle to contain the situation. With a gulp, Yuan Fei Shinji lowered his head in embarrassment. The deceased must be retrieved. It was a matter of utmost respect. Their mission was to execute tasks, not engage in battle. Moreover, the perpetrator Shimura Danzo had already been apprehended, leaving no excuse for negligence. Yuan Fei Raizen, perceiving the looming tension, stepped in to alleviate the situation. Now, let us all remain calm. It is not uncommon for young ones to overlook details. I sincerely apologize on behalf of my clan. We shall hold a grand funeral for your kin and provide double compensation to both families. May we continue to work together in good faith. Before the elders of the Suki family and Yoshiyashi clan could respond, Umbu squad leader Aburame Jiken suddenly erupted with rage. Lord Danzo, you once formed an alliance with my clan, vowing never to strike against the Aburame. What is the meaning of this? Why did you attempt to assassinate my son Mutu? He is but a 5-year-old child. How could you sink so low? Jiken's outburst astonished everyone. The normally composed Aburame were now in disarray. Answer me, he bellowed again, on the verge of losing control. Yuan Fei Raizen gasped. This is bad. He has fallen victim to a jinjutsu. At this revelation, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes darting towards the Uchiha's location. Could it be, whispered Minato, that the Sharingan we just encountered belonged to the late Lord Kagami? The name sent a ripple of shock through the assembly. Everyone, channel your chakra together. We must achieve resonance to dispel the jinjutsu, Yuan Fei Raizen urged. However, Inuzuka Wei blinked, showing a lack of respect as she abruptly vanished. The one who had struck Xuanqin Xiaochun was likely Uchiha Oda seeking vengeance. In such a moment, she could not afford to confront the Uchiha clan. Release. In unison, the group cast their jutsu, and the jinjutsu was indeed dispelled. Aburame Jiken broke into a cold sweat, having nearly lost himself to madness and contemplated attacking Yuan Fei Raizen. Nevertheless, he was genuinely furious over the assassination attempt on his son. Even with the jinjutsu lifted, he could not forgive Danzo. My son has sent word that Suki Sifeng and Yoshiyashi Kigen are alive. Qianyun rescued them using his unique technique, and they are on their way back. The elders of the Suki and Yoshiyashi clans wept tears of joy, laughing and crying simultaneously. An hour prior, at the temporary camp in the Valley of the End, Qianyun was awakened by the sounds of cooking from a Kimichi Dingzhua, who appeared quite diligent. After washing up, he noticed the little girl Yiyo had kept vigil by his side all night and was now exhausted, her eyes dull and dark-circled. However, the manner in which Yiyo slept, resting within her own shadow, caused Qianyun to twitch his lips in amusement. Very well, we shall discuss matters further once she awakens. Before breakfast, Qianyun discovered that the 8 members of the root were shackled with iron chains, which he deemed an untenable situation. He sought out Yugao, assigning her the task of controlling them, given her relatively strong mental prowess. The upcoming battles will only grow more brutal. Consider this a conscription of root ninjas. Control? But I am not skilled in such jinjutsu. Yugao replied awkwardly, her cheeks flushing when conversing with Qianyun. He contemplated, teaching her the sand manipulation technique, and then proceeded to remove the cursed seal from the root ninjas. Yugao, displaying impressive talent, swiftly managed to control 3 of them, though they retained a significant degree of autonomy. When it came to the 4th, however, she was drenched in sweat and shook her head in resignation. I cannot continue. The mental strain is too great. Qianyun looked towards Yamashiro Aichi, who could also only control 3. Xuanqin Dalian and Mito Min Izumi then jumped in, grinning with excitement. We can assist. Qianyun nodded, pleased with their enthusiasm. He turned to the two Umbu ninjas, asking if they were capable of action. If not, we shall wait for your companions before proceeding. They shook their heads, one of them speaking slowly. Though I feel a bit dizzy, I can still move. Thank you, Qianyun, for saving my life. I will repay you. Considering their current state, Qianyun decided to leave them some food and water, knowing that hunting in the wild would be challenging for them. As the group set off, Akimichi Dingzwa volunteered to carry Hinata, while Qianyun continued to bear little Mutu on his back. Along the way, Obito seemed fidgety, as if he had something to convey. That is fine, Qianyun assured him without hesitation, causing Obito to beam with joy. The others looked on, puzzled by the exchange. Thank you, The group remained bemused. Yet none dared to inquire further. Qianyun turned to Akimichi Dingzwa. You are next, but you may decline if you wish. Thank you. Dingzwa's response was equally succinct, while Nara Shikaku gradually began to comprehend the situation. Inuzuka Wolf blinked, then curiously asked, What on earth are you two discussing? Amidst a sea of silent smiles, Inuzuka Wolf wore an expression of frustration. In the cavern of the outer path, the enigmatic Kagaya awaited the decisive battle against the Leaf Village forces. Everything was prepared in the rain-hidden village as the time of reckoning approached. The aged Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, appearing to struggle even with the act of breathing. He turned his gaze toward a shadowy corner, where Kurizetsu emerged, topped with his distinctive aloe-like hair. Though Kurizetsu remained silent, it was the white Zetsu who spoke. The anticipated yellow flash did not arrive. Leading the charge was the malevolent owner of the cursed barrel, the Leaf's wicked medic, Qianyun. Alongside him was the kind-hearted Obito, accompanied by a young Uchiha girl whose Mangekyo Sharingan bore peculiar traits. Madara's gaze fixed upon Kurizetsu, and he let out a heavy sigh. Kurizetsu, clarify yourself. Kurizetsu, sweating profusely, began to elucidate. He had once gathered countless corpses in the desert, with the one devoured by the sea serpent being merely a substitute. The latest news from the Leaf indicated that he could awaken the eyes of the Uchiha clan. The first was Uchiha Shursui, a master of powerful genjutsu who had once bested the formidable Inoki. The second was Uchiha Yu, who could traverse darkness freely and hide within shadows to rest. The malevolent medic possessed an uncanny ability to restore the sight of blind Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Madara's single eye widened in shock. This revelation struck him like a deep-sea explosion, sending tumultuous waves through his heart. After acquiring Hashirama's cells, the reason it took him decades to awaken the Rinnegan was not due to mediocrity. During the battle at the Valley of the End, he had delayed the activation of Izanagi through secret techniques, ultimately surviving. However, his right eye had become blind, with his optic nerve severely damaged. The stone tablet within the Uchiha shrine clearly stated that using Izanagi would result in permanent blindness. Madara Uchiha could not resign himself to a life of darkness. He harbored dreams of creating a perfect world. He yearned for a final confrontation with Senju Hashirama. In his pursuit to heal his right eye, he tirelessly studied Hashirama's cells and sought the outer path's power, ultimately achieving success. He even awakened the Rinnegan. Yet, he was now but a frail old man. In desperation, he placed his hopes upon the young Uzumaki, hoping to leverage the outer path's reincarnation for a chance at rebirth. Yet, fate mocked him. The existence of medical ninjutsu capable of swiftly curing the permanent blindness caused by Izanagi was revealed. It was akin to laboring a lifetime to purchase a home, only to find, in his twilight years, that a neighbor had effortlessly profited from the stock market to buy a house. What did the decades of his effort amount to? Ha 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 ha. Madara suddenly erupted into manic laughter, appearing quite unhinged. Perhaps he had never been sane. Chapter 77. Madara Uchiha's brutal combat style Kurizetsu was drenched in sweat. The frenzied state of Madara was unnerving, even to him. After a prolonged silence, Madara suddenly exuded an aura of murderous intent. This world has no need for those who seek to exploit it. Kurizetsu, enough? White Setsu, carry forth my new will to address this matter. Upon uttering these words, a black substance the size of a fist slid from Madara's sleeve. Kurizetsu, once more sweating, refrained from speaking and slipped away into the earth. White Setsu approached and poked at the substance. It felt similar to Kurizetsu, yet it lacked speech and eyes, seemingly devoid of independent action. Suddenly, Madara's will manifested, attaching itself to White Zetsu's chest, causing it to scream. When White Zetsu activated a Sharingan, The screams abruptly ceased. Is this all there is? Well, it suffices to eliminate any Jonin. With a swift movement, Madara's clone vanished, while his true self remained motionless. Kurizetsu appeared once again, observing cautiously, yet dared not approach. He retreated. Realizing he might be suspected, Kurizetsu understood he must prepare for the next step. At the border forest of the Land of Fire, halt. Chiyun suddenly commanded, his tone grave. He laid down Oil Girl Muta and awakened Uchiha Yu. He gestured for the team to rest in place, signaling vigilance. At the first sign of trouble, all members must retreat swiftly. Remember, this is an order. Yu wished to speak, but Chiyun interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Do not follow, otherwise, I shall never forgive you. With that, Chiyun utilized the wind body flicker technique, his movements swift and barely causing a ripple in the air, reminiscent of Inuzuka tales. This fellow had learned the elderly woman's wind body flicker after merely one observation. Inuzuka Wolf's eyes widened in astonishment. Many from the Inuzuka clan had attempted the wind body flicker, yet all had failed. This was precisely why so few in the ninja world employed it. Nara Shikaku frowned. Sensing that a formidable enemy had been discovered, the group shivered at his words, realizing the gravity of Chiyun's sudden decision to leave all members behind. Yu attempted to pursue, but Obito grasped her arm, preventing her. No, I will handle this. Sack! Hinata Natsu shouted, sliding down from Akito's back. He's right, my sensory abilities have intensified. 40 miles away, he faced off against a peculiar individual possessing a Sharingan. A Sharingan? How is that possible? Obito exclaimed, preparing to charge forward. Ah, I mentioned it was a strange individual. There is no human presence about them. Boom. Just as Hinata Natsu finished speaking, a tremendous noise echoed from afar. Nara Shikaku declared, follow the captain's orders, or there will be no one left to report the casualties. The group fell silent, the aftermath of battle leaving them uneasy. Even Uchiha Yu was not exempt. 40 miles away. Haha, how surprising. You bear the aura of Hazarama. Come, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Would release, true Thousand Hands. Chiyun frowned, now entirely convinced that this white Zetsu was under Madara's control. Wind release, Black Sandstorm 2. 0. Are you underestimating me again? Upon witnessing Chiyun unleash a small whirlwind, Madara's fury ignited. With a swift motion, a barrage of wind blades assaulted him. Madara appeared to relish competition, even amongst similar ninjutsu, eager to assert superiority. Yet, Chiyun's small whirlwind expanded forcefully, absorbing Madara's violent wind blades. True Thousand Hands was being sliced apart. Madara paused momentarily, then broke into a wide grin, saliva uncontrollably spilling forth. This is too amusing. I concede, you are worthy of being my temporary opponent. Haha. Wood release, Flower Tree World Descend. Wood release, Wood Dragon Technique. Madara laughed maniacally, unleashing a relentless barrage. The Sage Chakra enveloped white Zetsu, prompting Chiyun to furrow his brow. Despite initially using the amber purifying vase, Madara, this perverse individual, managed to break free with a single fire release explosion. His techniques are exceedingly brutal. Mist Concealment Technique. The wooden dragon surged forward, leaving Chiyun with no choice but to repeatedly teleport to escape. The small whirlwind was disrupted, and the rate of life absorption was far inferior to that of the wooden dragon. The Mist Concealment Technique fared no better, entirely consumed as nourishment for the wood release. The wooden dragon continued its pursuit, pollen wafting in the air, severely impacting the cyborg's chakra. With no other option, Chiyun unleashed his ultimate move, Wind Release, version 3.0 of the Black Sandstorm. Crack, crack, crack. The wooden dragon was shredded, yet the Black Sandstorm also dissipated from exhaustion. Truly impressive. Just then, Uchiha Madara contemplated launching another powerful move, only to suddenly realize his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. TSK, had I known it would be this entertaining, I would have prepared more. After grumbling, he sternly called out to Chiyun, Kid, your strength has earned my acknowledgement, Uchiha Madara. Next time we play, remember not to die so easily. With that, he turned to leave, but Chiyun's mist clone suddenly materialized beside him. Madara. A light grunt escaped Uchiha Madara's nostrils, yet the next moment, he sensed something amiss. TSK, what a gloomy little brat. However, just as he attempted to forcefully break free from the amber prison's hold, he recalled that his chakra was nearly exhausted. After years of inactivity, he had forgotten the sensation of battle. Well, Never mind. I shall reclaim it all, with interest, next time. As his consciousness faded, the swirling white Zetsu awoke to find itself trapped within the amber prison. Ding! Defeated ninja Uchiha Madara's clone. Rewards include the Sage of Wood's techniques, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and would release cells. Upon seeing the 3 entries, 1 colorful and 2 black, Qianyun's heart trembled with excitement. He tried opening his eyes. It seemed he could easily use Tsukuyami, but the semi-transparent Susanoo could only be manifested as a skeletal form. This Madara truly is my benefactor. You are welcome to visit again. Wiping away a tear of joy, Qianyun swiftly tidied up the scene. His only remaining concern was to enhance his own chakra reserves. Otherwise, he would end up like the swirling white Zetsu, unable to handle the immense Sage chakra, without sustained combat capability. Even someone as formidable as Madara would have to retreat. Yes, I must become a man of endurance. Otherwise, I will undoubtedly be looked down upon by Yetsong. Huh. Why must it be Yetsong? Never mind. I won't dwell on that for now. These vines and shattered wooden dragon fragments are infused with chakra and possess significant vitality. A preliminary estimate suggests they could serve as energy sources for cultivating cells, potentially saving a substantial amount of soldier pills. If the white Zetsu were to learn of his intentions, they would surely label him as an evil medic. Just as Qianyun finished cleaning up, Oil Woman Mute's ninja insects flew over. The chaotic chakra left no trace of enemies for the insects to find. As they floated about, they began to peel the Hashirama masks and Sharingan from the swirling white Zetsu. Upon encountering the sealed white Zetsu, the 2 parties unexpectedly embraced, weeping. Meanwhile, Madara's Sharingan was stored separately in a sealed space. As anticipated, the living cells within the sealed space could grow freely. Whoosh! When Qianyun hurriedly returned, a tearful Yuyu suddenly rushed into his arms. Chapter 78. Narashikaku's provocation. Yuyu sobbed in Qianyun's embrace, while everyone stared at him with various expressions. I apologize. That was a troublesome fellow, and his techniques were quite peculiar. Without the amber prison, I fear. Qianyun was still awkwardly explaining when Obito abruptly interrupted him. Enough. No need for explanations. Just let me grow stronger. I can no longer bear being seen as a burden. While everyone was still expressing their emotions, Qianyun suddenly turned to face the land of rain's direction. Trouble was brewing again. Everyone prepared to capture the intruders. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback, sweat dripping down their brows. Hinata Natsu immediately formed a sensing seal. Over 100 Rain Village ninjas were pursuing the Cloud Village team. Water release, mist concealment technique. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Qianyun unleashed a wide-ranging ninjutsu. Those who resist can be eliminated. Others should be captured, as prisoners are valuable. As soon as Qianyun finished speaking, the Samui squad rapidly closed in. They, like the previous Yetsong, instinctively hid behind Qianyun. The pursuing Rain Village ninjas wore sinister smiles, as if Qianyun and his team were prey. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the leader was about to issue a threatening proclamation, his comrades began to fall one after another behind him, all exhibiting signs of extreme fatigue. Narashikaku smiled. Understanding now, this task is rather easy. The Ino Shikicho trio began to take action, while Inazuka Kiba hurried to capture enemies. Tonari Daiki and Mito Izumi exchanged glances, then cheerfully initiated their movements. Oil Woman Mute also wanted to join, but Qianyun grabbed her arm. You forgot, your responsibility is to maintain vigilance. After speaking, he turned to Samui. Seeing this, she quickly employed her verbal skills. I apologize. We heard that the Rain Village Coalition was planning to stir up trouble, so we hurried to investigate in the Land of Rain. But unexpectedly, they aren't targeting the Land of Lightning. Their goal is actually you, the Land of Fire. We thought we were all friends, so we rushed here to warn you. Luckily, we encountered you. Thank you for coming to our aid. Upon hearing this, Qianyun immediately adopted a stern expression. I told you, I dislike sensing ninjas, especially those with loose tongues like you. Can't you wait until we catch up before chattering away? Gritting her teeth in frustration, Samui clenched her jaw, but dared not retaliate. She sensed that if she spoke out against Qianyun, he would undoubtedly retaliate against her. Qianyun ignored her further and turned to Samui with a smile. Samui, sweating awkwardly, replied, I truly apologize. This is genuinely not the third Raikage doing against Konoha. It's actually Danzo sending people to assassinate the radical faction of the Cloud Village. Yes, it's the kin of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn family. They are now demanding an assault on Konoha. The third Raikage had no choice but to issue the order. I hope you can understand. After speaking, Samui blushed and lowered her head, looking like a shy little bride. Qianyun laughed heartily and, disregarding the surrounding presence, took Samui's hand. Understanding. I hope the war ends soon, that peace arrives swiftly, and that the world remains beautiful forever. Come. To promote peace between our two nations and to lay a solid foundation for future alliances, let us sit down and talk slowly. As he spoke, his hand reached over, about to embrace Samui's slender waist. You scoundrel, you're trying to take advantage. Samui shouted angrily, slapping her hand towards him. Slap. However, just as her hand was about to connect with Qianyun's face, her wrist suddenly froze in midair. She and Darui were drenched in sweat. This bizarre scene sent shivers down their spines. Qianyun suddenly chuckled again. Apologies, did I startle you? You let her go? Yu released her grip, and Samui stumbled back in fright. She suddenly gasped, pointing at the ground, shouting in alarm as if he were an unworldly child. Look, his shadow can act independently. The rumors were indeed true. Konoha ninjas are a peculiar bunch. Qianyun frowned. I suggest you keep your mouth shut. What peculiar bunch? Yu is a little fairy from Konoha, not someone you with your corrupt thoughts can malign. Chi trembled with anger, eager to defend himself, when a sudden cry pierced the air. Don't let that guy escape. Quickly stop him. The shout came from Inuzuka Wolf, while Asuma was knocked down by a swift kick. An Arrain village shinobi fled. By the time they attempted pursuit, it was too late. Inuzuka Wolf cursed under his breath, while Asuma hung his head in disappointment. The three range shinobi suddenly vanished without a trace, seemingly concerned about the Konoha ninjas causing them trouble. A group returned to the temporary camp, escorting a captive, but Inuzuka Wolf continued to berate Asuma. Asuma remained silent, and Qianyun could no longer bear to witness it. Here, a knife. Do you wish to execute Asuma now? Just say the word. Like a gossiping old woman by the river. Is this the upbringing of the Inuzuka clan? Inuzuka Wolf erupted in fury, pointing at Qianyun and shouting, I haven't even addressed you yet. Those three were enemy ninjas. By what right do you ally with them on your own? Nara Shikaku casually interjected. They likely intended to lure the rain ninjas here, preparing for an assault on the land of fire. Exactly. A fool like you is unworthy of being captain. Qianyun grinned wickedly. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to leave. Not only will I not stop you, but I shall also note in the report that you bear no responsibility. The path is behind you. Inuzuka Wolf was nearly driven mad. You let the enemy escape and still dare to blame me? I assure you, if you do not retrieve those three, I will report this to Konoha. You can complain now, but my team does not welcome you. Leave now at once. Nara Shikaku attempted to mediate. Now. Let us not speak in anger. We should consider how to deal with the Rain allied forces. You too. If instigation is the Nara clan's family tradition, then I equally do not welcome you. Nara Shikaku fell silent, caught off guard by Qianyun's sharp observation. Inuzuka Wolf was about to retort, but was restrained by Yamanaka Ino, who signaled him to quiet down. The atmosphere calmed, and Yuhi Kurenai softly comforted Asuma. However, her consolation only made him break down in tears. After all, he was still an 11-year-old boy, unable to endure such criticism. The captives whispered among themselves, some even chuckling, as Qianyun produced a scroll and sent it floating towards them. In an instant, over 100 individuals were sealed away without a trace. Gulp. Tenkai and Mito Monizumi swallowed hard. They too could perform sealing techniques, and it was their forte. They had learned how to seal individuals, but could manage only one at a time, and with great difficulty. Yet, Qianyun sealed over 100 with apparent ease, as if it were as simple as eating and drinking. How was he capable of such feats? Even the higher-ups of Konoha could not match this level. Was he even human? Chapter 79. Asuma awakens his bloodline limit. Qianyun stowed the scroll and retrieved an exquisite vial. Approaching Asuma, he said nothing and directly administered an injection. He replaced the old culture dish with a new one, isolating the relatively strong blood cells. Hyuga Hanabi joined the onlookers, and Qianyun spoke again. We will camp here, have rations for dinner, and drink cold water. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Qianyun's implication was clear. There would be combat tonight, perhaps more than one wave of enemies. The notion of camping also suggested an immediate setup of traps. Qianyun appeared disinterested in giving orders, seemingly looking down upon the team. After all, he had been the main force in the previous battle. single-handedly taking down all enemies with his mist technique. This group had merely tied up the captives and, theoretically, contributed nothing. Why should they resent Qian Yun for not working? It was absurd. Nara Shikaku returned to reality, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze, feeling as though he had lost even his dignity. As for Inuzuka Wolf, he remained sulking, wholly unaware of his own faults. The group busied themselves setting traps, surveying the terrain, and monitoring the border for movements. After a flurry of activity, Qian Yun quickly administered blood to Asuma. That Qian Yun, perhaps you should let someone else be the vice captain. I'm just two, Asuma began. But Qian Yun cut him off with a cold expression. Have you forgotten? It was you who set me on the path of being a ninja. Without you as my recommender back then, I would still be rummaging through garbage bins in Konoha. I promised to make you the vice captain. And I will ensure that you become the vice captain. I promised you would be qualified to inherit the Hokage title within 5 years. And I will make you renowned in the ninja world. My words are a promise. Asuma's eyes trembled in disbelief. He had not realized that such a seemingly trivial matter had remained with Qian Yun until now. Moreover, he was to be made Hokage? This was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, their companions watched in astonishment, having heard Qian Yun's declaration. Qian Yun's ninja recommender was Asuma, and he intended to make Asuma Hokage out of gratitude? This was monumental news. The group immediately set aside their tasks to relay this information to their respective clans. Half an hour later, I feel strange, as if a snake is writhing inside me. Asuma exclaimed, prompting Yuhi Kurenai to step back in fear. She looked to Qian Yun for guidance, who could only scratch his head. Try to release that snake. How do I do that? Asuma asked, bewilderment filling his eyes. Qian Yun, exasperated, simply explained the basic hand signs for releasing a bloodline limit. Following his instructions, Asuma's palms suddenly emitted a scorching mist that resembled a snake, seemingly possessing a faint consciousness of its own. Directed towards that rock. Hiss. Hearing the commotion, everyone gathered around. The rock turned red, its temperature rising until it crumbled to ash. This seems to be my great-grandfather's bloodline limit. Ash accumulation. Kurenai puzzled. But isn't ash accumulation a composite ninjutsu? Asuma shook his head. During the Warring States period, my great-grandfather's ash accumulation was a bloodline limit. Later, my grandfather used the composite ninjutsu of ash accumulation to intimidate enemies, which allowed the Yuanfei clan to survive until the establishment of Konoha. I never expected that this power would remain within my bloodline. Thank you, Qian Yun. Asuma began to tear up again, and the onlookers felt a mixture of emotions. Nara Shikaku was busy relaying the news. This was indeed an extraordinary event. Qian Yun instructed Asuma. It is estimated that this activated bloodline limit will fade in 3 months. The only way to retain it is to train for more than 2 hours each day. And if you experience exhaustion, you must not use the bloodline limit, or you risk developing bloodline disease. Asuma was frightened, and he quickly discussed a training plan with Kurenai. Obito's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly looked at Qian Yun. Don't rush. First, observe Asuma's speed. He appears sluggish after the blood transfusion. If we all transfuse at once, we might face annihilation. 1 by 1 is the way to strengthen you. Obito felt a bit disheartened but quickly regained his enthusiasm. The group gathered around, bombarding questions, while Inuzuka Wolf lowered his head in embarrassment. Why did I argue with this guy? He doesn't seem to have done anything egregious. During mealtime, Inuzuka Wolf engaged in conversation with Obito, seeking to ascertain whether everyone possessed the potential to awaken their bloodline limits. As their dialogue unfolded, they delved into prior occurrences. Obito remarked, in truth, even if Chiyun had retained those 3 individuals, it would not have deterred the Rain Village ninjas from assaulting the Land of Fire. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Capturing those 3 bears a fundamental distinction from releasing them. At the very least, they could serve as hostages. Reluctant to engage in an argument with Inuzuka Wolf, Obito fell silent. Inuzuka Wolf felt a wave of frustration, as if the blame rested upon him. He had merely spoken the truth. As night fell, Chiyun continued to slumber in the center of the camp, while the positions of the others remained well concealed. The night watch, Hyuga suddenly signaled an alert, prompting everyone to swiftly prepare for action. However, after 10 minutes, peculiar expressions adorned their faces, and each one hid in the shadows to observe. You fool, why did you poison again? Samui bellowed, appearing breathless, clearly having run a considerable distance. Her face was marred by age spots, and her hair had turned gray. Beside her, He had developed a receding hairline, and his nasal hair resembled a frizzy mess. Dalu looked relatively normal but hunched over, appearing unable to straighten up. "Speak, you big idiot!" Samui cried, her lamentation echoing in the air, painting a picture of despair. Chiyun, roused from sleep, groggily lifted the covers and, upon glancing at the trio, scratched his head in exasperation before frowning and lying back down. He resembled a slothful recluse, incapable of rising to the occasion. Samui's weeping continued unabated, prompting Ki to step forward and speak. "We did not intentionally lure the Rain Village ninjas into the Land of Fire. It was an utter accident. Please do not jump to conclusions." Hyuganetsu, amused by the absurdity, retorted, "Hey, you all are ninjas. Don't you feel embarrassed uttering such childish excuses?" Nara Shikaku interjected. "According to intelligence from Konoha, your prince, Brother Abi, has already led a contingent of ninjas across the Fire Temple. A conflict has already commenced, and it is an overt invasion. Our captain is merely administering a mild toxin. Is that truly excessive?" Samui was beside herself, yet she could not resort to such an unsightly poison. "How can I face people in the future?" This idiot Ki claimed he could cure it, yet after 5 hours, there was no effect whatsoever. He doesn't care. He demands the antidote now. Chapter 80. The arrival of Hanzo the salamander. Samui collapsed onto the ground, weeping tragically. The Konoha ninjas murmured among themselves, pondering how Chiyun could experiment with viruses year-round and expect them to unravel it in a few hours. Was that not an outrageous expectation? Chiyun had intended to continue sleeping, but the incessant crying from Samui was relentless, akin to a funeral lament. He sat up once more, casting a glance at Asuma. "You are the vice-captain. You shall resolve the disputes between the two nations. Whether right or wrong, I will endorse it. Once I intervene, I cannot guarantee what outrageous actions I might undertake." "Me?" Asuma forced a smile, waving his hands to indicate his inability. Since departing, he had been ineffective in all endeavors. Even 5-year-old Mute could stand watch, while he could merely refrain from causing trouble. In contrast to Obito's valiant charge, he now recognized his own ineptitude. "This is an order from your captain," Chiyun declared, lying back down to sleep. Nara Shikaku approached with a grin. Asuma, you are indeed qualified to negotiate. If you make a mistake, no one will blame you. Even the Hokage will appreciate your efforts." Upon hearing this, the others were struck with sudden realization. Indeed, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations, Asuma was the Hokage's son. How could he go terribly wrong? Reflecting on Chiyun's initial decision, one could not help but admire his wisdom. Appointing the Hokage's son as the vice-captain ensured that, whether the mission succeeded or failed, there was someone to shoulder the blame. Asuma stepped forward. "Firstly, the enemy was drawn here by you. I have heard you have a ninja squad infiltrating the Land of Fire. You three must remain to confront the Rain Village coalition and also write a letter back to the Cloud Village urging them to withdraw. If you accomplish these 2 tasks, I believe we can discuss the antidote." That is about the gist of it." Smack. Inuzuka Wolf slapped his thigh, ready to chastise Asuma, but was silenced by Yamanaka Ino's hand over his mouth. Even if you alter the persuasion to a demand or necessity, do you genuinely believe the Cloud Village will retreat because of 3 children? Inuzuka Wolf fell silent, awkwardly scratching his head, realizing he had been overly optimistic. On the other hand, Yamanaka Ino noticed that Shikaku and Mito were chuckling. These two seemed to revel in the chaos, their laughter increasingly inappropriate. Inuzuka Wolf quieted down, and Yamanaka Ino leaned in to whisper a few words, causing the two to finally tone down. The Cloud Trio held a hushed discussion, ultimately consenting to Asuma's proposal. As for an immediate antidote, given Chiyun's laid-back demeanor, it appeared unlikely to materialize that night. Fortunately, their discomfort was bearable, rendering it tolerable. Nara Shikaku and Mute continued to relay messages, seemingly having been assigned tasks before their departure. The following day, at dawn, Chiyun had yet to awaken when Samui squatted beside him, watching intently. Uchiha Yu was also fixated on Samui, resulting in a silent standoff. Akimichi Dingzu, preparing breakfast, sweated awkwardly, fearing a sudden confrontation between the two girls. It was a mystery how Chiyun managed to sleep through it all. Suddenly, Chiyun flung off the covers and swiftly sealed the bedding, instructing everyone to seal away the pots and pans and to consume the 13th antidote while donning protective gear. Move quickly, this is an order. Chiyun adopted the demeanor of a stern soldier, employing the mist concealment technique as he spoke. Realization dawned upon everyone, and they hurriedly complied. The impending battle that required antidotes and protective gear could only signify the arrival of the formidable Hanzo the Salamander from the Rain Village. Just as they concealed themselves, a massive figure appeared before Chiyun. Hanzo, an elderly man, stood atop the giant's back, wearing an antiquated gas mask. Old man. He crossed his arms, regarding Chiyun with a disdainful glare, exuding an air of arrogance. It became evident that he utilized pure salamander toxin to disrupt Chiyun's mist, emboldening him. I wonder what brings the Rain Shadow Lord to my land of fire. Chiyun maintained a relaxed expression, which irritated Hanzo. My subordinates went missing at the border yesterday, and I have heard it was the work of those Konoha youngsters. Is there any truth to this? Chiyun grinned. According to the Ninja World Treaty, an invading ninja force requires an entry document issued by the local feudal lord or village leader. I inquired yesterday, but they merely smiled foolishly without responding. I was left with no choice but to send them to Konoha to be questioned by the amiable third Hokage. Rest assured, they are all alive and will receive a warm welcome. Hyuga Natsu and the others stifled laughter, suddenly finding Chiyun endearing. Hanzo furrowed his brow. Someone witnessed you sealing my subordinates with a scroll. They have not yet been sent to Konoha. Release him now, and I might spare your life. Chiyun chuckled, scratching his temple. According to the latest regulations of Konoha regarding the treatment of captives, one could redeem a person for 10 million ryo. As long as Lord Yueying provides the funds, I could deliver not only the Rain Shinobi, but even Konoha's ninjas right to you. Oh, and let's not forget those 3 fellows from yesterday. Just hand over the money, and I shall present them to you on a silver platter. Hee hee. Xuanqian Daling and Mito Minizumi could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into laughter behind the great tree. Whoosh. Ding. Suddenly, Hanzo of the Salamander launched a surprise attack on the two, only to have Chiyun deflect his shuriken with a water cannon. The crowd broke into a cold sweat. That shuriken had flown with remarkable speed. It was only when the 2 shuriken hit the ground that they realized Hanzo had made his move. Xuanqian Daling and his companions ceased their laughter, while the others became alert. Hanzo frowned, realizing that the intelligence was not exaggerated. Chiyun indeed possessed shadow-level strength. If the Rain Shinobi's incursion into the Land of Fire is deemed an invasion, then would Konoha ninjas entering the Land of Water not also be considered an incursion? Hanzo spoke again, quietly issuing a command to the salamander at his feet to unleash a toxic mist again in 3 minutes. Indeed, it is an invasion. I stand in solidarity with the Land of Rain, especially against those who disregard the rules. They brazenly lead ninja forces into foreign territories, which is nothing less than blatant invasion. However, I would advise against your lordship killing those individuals. If I were the Rain Shadow, I would capture them and auction them off in the black market. This way, not only would there be profit, but it would also serve to intimidate those so-called great nations. Without some firm measures, the ninjas from various countries will not take heed. Hanzo was taken aback, expecting Chiyun to argue, yet he was instead considering the matter from the perspective of the Rain Village. Well, your attitude pleases me greatly, but truly, do you not intend to release them? Hanzo seemed to issue a final ultimatum, his murderous intent unmistakable. I am truly sorry, but I am merely a minor character, executing my duties according to protocol. I hope Lord Yueying can show leniency. Hanzo's brow furrowed, but I am currently within the borders of the Land of Fire. Do you intend to apprehend me as well? No. You are here to negotiate alone. This does not count as an invasion by a ninja force. Is that so? Are you sure I am here alone? Chiyun raised an eyebrow. You're not referring to the 8 individuals 10 miles away, are you? Oh, I apologize. They are now captives. Chapter 81. Is Hanzo of the Salamander a virgin? At these words, Hanzo was taken aback, quickly sensing the situation. Chiyun did not exaggerate. Those 8 individuals had indeed lost consciousness. Little brat, remember not to be so arrogant in your next life. Hanzo declared, forming a hand sign. Fire style, exploding flame formation. Yet, in the next moment, Hanzo's face turned pale with shock. The explosive tags he had secretly laid out had vanished. Is there someone capable of seeing through the salamander's concealment technique? Pardon me, Lord Yueying, are you perhaps looking for these explosive tags? Chiyun grinned mischievously, raising a handful of explosive tags in his left hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, the shadowy figure hidden in the darkness had just moved. This is impossible. How did you manage that? Hearing this, Chiyun continued to smile widely. In theory, this is classified information from Konoha. If you truly wish to know, you may write to the third Hokage. I assure you he will answer your inquiries. If you wish to retrieve these explosive tags, the same rules apply. They are now also captives. You can redeem each one for 10 million ryo. Hehe. This time, it was Nara Shikaku who could no longer stifle his laughter, while the others struggled to contain their mirth. Hanzo, filled with rage, felt he must regain his dignity. Just as he was about to unleash his chakra, Qianyun suddenly shouted, "Sack!" Qianyun composed himself, then earnestly asked, "Before you take action, may I, a mere insignificant person, inquire about this beast? What is its name? And does it intend to invade the land of fire?" Hanzo frowned again. "Its name is Inbu. Do you intend to capture my ninja beast? Feel free to act. I can forgive your ignorance." Hanzo thought, in 10 seconds, the salamander will unleash its toxic mist. Even if you wear a gas mask, you will still be affected. Qianyun cleared his throat. Ugly beast. May I ask if you have come to invade the land of fire?" Chirp. The salamander let out a strange cry, spewing forth a thick purple mist. Whoosh. Qianyun swiftly retrieved the amber purifying jar from his ceiling space, instantly locking onto the salamander. This was Qianyun's modification of the amber purifying jar, which required no prior conditions and could delay the locking of the target from a distance. Hanzo was astonished, raising his hand to execute a scythe strike. Clang. Qianyun had been anticipating this, meeting Hanzo's large scythe with his sword, sending it flying. Simultaneously, the salamander was drawn into the amber purifying jar. "You shameless brat, I will slay you," Hanzo shouted, already closing in with lightning speed, rivaling Inuzuka to Hanzo. "You old dog." At that moment, Qianyun not only moved, but also activated the amber purifying jar once more. Himarda. Hanzo was locked into the amber purifying jar, instantly paling in fear. Whoosh, whoosh. With a second rapid movement, he narrowly escaped the overwhelming suction. "Hanzo, you old pervert. Why you?" Whoosh. Hanzo nearly fell victim again, his body now trembling in fright. With a flourish, he brandished his chain scythe, preparing to strike down Qianyun. "Hanzo, you old dog." This time, Hanzo did not retort and charged directly at Qianyun with astonishing speed. Huh. Qianyun dodged just in time while using his verbal jutsu again. "Hanzo, you old virgin. Hanzo, you have no manhood." While Hanzo dismissed the other taunts, the mention of his virginity sent him into a rage. "You little beast. I will slay you." Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Hanzo opened his mouth, he was once more locked into the amber purifying jar, forcing him to use his rapid movement to escape. "I am done here." Hanzo left the border forest of the land of fire, feeling frustrated. He recognized that continuing this chase would either result in him being sucked into the amber purifying jar or driven to madness by Qianyun. Hanzo's speed was astonishing, effectively maximizing the use of his mist movement technique. Qianyun pondered that if he could learn Hanzo's mist movement, it would indeed be a valuable asset. Ding! Defeated Ninja Hanzo. Acquired the entry mist movement. "Oh, system, you understand me. It's merely a teleportation technique, yet you grant me a blue entry." As they moved away, Hinata Natsu cheerfully remarked, prompting the others to emerge, still shaken. At this moment, the three from Yuin could no longer underestimate Qianyun, especially she, who felt as if he had been lingering at death's door. Though Qianyun had triumphed over Hanzo with the aid of the amber purifying jar, it still required considerable strength to contend with that old man. Had he been in Shi's place, even the third Raikage would not have had complete assurance of victory. Firstly, that salamander alone would give the third Raikage a headache. Equally regretful was Inuzuka Okami. In the past, Inuzuka Wolf regarded Qianyun merely as a prodigious newcomer. Inflated by the praises of Konoha's upper echelons, Qianyun had become somewhat arrogant, mistaking himself for a figure of significance. However, judging by the recent skirmish, it was Inuzuka Wolf who displayed ignorance and folly. How shameful! How humiliating! Why had he uttered such distasteful words the day before? As Inuzuka Wolf wallowed in self-reproach, Qianyun was already conducting cellular tests on Obito. Don't be envious, you. My Susanoo might be larger than yours." Obito twirled with glee, while his companions rolled their eyes. Hinata Natsu interjected with a cold splash of reality. What you've awakened may not necessarily be the Mangekyo Sharingan. I've heard that the Uchiha awaken their eyes layer by layer from a single tomo. To unlock the Mangekyo at once is no easy feat. Moreover, some abilities of the Mangekyo are rather lackluster. Obito, unfazed, chuckled, "Are you jealous? Even if you are, it's futile, for you lack the Uchiha bloodline. You will never unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan." Obito was lost in his own elation, leaving Yu blushing with embarrassment. Hinata Natsu was fuming, engaging in a verbal spar with Obito. The trio from the Cloud Village whispered among themselves, speculating about Qianyun's techniques. She was observing. Yet he could not discern how Qianyun separated the blood cells. An hour later, Obito completed his blood transfusion, and a crowd of friends stared intently, causing Obito to sweat profusely. Could you not stare at me so much? It feels as though I'm being watched while using the restroom. Hurry and use the bloodline limit hand signs. Do you wish to drive me to desperation? Hinata Natsu roared, and Obito, flustered, began to sweat even more. He formed the hand seals and extended his right hand, conjuring a large, poop-shaped pale blue flame. Uft! Tintin could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "That bloodline limit of yours isn't truly a lump of excrement, is it?" Hee hee. The group erupted in laughter. Obito found himself in a mortifying predicament and turned to Qianyun for help. Qianyun frowned, pointing at a distant rock, try to project the flame outwards. Whoosh. Obito merely waved his hand lightly, and the pale blue flame shot forth rapidly. The speed was astonishing. All eyes were glued to the spectacle, and after a few breaths, they widened in disbelief. The flame expanded, growing larger and larger, seemingly with no intention of extinguishing. It blazed fiercely, its area increasing, soon surpassing 30 meters in diameter. Chapter 82. Yahiko's obsession harms himself and others. The color of the flames shifted from pale blue to deep blue, ultimately turning black. Qianyun gasped, "Oh no. This is the black flame of Amaterasu from the Uchiha clan, known to consume all. Obito, think of a way to retrieve it, otherwise, it will lead to catastrophe." "Oh no, how do I retrieve it?" Obito panicked, but Qianyun too was at a loss, glancing at Asuma. "How did you retract your ash pile?" Asuma snapped back to reality and began explaining the basic hand seals, which required mental focus as well. Obito attempted it, but found himself unable. As the entire camp appeared imminent to be engulfed, Qianyun suddenly shouted, "Try to retract it with your left hand." Obito, now utterly bewildered, followed Qianyun's instructions. Fortunately, he succeeded, albeit at a painfully slow pace. "It's so hot. It feels as if the flame is burning within me." Qianyun sensed carefully and discovered that Obito's blood was evolving. Moreover, Obito appeared dazed, as though he might faint at any moment. "Stop. You cannot absorb anymore. Otherwise, you will fall into a coma." Upon finishing, Qianyun took out a scroll and rushed forward. Ninjutsu, seal fire technique. The group of friends had grown accustomed to such antics, finding it more peculiar that Qianyun seemed unable to seal the flames. Surely, this won't lead to disaster? Thud. Obito collapsed, resembling Yu and Shizun from before. His companions expressed their astonishment, feeling that the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits were increasingly bizarre. Qianyun carried Obito to a large tree, carefully inspecting him until he confirmed there was no imminent danger to life. In the Rain Village, a message was dispatched to the Akatsuki organization for an alliance ceremony at noon. Upon his return, Hanzo immediately set about exterminating the Akatsuki. He feared that news of the capture of the salamander would spread, leading the Akatsuki to attack the Rain Village. As the saying goes, the dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes a malevolent dragon. Hanzo in his youth indeed held no selfish motives. Yet now, akin to Yuan faced daily struggles. He could not relinquish the power he held. As anticipated, when Yahiko learned of Hanzo's intent to ally, he spun around in delight. Conan frowned. "Yahiko, do you recall what Qianyun mentioned last year?" Initially animated, Yahiko's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Conan, how could you still remember him? He is a Konoha ninja and naturally prioritizes their safety. Sowing discord is their usual tactic. Do not obstruct the alliance at this time. Even speaking against it is unacceptable." Presently, Yahiko was deaf to any words that could jeopardize the alliance. He was solely focused on strengthening the Rain Village. Moreover, he harbored another reason for disliking Qianyun. Conan admired Qianyun, believing that the one who saved the sick resembled an angel. Yet what if? Conan wished to say more, but was interrupted by Yahiko's furious shout. "There are no what-ifs. Remember, you are a ninja of the Rain Country, and he is a ninja of the Fire Country. Great country ninjas have never regarded us as humans. Have you forgotten how the Sand Village slaughtered civilians of the Rain Country last year? And how Anoki of the Rock Village brazenly spouted nonsense? Wake up. Stop dreaming." Tears welled in Conan's eyes as she felt Yahiko had changed. "Enough. Do not attend the alliance at noon, lest you raise Hanzo's suspicions. It is settled. Do not attempt to persuade me. I do not wish to hear it." Yahiko declared before leaving the living room. He intended to prepare adequately, at the very least to present a respectable appearance to Hanzo. Noon arrived, and over 300 members of the Akatsuki gathered at the meeting place. While Hanzo could muster only around 30, the capable ninjas had been exhausted, and their strength was far inferior to that of the Akatsuki. To put it bluntly, should conflict arise, Hanzo would undoubtedly face defeat. It should be noted that he had lost the salamander, which constituted half of his fighting force. As for himself, he was merely an elite jonin. The most alarming aspect was the rumor that had circulated last year, claiming Hanzo was stronger than Onoki and the Third Raikage. Moreover, the press had even published photographs of him capturing the Horned Sea Serpent. Surrounding small country ninjas, along with wandering ninjas from various nations, were now congregating at the border of the Rain Country. They sought to ally with the Rain Village to confront the 5 great countries, with nearly 50,000 ninjas. If Hanzo did not swiftly subdue the Akatsuki, he would lack the confidence to suppress the ninja coalition. If things went awry, the entire Rain Country could vanish. Yahiko, run! A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, and Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Conan had been captured, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Everything Qianyun had predicted had come to pass. He, Yahiko, was indeed a fool. Why place faith in whispers from decades past rather than trust in your own eyes? That red-haired lad has slain Yahiko, or else your comrades will meet their demise. Hanzo hurled a kunai, and Nagato instinctively reached out to catch it. Thud! In a bid to atone for his mistakes, Yahiko charged headlong into the unprepared Nagato. The kunai found its mark, piercing Yahiko's spleen, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Yahiko! A heart-wrenching cry escaped Conan's lips, as Hanzo initiated his explosive jutsu. Boom! The explosion claimed numerous lives, yet Nagato steadfastly shielded Conan. Summoning technique. Outer path, graven image. Roar! The colossal dragon of souls swept across the scene, rendering Nagato an unstoppable force. History remained unchanged. Hanzo, gravely injured, fled alone. However, an hour later, after a rudimentary treatment for his leg wound, Nagato commandeered Yahiko's corpse and stormed into Amigakure. The village was devoid of formidable ninjas. Nagato and Conan effortlessly infiltrated Hanzo's domain. Listen, young man, I must explain. Thud. Nagato paid no heed. His solitary nature meant he trusted only Yahiko and Conan. If there existed another soul he might acknowledge, it would likely be Chikumo, who once aided the Akatsuki. The unfolding events in Amigakure were abrupt. Many villagers were oblivious to the chaos, only informed that the angel had come to rescue them. The once secluded Amigakure found itself purged of Hanzo's kin. From that day forth, the name Hanzo became a taboo within Amigakure. Yet, despite his disappearance, throngs of wandering ninjas amassed at the borders of the Land of Rain. Kusagakure sent word, demanding Hanzo personally lead an assault on the Land of Fire. Their initial target was the malevolent medic Chikumo, followed by a sweep of the entire Land of Fire. This group even began plotting the division of territories within the Land of Fire. Nagato, amused by their audacity, issued a bounty in Hanzo's name. Capture Chikumo alive for 30 million ryo. The corpse is worthless. This was Nagato's sole strategy to safeguard Chikumo. Once the news spread, the coalition of small country ninjas became agitated. Confronting a figure of such stature would require considerable effort, yet to them, Chikumo was merely a chunin. Capturing 20 leaf ninjas would be a trivial task. Chapter 83. The mother of Konoha's Uzumaki Haruko. The Land of Grass set out first, stealthily moving to prevent others from claiming Chikumo. In the forests bordering the Land of Fire, Antidote, now, Samui trailed behind Chikumo, repeating her request every few minutes. Her persistence bordering on obsession. All right, you asked for it. Chikumo responded, preparing to act, but Samui suddenly recoiled. What do you mean by that? Chikumo blinked, then grinned mischievously. Nothing. You wanted the antidote, right? Here it is. Samui stepped back again, furrowing her brow. You're being honest with me, right? Will taking the antidote now cause a relapse? Her voice wavered, genuinely concerned that she might soon bear the marks of age again. Not at all. Chikumo nearly blurted out. A crowd gathered, eager to see how Chikumo would toy with the young kunoichi from Amigakure. Darui, who had always been quiet, suddenly spoke up. What price must we pay? Chikumo's smile widened. Finally, someone worth listening to. Upon hearing this, the leaf ninjas around them were taken aback. Initially, they believed this small team to be ordinary, merely possessing heightened sensory abilities. Yet, It was now evident that their feats, successfully infiltrating Amigakure and escaping, were far from the capabilities of an average ninja squad. Firstly, you've taken no tangible action to obstruct the enemy forces. Secondly, your letters of persuasion have never been dispatched. Lastly, you three have never formally apologized. If you continue to deceive me, I shall have no choice but to deceive you in return. Upon hearing this, the trio from Amigakure bowed their heads in sweat. The situation had indeed become dire. Samui squatted down, sobbing. The Amigakure denizens would never heed their words, nor would they even glance at their letters. You once claimed to like me, so why can't you let me off this time? She wailed. Ding. Defeated ninja Samui's romantic heart. Acquired title, Maiden Slayer. Chikumo's lips curled into a subtle smirk as the white title appeared. The onlookers broke into a sweat, astonished to discover Chikumo had pursued this young kunoichi. Ahem. Chikumo cleared his throat and continued. If you cannot meet the 3 conditions, it's all right. Help us win 3 battles. For each victory, one of you will receive the antidote. Losses do not count, but you may continue to fight. Naturally, we shall also lend our strength. We will never abandon you in battle. Agreed. Darui spoke up, and Chikumo nodded with a smile. Hickey chuckled wryly, then pointed to the left rear. There's someone peeping from 10 miles away. I suggest we deal with them first. Chikumo, however, shook his head. I have no interest in sensory ninjas. I wish to capture them alive for experimentation. Hickey sweated. He suspected Chikumo intended to use him as a test subject. Half an hour later, root ninjas returned, bringing with them a red-haired girl marked with bite marks. Chikumo stood up abruptly, his reaction startling everyone. What is your name? How old are you? The red-haired girl trembled in fear, tears brimming in her eyes. Observing her distress, the root ninja drew a gleaming katana and placed it against her throat. I am Uzumaki Haruko. I'm so sorry. The girl stammered, her tears cascading like pearls. No one knew the trials she had endured throughout her life. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the plight of numerous Uzumaki children, their desperate flight. Ultimately captured and raised by the ninjas of Kizugakure. She had thought her suffering had ended upon finding a caring and refined boyfriend. Yet now, she found herself at the mercy of Konoha ninjas. Life seemed so unfair. Wailing, Uzumaki Haruko could no longer hold back, weeping openly in her final moments. No longer did she need to hide or bow low. No longer would she need to feign silence. But as she cried, she suddenly felt powerful arms wrap around her. So warm, so comforting, so secure. Had she been killed? Perhaps. Otherwise, who would embrace her, marred with bite marks? If there was someone, they would likely be blind. From this moment on, you are mine, Chikumo. No one is permitted to bite you again. Whoever dares will face death. Even if they survive, I will annihilate their entire family. Chikumo declared, leaving everyone, including Uchiha Yu, in shock. Another half-hour passed. Uzumaki Haruko's emotions finally stabilized. Do you know me? She still felt a bit anxious, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Chikumo rummaged through his ninja tool pouch and extracted a scroll. After selecting several hangers and comparing them meticulously, I finally chose a red trench coat. I gently draped it over Uzumaki Haruko and then offered her some water and snacks. I do not recognize you. However, there is an elder sister from the Uzumaki clan who once aided me. Her name is Uzumaki Kushina. At that moment, as Haruko was drinking, she suddenly spat out the water upon hearing this. Qianyun was drenched, with a large wet patch on her chest. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Haruko exclaimed, her words tumbling out in excitement, her hands unsure of where to rest. Obito approached, saying, to be honest, upon closer inspection, you do bear a resemblance. May I inquire, dear sister, are you a sibling of Kushina? Haruko quickly waved her hands in denial, replying, no, I am not her sister. I am her aunt's daughter. She is the little princess of our Uzumaki clan. Ah, so you are Kushina's aunt. Obito's words caused an uproar, with everyone bursting into laughter. It was at that moment that Qianyun realized Obito had awoken without her noticing. It was a testament to his robust physique that he could recover swiftly from the intense black flames of Amaterasu. The group gathered, exchanging inquiries about the Uzumaki clan from both the leaf and grass villages. The outcome was disheartening. Only Kushina and Haruko were left alive. Qianyun refrained from mentioning Nagato, as it would be difficult to clarify the situation now. I plan to stay in the grass village, Haruko stated, lowering her head, fearful of Qianyun's reaction. In the past, the people of the grass village had treated her in such a manner. You are now under my protection, and you have no right to choose. Qianyun spoke in the calmest tone, uttering the most ruthless words. Haruko lowered her head, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed silently. Obito shouted angrily, "Hey, you scoundrel! You already have Yuyo. Why are you still pursuing my aunt?" Qianyun, infuriated, pointed at Haruko's arm and demanded, "Her bloodline limit manifests on her skin, and her vitality is also tied to it. Now tell me, if she returns and allows those vampires to drain her life force, how long can she survive? 3 years? 5 years? Or perhaps 10? The crowd gasped in shock, the atmosphere growing heavy with the weight of their emotions. Haruko spoke up, her voice timid. "I cannot let go of him. We have decided to be together for life." Qianyun turned his cold gaze, commanding, "You will send him a message and summon him to rescue you. If he is willing to risk his life to save you, then I will personally escort you back to the grass village. If he falters, even slightly, you shall remain in the leaf village for the rest of your days. He will definitely come to save me, he will." Haruko replied confidently, recalling their solemn vows. Qianyun smirked mischievously, proposing a wager. "If he does not have the courage to come, you shall serve me as a maid. If he does come, you will serve me as a butler." Haruko, undeterred, replied, "It's a deal." She planned to employ a certain secret technique, but after a moment's thought, she stood to go to the woods to utilize her ninjutsu. A chakra butterfly fluttered away, seemingly containing her voice. Qianyun stroked his chin, muttering, "Truly, the Uzumaki clan is remarkable, capable of employing sealing techniques to such an extent." Obito leaned in, squinting as he warned, "Hey, are you plotting something devious again?" "What devious plot?" Qianyun retorted, "Do not slander me. After all, I am the one representing the beauty of the Leaf Village. Tarnishing my reputation would be unfortunate. The beauty representative is clearly me. And let me tell you, I am also the one with the bloodline limit now." Qianyun's lips twitched as he compared their heights. "Look, I am half a meter taller than you. How dare you contest me on looks? I will grow taller. And now that I have awakened my bloodline limit, I am certain many girls will be queuing up to pursue me. Meanwhile, you are just an ordinary ninja. Without a bloodline limit, no girl will consider marrying you." "Who says so? I have a bloodline limit too." Initially, it was just a playful exchange, but soon the entire group turned to look at them. Just kidding. I don't have a bloodline limit," Qianyun exclaimed before preparing to conduct an experiment, only to be pulled back by Obito. "Hey, your bloodline limit isn't some kind of rubbish, is it? You're too afraid to show it to anyone, which proves you are insecure." Obito, who had been mocked earlier, sought to reclaim his pride. However, the truth was that Qianyun had not mocked him previously. Hinata Natsu joined in, stating, "The bloodline limit will eventually be revealed. What is there to hide?" The crowd echoed in agreement, leaving Qianyun feeling quite embarrassed. "All right, but I must make it clear that no one is allowed to laugh. Whoever dares to mock me will find themselves bald." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively glanced at Qi. She flared up, exclaiming, "Hey, I have never laughed at you." Qianyun retorted, "Do you dare deny it? Last time, while fishing, you publicly claimed I lacked knowledge." Oh, she was taken aback, realizing that such a trivial matter had remained in Qianyun's mind all this time. Obito urged, "Hurry up and use your bloodline limit. Do you want to drive us crazy?" Qianyun, perspiring, swiftly formed the basic hand seals. Chakra pulsed from his waist, and a thin, semi-transparent chain emerged. Indeed, it flowed out like mucus, appearing utterly harmless. The first to burst into laughter was Haruko, witnessing this peculiar sealing technique for the first time. As she chuckled, the others finally recalled the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Obito struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning red as he pointed at Qianyun, who was shaking with the effort to hold back his mirth. "Do not laugh." Yet, the moment Qianyun spoke, everyone erupted into laughter, unable to suppress their amusement. Even the root ninjas, trained in discipline, could not hold back. Qianyun, fuming, turned away, secretly acknowledging that the performance had been rather successful. With power growing stronger, he wondered how many would view him as a rival in the future. A little mediocrity might lessen the troubles. As the night fell, Qianyun, exhausted from his experiments, felt mentally drained. After dinner, he went directly to sleep, even too weary to report on enemy movements. In a drowsy state, he sensed someone approaching from afar. Casually sensing, he realized that over 200 ninjas from the grass village were closing in, already within a 30-mile radius. Yunyamutu was asleep, Hinata Natsu dozing off, and Yamanaka Ino also struggling to stay awake. Even she was dozing off, and even Yuyo was snoring softly. Haruko's eyes darted around. Realizing it was the effect of a hypnotic drug, Qinyun sighed inwardly, pondering the girl's stubbornness. She lifted the quilt and retrieved the chains. With a swift motion, she pinned Uzumaki Haruko down and subsequently stuffed a sock into her mouth. Sealing chakra. Binding. Uzumaki Haruko struggled, but Qinyun added 3 more chains to restrain her. The commotion roused everyone in the camp. Under the flickering firelight, the sight of Uzumaki Haruko bound tightly gradually dawned on the others. Qinyun glanced at Darui with a wicked smile, eager to witness how the strongest of Yunin's cohort would dispatch the enemy with merely 30% of his power. Darui sighed. I will handle the vanguard. You all encircle from the perimeter. With a flash, Darui vanished, and the others sprang into action. Meanwhile, Qinyun, with a cheerful demeanor, snuggled back into her bed, genuinely wishing for just a bit more sleep. Hinata Natsu, filled with trepidation, muttered, Did we just collectively fall asleep? Yamashita Hachi replied. It seems so. If it weren't for the captain, we might have. Before he could finish, the group was startled into alertness. The ambush commenced swiftly. Yet the enemy outnumbered them significantly. Over 20 foes quickly surrounded them, with some even storming into the camp. Among them was a bespectacled man who appeared quite familiar with the camp's layout. He deftly evaded traps, and even took a piece of meat from the grill to munch on. Spotting Qinyun's bed, he broke into a foolish grin. Uzumaki Haruko whimpered for help, but the bespectacled man showed no intention of rescuing her. 30 million Ryo is now mine. After his silly laughter, he tossed a smoke bomb, evidently laced with a tranquilizer. As the smoke cleared, seeing Qinyun remain motionless, the bespectacled man hoisted the quilt and fled. Uzumaki Haruko was left in shock, tears welling in her eyes. What happened to the vows of eternal love? What of the promises made to face challenges together? For the sake of bounty, he was willing to abandon her? She bowed her head, silently weeping. Suddenly, the bespectacled man was sent flying back, blood trickling from his mouth. Who are you? At this hour, embracing me and my companion. How shameless. Chapter 85. Is Uzumaki Haruko a seductress? Qinyun emerged from the shadows, and the bespectacled man realized he was carrying a corpse. Terror gripped him as he stumbled backward, his right hand reaching for another smoke bomb, seemingly intent on another attempt. Bang! Qinyun instantly closed the distance and crushed the man's arm with a kick. Ah! He screamed, his cries resembling that of a slaughtered pig. Spare me. It was her. This seductress, who sent me to offend you. I beg for your mercy. Whatever demands you have, I shall comply. The bespectacled man exhibited the utmost shamelessness. Uzumaki Haruko could hardly believe her ears. The man she held dear was openly denouncing her as a seductress in front of others? Qinyun smirked. Tell me, what will you offer in exchange for your life? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man's spirits soared. Based on his survival instincts, he knew that even if he was merely being toyed with, he still had a chance to live. Most importantly, his bargaining chip had to be enticing and valuable. She is of the Uzumaki clan's direct lineage. She possesses 2 bloodline limits, adamant sealing and skin healing. If you were to plant your seed in her, surely a child with bloodline limits would be born. He chuckled foolishly, appearing rather dim-witted. Yet, Qinyun mused that if he were in such a predicament, he might struggle to find a better way to plead for mercy. Human nature can indeed be vile. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Haruko felt numb, sensing that fate was mocking her once more. People had arrived, and she had even won her bet. Yet her life was in utter ruins. She is already my captive. Such matters need not be articulated by you. Qinyun scolded, pressing down hard, yet the bespectacled man managed to endure. I possess information. He blurted out through gritted teeth. Qinyun lifted her foot, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The pain from his broken arm drenched him in sweat. His willpower was remarkable. You have half a minute. Failure to provide useful information means death. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man hurriedly exclaimed, The Jinchuriki of the 7 Tails has emerged from Takigakure. That old woman is quite arrogant. You can provoke her to retreat and capture her when she is exhausted. Qinyun raised an eyebrow in approval. Not bad. You can live for another minute. Continue. The bespectacled man's eyelids twitched, but he quickly searched his mind. Moreover, Anoki plans to ambush the 3rd Reikage. The preparations are already in place. This is not a secret. All 5 great ninja villages are aware. He continued. Takigakure possesses Hero's Water, which can break chakra limits. I know where they acquire it. The Spring of Valor. You have 40 seconds left. The bespectacled man was drenched in sweat again, but suddenly a light seemed to shine before him. The Uzumaki clan. They have a stone tablet of inheritance that records countless forbidden techniques. It is said to have been swallowed by a giant sea monster. Uzumaki Haruko could no longer remain composed. She had revealed this secret to the bespectacled man, originally intending to rebuild Uzumaki village. Yet, to her disbelief, he was so desperate for survival that he disregarded even his past oaths. Her hopes were utterly dashed. Are you mocking me? Such vague and insubstantial information. Where am I to find it? Just as Qianyun was about to stomp down again, the bespectacled man hastily shouted, I have. There are treasures, countless treasures. Just east of the desert, merely a day's journey from here. Sunagakure, a city buried by the Black Sandstorm 200 years ago. According to historical records, not a single soul escaped. Many wandering ninjas have sought the treasure, but they cannot break the seal. By the way, I have a rough map. Qianyun stepped back, and the bespectacled man frantically produced a crumpled hand-drawn map. Qianyun instantly recognized the location of Sunagakure. He had once defeated a foe there. You have passed. Now go. Uzumaki Haruko struggled fiercely, her eyes brimming with fury and hatred. Her murderous intent was unmistakable. The bespectacled man fled, his body flickering as he dashed away. Qianyun released the chains, and Uzumaki Haruko hastily removed the sock from her mouth. Yamada Jiru, stop right there. With a furious shout, Uzumaki Haruko unleashed her adamantine ceiling, resembling spring willows, while Qianyun could scarcely keep count. Uzumaki Haruko pursued him, while Qianyun darted into the most intense battle zone. Nara Shikaku and his comrades were gravely injured, struggling for survival. Hidden mist technique. Qianyun unleashed a powerful jutsu, expecting everyone to collapse. However, a voice suddenly cried out from Kusa, there are people here. Instantly, 200 ninjas shouted in unison, wind release, gale palm. What the hell? Have they investigated me so thoroughly? Qianyun drew his blade helplessly. With swift strikes of wind techniques combined with fundamental swordsmanship, Qianyun charged through, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. The ninjas of Kusagakure were increasingly terrified, prompting many to scatter in a panic. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken Multiplication. With a flurry of sounds, a multitude of grass village ninjas fell lifeless, and at last, someone succumbed to the pressure, kneeling and pleading for mercy. Please don't kill me, I surrender. One by one, the remaining ninjas followed suit, begging for their lives. Mist concealment technique. With a flourish, Qianyun unleashed his technique, and no one dared to resist. A sigh of relief escaped the air as the scene gradually fell into silence. Dato's face turned pale as he gasped for breath, realizing in that moment that possessing a bloodline limit did not guarantee the ability to crush one's enemies. Qianyun swiftly gathered his comrades, transporting them back to the camp. It became evident that the grass village lacked formidable warriors. The odds of 200 against 20 had left them in a pitiful state. Nara Shikaku and his companions remained quiet, while Inuzuka Kiba lay on the ground, despondent. Had Qianyun not intervened, they would surely have perished from exhaustion. Reflecting on their previous rudeness, they wished they could find a crevice to hide in. Suddenly, a body flew into the camp. It was Uzumaki Haruko. Upon her arrival, she fell to her knees before Qianyun, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry I lied. They were brought here by me to capture you for the bounty. I do not deserve to go to Konoha, nor to be your maid. If there is a next life, I will repay your kindness. Haruko continued to bow her head. Suddenly, a golden lock of hers shot towards her temple. But just before it could reach, Qianyun caught it. Since you are bound to die anyway, you might as well serve as my living experiment. No, I do not deserve that. With a determined cry, Haruko attempted to take her own life, but Qianyun swiftly rendered her unconscious. No one dared to intervene or blame Qianyun for inviting trouble. Dato had been right. Without the Cloud Ninja team, the Rain Ninja would have invaded the Land of Fire just the same. That night, even in the absence of Haruko, the grass village would have attacked the camp. Qianyun was again engaged in urgent medical assistance, this time for Yamamoto Hachi and Tsuya Daikin, whose hearts had ceased. Chapter 86. The Legendary Tremor Fruit. Akimichi Choza was also gravely injured, but seeing his spirits high, Qianyun decided to cultivate special blood cells for him. Qianyun busied himself, resembling a doting matron, which left everyone feeling rather uncomfortable. Dato managed to rise and began to prepare a soup, but lacking skill, he ended up creating a sour concoction that permeated the camp. I am truly useless. Dato lamented in frustration. Akimichi Choza approached, tasting the soup. It's not bad. With some chili, it could become a hot and sour soup. And adding fish would make it a sour fish soup. Laughter erupted among the group, alleviating the previously somber atmosphere. Half an hour later, Choza was taken to receive a blood transfusion, drawing the attention of everyone present. He smiled foolishly. I haven't finished yet. I'll need to wait a bit longer. Hinata Natsu couldn't help but ask, did any of your ancestors awaken a bloodline limit? That was during the Warring States period. I fear I did not inherit it. Choza replied awkwardly, and silence fell over the group. Theoretically, the chance of Choza inheriting a bloodline limit was exceedingly slim. Qinyun was administering an antidote to Darui, yet Darui kept shaking his head. First, help Samui with the antidote. Qinyun frowned. Even if you have feelings for her, you should prioritize your own treatment. As for the reason, ask your chatty teammates. You really can't speak properly, can you? She remarked, feeling increasingly hesitant to confront Qinyun. Such is the advantage of a strong reputation. When one is weak, everyone kicks you down. When one is powerful, everyone flatters you. Had Qinyun been merely a mediocre fighter, speaking thus to she would likely have led to dire consequences. Moreover, the higher-ups of Konoha were disinterested in the matter. Darui's formidable combat prowess would ensure a greater chance of victory in the ensuing battles. Such was the simplicity of the situation. Samui, I have no objections. I've waited an entire day. I don't mind waiting a few more. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious, suggesting that even in the ninja world, bonds of life and death could exist. Another half-hour passed. Everyone's gaze fixed on Akimichi Choza, who was sweating awkwardly. I feel like I have no sensation at all. A collective sigh echoed through the group, confirming their suspicions. Indeed, centuries had passed since the early Warring States period, and it was only natural for the bloodline limit cells to be exhausted. Sigh. Thump. Choza stomped his foot in frustration, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qinyun, she, and Hinata Natsu's eyes widened, sensing the subtle change, a ninja's intuition. Qinyun stepped forward. Try throwing a punch at that rock over there. Choza, puzzled, complied. Boom. The sound startled everyone. Something was certainly amiss. What? Why does Choza's punch sound so loud? Dato approached, curiosity evident on his face. Qinyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he has awakened the power of the tremor fruit? Curiosity flickered in the eyes of the others as they turned to Qinyun, who felt a flush of embarrassment. I was just joking. Dato frowned. You need to clarify. Do you want everyone to lose sleep tonight? Clearing his throat, Qinyun spoke again. Legend has it that in ancient times, many devil fruits appeared throughout the world. Upon consumption, humans would awaken various miraculous abilities. Among the most renowned is the tremor fruit, which can rip through the sky. A mere punch near the sea can stir up monstrous waves. However, the strength of the user ultimately depends on their training. Yet, there is a critical flaw with devil fruits. If one falls into the sea, their powers are entirely sealed by the sea's might, leading to drowning. Dato scoffed. Would a ninja really fall into the sea? Surely you are not fabricating this on the spot. Qinyun chuckled awkwardly. Well, it is a legend. Boom. As they spoke, Choza threw another punch, leaving everyone in shock with their mouths agape. They all witnessed the ripples in the air, as a shallow fist mark appeared on the rock across from them. Hinata Natsu exclaimed in terror, why do I feel like this bloodline limit is more practical? Everyone nodded in agreement, each lost in contemplation. Akimichi Choza continued to chuckle foolishly, sensing that he might struggle to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikaku exchanged messages, but Qinyun remained indifferent to their concerns. An hour later, the injured began to awaken, their expressions equally dazed. The next day, at noon, Qinyun was still in a deep slumber when suddenly he was gently roused by Yuyo. What is it, Yuyo? Are you tired too? Come, let us lie down for a bit. Get up. We need to hand over the root team members. Dato shouted loudly, his greatest annoyance being the consumption of dog food. Qinyun sat up, noticing Yuan Feishin gazing at him. Scratching his temple, Qinyun lazily asked, did the supply materials arrive? What about medicines and food pills? Yuan Feishin had intended to regain his dignity publicly, but Qinyun's words left him speechless. Inazuka Kiba frowned. We are at war. 3 of our teammates sacrificed last night. Just reviving them cost dozens of food pills. Not only did you fail to send supplies, but you also want to take away the root's assistance? Is this a sign that our demise is not swift enough? Yuan Fei Xing Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had initially anticipated a display of prowess, only to find himself once again the target of ridicule. Brother, you wouldn't have come empty-handed, would you? Food. Surely there must be something? Asuma spoke, deepening Yuan Fei Xing Zhu's embarrassment. I will certainly report this upon my return. A collective sigh escaped the entire team, who then sat down in unison. The expressions of all had shifted dramatically. The reverence that once graced their faces was now replaced by contempt. Such was the gaze of seasoned warriors on the battlefield. Qian Yun refrained from further commentary, merely gesturing for the others to release their mental restraints. And the captives? Yuan Fei Xing Zhu's words prompted everyone to sit up straight. Their eyes now filled with hostility. The three members of the Umbu were on high alert, hands hovering over their weapon hilts. Inazuka Wolf, I have a rather volatile temperament. I think. Qian Yun raised his hand to interrupt, while Narashikaku pulled him back. Causing trouble for Qian Yun might lead to mere reprimand. But confronting this individual could result in an untimely death. Qian Yun possessed the ability to safeguard himself. The same could not be said for him. Rising to his feet, Qian Yun lowered his voice deliberately. Did my teacher have any message for me? His gaze mirrored that of Orochimaru, perhaps even surpassing it. Yuan Fei Xing Zhu swallowed hard, shaking his head. Upon returning to the village, please allow my teacher to collect a blood sample. If you have concerns, you may collect it and send it over. In any case, whatever is available at the Konoha hospital must also be provided to my teacher. If it isn't at the Konoha hospital, my teacher must have it as well. Yuan Fei Xing Zhu exhaled in relief, fearing that Qian Yun would demand payment. No problem, I will certainly relay that message. After receiving the scroll, Yuan Fei Xing Zhu did not leave immediately. Chapter 87. The startling retreat of Yuan Fei Xing Zhu. He glanced at Uzumaki Haruko, but before he could speak, Qian Yun's icy voice resonated once more. Hey, are you also staring at my woman? Are you pushing me to take action? Yuan Fei Xing Zhu turned angrily. Your woman? I captured her. She is mine. A murderous aura emerged. Though invisible to the untrained eye, many ninjas could feel it. Yuan Fei Xing Zhu and his companions instinctively recoiled, as if confronted by a mountain of corpses. Yuan Fei Xing Zhu swallowed hard once more, ultimately refraining from taking action. Well, this is where I draw the line. I hope you note the individuals you leave behind in your mission report. With that, Yuan Fei Xing Zhu vanished in an instant, eager to escape this atmosphere. Akin to one reluctant to linger within enemy territory. It felt uncomfortable in every regard. The 8 members of the route followed closely behind, remaining silent throughout, as if the curse marks upon their tongues still lingered. I'm sorry, I must send a message back now. Asuma felt compelled to take action. Qian Yun smiled. Your attitude should be more assertive. You must view yourself as a leader. If you plead meekly to the 3rd Hokage, this letter will likely vanish into oblivion. Asuma hesitated. Narashikaku frowned. Do you not understand? The 3rd Hokage desires an heir, not a submissive communicator. Realization dawned on Asuma, yet he remained uncertain about how to proceed. Qian Yun dismissed him, recognizing that every journey has its first steps. He lay back down as Uzumaki Haruko hesitated to speak. During a peaceful day, as dusk approached, Qian Yun was indulging in a feast when he suddenly halted his chewing. Prepare the antidote for number 13. Ensure protective gear is ready. The enemy, no, it is a poisonous rain, will arrive in 10 minutes. Upon finishing his statement, he hastened his meal. The group remained silent, promptly springing into action. Qian Yun's predictions proved slightly off. The enemy's toxic rain arrived 15 minutes later. The rain was light, seemingly indicating the enemy's concern for Qian Yun's survival. Qian Yun glanced at the sky, then turned to Obito. Do you think that if we joined forces, the heavens would rain Amaterasu's black flames? Obito, upon hearing this, appeared alarmed. That would be catastrophic, and a significant one at that. How much can you absorb now? Approximately a 10-meter diameter. Qian Yun sighed, realizing that Obito had made little progress. Just 2 days have passed, and stabilizing my chakra has been a considerable challenge. Shoo. The forward scout signaled stealthily, though no one understood, forcing him to gesture for silence. Hyuga Natsu, a remarkably swift individual, likely possessing Jonin strength. Following behind are 500 others, converging from the periphery. It seems they are not part of the same group. Qian Yun sensed carefully, spotting another girl approaching, her appearance strikingly elegant. If Uzumaki Haruko was a vibrant sun, Then this newcomer embodied the essence of a graceful and alluring dancer. Every aspect of her demeanor and attire exuded elegance. Suddenly, the girl performed a jutsu, revealing the legendary ice release. From the Snow Clan, she conjured a mirror and slipped inside. The sensing ninjas were taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Everyone became vigilant. The opponent had vanished, likely utilizing the bloodline limit of the Hidden Frost Village's mirror technique. Qian Yun's lips twitched. He realized there were countless secrets within the world of Hokage that he was unaware of. What is this mirror technique? He had never even heard of it. Completely incapable of sensing it. Be careful. Yuyo suddenly cried out, but it was too late. In an instant, Qian Yun was seized by a delicate hand from the air. Qian Yun, Obito shouted, yet there was no response. The group from Konoha was thrown into disarray. Without Qian Yun's presence, they would undoubtedly face annihilation in mere moments. This is unacceptable. Obito roared. Yuyo suddenly shouted, right above us, moving towards the northwest. The group looked up, but saw nothing. Darui shouted, little girl, point over there. And I will unleash a jutsu. She urged, everyone, attack together. Qian Yun's defenses are strong. The one who dies will certainly be the mirror technique ninja. Yuyo suddenly activated Susanoo, shocking everyone into a state of alarm. Demonic technique, 3 demons pursuing souls. Just as the group prepared to strike, Yuyo's incantation nearly caused them all to stumble. This is a ninjutsu? Before they could regain their senses, 3 black lines erupted from Yuyo's Susanoo's black gourd. Zing! Following that, a sound of a sword echoed as Qian Yun burst forth, shattering the transparent mirror technique. Yet the mirror technique ninja had vanished. Qian Yun landed. Shaken by the close call, he found himself in a vast white realm, unable to locate an exit no matter how hard he exerted his spiritual energy. A troublesome ninjutsu indeed. Returning in an instant, he tightly embraced Yuyo. You saved me once more. It is wonderful to have you. The group was speechless, caught off guard by Qian Yun's unexpected display of affection. Yuyo's face flushed crimson as she dove into Qian Yun's shadow. Hey, we are in the midst of battle. Could you refrain from fixating on Yuyo? Obito quipped, while Qian Yun helplessly glanced towards the north. There were too many adversaries. It was time to adopt a different stance in this confrontation. I will confront that group of wandering ninjas. You deal with those 5 who employ the poisonous rain technique. Is there any objection? Obito is displeased. Just 5 of them? I can handle one on my own. Qian Yun exclaimed, 5 jonin. Obito lacks confidence even in facing a single jonin. The group prepared to act when Qian Yun suddenly produced a corpse from a scroll. The corpse was wrapped in bandages and donned Qian Yun's clothing. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, it staggered and began to run. A sly grin appeared on his face. A truly insidious tactic. Now those individuals would turn against one another. Upon receiving a reminder, the others snapped back to reality. Obito blinked and then broke into a goofy smile. I can do it too. Transformation. After transforming, Obito charged out alongside the pig, deer, and butterfly team. Meanwhile, just as Qian Yun prepared to form a sensory seal, he felt a sudden chill behind him. This time, Qian Yun was ready. As the mirror ninja reached out, he instantly vanished from his original spot. In the grass, Yun mutant gasped, they're back. The mirror ninja has returned. He shouted before releasing his insect. But the mirror ninja was incredibly swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The insect buzzed helplessly, while Inuzuka Kiba frantically sniffed around, but similarly could not locate the enemy. Qian Yun whispered to Yuyo, indicating they should both enter the mirror world. Yuyo understood immediately and concealed herself in the shadows, remaining still. Qian Yun teleported to the forest's edge, seemingly intending to eliminate the ninja coalition. However, after waiting for a while, the mirror ninja never appeared. With no other option, Qian Yun reluctantly proceeded to sweep the wandering ninjas at the periphery. Chapter 88. Sunset Red's melancholy. This wave of ninja coalition was far inferior to the ninjas of the grass village. They exhibited no cooperation, even turning against each other over Qian Yun's bait. Qian Yun quickly dealt with them using a large-scale mist concealment technique, only to find the pig, deer, and butterfly team being overwhelmed. Even with the assistance of Darui and others, they struggled to gain ground. These individuals wore the Jonin vests of the Rain Village, seemingly remnants of Hanzo's faction. No wonder they utilized the poisonous rain technique. Qian Yun observed nearby as a group of youths immediately began to fight with all their might. Previously, they had been besieged by 200 opponents, clearly outnumbered. Now, with 13 people and a dog, and 3 having awakened their bloodline limits. It would be quite unreasonable to lose again. Ninjutsu, poison mist technique. Before Obito could erupt in anger, the 5 adversaries launched a preemptive strike. The group was taken aback, and as they attempted to retreat, they were already engulfed by the poisonous mist. Staggering, they began to collapse one by one. Baiyu, Qinyun suddenly intervened, halting the advance of a Rain Village Jonin targeting Obito. Thud. The first opponent fell. The remaining 4 were filled with panic, their eyes wide with fear and anger as they fixed their gaze on Qinyun. One stepped forward to check on his fallen comrade, then spoke gravely. "We must treat his injuries quickly, otherwise he will be in mortal danger." The other 3 nodded, clearly planning to retreat. Baiyu. Just as the 4 were about to teleport away with their comrade, Qinyun unleashed another water iron cannon. The remaining 3 were thrown into a frenzy. The recently fallen individual managed to utter, "Hurry, run," but immediately lost consciousness. The others hesitated, rooted in indecision. The speed and power of the water iron cannon were far greater than the usual variant from the Mist Village, leaving them lacking the confidence to evade. "This is bad. Our poisonous mist is dissipating, quickly." Thud. Thud. They realized too late that Qinyun had tampered with their poisonous mist. Just as Qinyun was about to teleport over, he suddenly felt a drastic drop in temperature behind him. Snap. He spun around swiftly, grabbing a hand just as he was about to exert force to pull the mirror ninja from the mirror world, but the adversary vanished in an instant. "Mutant, have the ninja insect sniff my hand and try to locate her." Yunu Mutant obediently complied, doing as instructed. Yet, the insects were still too slow. The mirror ninja had completely disappeared. Haruko, drag the injured to the camp. Seal off those individuals at the periphery. Seeing Uzumaki Haruko's persistent melancholy, Qinyun could only assign her tasks, hoping that keeping busy would ease her heart. While Qinyun treated injuries and detoxified, the group faced yet another setback. Losing to 200 ninjas from the grass village had been understandable, but now a mere 5 jonin had shattered their confidence. After healing, Qinyun immediately tested Sunset Red's blood. "I'm sorry, I couldn't be of any help. I feel so guilty." Sunset Red cried. She suddenly realized that her reputation as a prodigious Jinjutsu user was, in fact, a grand joke. Asuma attempted to comfort her, but her sobs grew more sorrowful. The 2 embraced, and Qinyun finally felt the awkwardness of being a bystander in their emotional turmoil. He waved to Uzumaki Haruko, discreetly instructing her on how to perform a hemorrhoid incision and blood transfusion. She already possessed some medical ninjutsu knowledge, so she quickly grasped the instructions. As Qinyun rested, he was secretly healing and detoxifying the 5 adversaries. After reading their memories, he discovered that they were actually ninjas from the Takigakure village in disguise. The most absurd revelation came from one of their memories, indicating that Danzo had dispatched individuals to incite the Takigakure village to annihilate him, with the executor being the 7 Tails Jinchuriki. Most likely, this was the handiwork of Yuan Fury, as Danzo was currently in a state of mental disarray. Truly a situation of double-edged swords. It seemed planning was imperative. After gathering intelligence on the Takigakure village, Qinyun unceremoniously tossed the 5 into a ceiling space. The incident with the mirror ninja served as a reminder that working alone could easily lead to fatal traps. Not to mention, in the future, Noara Rin's heart would be ensnared by a cursed seal, culminating in tragedy. He had no desire to be a pawn in Madara's game. After modifying the minds of the 5, he rummaged through the insides of the horned sea serpent. Based on existing information, it was highly probable that the sea serpent near the Uzumaki village was not wild. If so, the heritage steel of the Uzumaki village might very well be hidden within the serpent's belly. Half an hour later, Qinyun grinned. After browsing the general heritage of the Uzumaki clan, he was astounded, his hair standing on end. It was utterly astonishing. No wonder the major ninja villages sought to eradicate them. Their bloodline limits could be mass-produced and even passed down intact to future generations. Merely this fact placed them at the forefront of the ninja world. After locating the documentation on Uzumaki Haruko's skin bloodline limit, coupled with other heritage texts, Qinyun easily discovered the sealing methods. Time flew by, and an hour swiftly passed. A group of companions gathered around Sunset Red, eager to discern her bloodline limit. However, despite her repeated attempts to unleash chakra and mental energy, no bloodline limit manifested. Qinyun re-examined the blood samples in the cultivation dish, confirming that there were no errors. The powerful cells contained only yang attribute chakra, It was clear that her ancestor must have been a renowned swordsman. The implication was unmistakable. Her ancestor did not possess a bloodline limit. Silence enveloped the group as they sat down to rest. Sunset Red was deeply despondent, while Asuma offered her further consolation. The following day, at noon, after Yunu Mutan's blood transfusion, she too had not awakened a bloodline limit. The young girl burst into tears. Qianyun felt utterly speechless. Just as he was about to console him, he suddenly sensed an unusual chakra approaching. At the same time, the sensing ninjas within the camp stood up in unison, with one of them being Yujito Ni. Obito approached, puzzled, asking what they had sensed, and why Yujito could perceive it from such a distance while he could not. Yujito replied, "It must be the Jinchuriki, who could actually fly." With a gasp, she warned everyone to brace for an incoming attack. Whoosh, whoosh. Two elongated wind blades sliced through the air, severing towering trees in their path. Everyone's hair stood on end. Qianyun shouted, "Be careful not to get hit. If your bodies are severed, I won't be able to save you." Panic and sweat spread among them. Boom. Just as Qianyun finished speaking, another attack suddenly struck. It turned out to be a miniature-tailed beast bomb. This Jinchuriki was no ordinary foe. Qianyun felt death closing in. However, before he could retaliate, a green figure swiftly appeared. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements so swift that ordinary ninjas could hardly follow. Whoosh. Qianyun fled, with the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki hot on his heels, tasked with eliminating him. Boom, boom. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki unleashed more miniature-tailed beast bombs, the frequency of attacks increasing dramatically. This adversary could even blanket the area with tailed beast bombs, resembling a saturation strike from a missile. Qianyun silently thanked Danzo. Had he not learned the Flying Thunder God technique that night, he might have faced dire consequences today. Chapter 89. Spring, the season of ninja mating suddenly. Qianyun vanished from the area. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki perched atop a treetop, searching for any trace of him. There was no sign of life. What a cunning man. Oh dear. She had just applied her lipstick. How infuriating. Next time, she would ensure he was utterly obliterated. If Qianyun were present, he would surely feel nauseated. After an hour, Qianyun returned to the camp, only to find the forest had been turned into a crater and his comrades lay scattered on the ground. It was evident that the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, unable to locate him, had vented his frustration on his team. Fortunately, he had refrained from dismembering them with wind blades. Half of them had blood seeping from their mouths, evidently injured by the shockwave of the tailed beast bomb. Qianyun quickly retrieved a first aid kit, along with the backup blood he had previously cultivated. The adage "preparation is key" always held true. As he revived his comrades from the brink of death, suddenly, a few of Oil Girl Muta's Nin insects became restless. Qianyun, appearing nonchalant, continued to prepare a meal in the center of the camp. Just then, Uchiha Yu was tending to Obito's bandages when the mirror technique ninja made a sudden move. Qianyun found himself dragged into the mirror world once more, prompting Yu to activate her Sharingan in pursuit. However, she was horrified to discover that she could not find a trace of the mirror technique ninja. Yu was going mad, with no outlet for her frustration. Suddenly, she detected subtle spatial fluctuations behind her. It turned out to be nothing more than a rudimentary concealment technique, merely evading detection. Using her own technique, she attempted to ensnare him, but the moment she struck, the mirror technique ninja conjured a mirror, trapping her black fog. Yu was left utterly dumbfounded, realizing her techniques had considerable limitations. Crack! Just as the mirror technique ninja had flown 10 miles with Qianyun, he unleashed a powerful sword strike in the mirror world, the sword intent palpable even to Yu outside. The mirror cracked under the pressure, forcing the mirror technique ninja to lower the temperature of the mirror world with a secret technique. Qianyun felt the cold seeping in, nearing unconsciousness, and he thought of starting a fire for warmth. Crack! As Yu approached, the mirror cracked once more. Whoosh! The Amaterasu black flames erupted, revealing that Qianyun had utilized previously sealed black flames. The mirror technique ninja's figure flickered as she fled for her life. This time, Qianyun's senses were keen. He had made multiple markers in the mirror world beforehand. Using his technique, he charged, Flesh Escape, Great Hemorrhoids. Boom! The mirror technique ninja stumbled into the woods, and Qianyun rushed forward with unmatched speed. If all went well, the mirror technique ninja was doomed. Ding! Defeated Ninja Han, acquired entry, elegance, mirror technique talent. Qianyun withdrew just in time, But the mirror technique ninja was already resigned to her fate. 2 entries, one green and one black, caught Xinyun off guard. Yu rushed over and bound the mirror technique ninja with 3 strands of black mist. The ninja remained silent, while Yu, being taciturn, turned to Qianyun for guidance. Qianyun sighed and employed a sedative, then used mind control sand to let Yu carry her back to the camp. Initially, it seemed that no one cared for such a captive, but then, how beautiful. Inuzuka Wolf gazed at the mirror technique ninja, his face flushing deeper. Next was Huganatsu, declaring, I have decided. I shall allow a foreign bloodline limit ninja to marry into the Hyuga clan. Ah, who gave you the right to decide? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Do you even think you deserve it? That lady is mine first, and you have no claim to her. He continued, if you dare spout nonsense again, I'll poke you with my finger. Come on, quietly arrogant man, let us see what you can do. Their argument escalated. Seemingly oblivious to their recent injuries, Qianyun's lips twitched, and he could only instruct Uzumaki Haruko to carry Han into the tent for treatment. The crowd shifted their focus, each with their own thoughts. Setting aside whether Huganatsu and Inuzuka Wolf were embarrassing themselves, marrying a bloodline limit female ninja was indeed a boon for their families. With this in mind, the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi discreetly communicated with their clans. Some had eyes on Han, while others were interested in Uzumaki Haruko. In a competitive environment, they must strive for dominance, or else watch their clans grow stronger while they remain stagnant. Captain, let us negotiate. I'll pay you double to enhance my chakra capacity. I need to grow stronger, immensely stronger. Nara Shikamaru approached, stealing glances at the tent where the mirror technique ninja was held. Qianyun suddenly noticed the boy's good physical condition. Just half an hour ago, he had been spitting blood, and now he was lively again. Yujito Ni, sensing the change, immediately spoke up, I'm willing to pay too. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at her. It seemed they had heard rumors in the village that Qianyun charged for his services. Even Yu's grandfather had paid. Why should they expect to get away without compensation? Akimichi Choji quickly interjected, our Akimichi clan will never owe a debt. Asuma attempted to speak, but the pain in his mouth rendered him unable to articulate, blood trickling from the corners. His injuries were severe. Oil girl Muta hesitated, tears welling in her eyes. Sighing, Qianyun turned his gaze back to Yujito Ni. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Indeed, the most potent chakra within your cells is of the yang attribute. If you are truly determined to become an illusionist ninja, I could attempt to regenerate your blood. However, I must clarify in advance that the success rate of such an endeavor is remarkably low. Yuhi Kurenai nodded, stating that she would have her father provide you with 2 portions of payment. I, too, shall procure 2 portions from my father. I yearn to soar. I wish to enhance my wind attribute chakra. Finally, Abure Muta spoke up, his face still adorned with tears. Qianyun nodded, and the group began to feel invigorated. The absence of a bloodline limit is inconsequential. As long as one amplifies their desired chakra attribute, their combat prowess need not fall short of that of bloodline limit ninjas. Qianyun himself stands as a prime example. Both Tsunade and Mito Menju expressed the desire to enhance their water attribute chakra. It appeared they had long been aware that their ancestors lacked a bloodline limit, hence their reluctance to undergo blood transfusions. The crowd initially thought that a mere doubling of chakra capacity would be unimpressive. However, after Tsunade completed the transfusion, Huganatsu and Inuzuka Wolf pointed at him, trembling. Is this a tailed beast? Nara Shikaku voiced what everyone was thinking, while Tsunade stood there grinning foolishly. As his close friend, Mito Menju became increasingly agitated. Captain, I want to enhance my chakra 3-fold. No, I desire a 10-fold increase. Rest assured, our family can afford 10-fold payment. Qianyun was at a loss for words, pondering that if you do not possess potent water attribute chakra cells, even a 100-fold payment would be futile. However, he refrained from expressing this sentiment outright. I shall do my utmost. After analyzing Mito Menju's blood sample, a possibility dawned upon Qianyun. If there is little distinction in water attribute cells, could one cultivate blood using a water energy entity? Contemplating this, Qianyun first used wood release to cultivate water attribute cells, then employed these cells as energy entities to nurture new water attribute cells. This process took longer than anticipated, and it was not until nightfall that he completed the transfusion for Mito Menju. Chapter 90. The blade shark muscle cells can save lives, Captain. Why do I feel so cold and uncomfortable? Huganatsu shouted in anger, quickly unleashing chakra, as we still need to rest. Watching his companions grow increasingly powerful, jealousy welled up within him. As Mito Minju refined his chakra, the atmosphere around them became noticeably humid. His chakra was indeed magnificent, causing Tsunade to wear a face filled with envy and resentment. Despite Mito Minju's chakra not being enhanced tenfold, it was evidently only about double that of Tsunade. Captain, I want to try again tomorrow. This time, I desire a 20-fold increase. The group fell silent, each returning to rest. Qian Yun felt overwhelmed. Fearing that the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails might come after them again tomorrow, they needed to sleep quickly. Just as Qian Yun finished speaking, Mito Minju suddenly collapsed. My body feels like it's failing. Captain, please help me. Mito Minju cried out from the ground, unable to move at all, as if he had lost control of his body. Qian Yun was greatly alarmed. However, even more terrifying events unfolded. Mito Minju's body began to swell, with lumps the size of ping-pong balls moving about, as if an overwhelming amount of chakra sought an escape. Qian Yun's hair stood on end in fear. If this individual were to perish, Mito Minju would undoubtedly come after him. He promptly employed the mist concealment technique to absorb his chakra. The chakra lumps vanished, yet Mito Minju remained motionless. Furthermore, his pupils dilated, indicating he was clearly in a state of shock. The others gathered around, rendered speechless by fear. Initially intrigued by the blood transfusion, now they all felt terror-stricken. Qian Yun's expression turned grave as he promptly utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu and possessed Mito Minju. Water release, rain technique. Water release, water shark bomb technique. Qian Yun's Shadow Clone executed a flurry of techniques, yet Mito Minju showed no signs of awakening. Moreover, his body grew colder, as if his blood were freezing. Qian Yun, in desperation, retrieved the long-preserved blade shark muscle cells, which had now grown to the size of a sea urchin. He pressed it against Mito Minju's chest, and it immediately began to absorb chakra. Fortunately, it was exceptionally sensitive to water attribute chakra, and after a brief period of absorption, Mito Minju finally regained a faint heartbeat. Qian Yun breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to administer chest compressions. Cough, cough. After just 2 compressions, Mito Minju's heart and lung functions resumed. Qian Yun wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and everyone could see how tense he had been. Captain, perhaps I should observe a bit longer. Tsunade, fearing for her life after witnessing Mito Minju nearly perish, dared not request further transfusions. The following morning, as dawn broke, members of the Umbu arrived, this time with the Aburame Shurikane team. Aburame Muto approached, and upon meeting his father, they immediately transformed into a family reunion. Aburame Muta became quite chatty, incessantly recounting recent events. The Umbu had delivered numerous supplies and also brought new orders. Ancient ruins of a city had been discovered in the desert, and the latest command from Lord Hokage was for your team to swiftly resolve the chaos of wandering ninjas at the border and secure 100 million Ryo worth of supplies from the desert. That is all. Qian Yun, feeling dejected and unwilling to speak, directly handed over the prisoner's scroll to him, while Aburame Shurikane awkwardly broke into a sweat. It seemed that the third Hokage had taken Qian Yun for a cash cow. They had no clue what awaited them in the ancient ruins of the desert, and to demand 100 million Ryo was somewhat of a jest. It is well known that desert cities have historically been impoverished. Moreover, there were 50,000 wandering ninjas at the border poised to strike. How could they be eliminated? The most troublesome aspect was the formidable Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails fixating on them. Give it. Initially, Qian Yun was sulking, but Aburame Shurikane suddenly handed him an exquisitely crafted small scroll. Qian Yun was momentarily taken aback, but before he could refuse, Aburame Shurikane promptly shoved the scroll into his palm. Captain, you this. Without giving Qian Yun a chance to be courteous, Aburame Shurikane vanished in an instant. Qian Yun sat down, scratching his head, feeling that Yuan fury was becoming increasingly excessive, and the ninja world was growing ever more chaotic. Hanchan, let me feed you. Tsunade had been trailing behind the mirror ninja since dawn, completely becoming a sycophant. Mito Minju wished to compete, yet he now appeared rather sluggish, seemingly struggling to walk. Tsunade exclaimed, Daryl, your breakfast resembles vomit. Hurry and take it away. Hyuga Natsu approached with his soup bowl, launching into a tirade. The two began to argue, while Inuzuka Wolf slyly slipped over to chat with Han. However, he barely exchanged a few words before being shooed away by Nara Shikaku. The camp was lively, as if spring had arrived. Animals were in their mating season. Suddenly, The Cloud Hidden team received a message from a ninja hawk, and the task was identical to that of Konoha's. Qianyun suddenly smiled. Another battle awaits. Our target is the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. If we can capture them, not only will I provide Samui with an antidote, but I will also give her a beauty treatment. The precondition is that you all must take the lead. Sure shook his head, stating that Takigakure was not to be trifled with. Did Qianyun intend to acquire yet another enemy, thinking them foolish? Qianyun smiled, quietly observing Samui. Very well, it is settled. Samui indeed agreed. Women are inherently drawn to beauty, regardless of the consequences. Such matters are universally acknowledged. Are you out of your mind, Sammy? At this juncture, provoking the Takigakure village means we are engaging in a three-front battle. If the Kirigakure intervenes, we could very well find ourselves embroiled in a four-front conflict. At that point, our Youngakure village might face annihilation. Yet, Sammy countered, you are overthinking it. The Takigakure will not oppose us. They will only focus on Konoha. She was momentarily stunned, realizing that reasoning with Sammy was futile. He turned to Darui. You are the captain. Please, speak to Sammy. We cannot contend with the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, especially as the main force. Darui stroked his chin thoughtfully before addressing Qiyun. Let us add another condition. Assist Sammy in awakening her bloodline limit. Qiyun narrowed his eyes, sensing that Darui was not as innocent as he appeared. Beauty and strength can only be chosen one at a time. Beauty, Sammy blurted out. Strength, Darui echoed. She was at a loss for words. He could not sway either of them. Sammy pouted, I want both. Can't you just give me both? Qiyun nodded, I can. But there is one more condition. During our desert journey, I will lead. If any treachery akin to the last incident arises, I will not hesitate to strike. Unless you can assure me of a single blow to eliminate me. She hesitated, but Qiyun was already fixing him with a cold glare. I understand. I have intelligence to share. With a scowl, she tossed over a hand-drawn map, significantly more detailed. Let us commence. For this mission to capture the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, from planning to execution, I shall heed your counsel. Our Youngakure strategist. Chapter 91. Who is the deadly pervert? She paid no mind to Qiyun's jests, closing his eyes in contemplation before speaking. Qiyun, the reason you fled before was entirely due to a lack of opportunity to strike, correct? Qiyun nodded. The others instinctively gathered around, eager to hear the loquacious strategist from Youngakure's insights. If I gave you 10 seconds, could you take him down in one blow? After a moment's thought, Qiyun replied, nothing is absolute. I can only guarantee he won't have the chance to attack you again. She grinned wickedly, aware that Qiyun intended to employ the body replacement technique. Leave it to me. This time, I shall take the lead. Sammy, you will be the bait. Darui, your sole responsibility is to ensure my safety. There was confidence in his demeanor, an unmistakable smirk adorning his lips, as though he had it all figured out. The following day, at noon, Sammy was frantically fleeing, headed towards the Konoha camp. Boom, boom, boom. Qiyun frowned. Is this your plan? Do not fret. Sammy's lightning instantaneous technique is difficult for even AI to hit. Suddenly, she was taken aback as Sammy was sent flying by a kick from the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. It seemed the opponent had discerned their intentions. Qiyun immediately used the body replacement technique to rescue her, while she shouted, Hey, Miss Bamboo, long time no see. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, poised for a full-on assault, froze at Shi's call. Qiyun, cradling Sammy, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It appeared Shi's tactic was simply to talk. Remarkably effective, nonetheless. Who are you? I don't know you. Though she said this, the Jinchuriki had already pulled out a mirror to retouch her makeup. The camp was momentarily petrified, realizing the Seven Tails Jinchuriki was a transgender individual. She forced a smile. Miss Bamboo, please do not take offense. I am actually your fan and have long wished to visit Takigakure for your autograph. Alas, I am but a minor figure with no opportunity. Look, I even prepared a portrait and a signing pen. If only I had a camera, we could have taken a picture together. As he spoke, beads of sweat ran down his temples, evidently nauseated by his own words. Qiyun suddenly interjected, Idiot, why didn't you say so sooner? I have a camera. I can lend it to you. But first, let me clarify. After the signing and pictures, I still need to confront this Takigakure angel. I refuse to believe that I, the strongest newcomer from Konoha, could possibly lose to a mere beauty. Ding, defeated Ninja Bamboo's girlish heart. Awarded the title Girl Slayer, Wind Blade 100 Length Slash, Tail Beast Small Barrage. Upon seeing the title, Chiyun nearly choked on his own saliva. 3 green titles, rapidly nearing blue. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, Bamboo, stared blankly at Chiyun, her cheeks gradually flushing. Chiyun felt a wave of unease wash over him, his stomach churning. What the hell? Who would have thought that one day I would be admired by a transgender individual? Of course, I would be delighted to give you my autograph. She's lips twitched, discreetly signaling Chiyun. However, Chiyun was grinning, already retrieving the camera to take photos. She was on the verge of losing his mind. Yet rationality told him that it was imperative not to turn hostile now. Click. She stepped forward, handing over a self-made portrait. Chiyun snapped a picture. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, with an elegant flourish, signed with a heart. Click. Chiyun took another photo. Suddenly, he exclaimed, 2 photos are not enough. I intend to submit them to a magazine for publication. Hey, use a technique to create a beach and add some seawater. Costume team, quickly bring over the clothing racks. Where have the makeup artists gone to slack off? Hurry, create an elegant ancient-style makeup look. It should be dignified and ethereal, ideally with a celestial flair. Chiyun assumed the role of director, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The ice ninja Han was the first to react, retrieving his clothing and makeup kit instantly. Nara Shikaku, observing, quickly signaled to everyone. The entire team sprang into action. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, Bamboo, became quite bashful, allowing Han to style her hair and apply makeup. The sunny beach was soon ready. Chiyun pulled out an entire box of photo paper. A flurry of shots followed, along with several exquisite close-ups. Finally, Chiyun earnestly stated, Miss Bamboo, are you prepared with your press conference script? Before any formal exposure, it is advisable to prepare these. Furthermore, one script will not suffice. You must be ready for various contingencies, such as rumors of a boyfriend, scandalous news involving a wealthy individual, and the entanglements of a noble playboy. In summary, you must be thoroughly prepared, or those media outlets will fabricate nonsense. Your fans will be in tears. Oh, right. I must handle those annoying individuals. I cannot let my fans be heartbroken. Thank you, Chiyun. You are my mentor on this journey of life. I am genuinely grateful. The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails bowed solemnly, and Chiyun returned the gesture with seriousness. I must return home to prepare. Remember to be cautious of Danzo. He is the one who paid to have our Takigakure intervene. Farewell, my friend. Farewell. Chiyun smiled and waved. As the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails walked away, she wore a murderous expression. Strongest newcomer of Konoha, can you explain to me? Why did you suddenly change the plan? You should have been able to take down that Bamboo, that transgender individual, in the 13th second. Why? Why are you playing along with him? Just as Chiyun was about to explain, he noticed Bamboo halting 50 kilometers away. Her sensory abilities seemed extraordinarily far-reaching, which explained her rapid casting speed. Chiyun sighed. Can you not think for a moment? The reason we opposed Bamboo was that she came to assassinate me. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, there is no need for bloodshed. The philosophy of the 3rd Hokage is one of peace. He specifically instructed before embarking on missions to resolve issues as peacefully as possible. Conversely, consider this. Even if you were to capture Zhu, would you dare to represent the Hidden Cloud Village in seizing the 7 tails and consequently declare war on the Hidden Waterfall Village? Lastly, and most importantly, although Zhu presents as a male, he possesses an ethereal beauty and a figure that is simply exquisite. Could you bear to harm him? Dang. Defeating the ninja, Zhu has granted the title Killer of Innocence and the abilities Wind Demon Bloodline and Affinity for Wind. It turns out he is a descendant of the Wind Demon clan. Qianyun grinned wickedly, having acquired 3 titles, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 blue. However, this sinister smile sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Does Qianyun have an affinity for crossdressers? Hiss. Obito instinctively retreated, clutching his chest with one hand and covering his backside with the other, sweat pouring down his face. Pervert, you absolute pervert. You, come out from his shadow. He will lead you astray. Silence. Qianyun suddenly roared, seizing Obito by the collar. You fool, when will you learn to respect others? He is here merely to complete a task. The conflict has been resolved. Why do you still wish to inflict harm? Is it not your ambition to become Hokage? Would a Hokage recklessly injure others? Would a Hokage instigate war? Would a Hokage lack respect for others? Has Zhu's personal wish harmed you in any way? The ninja world is vast. Why must you bear a grudge against a ninja who has never sought trouble? After speaking, Qianyun released Obito, visibly trembling with anger as he observed Zhu 50 miles away. Chapter 92. Acquiring the chakra seed of the seven tails. Zhu wept, tears cascading down uncontrollably. Yet, he also smiled, wiping his tears as he floated towards the hidden waterfall village. A strand of tailed beast chakra emanated from Zhu, soaring directly into Qianyun's ceiling space. Qianyun's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Zhu was indeed causing chaos. It seemed he would be plagued with troubles in the future. This strand of tailed beast chakra possessed vitality, meaning it would gradually grow within Qianyun, akin to a miniature seven tails. Initially, the group was sulking, but upon noticing the tailed beast chakra drifting towards them, they immediately understood the situation. Zhu had been eavesdropping. A crowd of eyes turned toward Qianyun, who awkwardly took a step back. Actually, I really wasn't. I understand. Your acting skills surpass mine. She interjected, and the others nodded in unison. Phew. Uchiha Yu let out a sigh of relief. She had genuinely feared that Qianyun had a preference for men. Obito chuckled. You. Do not worry. I was merely playing along. Huh. Liar. Inuzuka Wolf interrupted at the most inopportune moment. Upon returning to the center of the camp, Qianyun immediately administered an antidote to Shi. His hair grew at a visible rate, and his bushy nose hair fell away. She blinked and murmured, "Why do I feel my perception has enhanced?" Qianyun retorted, "Of course. My little ninjutsu has always been for healing, not for harm. Just look at Darui. Do you not notice that he appears more spirited?" The group turned to see that the usually listless Darui indeed looked much more vibrant. "Samui, it's my turn. I want to be whiter than Han and have skin smoother than Haruno. And more." Qianyun nodded. I know everything. Beauty and power coexist. And even your defense will improve. Rest assured, no one understands you better than I do." Suddenly, Samui blushed, resembling a shy bride. Obito leaned in. "How did you manage that? As long as you intervene, every girl is eager to forge a bond with you?" The boys all turned their gazes toward him, including Darui. Qianyun sighed. I am a doctor. If girls wish to become beautiful, of course they must seek my assistance. Would they rather consult you, a brooding male?" "I am not brooding." Obito fumed. "All right, Obito is not brooding. He merely enjoys kissing pictures." As Obito rambled, Samui's age spots visibly faded, her hair shining brilliantly. Certain parts of her body took on an extraordinarily rosy hue, causing she to drool while sensing the transformation. An hour later, "Stop! Halt!" she shouted, and the group promptly came to a standstill. "Run!" She quickly fled into the nearby forest, pursued by Samui's purple lightning serpent. Evading proved futile, as that little serpent seemed to possess a will of its own. She ultimately succumbed, collapsing on the ground, emitting wisps of black smoke. "I promise I won't peep again. Why are you still attacking me?" Tears streamed down her face as she mumbled her complaints. Yu approached hesitantly, preparing to speak, but was interrupted by Yamanaka Ino. "I believe I am ready." Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hanabi also gathered, gazing expectantly at Qianyun. Qianyun smiled and nodded at Yamanaka Ino. "You performed admirably. I shall enhance your abilities." Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hanabi froze in place. How awkward. The three of them, along with Inuzuka Wolf, had consistently opposed Qianyun. Yet, until now, none of them had formally apologized. Why did they presume that Qianyun had forgiven them? She had only mocked Qianyun during the last mission, and she had harbored resentment ever since. Why would she think Qianyun would forgive them without cause? Surely, deep down, they too felt uncomfortable about this. How disappointing. The two simmered in their emotions until Yamanaka Ino's chakra erupted, snapping them back to reality. Incredible. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yamanaka Ino communicated through thought, his voice resonating in everyone's minds like a mobile radio. Obito, ever the curious one, inquired incessantly. Yamanaka Ino patiently explained, "I apologize for my previous rudeness. Please forgive me, Captain. I apologize. I will study etiquette diligently from now on. Please forgive me, Captain." Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hanabi bowed in apology, while Inuzuka Wolf gradually became aware of the situation. However, he was of a rather stubborn disposition. To him, a man's apology should be accompanied by tangible actions. Mere words lacked sincerity. The following day, at noon. Is this truly viable? Will they not take advantage of our absence and directly assault Konoha? As the group set out, Obito continued his incessant chatter. She interjected, "Obito-kun, you underestimate human greed. Those fellows will piece together the fragmented map of the camp and immediately deduce our intent to search for treasure in the desert. Even if someone conceals the information, Others will overly analyze the results. Subsequently, the entire allied ninja army will swarm to the desert. The more covert we are, the more credible we appear. Am I wrong, Captain? Qian Yun smacked his lips. Now you see why I dislike this fellow. He. Everyone chuckled, while she reveled in her moment of glory. The sensation of being in the spotlight was truly exquisite. In the afternoon, at the edge of the desert. Stop. Rest. Qian Yun called out. And the entire group came to an abrupt halt. This time, there were no objections or murmurs, as if Qian Yun's words were a divine decree. Qian Yun reclined, positioning himself in a spread eagle posture. Suddenly, his true form crawled out from his abdomen. The companions, who were previously sipping water, were taken aback and sprayed it everywhere upon witnessing this spectacle. Dato furiously inquired, "What the hell is going on? Why is there another version of you?" She interjected, "Don't make a fuss. That is his self-crafted puppet. Whenever we venture into perilous realms to seek treasures, he employs the puppet for reconnaissance." Yuyo emerged from the shadows, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at the newly emerged Qian Yun. Covering her mouth with her hand, tears welled in her eyes, and she subsequently bowed her head in silence. She realized that the Qian Yun she had previously known was merely a puppet, while the figure before her, standing half an inch taller, was his genuine form. Moreover, the Qian Yun on the ground had lost its soul, likely due to the dissolution of a shadow clone. Qian Yun smiled and embraced Yuyo, expressing, "I sincerely apologize. I have been rather occupied. There are numerous academic materials to peruse and experiments to conduct." Yuyo, not allowing him to finish, suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. "I understand. You need not make promises. Continue pursuing your ambitions, and I shall always be by your side." In shock, Inuzuka Wolf exclaimed, "My goodness, she actually spoke. It turns out this Uchiha girl can talk." As she spoke, she suddenly noticed the disdainful glances directed at her from the crowd. It seemed she had isolated herself. No, it was her own words that had gone awry. How embarrassing. Why did her speech evoke such distaste? Just then, several crows flew from Qian Yun's body, followed by a small white lizard. Once the puppet was retracted, Qian Yun finally settled down to consume some food and drink. Chapter 93. The amusement of the young boys of Konoha. The atmosphere was tranquil, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. Qian Yun, too, remained silent, munching on provisions while sensing the movements in the distant desert. Over 100 root ninjas were laying traps near Sunagakure, with even members of the Uchiha clan involved. It was all too evident. This was clearly not Danzo's directive. He would never allow his clan members to partake in an assassination, nor was it the idea of Yuan Fury. The only plausible explanation was that Yuan Fei Xinjiang had been incited by someone to take charge of the root and seek retribution against Qian Yun. The individuals who encouraged him could be countless, such as the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, or even the 4 great ninja villages. Their singular aim was to compel Qian Yun to forsake Asuma and align with another faction. What should be done? Feign ignorance and allow events to unfold, or eradicate the root ninjas. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yun ultimately could not bring himself to annihilate so many root ninjas. They were, after all, comrades of Konoha, merely executing their duties out of necessity. He released a special sand snake, and Dato flinched and darted away in fright, seemingly terrified of serpents. "You really did become that guy's disciple. Honestly, how many snakes are you hiding?" Dato spoke tremulously, beckoning to Yuyo. The expressions of the others turned awkward, instinctively creating distance. Even Yuyo's demeanor shifted. Orochimaru's reputation was indeed dreadful. Qian Yun smirked. "Dato, do you know why I always maintain a distance of 1 meter from you?" 1 meter? Are you implying it has something to do with snakes? Dato's expression morphed, suddenly becoming rather lascivious. Qian Yun nodded, pointing to a nearby sand dune. "Shall we have a contest? I estimate you will lose by 1.5 meters this time." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am the face of Konoha, and I have awakened my bloodline limit. There is no way I could lose by that much," he exclaimed passionately before instantly teleporting behind the sand dune. Qian Yun scattered like yellow sand, appearing behind the dune as well. She gasped, "Did I just see that correctly? He can even use sanjutsu? Ridiculous. Those two are at it again. If Akane were here, she would surely scold them." Asuka chuckled, and the others joined in laughter, sensing the situation. "Ha!" Hinata and Natsu burst into laughter, while Yamashita and others were equally amused. It appeared that young boys were fond of such antics. They were competing to see who could urinate farther when Samui suddenly transformed into a steam figure. Notification: defeated Ninja Samui, received the Tag Girl Slayer, and gained Scholar's Insight. Notification, defeated Ninja Han, received the Tag Girl Slayer, and gained Ice Affinity. Notification, defeated Ninja Uzumaki Haruko, received the Tag Girl Slayer, and gained Life Rhythm, Diamond Seal. Qianyun grinned devilishly. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Especially with Uzumaki Haruko, it was a surprise beyond surprises. 1 purple, 2 black, utterly unreserved. Upon their return, Dato resembled a deflated balloon, while Asuma comforted him with a smile. It was evident without asking that Dato placed 3rd and Asuma at least 2nd. Suddenly, Dato shouted, "I've made up my mind. I will transform my Amaterasu into a snake form." The crowd broke into a sweat. The distance of urination was clearly unrelated to the form of ninjutsu. Amidst their laughter, Qianyun's specially crafted snake clone had completed its mission, having collectively captured the root ninjas. This was the result of Qianyun's recent research on the amber purification vessel. As the sun set, she could not help but inquire, "Shall we act at night?" Everyone turned to look, but Qianyun simply shook his head. Can you guess why the discovery of Sunagakure during last year's Great War went unnoticed until now? And why? Despite the 5 great ninja villages being aware, none dispatched ninja forces to seize it? Furthermore, why did Sunagakure remain indifferent? Lastly, why is that region so eerily quiet? There isn't even chaotic chakra present? After Qianyun's words, the group donned serious expressions, subsequently falling into deep contemplation. Qianyun rose with a smile and executed a technique to create an underground fortress. We shall observe. At least until someone acquires the treasure, we must not act rashly, otherwise we risk total annihilation. After speaking, Qianyun took Yuyo's small hand. Let us choose a quiet room and have a good night's sleep tonight. As steam visibly rose from Uchiha Yuyo's head, the most outrageous thing was that she began to bleed from her nose. She fainted. Notification, defeated Ninja Uchiha Yuyo. Received the Tag Girl Slayer. Qianyun swiftly caught her, staring at the tag in a daze. The Black Girl Slayer had unexpectedly evolved into a bloodline limit. Stop! You monster! Yuyo is only 12 years old. How can you be so cruel? Dato suddenly rushed over, but Qianyun shielded Yuyo